Anjali, the victim in this case, was in fact sitting behind her. She was riding pillion at the start. This is when they in fact got on the scooty and left from that party. At some distance, we learn that Anjali in fact told her friend at the time that I will drive the scooty, after which she in fact started driving the scooty and her friend sat behind her. Later, as the accident happened, what we're learning right now is that the friend received minor injuries and ran away from the spot. Anjali's leg unfortunately got caught in the car, and that's when she was dragged along with the car for at least 12 kilometers before being left on the roadside. Just look at those visuals at the moment. You see those two girls who seem to be pulling out a scooty from the parking. The girl in the pink t-shirt is said to be Anjali, and the girl in the red t-shirt is said to be her friend. The friend, was in fact driving at the time when they left from this New Year party. This was about 1:45 a.m. in the morning on January 1st. Anjali, you see her sit behind the girl at that point of time. So she was the pillion rider, but what we're learning is that after a certain distance, after they'd covered a certain distance, Anjali said, I will drive now, you sit behind me, which is when they exchanged positions. Anjali sat and drove the scooty, and her friend in fact sat behind her. She was pillion. Himanshu Mishra, my colleague, is now joining me live from the Sultanpuri police station. Himanshu, अब हम दर्शकों को वो CCTV footage दिखा रहे हैं जब अंजलि और उसकी दोस्त, जो अब जिसके बारे में पुलिस को पता चला है, दोनों सुरक्षित थे। एक न्यू ईयर पार्टी से निकलते हैं दोनों। हम देख सकते हैं कि पिंक टी शर्ट में जो माना जा रहा है कि अंजलि थी, वो पहले पीछे बैठती है स्कूटर के, और फिर कुछ डिस्टेंस के बाद वो कहती है कि मैं स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, आप पीछे बैठ जाओ। अपनी दोस्त से वो कहती है आप पीछे बैठ जाओ। जब ये हादसा थोड़ी दूर पर होता है, आप समझाइए CCTV फुटेज में हम क्या देख रहे हैं।
देखिए, दोनों लड़कियां दिख रही हैं रेड टी शर्ट में और पिंक टी शर्ट में। सबसे पहले जब ये होटल से निकलते हैं तो उसके बाद जो अंजलि की दोस्त है निधि, वो स्कूटी को ड्राइव करती है। लेकिन जब ये थोड़ी देर बाद, क्योंकि देखिए पुलिस ने इस पूरे रूट को ट्रेस किया और तब पुलिस को अंजलि के दोस्त के बारे में पता लगा, क्योंकि अंजलि के दोस्त के बारे में न तो परिवार वालों को पता था और न ही किसी और ने पुलिस को बताया, न ही किसी आई विटनेस ने पुलिस को बताया था। लेकिन जब पुलिस ने इस पूरे रूट को ट्रेस किया कि आखिर सुल्तानपुरी अंजलि किस रूट से और कहां से पहुंची थी, तो उसके बाद उसी ट्रैक के दौरान पुलिस को ये CCTV मिला और इस CCTV में दिख रहा है कि अंजलि के साथ उसकी दोस्त मौजूद है। और उसके बाद पुलिस ने उस दोस्त को ट्रैक किया। शुरुआत में अंजलि की दोस्त उस स्कूटी को चला रही है, लेकिन उस CCTV को जब हम आगे देखते हैं तो पता लगा कि अंजलि की दोस्त ने अंजलि को उतार के स्कूटी खुद चलानी शुरू कर दी और अंजलि ने। और उसके बाद सुल्तानपुरी, जहां पर इस वक्त हम मौजूद है, इसी इलाके में ये एक्सीडेंट होता है और उसके बाद जो अंजलि की दोस्त थी उसको मामूली चोट लगती है, वो वहां से भाग जाती है, वो डर जाती है, घबरा जाती है, जिसकी वजह से वो फौरन वहां से निकल जाती है, जबकि अंजलि फंस जाती है और गाड़ी के नीचे जो एक्सल है उसमें, और उसके बाद वो गाड़ी के साथ घिसटती हुई चली जाती है। अब क्या यहाँ पर जो पुलिस पता लगा रही कि क्या जो आरोपी थे, जो कार के अंदर लोग बैठे थे, उन्हें इसके बारे में जानकारी मिली थी कि लड़की उनकी गाड़ी के नीचे फंस गई है, या फिर उन्हें इसकी जानकारी नहीं मिल पाई थी। अब पुलिस इस चीज की तरफ इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। 3 दिनों की रिमांड पे है आरोपी और उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है। और इस दौरान जो तमाम सर्कमस्टेंशियल एविडेंसेस हैं, जो रास्ते के CCTV फुटेज मिले हैं, जो कॉल हुई है, उसके द्वारा ये स्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, पता लगाने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि क्या जानकारी थी आरोपियों को जो गाड़ी के अंदर बैठे थे कि लड़की फंस गई है या फिर नहीं। ये एक महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है। और साथ ही साथ दिल्ली पुलिस को अब इंतजार है FSL रिपोर्ट का और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट का, क्योंकि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट से कॉज ऑफ डेथ के साथ साथ ये भी स्पष्ट हो जाएगा कि क्या जो किसी तरीके का सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट हुआ था या नहीं हुआ था। और साथ ही साथ FSL रिपोर्ट से एक्सीडेंट से लेकर के जो पूरी जो लड़की घिसटती हुई गाड़ी के साथ गई थी, वो कैसे फंसी, क्या कंडीशन थी, ये सारी चीजें साफ हो जाएंगी। तो ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन इन दोनों चीजों पर आधारित है। और अब जब इस केस की एक महत्वपूर्ण आई विटनेस दिल्ली पुलिस के हाथ लगी है, तो जाहिर तौर पर ये केस अब पुलिस के लिए अब जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसकी दिशा मिलती हुई नजर आ रही है।
हिमांशु, क्या आप बता सकते हैं कि इस दोस्त का स्टेटमेंट क्या अब तक पुलिस रिकॉर्ड कर चुकी है? कब उसका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड होगा?
देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस ने उसे ट्रेस किया कल शाम के बाद, जब पुलिस ने तमाम जो सीसीटीवी खंगालने हैं वो शुरू किए, और उसके बाद जब पुलिस को ये पता लगा कि अंजलि कहां पर गई थी, कहां से, किस पार्टी से या किस फंक्शन से वो निकली थी, तो उसके बाद पुलिस ने वहां पे जब संपर्क किया, वहां की जब सीसीटीवी फुटेज खंगाले, तो इस लड़की के बारे में पुलिस को कल देर शाम पता लगा। उसके बाद उसे ट्रेस करने के बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने सबसे पहले उसकी काउंसलिंग की, ये समझाने की कोशिश की क्योंकि वो लड़की पूरी तरीके से घबरा गई थी, जो अंजलि की दोस्त थी, और वो मौका वारदात से भागती है। उसके बाद उसने किसी को इसकी जानकारी दी नहीं दी, उसने किसी से शेयर किया या नहीं किया, पुलिस ये पूछताछ कर रही है। और साथ ही साथ जो जानकारी मिली है कि आज दिल्ली पुलिस की एक टीम उस लड़की का पूरा स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड करेगी, कब वो किस फंक्शन में गए थे, कहां से निकले, किन परिस्थितियों में एक्सीडेंट हुआ, शुरुआत में जब वो स्कूटी चला रही थी तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि अंजलि ने वो स्कूटी चलानी शुरू कर दी। ये सारी चीजें जो है वो इस बयान में स्टैब्लिश होगा, क्योंकि इस पूरी वारदात का, इस पूरी घटना का पहला आई विटनेस हम कह सकते हैं जो पुलिस को मिला है।
हिमांशु, जो हम सीसीटीवी फुटेज देख रहे हैं ये सुल्तानपुरी एरिया का ही है, तो यहाँ से अगर 1:45 के करीब, सुबह के 1:45 के करीब अंजलि और उसकी दोस्त निकले थे, तो कितनी देर बाद जो है ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ होगा? पुलिस ने जो रूट मैप किया होगा, आई विटनेस के भी कहने पर एक आई विटनेस ने उनको फ़ोन किया 112 नंबर पर और बताया इस बारे में कि एक बॉडी को ड्रैग कर रही है एक बलिनो गाड़ी। इन सब को मिलाते हुए घटनाक्रम के बारे में थोड़ा समझाइए, रूट समझाइए।
देखिए, जो एफआईआर दर्ज हुई है उस एफआईआर से ही जो एक्सीडेंट का टाइम निकल के आ रहा है वो 2 बजे के आसपास का है, कि 2 बजे के आसपास ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ था। और जो सीसीटीवी पुलिस को मिला है उसके आधार पर अब पुलिस यही मान के चल रही है कि जो होटल था, जो वेन्यू था जहां से ये लोग निकले हैं, अंजलि और उसकी दोस्त, करीब रात के 1:45 बजे के आसपास, तो 10 से 15 मिनट के बाद ही ये एक्सीडेंट हो गया, ऐसा अंदाजा लगा करके पुलिस चल रही है। लेकिन इस चीज को अब पुलिस वेरीफाई कर रही है, क्योंकि एविडेंस अब पुलिस को मिला है, तो उस एविडेंस के आधार पर पुलिस वेरीफाई कर रही है। उसके तमाम जो पूरा रूट है, जो वेन्यू जहां पे फंक्शन था, जहां से दोनों लड़कियां निकलती हैं, वहां से जो एक्सीडेंट वाली जगह है वहां के और ज्यादा सीसीटीवी फुटेज पुलिस खंगालने की कोशिश कर रही है। इसके अलावा जो फंक्शन जहां पर था वहां के भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज पुलिस के हाथ कुछ लगे हैं, तो उसके आधार पर इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है। अब पुलिस उसकी पूरी जो एफएसएल की टीम है, दरअसल वो इन सारी चीजों को बारीकी से, माइन्यूटली इसकी जांच की जाएगी कि कब, कहां, कितने बजे स्कूटी पहुंची थी, कब अंजलि ने अपनी दोस्त को हटा करके स्कूटी खुद चलानी शुरू की और किन परिस्थितियों में एक्सीडेंट हुआ। जब एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो अंजलि कहां गिरती है, उसकी दोस्त कहां गिरती है, क्योंकि जब अंजलि की दोस्त का जब स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किया जाएगा पॉल में, तो उसमें यह पूछा जाएगा कि जब एक्सीडेंट हुआ था तो उसके बाद कहां पर अंजलि गिरी और कहां पर तुम गिरी। जब उससे पूछा जाएगा तो उसके बाद स्थिति स्पष्ट होगी, क्योंकि उसकी दोस्त को काफी कम चोटें आई हैं। तो इस आधार पर इस जांच को आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा कि जब इस तरीके से एक्सीडेंट हुआ और यहां पर एक्सीडेंट होने के बाद उसके पैर या उसके कपड़े का कौन सा हिस्सा गाड़ी के नीचे आता है, वहां पर वो फंसती है, उसके बाद फिर वो खींचती हुई चली जाती है, और उसके बाद जब उसकी दोस्त यहां से भागती है घबरा करके, तो वो अपने घर कैसे पहुंचती है, कितनी देर में पहुंचती है, क्योंकि रात के 2 बज रहे थे उस वक्त। तो क्या उसे किसी ने अकेली उस लड़की को जाते, भागते या कैसे करते देखा, तो इस बारे में भी पुलिस उससे बात करेगी। और जिस रास्ते से एक्सीडेंट की जगह से वो लड़की अपने घर पहुंचती है, जिस भी तरीके से पहुंचती थी, उसको भी पूरा एस्टेब्लिश किया जाएगा। तो ये पुलिस के हाथ एक महत्वपूर्ण सुराग लगा है, जिसके आधार पर अब पुलिस इस केस को आगे बढ़ाएगी, और जब फोरेंसिक और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट पुलिस को मिलेगी तो पुलिस की पूरी जांच जो अब तक चली है उसको एक दिशा भी मिलेगी। जी पॉल।
हिमांशु, जो आप जानकारी दे रहे हैं उस हिसाब से अगर सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो हम इस वक्त अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं, 1:45 का सीसीटीवी फुटेज है जब ये होटल से निकलती हैं पार्टी कर, और अंजलि तो पीछे बैठी हुई हैं, उनकी दोस्त जो है वो स्कूटी चला रही हैं, पर 2 बजे अगर ये क्राइम होता है तो 15 मिनट का ही गैप रहता है. We're just going to slip into a very short break. Himanshu, stay on with us. We'll come back to you. But we're leaving you with these images of CCTV footage exclusively accessed by India Today, which shows that moment when both girls, now that we learned that there were 2 girls on that scooty, were safe. Anjali was safe. They were just leaving from a New Year party. And Anjali was riding pillion at that point of time. But for some reason, she at some distance decided to drive the scooty and asked her friend to ride pillion.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Cello Vacuum Steel Flask.
CCTV images reveal that 20-year-old Anjali was not alone on Scooty. Images show Anjali riding pillion to friend, in fact, in the wee hours of the morning. India Today accesses Delhi horror FIR. Car lender's startling testimony in FIR. Suspects were drunk while driving. Warfare between Delhi LG and Aam Aadmi Party over Delhi horror. Delhi LG's holiday taunt at Kejriwal says he was working. Where was Kejriwal? Corruption charge against former Punjab Chief Minister Channi. 1.4 crore rupees misappropriation charge against Channi. Did Channi divert fund for son's marriage? Days after its launch, Howrah-bound Vande Bharat Express attacked. Doors and windows shattered after stone pelting on train. It's a mega India Today exclusive news break. Proof that Anjali wasn't alone on Scooty. 20-year-old was not alone on Scooty. Anjali and pillion rider caught on CCTV camera. 20-year-old Anjali leaves hotel at 1:45 a.m. At 1:45 a.m., Anjali's friend rides the Scooty. Later, Anjali starts riding the Scooty. She is seen, in fact, leaving the hotel, a hotel in Sultanpuri at about 1:45 a.m. after a New Year party. In the pink t-shirt in those images is Anjali, while her friend is the one in the red t-shirt. You see those CCTV images? The friend seems to be pulling the Scooty out of parking. Anjali is the girl standing beside her in the pink t-shirt. As they drive out from this hotel after a New Year party at about 1:45 a.m. in the morning, Anjali was riding pillion with her friend. But subsequently, we learned from our sources, at some distance, Anjali asked to drive the Scooty. So she started driving the Scooty and the friend in the red t-shirt sat pillion with her, after which they met with an accident. We learned from our sources that the friend received minor injuries at the time of the accident, but she was so scared, she fled from the spot and reached home. Anjali, unfortunately, her leg got caught in the axle of the Baleno car, after which she was dragged around by that car for several minutes for at least about 12 kilometers. Now, the police have recorded the statement of the friend, the eyewitness who has emerged in this case, but they will be recording a statement before a magistrate subsequently as well. Rahul Gautam, my colleague, is joining me over the phone line right now. Rahul, now it appears that the police has a very crucial lead in this case. They have an eyewitness who can paint a picture for them as to what happened exactly, whether this was just an accident, whether there was more to it, as the family has been alleging.
Absolutely, it's certainly going to be a crucial evidence as far as investigation is concerned, given the fact that for the first time we have an eyewitness who was present there when this Baleno car hit the Scooty of victim woman. Now, obviously, the police is exploring all the possible angles, including of murder. Now, police will try to establish that whether there was any sort of trigger that actually led to this incident, whether there was some sort of a verbal spark or some sort of exchanges between a victim and the five occupants of this particular car. See, we have to really understand that family is not satisfied with the ongoing investigation. They are saying that there's more than what it meets the eye. Therefore, the police must take them into confidence and must press more strict charges against these people. However, the police is still maintaining this theory that these five accused have already admitted to the fact that yes, their Baleno car hit the scooty of that particular victim. However, they are saying that they never realized that this woman's body got wrapped under their car. Now, these are the possible angles on which police will now be exploring. But you rightly pointed out, it's a very crucial evidence as far as police is concerned. And obviously now police would be certainly making an exact timeline as to what really happened and what time. As per the CCTV footage which has been accessed by India Today, clearly established at around 1:45, the victim along with her friend
came out of this New Year party, and then initially her friend started driving the scooty. Later on, it was the victim who started driving the scooty, and around between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. this incident happened. Now, obviously, the police would be making an exact timeline, but it is certainly going to come as a major shot in the arm as far as police is concerned, because there is a lot of pressure on police to conclude the exact timeline of this particular incident.
So we're hoping, Rahul, that there will be more developments and fast-paced developments in putting together what exactly happened on that night in Sultanpuri, because now they have a crucial eyewitness. They will have the FSL report as well. They're likely to get the post-mortem report as well, at least the preliminary details, which will help them carry forward with this investigation today again from the Maulana Azad Medical College.
Well, yesterday only the police had constituted a 3-member medical board to conduct the post-mortem of a victim's body, and the police is now has not rejected possibility of sexual assault or of any sort of assault as of now. They are saying that they're waiting for post-mortem report, and then only they'll be comment on it. But one thing is important here: the family, as I was telling you earlier, also is not satisfied with the ongoing probe. They are saying that how could it be possible, even though her body was dragged for almost 10 to 12 kilometers, how is it possible that there was not a shred of fabric or cloth on her body, and how she was completely naked? So therefore, they are insisting and pressing upon the police officials to impose more strict, IPC section, saying that there's more to it and there's a larger conspiracy. However, police is waiting for post-mortem's report and a recorded statement of this crucial eyewitness. Then only they'll be divulging details. I must tell our viewers that around 12 p.m. Special CP of Law and Order Delhi, Mr. Sagarpreet Huda, would be addressing a press conference, and what we are gathering from sources that he'll be putting an exact timeline about this incident, given the fact that LG office is also monitoring the situation and have been asked to apprise him about the latest development. So around 12 p.m. we would be having a more clearer picture as to what really happened on that ill-fated night.
So at 12 p.m, of course, we're going to have another press conference. But Rahul, this is embarrassing for the Delhi police, because they held a press conference yesterday and they did not know that there was a pillion rider this entire time.
Well, we've been. I was present during the press conference, and we've been asking, many questions about the ongoing investigation. And at that point of time, the senior police official said that everything is being investigated. All possible angles are being investigated. So therefore, it could be possible that he might be having information, but he didn't share at that point of time with media persons. But one thing is very important here, this incident also punctures the claim of elaborate security arrangement that Delhi police was saying that they had made on 31st of December, because for 10 or 12 kilometers, this woman's body was dragged on the streets of the national capital, it is possible that these 5 accused crossed almost 4 to 5 police stations, the jurisdiction of 4 to 5 police stations, but there was not a single policeman who could intercepted this car. There was hardly any police pickets or police barricade at that point of time. There was no police surveillance in that particular area, and this shows that how alert and how prepared Delhi police was. And this is what raising questions over Delhi police. And as we are learning from our sources, it is expected that some action could be taken against erring officials.
Okay, so some action could be taken against erring officials also. Rahul, can you give us an update on when is Special Commissioner Shalini Singh likely to submit her report to the Home Ministry? Because it was stated very clearly in the order, which of course went from the Commissioner to her, that she is to prepare a report, that report needs to be submitted immediately.
Well, it is expected that, once Delhi police concludes the timeline of this particular incident with media persons at around 12 p.m. press conference, and then only post that, it is expected that this report would be submitted with Home Ministry. Now, as I was telling you earlier, there are a lot of pressure on police department to conclude and to investigate this particular matter, given the fact that on 31st of December, many people, many Delhiites were out there on the streets of the national capital, and this actually raises a concern over the safety and security of every citizen of the city. And therefore, the Home Ministry, the LG office, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, all have been speaking about this. As it's a matter of grave concern that a woman's body, was dragged for almost 10 to 12 kilometers. There were hardly any police presence, and this only takes away the confidence of citizens. And therefore, the police would certainly be making and concluding this case as soon as possible. And given the fact that there is a direct orders coming in from Home Minister's office and LG office, you can expect that around 12 p.m. once this press conference is over, we would be having a more clearer picture as to what really happened on that night and how this incident took place. But is this going to be that important, crucial evidence, that friend of victim who is certainly going to establish the exact timeline and going to help police to connect the dots?
So it's unfortunate, Rahul, the kind of politics which has erupted over this, with the blame game on between the Delhi government and the LG's office as well. Because at the bottom line of it is that women are not feeling safe in the national capital. If a body is being dragged down by a Baleno car for 12 to 13 kilometers and nobody notices, there are no cops, no PCR vans that intercept that vehicle, that just goes to point out towards the shocking state of affairs.
Well, women's security has always been an election plank as far as national capital is concerned, because if you remember when Nirbhaya happened, Aam Aadmi Party at that point of time also, protested against the then incumbent government of Congress Party. And therefore, the BJP is now saying that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, should not run away from his responsibility and must ensure women's safety in the national capital. However, the Aam Aadmi Party is putting the blame on BJP, saying that Delhi police comes under the purview of Home Ministry, and it is LG who's the custodian of law and order. In fact, yesterday only the Aam Aadmi Party held a press conference and put the entire onus on LG's office, saying that it was his responsibility to ensure safety and security of people of Delhi on 31st of December, in which he has completely failed. On the other hand, the LG office is saying that Aam Aadmi Party should resist at this point of time from, scoring brownie points and doing politics on this particular issue. So you can expect that this is certainly going to escalate in coming days. Around 11 a.m., we've been informed that a delegation of Aam Aadmi Party is also going to meet Delhi's police commissioner. The BJP is also protesting on the streets, saying that Mr. Kejriwal has completely failed in terms of giving any sense of security to the women of the national capital. So you can expect that it is certainly going to set a stage for confrontation between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party for coming days.
Absolutely. But a confrontation is what we don't need. What we need is assurances that women will be secure in the national capital. The state of affairs clearly raises a lot of questions. Rahul, thank you so much for joining us. We're showing you, viewers, right now these pictures, CCTV images that have been exclusively accessed by India Today of that moment, in fact, when Anjali and her friend, now Delhi police has found another friend who was riding that scooty on that ill-fated night with Anjali. You see these CCTV images, Anjali and friend, they're caught on camera. They were leaving from the hotel at about 1:45 a.m. in the morning. They were part of a New Year party. There was a New Year party. This is the intervening night of the 31st of December 2022, 1st of January 2023. In these images, if you look, the girl in the pink t-shirt is Anjali. The girl pulling out the scooty from the parking in the red t-shirt is her friend. She is a new eyewitness in this case, a very critical and a crucial eyewitness that the police has found, and her statement has been recorded, but a formal statement before a magistrate is to be recorded as of now. They pull out the vehicle. You can see both of them chatting. There is a friend who comes and chats with them as well. Possibly all of them, in fact, partied together at this hotel from where they seem to be leaving at about 1:45 a.m. in the morning. You can see her, the girl in the red t-shirt, which is the friend. She's not the victim. She's the friend who pulls the scooty out. And then you see Anjali, who's with her. She gets on behind her on the scooty. In fact, she is the pillion rider when they're leaving from the hotel. Eventually, what we learn from our sources is that Anjali told her friend that she would like to drive the scooty, and her friend, in fact, sat behind her on that scooty. Those images, the girl in the red t-shirt is the girl who is her friend, an eyewitness who has now been found by Delhi police. The girl in the pink t-shirt on your screens right now is Anjali, the victim in this case, who was brutally dragged around by a Baleno car for about 12 to 13 kilometers and then left naked on the roadside, which is when her body was found. So this is what happened. This is what transpired. Eventually, what we learn is that they switch places. So earlier it was the friend who was riding the scooty, and then it was Anjali. They switched places. She started riding the scooty. What happened? That is something that very critically now will be revealed by this eyewitness, the girl in the red t-shirt. She will be revealing. But over here, as you can see, in these images that we're showing to you from 1:25 a.m., the Baleno comes from the other side. You can see in those CCTV images very clearly. What we don't know is why the friend fled from the spot. It was before, or was it later, after the accident? Because what we are learning is that the scooty met with an accident. Both of them were on the scooty at that point of time. The girl in the red t-shirt from earlier, she's the friend. She received and sustained minor injuries. She fled from the spot, possibly fearing for her life. She was very shaken up by what happened. She immediately fled from the spot and she went home. Anjali's leg, unfortunately, was caught in the axle of the Baleno car, and then her body was dragged around, allegedly, by the 5 accused in that car who are now in police custody. They dragged her around for about 12 to 13 kilometers. Now, of course, the family have been alleging that there is more to it than what meets the eye, that this is not a simple case of a road accident. They have alleged that the Delhi police shouldn't have jumped to any sort of conclusions, alleging that this is simply a case of road accident, that they should look into an assault angle as well, because Anjali's body was found naked on the roadside. The allegation, of course, being, the Delhi police's explanation, of course, being that because of being dragged around for so long, her clothes, in fact, were ripped apart, and that is why she was naked, lying on the roadside. We've got some more news that's coming in at the moment. The Delhi police has recorded the statement of the girl, the pillion rider, in this case, the girl in the red t-shirt, as we were showing you. The Delhi police will now get her statement recorded under section 164 before a magistrate, as is important. She, of course, is a crucial eyewitness in this case. She, of course, can lay bare the facts of what exactly transpired. She allegedly was extremely scared and she fled from the accident spot on the 1st of January, that early morning when this incident took place. The police has now recorded her preliminary statement, but eventually, as is procedure, her statement will be recorded under section 164 before a magistrate. She was riding pillion with Anjali, the victim, in this case. The Delhi police, of course, when they were trying to trace the route of Anjali and subsequently where the accident took place and the Baleno car, as they dragged her body around for about 12 to 13 kilometers. They then stumbled upon the fact from CCTV images and other eyewitness accounts that it wasn't just one girl. There were two girls on that scooty on that ill-fated night. Anjali's friend was with her on that scooty when that scooty allegedly met with an accident. That friend's statement has now been recorded by Delhi police. Eventually, they will be having her statement recorded under Section 164 before a magistrate. But the family, of course, is not satisfied with the investigation that has been going on. They have alleged that the Delhi police made a premature statement, jumping to conclusion. They allege that this was just a simple case of a road accident. This is what the family has had to say.
अगर हमारी जब तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट नहीं आती हम क्रिमेशन नहीं करेंगे, तो स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट पे उन्होंने कहा कि कल तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दे देंगे। कितने बजे तक? कल, अब ये डिपेंड उन पे है, मुझे लगता है आफ्टरनून तक मिल जानी चाहिए।
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद
जी नहीं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही हम बॉडी लेंगे।
जब तक हमारे को रिपोर्ट नहीं आएगी हम बॉडी नहीं लेंगे। और सर, जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर थे उनने हमें फोटो दिखाए, मुझे लगता है वो फोटो कभी मीडिया में नहीं आ पाएंगे। मैंने अपनी आंखों से वो देखे और मेरी आंखों में आंसू हैं। मतलब आप मान के चलिए, ऐसी दर्दनाक मौत भारत के क्या मतलब दुनिया के इतिहास में किसी की नहीं हुई होगी।
Now, India Today spoke to the eyewitness Deepak, who saw the accused's vehicle dragging the body of Anjali and informed the police. Listen in.
Now, there's a lot of back and forth over exactly what happened. To set the record straight here, we have joining us this evening on India Today an eyewitness of that crime. Deepak is joining us here on India Today. दीपक जी, पहले हमको ये बताइए कि आप कहाँ पे थे और आपने क्या देखा?
प्रेजेंट टाइम में मुझे नहीं पता था कि मेरा भाई लाइव चला, क्योंकि मैं
लाडपुर मेरी शॉप है, ये
हम रोज मिलते हैं अपने भाई के साथ। बस खुदा न खास्ता
उस टाइम मैंने 3:18 में मैंने अपनी शॉप खोली थी, तभी जैसे गाड़ी आने की आवाज आई। उसमें गाड़ी में जैसे टायर फटने की आवाज होती है ना, फटने के बाद जो गाड़ी चलती है, जो आवाज करती है, वो आवाज मैं महसूस कर रहा था। तकरीबन मेरे से 50 से 100 मीटर पे गाड़ी थी वो। जैसे मैंने गाड़ी की तरफ पूरा फोकस किया था, मैं देख रहा था कि वो अकेली ही गाड़ी आ रही थी। उस टाइम मैंने देखा तो मैं गाड़ी के नीचे बिल्कुल सामने आने के बाद नीचे दिखाई दे रहा है कि उसके नीचे डेड बॉडी फंसी हुई है कोई। यार ये तो बहुत गलत है, डेड बॉडी फंसी, ये कैसे होगा यार। चलो फिर वो शायद सामने सीधी निकल गई। मैंने 3:20 पे फिर अपने 112 नंबर डायल किया, तब जाके मैम ने पूछा क्या बात है। मैम ऐसे है, कोई गाड़ी है, बलेनो गाड़ी है ग्रे कलर में, और उसके नीचे कोई डेड बॉडी फंसी हुई है। या तो उसको पता ही नहीं है अब तक, जिस टाइम तक मैंने पहली बार देखा, या तो उसको पता नहीं है, पता है तो वो चल भी स्लो रहा है, बिल्कुल 20 से 25 की स्पीड में, और वो कंझावला से कुतुबगढ़ साइड जा रहा है।
तो आप एक बार देखे थे दीपक जी या 2-3 बार? क्योंकि फुटेज में ऐसे यूटर्न लेकर जा रहा था। क्या आपने एक बार देखा था या 2-3 बार ऐसे रूट पे गया था?
नहीं मैम, मैंने वो मेरी दुकान के सामने से 4 बार गुजरी है मैम।
4 बार गए थे?
मेरी दुकान के सामने से 4 बार गुजरी है वो। पहले, हाँ जी, पहले वो कुतुबगढ़ साइड गए, वहां से वो तकरीबन 10 मिनट के बाद गाड़ी को यू टर्न करके फिर से मेरी दुकान के सामने से गुजार रहे थे। तभी मैंने उसके बीच जैसे प्रशासन से अपनी बात हो चुकी थी, अपने जो PCR वाले थे वो मेरे से टच में थे, मैंने तभी उनके दोबारा कॉल किया, माँ जनाब गाड़ी तो माँ दोबारा हमारी दुकान के सामने से गुजर रही है, अब कंझावला साइड जा रही है। बोला ठीक है, हम पहुंच रहे हैं अभी के अभी। माँ ठीक है जनाब। मैं फिर स्कूटी उठा के थोड़ी हिम्मत जुटा के मैंने उसका पीछा करने की कोशिश की। माँ चलो लोकेशन देंगे, बाकी गाड़ी में 3-4 बंदे मैंने शो कर लिए थे, माँ बंदे बहुत हैं, बाकी माँ चलो जैसे तैसे करके मैं लोकेशन दे सकते हैं, थोड़ी गैप रख लूंगा। फिर यहाँ से मेरी शॉप से तकरीबन 2.5 किलोमीटर के आसपास कंझावला साइड में ही फिर उसने दोबारा यू टर्न लिया है राज सिंह मॉल के सामने से, और फिर भी मैं उससे 50-100 मीटर की दूरी बनाए हुआ था।
ये कितने समय के अंदर था दीपक? ये कितने समय के अंदर था?
ये मैम बस कंटिन्यू चलता ही रहा, उसने गाड़ी रोकी नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी कहीं भी गाड़ी उसने रोकी नहीं है। 20 से 25 की स्पीड उसकी मैक्सिमम रही है, उससे ज्यादा उसने गाड़ी को भगाया भी नहीं है। गाड़ी बिल्कुल स्ट्रेट चल रही थी और टेढ़ी मेढ़ी में नहीं चल रही थी। और जैसे पहली बार गाड़ी 3:18 पे आ रही है, आगे से यू टर्न के 3:30 पे आ रही है, और उसके बाद भी फिर तीसरी बार जो गाड़ी आ रही है वो तकरीबन 3:45 से 43-45 के आसपास मेरी दुकान से सामने से तीसरी बार गुजरी है। और तीसरी बार तब वो गुजरी तो मैं उसके पीछे स्कूटी पे था, मैंने अपनी स्कूटी, वो इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक है, मैंने साइड लगाई। मैं भाई इससे तो सर्दी भी है, इसको शक भी होगा तो ये गाड़ी भगा सकता है शायद। मैंने अपनी थोड़ी दूसरी गाड़ी थी, बलेरो गाड़ी लोडिंग वाली मेरी, मैंने उसमें बैठ के मैं चलो भाई, वो दूसरा भाई था, मैं चलो इसके पीछा करो, मैं इसके नीचे डेड बॉडी फंसी हुई है और मैं पुलिस टच में है, मैं इन्फॉर्मेशन देते रहेंगे, जैसे जैसे लोकेशन बताते रहेंगे। पुलिस मेरे साथ टच में ही थी स्टार्टिंग से लेके, जिस टाइम मैंने 3:18 देखी थी तो 23 मिनट से लेके 3:23 से लेके पुलिस मेरे टच में 5 बजे तक रही है मैम।
तो लेकिन एक बार भी दीपक उस समय में शायद 20-30 मिनट में
वहाँ से फिर
उतने समय में दिल्ली पुलिस वहाँ नहीं पहुँचा,
नहीं वहाँ स्पॉट पे कोई नहीं पहुँच पाया मैम।
It's a Mega India Today exclusive news break. Proof that Anjali wasn't alone on Scooty. Another angle now shows Anjali and friend on the Scooty. Around 1:45 a.m. is when Anjali and friend in fact left from the hotel and they're traveling. They seem to be traveling through an empty street. The 20-year-old was not alone on a Scooty. Anjali and pillion rider caught on CCTV camera. The two girls in fact left from a hotel after partying at about 1:45 a.m. We learnt that in fact later Anjali, in fact you see in the visuals as they left the hotel that it was the friend who was riding the Scooty and Anjali was riding pillion with her, but eventually what we learn is that Anjali decided to ride the Scooty and it was the friend who rode pillion with her. Look at these images. This is the second CCTV footage that we've accessed at the moment of the two girls riding on a Scooty and traveling through an empty, deserted street. My colleague Himanshu Mishra is now joining me live. Himanshu is in fact standing by outside the hotel from where we got you that first CCTV footage from where Anjali and her friend left that morning on January 1st at about 1:45 a.m. Himanshu, अगर आप वहाँ की तस्वीरें हमें बता सकते हैं कि उस होटल से वो कब निकली, क्या हो रहा था उस होटल में, कोई पार्टी चल रही थी, कितने लोग थे वहाँ पर मौजूद?
देखिए इस वक्त मैं रोहिणी सेक्टर 23 के उसी जगह पर मौजूद हूं जहां की वो सीसीटीवी हमारे सामने आई थी। ठीक इसी जगह से अंजलि अपने दोस्त के साथ आप कह सकती पहली तारीख की सुबह 1:45 पर यहां से वो निकलती है। पिंक उसने टी शर्ट पहन रखी, उसकी दोस्त उसके साथ है जिसने रेड कलर की टी शर्ट पहनी। दोनों यहां पहुंचती हैं ठीक इसी जगह पर जहां पर हम खड़े हैं और उसके बाद यहां से वो अपनी स्कूटी लेती हैं और उसके बाद घूम करके वो मेन रोड पर इस तरफ आ जाती है और यहां से वो आगे की तरफ चली जाती हैं। जब वो आगे की तरफ जाती हैं तो एक जो दूसरा सीसीटीवी है उसमें साफ नजर आ रहा है दोनों उस स्कूटी पे जा रही हैं। सबसे पहले जो स्कूटी थी वो अंजलि की दोस्त चला रही थी, लेकिन उसके बाद वो स्कूटी अंजलि की दोस्त से अंजलि ने खुद ले ली थी और उसके बाद वो अंजलि स्कूटी चलाने लगी। और यहां से जो सुल्तानपुरी का इलाका है, सुल्तानपुरी यहां से महज 5 मिनट का ही रास्ता है और जब वो सुल्तानपुरी की तरफ पहुंचते हैं तो वहां पर अंजलि की स्कूटी का एक्सीडेंट होता है और उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस इस लड़की तक तब पहुंचती है जब दिल्ली पुलिस इस रूट को ट्रेस करती है। जब दिल्ली पुलिस को स्कूटी, जब ये सारा मामला सामने आता है तो दिल्ली पुलिस ये पता लगाने की कोशिश करती है कि अंजलि कहां से निकली थी और तमाम जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज रात के एक्सीडेंट एफआईआर से साफ हो रहा है कि दिल्ली पुलिस को इस बात की जानकारी मिल गई थी कि एक्सीडेंट रात के 2 बजे है, तो वो कहां से निकली होगी। इस दौरान पुलिस ने तमाम जब सीसीटीवी फुटेज चेक किए तो इस लोकेशन से दिल्ली पुलिस को इंफॉर्मेशन मिली और उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने यहां से उस पूरे ट्रैक को, पूरे रूट को जब ट्रेस किया तब दिल्ली पुलिस को पता लगा कि अंजलि तो अकेली नहीं थी बल्कि कोई और लड़की भी उसके साथ थी जो स्कूटी शुरुआत में चला रही थी और उसके बाद अंजलि ने बाद में स्कूटी ली। तब पुलिस ने उस लड़की को ट्रेस किया और अब पुलिस आज उसका बयान दर्ज करेगी जो इस पूरे मामले में बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है। आपको हम लेकर के चलते हैं। देखिए ये वो जो होटल है वो यही होटल है जहां से वो लड़की उस दिन निकली थी, लेकिन जब हमने यहां पर लोगों से बात की, जो होटल के मैनेजर हैं, उन्होंने किसी भी तरीके की इंफॉर्मेशन होने से साफ इनकार कर दिया। उनका कहना है कि उन्हें इस बारे में कोई जानकारी नहीं है, जो मैनेजर यहां पर हैं, और उसके बाद वो अंदर चल, उनका कहना था कि कोई जानकारी उनको नहीं है कि क्या ये चल रहा है। हालांकि पुलिस यहां पर पहुंची थी, जो आसपास के तमाम जो होटल्स हैं वहां पर पुलिस की टीम पहुंची थी, और पुलिस ने इन तमाम जगहों के जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज के जो डीवीआर हैं वो सारी पुलिस ने सीज कर ली हैं, ताकि जो तमाम जो रास्ते हैं, जो सारी चीजें हैं, उनको पुलिस ट्रेस कर सके, ट्रैक कर सके, और एक एक इंफॉर्मेशन पुलिस यहां से निकाल सके। पॉलमी
जी हिमांशु, तो आप कह रहे हैं कि वहां के आसपास की सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो है, डीवीआर जो है, वो पुलिस जब्त कर चुकी है। क्या मैनेजर और दूसरे जो लोग शायद उस दिन वहां पर, उस रात वहां मौजूद थे, उनसे पूछताछ हुई है?
देखिए, अभी तो पुलिस को कल रात जब ये पता लगा, ट्रैक करते हुए पुलिस ट्रेस करते हुए इस होटल तक, इस जगह तक पहुंची, तो उसके बाद फिर पुलिस ने आगे इस मामले में जांच शुरू की, और फिर पुलिस को पता लगा कि अंजलि अकेले नहीं थी। अंजलि के साथ एक दोस्त थी, जो कि बेहद महत्वपूर्ण इस पूरे मामले में आई विटनेस है, चश्मदीद है, क्योंकि वो अंजलि के साथ थी। एक्सीडेंट कैसे हुआ, वो कहां पर गिरी, अंजलि कहां पर गिरी, ये तमाम चीजें अंजलि के दोस्त के जरिए दिल्ली पुलिस को अब एकदम साफ तरीके से पता लग जाएंगी। लेकिन कितने बजे वो किस रूट से गई, उसने कौन सी सड़क ली, कहां पर उसने स्कूटी चेंज की, ये सारी जानकारी के लिए दिल्ली पुलिस अब एहतियातन कोई भी कदम छोड़ नहीं रही, कोई भी एंगल छोड़ नहीं रही, और इसलिए यहां के आसपास के जो तमाम सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं उन सब के फुटेज पुलिस जब्त कर रही है, ताकि जब पुलिस इस केस को तैयार करे तो ये तमाम जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज है वो उनके काम आ सके, वो उनकी मदद कर सके जांच में। इसके अलावा दिल्ली पुलिस को आज जो दो महत्वपूर्ण आज जो इवेंट होने हैं, जो दिल्ली पुलिस को आज जो जिनसे उम्मीद है कि उनकी मदद मिलेगी, उसमें एक जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है वो है पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट और एफएसएल रिपोर्ट, क्योंकि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट से न सिर्फ कॉज ऑफ डेथ एस्टैब्लिश हो जाएगा, बल्कि किसी तरीके का कोई सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट हुआ था या नहीं हुआ था, ये भी चीज पुलिस के सामने आ जाएगी। वहीं दूसरी तरफ एफएसएल रिपोर्ट ये एस्टैब्लिश कर देगा कि एक्सीडेंट किस कंडीशन में हुआ था, और जो चोट लगी है अंजलि को, दोस्त को जो हल्की है, वो कहां गिरी थी, किस तरीके से अंजलि की दोस्त गिरी थी। अब अंजलि के दोस्त का जो बयान दर्ज जब पुलिस कर लेगी, तो उस बयान के आधार पर पुलिस इस पूरे क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट कर सकती है, एक्सीडेंट को, कि किस तरीके से अंजलि उसमें फंसी होगी, और उसके बाद कैसे वो घसीटते हुए वो कार जो है उसको ले गई, और क्या सच में जिस तरीके की बातें पूछताछ में आई है कि कार वालों को पता ही नहीं लगा कि नीचे गाड़ी की एक लड़की, क्योंकि आप देखिए जरा सा भी अगर खुद आवाज आती है तो जो कार चला रहा होता है उसको इस बात की जानकारी मिल जाती है। अगर नीचे पूरी की पूरी एक लड़की फंसी है जो चीख रही है, बगल से लोग बता रहे हैं, पीसीआर कॉल कर रहे हैं, तो आखिर किस तरीके से वो गाड़ी चला रहा था कि उसको भनक तक नहीं लगी। पुलिस इस बात की भी जांच करेगी, और जो लोग जो आई विटनेसेस थे, जिन्होंने दिल्ली पुलिस को कॉल करके जानकारी दी, पुलिस उनके भी स्टेटमेंट दर्ज करेगी, और उसके बाद इस केस को इन्वेस्टिगेशन को पुलिस आगे बढ़ाएगी। अब इस पूरे मामले की जांच जो स्पेशल कमिश्नर है ईओडब्ल्यू की शालिनी सिंह, उनके अंडर में है, वो इस पूरी जांच को देख रही हैं, जो कि
So that report of course is also awaited, because Shalini Singh, Special Commissioner Delhi Police, has to report back to the Union Home Ministry as to what exactly happened in this case and where is the case and its investigation headed. Himanshu, thank you so much for bringing us that exclusive report from outside the hotel where in fact Anjali and her friend departed from on that ill-fated night. Now CCTV images of the 5 accused in the Kanjhawala in fact girl accident case have come to fore. The girl was dragged under the car for several kilometers on New Year's night. According to the FIR, crucial information about the accused has come to the fore. Take a look at this report.
Her last ride. Hit, dragged underneath a car for several kilometers. A 23-year-old woman in Delhi died before the dawn of the new year. Meet the suspects who pulled her with the Baleno. 26-year-old Deepak Khanna, 27-year-old Krishan, 26-year-old Mithun, 25-year-old Amit Khanna, and 27-year-old Manoj Mittal.
जो 5 एक्यूज्ड हैं इनकी 3 दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी मिली है जो फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे। उस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के आधार पर जो भी नए तथ्य आएंगे और जो फॉरेंसिक टीम्स और लीगल टीम्स हैं उनके असिस्टेंस के बाद जो पुलिस अपना काम है पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन जल्दी से जल्दी कंप्लीट करेगी और सारे एविडेंस के आधार पर एविडेंस कलेक्ट करने के बाद हम जो अभियुक्त हैं उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाएंगे।
According to the first information report of the horror hit and run in the Sultanpuri area of the northwest Delhi, Deepak Khanna drove the car with Manoj Mittal on the passenger seat in the front. The 3 others sat in the rear seat. According to the FIR, Deepak and Amit Khanna borrowed the Baleno from a friend on 31st December, 7 p.m. They left the car back with a friend at 5 a.m. the next day, with all the telltale signs of an accident. According to the FIR, the Khanna suspects told their friend that they were drunk, were aware that they had hit a woman on a Scooty, and when they found the victim stuck underneath the car several kilometers away, they left her on the road and fled the scene. A fellow road user knocked down, hooked under the chassis, dragged for miles, dislodged and left to die. Or maybe she was already dead. A gruesome start to the new year in the national capital. With Shreya Chatterjee and Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Politics over Delhi's road accident horror continues. The Aam Aadmi Party has launched a scathing attack at the BJP and the Delhi Lieutenant Governor over the death of the woman who was dragged for kilometres on road in the national capital. Hitting out at the BJP, AAP MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj alleged that the accused were being shielded as one of them was a Delhi BJP functionary. He also alleged that the accused were booked under lighter IPC sections because of their affiliation with the BJP. Attacking the Delhi Lieutenant Governor, Saurabh Bhardwaj alleged that LG VK Saxena was enjoying a boat ride despite the grave incident. Meanwhile, the office of Delhi LG has responded sharply to the allegations made by the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, claiming that the LG was inspecting the Najafgarh drain during the day on the 31st of December. The LG said that he has been at the helm ever since the case came to light. Taking a dig at Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's recent holidays, the Delhi LG said that what decisions he took are far more important than the AAP convener's incommunicado holidays for 8 days. Earlier, Delhi LG met with Delhi Police Commissioner on Monday, and took stock of the developments in the unfortunate Kanjhawala incident.
Deliberate lax attitude and a conspiracy to save the accused. And what is LG doing? Whole day yesterday, this news was being reported in the television channels, including your channel. What was LG doing? LG was sailing a boat. LG should have been at the DCP office. LG should have been at the crime scene. If you expect LG is going to a Ren Basera, and if there is no blanket, he is firing the CEO of DUSIP because it is a Delhi government's thing. And here is a scenario where your DCP is shielding the accused, and you have still not, sacked the DCP. You have taken no action against the SHO. That means LG is also part of this connivance. He is also party to the fact that a BJP leader is being shielded. So he cannot take action against the police officers.
My colleague Amit Bhardwaj is now joining me over the phone line. It's an ugly war of words between the BJP, the Delhi LG's office and the Aam Aadmi Party. Unfortunately, a girl has lost her life and women in the national capital, meanwhile, are feeling very unsafe, Amit.
Absolutely true, Paulini. In fact, yesterday, the way Aam Aadmi Party is throwing their guns at Lieutenant Governor Vijay Kumar Saxena, it was very apparent that this chapter is going to get ugly. First, we saw Saurabh Bhardwaj putting the responsibility on VK Saxena, asking that he should be removed from the post. and that the law and order situation in the national capital is deteriorating. And after that, we saw Aam Aadmi Party workers, MLAs, councillors staging a dharna and protest right outside the LG Secretariat in the national capital, in which the Delhi police has used force to remove them. Water cannons were used to disperse the crowd. And late in the evening, the LG office sources also responded to the way Aam Aadmi Party has been targeting Vijay Kumar Saxena throughout the day. And in fact, so much so, in its response, the sources within the LG office said that LG VK Saxena has been, on the ground working around the clock, even on 31st and 1st of January. And in fact, he said the sources within the LG office said that he was constantly in touch with the Delhi senior police officials, including the CP, as soon as he got to know about the Kanjhawala incident. And in that note, which has been shared by the LG office sources, they have said that instead look at how Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has responded to the entire incident with just a customary 2-line tweet. So, it's a clear-cut, ugly war of words between the LG office and the Aam Aadmi Party, and the political entities are clearly training guns at each other on the other side. The public sentiment polemic seems to be completely different, where you have anger pouring in, and we have seen visuals coming from Sultanpuri, Majra area, where the protests have happened as well. And as you mentioned, there's a sense of insecurity, there's a sense of whether around safety as far as the women population in the national capital is concerned. This is also posing a big challenge for Delhi police to reassure the residents of the national capital that the situation in the national capital is under control. And we have also seen, Polemy, that the Union Home Ministry has also taken a note of the situation. They have already ordered an inquiry into the matter, and Special CP Delhi Police Shalini Singh has been also given the responsibility of filing a complete report into the matter and give it back to the Union Home Ministry. Back to you, Polemy.
Right. Amit, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. We're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, another Pakistan terror bid foiled. Details on the other side of this break.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Being kind doesn't cost a thing, and these chaat and chai vendors in Raipur are here to prove it. With a meager monthly earning from the shop, barely enough to fill own bellies, they help specially abled people by funding their weddings. For Ram Sahu, the idea stemmed from being raised by a challenged mother.
जो विकलांग होते हैं उनके बहुत कम लोग सुनते हैं, जिससे दर दर की ठोकरें खाना पड़ता है। तो जब हम बड़े हुए धीरे धीरे करके, तो जब कुछ काम धाम किए तो अपने को लगा कि थोड़ा सा महसूस तो करें कि भाई माँ तो जो बताई वो बताई, लेकिन खुद तो महसूस करें। अब उनको शादी ब्याह, भाई जाहिर सी बात है, मनुष्य तन पाए हैं तो उनको भी एक जीवन साथी की आवश्यकता है।
This initiative that began in 2013 has more than 100 beneficiaries across Chhattisgarh. Bharti and Bhojraj Sahu are one such couple who now contribute to this cause.
मैं और मेरे पति मिलकर हर एक छोटे चीज़ को हर दिव्यांग भाई बहन को पहुंचाने की कोशिश करूंगी। जितने भी मेरे आवाज़ को सुन रहे होंगे भाई बहन या शासन, उन सबको मैं अनुरोध करूंगी कि हमारे दिव्यांग साथियों को जितना हो सके शासन का भरपूर लाभ दे और उन सब का आर्थिक स्थिति को सुधारने की अनुरोध करूंगी।
The act of kindness, where the givers and takers both are from economic weaker sections, is not an easy task for them. From looking after their own needs to helping people out there. This inspiring story has certainly taught all of us that if you can be anything, choose to be kind. Bureau Report, India Today.
News coming in right now. Another Pakistan terror bid foiled. Pak intruder shot dead by troops. BSF neutralizes terrorists in Amritsar. That's the latest that's coming in from Amritsar at the moment. A Pak terror bid foiled by our alert security forces. BSF has in fact neutralized a terrorist in Amritsar. The intruder shot dead by our troops. My colleague Manjeet Sehgal is joining me over the phone line right now. Manjeet, give us more details about this incident in Amritsar.
Well, Palomi, it was early morning today when this intruder believed to be a drug smuggler was trying to enter into the Indian side when he was challenged by the BSF Jawans who were on duty at BOP Channa under Ajnala Sub-Tehsil of Amritsar. He did not stop. Then the BSF Jawans fired at him and he was shot dead. A gun can also be seen by the side of his dead body. More details are awaited as BSF officers were trying to find out who was this person, what was his identity and what was his motive to enter into the Indian soil. But initial reports said he was a drug smuggler. Follow me.
Okay. Manjeet, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. So that is what Manjeet is telling us. This was a drug smuggler who in fact was intercepted by our alert security forces. He was trying to intrude into Indian territory. It is when the BSF neutralized him. Now, after twin attacks in Jammu's Rajouri, Pakistan Army and ISI continues terror bid in Jammu and Kashmir. Sources have told India Today terrorists are planning targeted killings. 4 terror launch pads have been set up in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Over 20 to 30 terrorists have flocked these launch pads. Pakistan has a plan to infiltrate through the forward defense location Jabbar on the LOC in front of Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, according to intelligence sources, ISI and Pakistan Army are interested in infiltrating terrorists from the Rajouri sector. Pakistan Army and ISI have made 4 big launch pads in front of the Rajouri sector of Jammu and Kashmir in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. About 25 to 30 terrorists have gathered in this area, is what our intelligence sources have learned. So Pakistan continuing to make attempts to infiltrate into India and in fact target civilians, minorities in Jammu and Kashmir. Shifting focus now, the former Chief Minister of Punjab, Charanjit Singh Channi, is under Vigilance Bureau's radar against a corruption complaint regarding alleged diversion of funds from the state government's event to his family function. Meanwhile, politics has escalated as Channi's political rivals have gone all guns blazing at him. Here's a report.
Trouble mounts for Charanjit Singh Channi. The former Punjab Chief Minister is facing grave charges of corruption. The State Vigilance Bureau has intensified the probe against Channi on the basis of a complaint alleging diversion of 1.47 crore rupees to pay for his son's wedding. An activist has cited information accessed under ITI to say inflated bills were presented in connection with the inauguration of the Dastane-e-Shahadat theme park in November 2021. The complainant has alleged that the rates quoted in the bills for setting up stage and entertainment of guests were allegedly 20 to 100 times higher than the market rates. The RT activist says that a single teacup and a single lunch pack were supplied at 2,000 rupees each. Channi also faces allegations of spending huge amounts on entertaining guests during his 3 months as Chief Minister. RTI activist Ashwani Chawla has alleged that Channi spent over 38 lakh rupees on guests. Channi has called the charges a witch hunt.
बिना मतलब दे एक बदनामी देण वास्ते और ऐसी घिनौनी इल्जाम लगाए है ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਸੋਚ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਚਮਕੌਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਫੰਕਸ਼ਨ ਚੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਵਿਆਹ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਰ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਵਿਜੀਲੈਂਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਦ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਤਰਿਆ ਉਦੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਤਿਆਰੀਆਂ ਆਰੰਭੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਫੜਨਾ ਹੈ
Channi's political rivals claim that the rot runs deep.
ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਚੰਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਚਾਹ ਪਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਖਰਚਾ ਹੀ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਜੀ ਹਜੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਟੁੱਟਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਣਾ 1 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਖਾਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਲਿਆ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਜ਼ਾਨੇ 'ਚ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਖਜ਼ਾਨੇ ਦਾ ਮੂੰਹ पब्लिक वाल खोले जाऊगा
थारो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होनी चाहिए जब एलिगेशन लग गया और सीएम हाउस के ऊपर लग गया बहुत बड़ी बात है सीएम हाउस दूसरों को क्या बोलेगा अपना हाउस तो ऑर्डर पे पहले करो ना किसकी भी गलती है चाहे हॉर्टिकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट की है चाहे किसी स्टाफ अफसर की है जहाँ किसी चीफ मिनिस्टर की है अब तय करो बताओ लोगों को क्या बात हुई
With Charanjit Singh Channi on the vigilance radar, the Congress is facing a big credible crisis in Punjab. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, a BTech graduate in Nagar Malwa leaves his job to start a dairy farm. More details on the other side.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Our good news today is from Madhya Pradesh. A young B.Tech graduate in Agarmalwa left his job to start a dairy farm. Anil Patidar now runs a thriving business. Here's the report.
A B.Tech graduate in Madhya Pradesh is scripting a success story in dairy farming. Anil Patidar from Modi village, located 45 kilometers away from Agarmalwa district headquarters, chose to stay close to his roots and started his dairy in 2018.
मैंने सन 2014 में बीटेक किया है आरजीपी यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल से, और आज मेरे पास, मैंने सोचा पहले कि जॉब में तो खुद का बिजनेस रहेगा नहीं, दूसरों के अंडर में काम करना पड़ेगा। मैंने डेयरी फार्म स्टार्ट किया। 8 गायों से मैंने शुरुआत की और आज मेरे पास 100 से 105 गायें हैं।
From cutting fodder to milking cows, Patidar relies on machines to manage his business. The venture that started with 4 cows now has more than 100. The business, he claims, is making big profit.
मेरे पास 600 से 700 लीटर दूध पर डे का रहता है।
कितना होता है आमदनी क्या?
अब इसमें सर 60-40 का रेशियो रहता है। मान लो जैसे कि 600 लीटर दूध है, 40 रुपए लीटर के हिसाब से जोड़ा अपन ने, तो 24,000 का दूध हुआ। तो इसमें 60% मेरी इनकम है और 40% मेरा। हाँ।
Patidar claims one of the reasons to start his own dairy was to supply unadulterated milk. He claims many in the region are following his footsteps. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. Raymond Techno, unrestrict yourself.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we are tracking at the top of this hour. CCTV images reveal that 20-year-old Anjali was not alone on Scooty. Images show Anjali riding pillion to her friend after, in fact, leaving from a hotel in the wee hours of January 1st morning. India Today accesses Delhi horror FIR. Car lender's startling testimony. In FIR, suspects were drunk while driving. War of words between Delhi LG and Aam Aadmi Party over Delhi horror. Delhi LG's holiday taunt at Kejriwal says he was working. Where was Kejriwal? Corruption charge against former Punjab Chief Minister Channi. 1.4 crore rupees misappropriation charge against Channi. Did Channi divert fund for son's marriage? Days after its launch, Howrah-bound Vande Bharat Express attacked, doors and windows shattered after stone pelting on train. It's a mega India Today exclusive news break. Delhi hotel manager has in fact spoken to India Today. Anjali and friend, he says, left hotel at about 1:45 a.m. CCTV proof that Anjali was not alone. Cops are grilling friends who were present in the hotel along with Anjali and her pillion rider friend. The manager has said that both girls came in on New Year's Eve. They had a fight, he claims, around 1 a.m. that morning. Two boys came into the hotel at midnight.
कल शाम को आए थे 6:30 बजे करीबन।
6:30 बजे। तो क्या कितने लोग रहे होंगे पुलिस के?
तो अंदाजन ऊपर तो 7-8 जन थे।
7-8 डीसीपी साहब भी आए थे? जी थे। तो उन्होंने क्या किया? पूरा डीवीआर ले गए?
डीवीआर, रजिस्टर और आईडी
सब कुछ ले गए। और सिर्फ आप ही का कि आसपास के और भी होटल थे?
मेरे को तो मेरा ही पता है जी, बाद में कहानी।
तो आप अंजलि को जानते हैं जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ?
नहीं सर, मैं अभी नया ही ज्वाइन किया हूँ। एक्सीडेंट के बारे में कल ही उसके बाद ही हमने सर्च किया था क्या है क्या नहीं, क्योंकि हम तो ड्यूटी पे रहते हैं।
अच्छा, तो पुलिस के जरिए क्या आपको पता लगा कि अंजलि?
नहीं, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया।
बस वो सीज कर,
उन्होंने बस आया कि एक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, ये है वो है, रजिस्टर देखा, फिर आईडी ली और चले गए।
My colleague Rahul Gautam is now joining me live from the victim's residence. Rahul, now it's coming to the fore that there was another girl who was riding pillion with Anjali on that ill-fated night. What are the family members saying? Do they know the friend? Has she spoken with them thus far?
Well, the family is in mourning state given the fact that they have just lost their sole breadwinner. However, as I was telling earlier also, they are alleging that it's a larger conspiracy and there was some sort of sexual assault also that took place on that ill-fated night. I'll just show you some visuals here. You can see this is the residence of a victim here, and the family is sitting just outside their house and obviously meeting people who are coming here to offer their condolences. As far as that friend is concerned, the police is, what we are learning from our sources, would be recording her statement and then would be producing that statement before the competent court. Now, that crucial eyewitness is certainly going to help police connect the dots as to what really happened. And what actually led to this unfortunate incident. What we can clearly establish is, from that CCTV footage is that there was two, girls They were riding their scooty and they were present, when this incident happened. Now, police would also try to establish that whether there is some sort of verbal abuse verbal exchange between victim and the 5 occupants of that particular car, whether there's some sort of a tiff between the two. And also, why this girl didn't inform police about this incident, because had she informed police, post this accident, the girl could have survived. But obviously, all these things are now under the police investigation, and police would certainly be looking, if this actually was a deliberate act. Because as of now, the 5 occupants have already admitted to the fact that they did hit the scooty of the victim, but they are not admitting the fact that, or they are saying that they were not aware that this woman's body got trapped under the car. So there are clearly too much of sketchy details as of now, and therefore you can expect that around 12 p.m. when Delhi police is going to organize this press conference, going to address media persons, at that point of time we would be having a more clearer picture. But as we speak, it seems that mystery is shrouding this incident, because the family is certainly not satisfied with the ongoing investigation, and they are saying that the police is not cooperating with them, and in fact they are trying to weaken their case. So obviously it would be a tough challenge before Delhi police to take the family also into the confidence.
That's right. Of course, it has been taken cognizance of at the highest level, this entire case and incident, because it has obviously shocked everyone across the national capital. On that report, which the Special Commissioner Shalini Singh, Rahul, has to submit to the Home Ministry, what do we know so far? Because we do know that she, in fact, visited the accident site last evening, early this morning.
Well, yesterday a FSL team also reached the spot, and obviously they tried to gather forensic evidence from that particular spot. The FSL team also examined the car and the scooty of the victim. Shalini Singh's report, what we are learning from our sources, is likely to be submitted after the press conference of Delhi police. Now, in fact, until unless police is sure about the exact timeline as to what really happened, at what time, victim left from that particular, party, at what time a scooty was hit by a Baleno car, for how many kilometers and from how many minutes or hours, these accused dragged women's body. All these things, exact timeline in a proper order would be shared with media persons. This is what we are learning. And once this happens, you can expect that then only the report would be submitted with the Home Ministry. There's immense pressure from LG's office and from Home Minister's office on Delhi police to conclude the investigation and put facts before the public domain, because obviously this has taken the sense from citizens of national capital of security, because there were many people who were out there on 31st, and something happening like this on the streets of the national capital for 10 to 12 kilometers, a woman's body was dragged. Not a single person detected this car. This car goes on for
absolutely, and
almost
hence
for,
the anguish and the anger of the family seems justified, because why didn't any police, any PCR van spot this body which was being dragged around by a Baleno car for 10 to 12 kilometers at the very least? Rahul, thank you so much for joining us with those details. In fact, a new twist has come to the fore in the Delhi New Year horror case. When the police traced the route of the deceased Anjali, they found out that she was not alone on the scooty that night. Anjali was riding along with her friend, and both of them met with the accident which has been reported about. Now, while her friend sustained minor injuries and ran away from the accident spot, Anjali's leg got stuck in the accused car axle, and when that happened, she was dragged around for some time. Delhi police has recorded Anjali's friend's statement, who in fact will later be produced before a district magistrate to officially record her statement as well under section 164. Now, as the probe intensifies in the ghastly death of a 20-year-old girl, all 5 accused have been sent to 3 days police remand. The post-mortem report of Anjali is also expected to be out today. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah has directed Delhi Police's Special Commissioner Shalini Singh to take over the probe and submit a report of the case immediately. India Today has accessed the FIR, which mentions that 2 out of the 5 accused admit to being drunk and that the accused were aware that they've hit a girl on a scooty.
अगर हमारी जब तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट नहीं आती हम क्रिमेशन नहीं करेंगे, तो स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट पे उन्होंने कहा कि कल तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दे देंगे। कितने बजे तक? कल, अब ये डिपेंड उन पे है, मुझे लगता है आफ्टरनून तक मिल जानी चाहिए।
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद
जी 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 नहीं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही हम बॉडी लेंगे।
जब तक हमारे को रिपोर्ट नहीं आएगी हम बॉडी नहीं लेंगे। और सर, जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर थे उनने हमें फोटो दिखाए, मुझे लगता है वो फोटो कभी मीडिया में नहीं आ पाएंगे। मैंने अपनी आंखों से वो देखे और मेरी आंखों में आंसू हैं। मतलब आप मान के चलिए, ऐसी दर्दनाक मौत भारत के क्या मतलब दुनिया के इतिहास में किसी की नहीं हुई होगी।
Mr. Ellen Rao, former DCP Special Cell Delhi Police, is joining us live this morning. Mr. Rao, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Whatever details so far that you've heard so far about the case, sir, where do you think the lapses have been, especially given that there are so many questions that are being raised about a girl's body being dragged around by a Baleno car in the wee hours of the morning for 10 to 12 kilometers, possibly about at least 3 police jurisdictions, 3 thanas being crossed during this time, but nobody seems to see the girl.
Yes, ma'am. This is an unfortunate incident in which the police presence is not seen on the all route of about 10 kilometers, as you rightly said that now. But important witness, that is eyewitness of this incident, has, I think, been traced by the police, and with all efforts of the police investigating officer, that the prime witness of this incident has been traced so far. And her statement is being recorded by the police, and maybe also before the magistrate, her statement will be recorded, and that will be a crucial witness in this entire incident, and that will unveil all these speculations till now, which has been explained by the public or by the media and everything. Now, the most important point in this case is that the only saying by the accused, that the confession of the accused, that they could not notice that that accident and somebody was taken against their car. That is not at all believable, and it is not humanly possible that anything which struck with a car and they are the driver of the car and the inmates of the car are not aware of it. That is not acceptable at all. And only this fact that they were in the knowledge that somebody has hit, and probably they might have seen the scooty striking against the car, and that it was their moral duty to stop the car immediately, and to see that whether was there any body or any person has been hit by their car, and that if that person was injured, their prime duty was to take them to the hospital. Not doing this, that amounts to that they were in the knowledge of this thing, and then dragging that dead body to the long distance. That shows that knowledge, that they have knowledge that by doing all these things they are about to kill someone, and that finally that victim was killed in this case. So now the investigation is being carried out by the supervised by the senior officers. That Salini Singh, Special CP, is a very competent officer, and I think the fact-finding inquiry, which will be revealed during her inquiry, that every allegations against the police will be probed very sincerely and thoroughly, and a reply to all these allegations will be available to the media and to the general public in this very serious case which happened on the first day of this year. Very unfortunate case that only earning member of the family, poor family, has lost her life because of the such a gruesome act of these 5 persons.
Absolutely, an absolutely unfortunate and tragic incident. Mr. Rao, it's a very crucial point that you're mentioning. You're saying that it's absolutely impossible that the accused couldn't have known that there was a body stuck under the car, and they were dragging that around for about 10 to 12 kilometers, because one of the eyewitnesses who spoke exclusively to India Today as well, sir, said categorically that they were driving at a speed of about 20 to 25 kilometers per hour. That was his estimate. That's how slow they were driving, and they seemed to be going around in circles because they crossed his dairy shop at least 4 times within minutes. So clearly they knew that there was something stuck under the car, a body possibly, and they were trying to get rid of it.
Yes, that is also possible because driving a car at 20 kilometers per hour, it itself shows that they were searching a place, or they were thinking that definitely they were known that the body was stuck up there, because according to them, their car stuck against the Scooty, and which was driven by a female. Then definitely they were in the knowledge that somebody, not anything, but only the body of a person is lying in there below the car. And they were driving so slowly because they wanted that in any manner, because it might have been stuck against the axle of this car, and it was not humanly possible for them also to remove it. They wanted that during then some jerks of the car, the body itself fell down, and it happened finally. And the prime witness also, Deepak, as it's corroborated that thing, the body was being taken under the car, and it was finally thrown away by the driving car by the slowly, and then they might have sped away that car to escape themselves, that they will not be caught. But finally, with the efforts of police, when the number were given to the police, they traced out the owner of the car, and the very swift action was taken by the police, and all the 5 persons were rounded up very quickly. But only the version of these 5 persons was believed by the police investigating officers in the beginning, and that is only main reason that this case was registered under section 304A IPC initially, which was not quite correct procedure to register an FIR.
Okay.
Seeing all these facts and circumstances, initially the case should have been registered under section 304, which is IPC, and which is a culpable homicide not amounting to murder.
Right.
It contains maximum punishment. Part 1 of 304A, 304 Part 1 IPC, maximum punishment is life imprisonment, and Part 2 maximum punishment is 10
That's
years.
a very critical point that you're making. Another lapse by the Delhi police, that they believe the word of the 5 accused in this case, took it at face value, in fact imposed lighter sections of the IPC 304A, as you say, eventually of course changing that to IPC section 304, culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Another major lapse that the Delhi police has to answer for. Mr. Rao, thank you so much for joining us this morning on India Today, giving us a sense of what you think possibly happened and where the lapses were. Now, India Today spoke to the eyewitness Deepak, who saw the accused vehicle dragging the body of Anjali and then informed the police. Listen in.
Now, there's a lot of back and forth over exactly what happened. To set the record straight here, we have joining us this evening on India Today an eyewitness of that crime. Deepak is joining us here on India Today. Deepak जी, पहले हमको ये बताइए कि आप कहाँ पे थे और आपने क्या देखा?
प्रेजेंट टाइम में मुझे नहीं पता था कि मेरा भाई लाइव चला, क्योंकि
मैं लाडपुर में मेरी शॉप है, ये
हम रोज मिलते हैं अपने भाई के साथ, बस खुदा न
जैसे उस टाइम मैंने 3:18 में मैंने अपनी शॉप खोली थी, तभी जैसे गाड़ी आने की आवाज़ आई। उसमें गाड़ी में जैसे टायर फटने की आवाज़ होती है ना, फटने के बाद जो गाड़ी चलती है, जो आवाज़ करती है, वो आवाज़ मैं महसूस कर रहा था। तकरीबन मेरे से 50 से 100 मीटर पे गाड़ी थी वो। जैसे मैंने गाड़ी की तरफ पूरा फोकस किया था, मैं देख रहा था कि वो अकेली ही गाड़ी आ रही थी। उस टाइम मैंने देखा तो गाड़ी के नीचे बिल्कुल सामने आने के बाद नीचे दिखाई दे रहा है कि उसके नीचे डेड बॉडी फंसी हुई है कोई। वहाँ यार ये तो बहुत गलत है, डेड बॉडी फंसी, ये कैसे हो गया वहाँ यार। चलो फिर वो शायद सामने सूदी निकल गई। मैंने 3:20 पे फिर अपने 112 नंबर डायल किया, तब जाके मैम ने पूछा क्या बात है। मैम ऐसे ऐसे है, कोई गाड़ी है, बलेनो गाड़ी है ग्रे कलर में, और उसके नीचे कोई डेड बॉडी फंसी हुई है। या तो उसको पता ही नहीं है अब तक, जिस टाइम तक मैंने पहली बार देखा, या तो उसको पता नहीं है, पता है तो वो चल भी स्लो रहा है, बिल्कुल 20 से 25 की स्पीड में, और वो कंझावला से कुतुबगढ़ साइड जा रहा मैम।
तो आप एक बार देखे थे दीपक जी या 2-3 बार? क्योंकि फुटेज में ऐसे यूटर्न लेकर जा रहा था। क्या आपने एक बार देखा था या 2-3 बार ऐसे रूट पे गया था?
नहीं मैम, मैंने वो मेरी दुकान के सामने से 4 बार गुजरी है मैम।
4 बार गए थे?
मेरी दुकान के सामने से 4 बार गुजरी है वो। पहले, हाँ जी, पहले वो कुतुबगढ़ साइड गए, वहाँ से वो तकरीबन 10 मिनट के बाद गाड़ी को यू टर्न करके फिर से मेरी दुकान के सामने से गुजार रहे थे, तभी मैंने उसके बीच जैसे प्रशासन से अपनी बात हो चुकी थी, अपने जो PCR वाले थे वो मेरे से टच में थे, मैंने तभी उनके दोबारा कॉल किया, माँ जनाब गाड़ी तो माँ दोबारा हमारी दुकान के सामने से गुजर रही है, अब कंझावला साइड जा रही है। बोला ठीक है हम पहुंच रहे हैं अभी के अभी। माँ ठीक है जनाब। मैं फिर स्कूटी उठा के थोड़ी हिम्मत जुटा के मैंने उसका पीछा करने की कोशिश की। माँ चलो लोकेशन देंगे, बाकी गाड़ी में 3-4 बंदे मैंने शो कर लिए थे, माँ बंदे बहुत हैं, बाकी माँ चलो जैसे तैसे करके मैं लोकेशन दे सकते हैं, थोड़ी गैप रख लूँगा। फिर यहाँ से मेरी शॉप से तकरीबन 2.5 किलोमीटर के आसपास कंझावला साइड में ही फिर उसने दोबारा यू टर्न लिया है राज सिंह मॉल के सामने से, और फिर भी मैं उससे 50-100 मीटर की दूरी बनाए हुआ था।
ये कितने समय के अंदर था दीपक, ये कितने समय के अंदर था?
ये मैम बस कंटिन्यू चलता ही रहा, उसने गाड़ी रोकी नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी कहीं भी गाड़ी उसने रोकी नहीं है। 20 से 25 की स्पीड उसकी मैक्सिमम रही है, उससे ज्यादा उसने गाड़ी को भगाया भी नहीं है। गाड़ी बिल्कुल स्ट्रेट चल रही थी और टेढ़ी मेढ़ी भी नहीं चल रही थी। और जैसे पहली बार गाड़ी 3:18 पे आ रही है, आगे से यू टर्न के 3:30 पे आ रही है, और उसके बाद भी फिर तीसरी बार जो गाड़ी आ रही है वो तकरीबन 3:45 से 43-45 के आसपास मेरी दुकान से सामने से तीसरी बार गुजरी है। और तीसरी बार तब वो गुजरी तो मैं उसके पीछे स्कूटी पे था, मैंने अपनी स्कूटी, वो इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक है, मैंने साइड लगाई। मैं भाई इससे तो सर्दी भी है, इसको शक भी होगा तो ये गाड़ी भगा सकता है शायद। मैंने अपनी थोड़ी दूसरी गाड़ी थी, बलेरो गाड़ी लोडिंग वाली मेरी, मैंने उसमें बैठ के मैं चलो भाई वो दूसरा भाई था, मैं चलो इसके पीछा करो, मैं इसके नीचे डेड बॉडी फंसी हुई है और माँ पुलिस टच में है, माँ इन्फॉर्मेशन देते रहेंगे, जैसे जैसे लोकेशन बताते रहेंगे। पुलिस मेरे साथ टच में थी स्टार्टिंग से लेके, जिस टाइम मैंने 3:18 बजे देखी थी तो 23 मिनट से लेके 3:23 से लेके पुलिस मेरे टच में 5 बजे तक रही है मैम।
तो नहीं, लेकिन एक बार भी दीपक उस समय में शायद 20-30 मिनट में
वहाँ से फिर
उतने समय में दिल्ली पुलिस वहाँ नहीं पहुँचा।
नहीं, वहाँ स्पॉट पे कोई नहीं पहुँच पाया मैम।
Now, CCTV images of the 5 accused in the Kanjhawala girl accident case have come to fore. The girl was dragged under the car for several kilometers on New Year's night. According to the FIR, crucial information about the accused has come to the fore. Take a look at this report.
Her last ride. Hit, dragged underneath a car for several kilometers. A 23-year-old woman in Delhi died before the dawn of the new year. Meet the suspects who pulled her with the Baleno. 26-year-old Deepak Khanna, 27-year-old Krishan, 26-year-old Mithun, 25-year-old Amit Khanna, and 27-year-old मनोज मित्तल।
जो 5 एक्यूज्ड हैं, इनकी 3 दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी मिली है, जो फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे। उस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के आधार पर जो भी नए तथ्य आएंगे और जो फॉरेंसिक टीम्स और लीगल टीम्स हैं उनके असिस्टेंस के बाद जो पुलिस अपना काम है, पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन जल्दी से जल्दी कंप्लीट करेगी और सारे एविडेंस के आधार पर एविडेंस कलेक्ट करने के बाद हम जो अभियुक्त हैं उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाएंगे।
According to the first information report of the horror hit and run in the Sultanpuri area of the northwest Delhi, Deepak Khanna drove the car with Manoj Mittal on the passenger seat in the front. The 3 others sat in the rear seat. According to the FIR, Deepak and Amit Khanna borrowed the Baleno from a friend on 31st December, 7 p.m. They left the car back with a friend at 5 a.m. the next day, with all the telltale signs of an accident. According to the FIR, the Khanna suspects told their friend that they were drunk, were aware that they had hit a woman on a Scooty, and when they found the victim stuck underneath the car several kilometers away, they left her on the road and fled the scene. A fellow road user knocked down, hooked under the chassis, dragged for miles, dislodged and left to die. Or maybe she was already dead. A gruesome start to the new year in the national capital. With Shreya Chatterjee and Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Politics over Delhi's road accident horror continues. The Aam Aadmi Party has launched a scathing attack against the BJP and Delhi's Lieutenant Governor over the death of the woman who was dragged for kilometres on road in the national capital. Hitting out at the BJP, AAP MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj alleged that the accused were being shielded, as one of them is a Delhi BJP functionary. He also alleged that the accused were booked under lighter IPC sections because of their affiliation with the BJP. Attacking Delhi's Lieutenant Governor, Aam Aadmi Party MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj alleged that LG VK Saxena was enjoying a boat ride despite the grave incident. Meanwhile, the office of Delhi LG has responded sharply to the allegations made by the AAP MLA, claiming that the LG was inspecting the Najafgarh drain during the day on the 31st of December. The LG said that he has been at the helm ever since the case came to light. Taking a dig at Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's recent holidays, Delhi LG said that the decisions he took are far more important than the Aam Aadmi Party convener's incommunicado holidays for 8 days. Earlier, Delhi LG met with Delhi Police Commissioner on Monday and took stock of the developments in the unfortunate Kanjhawala incident.
Deliberate lax attitude and a conspiracy to save the accused. And what is LG doing? Whole day yesterday, this news was being reported in the television channels, including your channel. What was LG doing? LG was sailing a boat. LG should have been at the DCP office. LG should have been at the crime scene. If you expect LG is going to a Ren Basera, and if there is no blanket, he is firing the CEO of DUSIP because it is a Delhi government's thing. And here is a scenario where your DCP is shielding the accused and you have still not, sacked the DCP. You have taken no action against the SHO. That means LG is also part of this connivance. He is also party to the fact that a BJP leader is being shielded. So he cannot take action against the police officers.
And before we slip into a short break, politics is speaking over Delhi's Sultanpuri horror case. A young woman who was returning home during the wee hours of Sunday morning was killed after her scooty was hit by a car and her body was dragged for around 12 kilometers. Here's all that you need to know.
Frustration and shock. Delhi is outraged by the New Year horror of a 20-year-old girl being mowed down and dragged by monsters in a car. It's led to a war of words over the deteriorating law and order situation in Delhi as Aam Aadmi Party and BJP resorted to an all-too-familiar squabble. Protests rocked the national capital. Outside the Sultanpuri police station, the victim's family hit the streets over the alleged lapses by the Delhi police, and simultaneously, Aam Aadmi Party workers protested outside the LG office.
Massive confrontation between the Delhi police and the Aam Aadmi Party workers, MLAs and the councillors.
The road in front of the Sultanpuri police station has been blocked by the protesters. They are now sitting on the road.
But the BJP is facing fire, not just over the law and order mess in Delhi, but over this man, Manoj Mittal. He was one of the 5 men in the car that dragged 20-year-old Anjali and killed her. The Aam Aadmi Party has alleged that Manoj Mittal is a member of the BJP.
LG is also part of this connivance. He is also party to the fact that a BJP leader is being shielded. So he cannot take action against the police officers.
Mittal's pictures in BJP posters were also promptly removed. As the political showdown continues, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal spoke to LG Vinay Kumar Saxena, who has promised strict action against the accused. Kejriwal also demanded capital punishment for the accused who killed young Anjali.
मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि और अपील करता हूं कि चाहे जितने भी रसूख वाले क्यों ना हों जो दोषी हैं उनको सख्त से सख्त सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए। ऐसा ये तो रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर क्राइम्स में आता है, ऐसे लोगों को तो फांसी की सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए।
As politics speaks, the fight for the victim's family continues for justice.
हमको 6 बजे करीब निकली थी और पता मैं सवेरे चला था, इवेंट का काम करती थी, तो वो रात के तो होते ही है इवेंट, तो मैंने कि सवेरे आई जाएगी।
As Aam Aadmi Party and BJP spar over who is responsible for women's safety and law and order in the capital, the reality is that in 2023, nothing has changed for women in Delhi. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The former Chief Minister of Punjab, Charanjit Singh Channi, is under Vigilance Bureau's radar after a corruption complaint regarding alleged diversion of funds from the state government's event to his family function. Meanwhile, politics has escalated as Channi's political rivals have gone all guns blazing at him. Here's a report.
Trouble mounts for Charanjit Singh Channi. The former Punjab Chief Minister is facing grave charges of corruption. The State Vigilance Bureau has intensified the probe against Channi on the basis of a complaint alleging diversion of 1.47 crore rupees to pay for his son's wedding. An activist has cited information accessed under ITI to say inflated bills were presented in connection with the inauguration of the Dastane-Shahadat theme park in November 2021. The complainant has alleged that the rates quoted in the bills for setting up stage and entertainment of guests were allegedly 20 to 100 times higher than the market rates. The RT activist says that a single teacup and a single lunch pack were supplied at 2,000 rupees each. Channi also faces allegations of spending huge amounts on entertaining guests during his 3 months as Chief Minister. RTI activist Ashwani Chawla has alleged that Channi spent over 38 lakh rupees on guests. Channi has called the charges a witch hunt.
बिना मतलब ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਦਨਾਮੀ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਔਰ ਐਸੀ ਘਿਨੌਣੀ ਇਲਜ਼ਾਮ ਲਗਾਏ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਸੋਚ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਚਮਕੌਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਫੰਕਸ਼ਨ 'ਚੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਵਿਆਹ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਰ ਲਾਂਗੇ। ਵਿਜੀਲੈਂਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਦ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਤਰਿਆ ਉਦੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਤਿਆਰੀਆਂ ਆਰੰਭੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਫੜਨਾ ਹੈ।
Channi's political rivals claim that the rot runs deep.
ਇਹਦਾ ਚੰਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਚਾਹ ਪਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਖਰਚਾ ਹੀ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਹਜੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਟੁੱਟਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਣਾ। 1 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਖਾਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਲਿਆ ਜਾਊਗਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਜ਼ਾਨੇ 'ਚ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਜਾਊਗਾ, खजाने का मुंह पब्लिक वाल खोले जाऊगा।
थारो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होनी चाहिए। जब एलिगेशन लग गया और सीएम हाउस के ऊपर लग गया, बहुत बड़ी बात है। सीएम हाउस दूसरों को क्या बोलेगा? अपना हाउस तो ऑर्डर पे पहले करो ना। किसकी भी गलती है, चाहे हॉर्टिकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट की है, चाहे किसी स्टाफ अफसर की है, जहाँ किसी चीफ मिनिस्टर की है, अब तय करो, बताओ लोगों को क्या बात हुई।
With Charanjit Singh Channi on the vigilance radar, the Congress is facing a big credible crisis in Punjab. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break on the other side, technical glitch in Indigo flight from Delhi to Phuket. More details after this break.
So we would have a base of organics. The body would be placed here. The rest of the organics and flowers would be placed here. We would simply close the lid and we would be set. The microbes, when given heat and moisture, become super active. Our body comes up, in our case, to about 160, 165 degrees. It'll stay there for well over a week, 10 days. The heat obviously keeps the microbial activity super active, and at the end of a month, our body is pretty much transformed completely. There's some bone that remains. It's reduced. It's put back into the soil. It's let to sit for another month, and when we're done, we have soil that we can give the family. Cremation takes 30 gallons of fuel and pumps about 540 pounds of CO2 into the atmosphere every cremation. So we've devised a system that runs about 90% cleaner than that.
Cutting straight across to Prime Minister Modi addressing the 108th Indian Science Congress.
पर पहुंचते हैं। इस दौरान एक साइंटिस्ट के लिए हर कदम पर डेटा जुटाना और उसे एनालाइज करना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है। 21वीं सदी के आज के भारत में हमारे पास दो चीजें बहुतायन में हैं। पहली डेटा और दूसरी टेक्नोलॉजी। इन दोनों में भारत के साइंस को नई बुलंदियों पर पहुंचाने की ताकत है। डेटा एनालिसिस की फील्ड तेज रफ्तार से आगे बढ़ रही है। ये इंफॉर्मेशन को इंसाइट में और एनालिसिस को एक्शनेबल नॉलेज में बदलने में मदद करती है। चाहे ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज हो या मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी, ये दोनों ही साइंटिफिक डिस्कवरी में मददगार होती है। और इसलिए हमें अपने साइंटिफिक प्रोसेसेस को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए अलग अलग टेक्निक्स के प्रति खोजी प्रवृत्ति को विकसित करना होगा। साथियों, आज का भारत जिस साइंटिफिक अप्रोच से आगे बढ़ रहा है, हम उसके नतीजे भी देख रहे हैं। साइंस के क्षेत्र में भारत तेजी से वर्ल्ड के टॉप कंट्रीज में शामिल हो रहा है। 2015 तक हम 130 देशों की ग्लोबल इनोवेशन इंडेक्स में 81 नंबर पर थे, लेकिन 2022 में हम छलांग लगा करके 40वें नंबर पर पहुंच गए हैं। आज भारत पीएचडीज के मामले में दुनिया में टॉप 3 देशों में है। आज भारत स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम के मामले में दुनिया के टॉप 3 देशों में है। साथियों, मुझे खुशी है कि इस बार इंडियन साइंस कांग्रेस की थीम भी एक ऐसा विषय है जिसकी दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा चर्चा हो रही है। विश्व का भविष्य सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के साथ ही सुरक्षित है। आपने सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के विषय को विमेन एम्पावरमेंट के साथ जोड़ा है। मैं मानता हूं कि व्यावहारिक रूप से भी ये दोनों एक दूसरे से जुड़े हुए हैं। आज देश की सोच केवल ये नहीं है कि हम साइंस के जरिए विमेन एम्पावरमेंट करें, बल्कि हम विमेन की भागीदारी से साइंस का भी एम्पावरमेंट करें। साइंस और रिसर्च को नई गति दें, ये हमारा लक्ष्य है। अभी भारत को G20 समूह की अध्यक्षता की जिम्मेदारी मिली है। G20 के प्रमुख विषयों में भी विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट एक बड़ी प्राथमिकता का विषय है। बीते 8 वर्षों में भारत ने गवर्नेंस से लेकर सोसाइटी और इकोनॉमी तक इस दिशा में कई ऐसे असाधारण काम किए हैं जिनकी आज चर्चा हो रही है। आज भारत में मुद्रा योजना के जरिए छोटे उद्योगों और व्यवसायों में भागीदारी हो या स्टार्टअप वर्ल्ड में लीडरशिप, महिलाएं हर जगह पर अपना दम दिखा रही हैं। बीते 8 वर्षों में एक्स्ट्रा मुरल रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट में महिलाओं की भागीदारी दोगुनी हुई है। महिलाओं की ये बढ़ती भागीदारी इस बात का प्रमाण है कि समाज भी आगे बढ़ रहा है और देश में साइंस भी आगे बढ़ रही है। साथियों, किसी भी वैज्ञानिक के लिए असल चुनौती यही होती है कि वो अपने नॉलेज को ऐसे एप्लीकेशंस में बदल दें जिससे दुनिया की मदद हो सके। जब साइंटिस्ट अपने प्रयोगों से गुजरता है तो उसके मन में यही सवाल रहते हैं कि क्या इससे लोगों का जीवन बेहतर होगा या उनकी खोज से विश्व की जरूरतें पूरी होगी। साइंस के प्रयास बड़ी उपलब्धियों में तभी बदल सकते हैं जब वो लैब से निकलकर लैंड तक पहुंचे, जब उसका प्रभाव ग्लोबल से लेकर ग्रास रूट तक हो, जब उसका विस्तार जर्नल से लेकर जमीन तक हो, जब उससे बदलाव रिसर्च से होते हुए रियल लाइफ में दिखने लगे। साथियों, जब साइंस की बड़ी उपलब्धियां एक्सपेरिमेंट से लेकर लोगों के एक्सपीरियंस तक का सफर तय करती है तो इससे एक अहम संदेश जाता है। ये बात युवाओं को बहुत प्रभावित करती है। वो सोचते हैं कि साइंस के जरिए वो पूरी दुनिया को प्रभावित कर सकते हैं। ऐसे युवाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए इंस्टीट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क की आवश्यकता होती है ताकि उनकी आकांक्षाओं का विस्तार किया जा सके, उन्हें नए अवसर दिए जा सके। मैं चाहूंगा कि यहां मौजूद वैज्ञानिक ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क विकसित करें जो युवा प्रतिभाओं को आकर्षित करे और उन्हें आगे बढ़ने का मौका दे। उदाहरण के लिए टैलेंट हंट और हैकेथॉन के आयोजनों के जरिए टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉस को कम करने की दिशा में प्रभावी कदम उठाए जा सकते हैं। साथियों, आज वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के सेक्टर में भी वैज्ञानिक अनुसंधान की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। म्युनिसिपल सॉलिड वेस्ट, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वेस्ट, बायोमेडिकल वेस्ट, एग्रीकल्चरल वेस्ट ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं जिसका लगातार क्षेत्र का विस्तार हो रहा है। इसलिए ही पिछले वर्ष बजट में सरकार ने सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी पर बहुत जोर दिया था। जब हमें मिशन सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को और मजबूत करना है, इसके लिए हमें ऐसे इनोवेशंस पर काम करना होगा जिससे मेटल और प्लास्टिक स्क्रैप का बेहतर इस्तेमाल हो सके। हमें प्रदूषण कम करने और स्क्रैप को उपयोगी बनाने पर एक साथ काम करना होगा। साथियों, आज भारत स्पेस सेक्टर में भी नई ऊंचाइयों को छू रहा है। लो कॉस्ट सैटेलाइट लॉन्च व्हीकल्स की वजह से हमारी क्षमता बढ़ेगी और दुनिया हमारी सेवाएं लेने के लिए आगे आएगी। निजी कंपनियां और स्टार्टअप्स इन अवसरों का फायदा उठा सकते हैं। R&D लैब्स और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन से जुड़कर स्टार्टअप्स को आगे बढ़ने का रास्ता मिल सकता है। ऐसे ही एक और विषय है क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग का। आज भारत क्वांटम फ्रंटियर के तौर पर दुनिया भर में अपनी पहचान बना रहा है। क्वांटम कंप्यूटर्स, क्वांटम केमिस्ट्री, क्वांटम कम्युनिकेशन, क्वांटम सेंसर्स, क्वांटम क्रिप्टोग्राफी और न्यू मटेरियल्स की दिशा में भारत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैं चाहूंगा कि हमारे यंग रिसर्चर्स और साइंटिस्ट क्वांटम के क्षेत्र में एक्सपर्टाइज हासिल करे और इस फील्ड के लीडर बने। साथियों, आप भी जानते हैं कि साइंस में लीड वही लेता है जो इनिशिएटिव लेता है। इसलिए दुनिया में क्या चल रहा है हमें ये तो देखना ही है, लेकिन साथ ही जो काम कहीं नहीं हो रहे, जो फ्यूचरिस्टिक आइडियाज हैं, उन पर भी फोकस करना है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
watching India Today.
Hello there, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition. CCTV pictures reveal that 20-year-old Anjali is not alone on the scooty. Images show Anjali riding pillion to friend the wee hours of the morning. India Today accesses Delhi horror FIR. Car lender's startling testimony. In the FIR, suspects were drunk while driving. War of words between Delhi LG and AAP over Delhi horror. Delhi LG's holiday taunt at Kejriwal's as he was working. Where was Kejriwal? Corruption charge against former Punjab Chief Minister Channi. Rupees 1.4 crore misappropriated charge against Channi. Did he divert the fund for son's marriage is the question. Indigo Delhi to Phuket flight makes emergency return after taking off due to technical glitch. Sources say full emergency was declared for air turnback. Days after its launch, Howrah-bound Vande Bharat Express attacked. Doors and windows shattered after stone pelting on the train. Well, a new twist has come to the fore in the New Delhi year horror case. When the police traced the route of deceased Anjali, they came to know that she wasn't alone on that scooty that night. Anjali was actually riding along with a friend and both of them met with this accident. While a friend sustained minor injuries and ran away from the accident spot, Anjali gets stuck with the accused car and gets dragged along. Delhi police has recorded Anjali's friend's statement, who is going to be produced before a district magistrate today. India Today spoke to the Oyo hotel manager where Anjali and her friend visited before they met with the accident. He said that the two girls got into a fight before leaving. As probe intensifies in the ghastly death of the 20-year-old girl, all 5 accused have been sent to 3-day police remand. India Today has accessed the FIR that mentions that 2 of the 5 accused admit to being drunk and that the accused were aware that they hit a girl on a scooty.
कल शाम को आए थे 6:30 बजे करीबन।
6:30 बजे। तो क्या कितने लोग होंगे पुलिस के?
तो अंदाजन ऊपर तो 7-8 जन थे।
7-8 डीसीपी साहब भी आए थे?
जी थे।
तो उन्होंने क्या किया? पूरा डीवीआर ले गए?
डीवीआर, रजिस्टर और आईडी
सब कुछ ले गए।
जी।
और सिर्फ आप ही का कि आसपास के और भी होते हैं?
मेरे को तो मेरा ही पता है जी, बाद में कहानी।
तो आप अंजलि को जानते हैं जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ?
नहीं सर, मैं अभी नया ही ज्वाइन किया हूँ। एक्सीडेंट के बारे में कल ही उसके बाद ही हमने सर्च किया था क्या है क्या नहीं, क्योंकि हम तो ड्यूटी पे रहते हैं।
अच्छा, तो पुलिस के जरिए क्या आपको पता लगा कि अंजलि?
नहीं, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया।
बस वो सीज कर
उन्होंने बस आया कि एक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, ये है वो है, रजिस्टर देखा, फिर आईडी ली और चले गए।
वो झगड़ा उनका रूम के अंदर ही हो रहा था, काफी माँ बहन की गाली बक रही थी वो लड़की आपसी में ही। तो फिर उसके बाद हमने बोला कि मैम मैं उसे गाली गलौज अच्छा नहीं होता।
फिर उसके बाद क्या हुआ? जब झगड़ा शुरू हुआ तो नीचे की तरफ?
हाँ जी, हमने बोला मैम यहाँ लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं चलेगा, और भी गेस्ट अगल बगल में वो डिस्टर्ब होते हैं। हाँ। तो कह रही है ओके भाई हम लोग जा रहे हैं। फिर उसके बाद वो नीचे चली गई। अगल बगल वालों ने बोला उन्हें कि भाई मैम आप लड़की हो रहे हो, तो बोली आप हमारे पर्सनल मैटर है।
My colleagues are tracking that big story very closely. Himanshu Mishra is at the Hotel Vivan Palace in Delhi. Ashutosh Mishra is reporting from the Delhi Police Headquarters. I'm going to come to you first, Himanshu. आपने इंटरव्यू किया है होटल वालों का भी। ये बताइए कि ये जो झगड़ा और गाली गलौज की बात हो रही है, ये क्या सर्कमस्टांसेस थे? उसके बाद अंजलि और उसकी दोस्त ने जो स्कूटर बोर्ड किया और फिर वो चल पड़े अपने डेस्टिनेशन के लिए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, लेकिन जो पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन है यहाँ पर क्या हुआ, इससे पुलिस सिर्फ इसको एविडेंस के तौर पे देख रही है, क्योंकि जो पुलिस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन है तो जो एफआईआर सुल्तानपुरी थाने में दर्ज की गई है कल्पेबल होमिसाइड की अंडर सेक्शन 304, उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन पुलिस देख रही है। इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जब पुलिस आगे बढ़ाती है तब पुलिस ट्रेस करते हुए यहाँ रोहिणी सेक्टर 23 के इस होटल तक पहुंचती है और यहां से पुलिस को जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली कि झगड़ा करने के बाद वो अपने दोस्त के साथ स्कूटी पे निकली थी। तो यहां पर पुलिस को इस केस में क्या इंपॉर्टेंट मदद मिली कि पुलिस को ये जानकारी मिल गई कि एक दोस्त और थी उसके साथ और ये एक आई विटनेस, जो कि पुलिस के पास अभी तक एक्सीडेंट का कोई आई विटनेस नहीं था, क्योंकि एक्सीडेंट किन कंडीशन में हुआ, क्योंकि जब यहां से जो स्कूटी लेके निकली है वो अंजलि की दोस्त चला रही थी, लेकिन जिस वक्त एक्सीडेंट हुआ अब तक की जानकारी के मुताबिक स्कूटी अंजलि चला रही थी और उसकी दोस्त पीछे बैठी थी और उसे हल्की चोट आई और अंजलि कार के नीचे वो फंस जाती है और कार के साथ वो घिसटती हुई आगे चली जाती है और उसकी दोस्त ने, लेकिन सवाल ये है यहाँ पे पुलिस उसके दोस्त की यहाँ पे बयान जब दर्ज करेगी तो क्या उसने इस एक्सीडेंट के बारे में किसी और को नहीं बताया, उसने पुलिस को कॉल क्यों नहीं किया, क्योंकि पुलिस को इस पूरे मसले पर कई पीसीआर कॉल की गई, कई आई विटनेसेस भी पुलिस को मिले हैं, 23 सीसीटीवी कैमरे पुलिस को मिले हैं जिसके आधार पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन बढ़ाई जा रही है। पुलिस के सामने अब जो दो महत्वपूर्ण सवाल हैं जिनके वो जवाब तलाश रही है, एक, एक्सीडेंट किन परिस्थितियों में हुआ, क्या जानबूझ करके किसी क्राइम को अंजाम देना था या ये एक सिंपल एक्सीडेंट है, क्या आरोपियों को इस बात की जरा भी भनक नहीं लगी कि एक लड़की उनकी कार के नीचे फंस गई है जो कई किलोमीटर तक उन कार के नीचे घिसकती रही, जबकि कई जगहों पर लोगों ने आवाज दी। इसके पीछे क्या मोटिव था, क्या पहले से तो नहीं जानते थे, तो ये सारी चीजें अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में है और उसके बाद जब पुलिस के पास डिटेल रिपोर्ट पहुंचेगी तब ये क्लियर हो पाएंगी सारी चीजें कि किसी तरीके की असॉल्ट तो नहीं अंजलि के साथ किया गया था। इसमें जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है वो बेहद अहम सबूत पुलिस के पास होगा जब पूरा डिटेल आएगा। उसके बाद एक्सीडेंट किस कंडीशन में हुआ और ये कैसे संभव हुआ कि लड़की गाड़ी के नीचे फंस जाती है और उसके बाद इतनी दूर तक जाती है, बीच में कहां किस रोड से वो जाती है, इसके लिए एफएसएल टीम को बुलाया गया और एफएसएल टीम एक्सीडेंट वाली जगह से लेकर के पूरे रूट पर उन्होंने सबूत जुटाए हैं, दोनों गाड़ियों का उन्होंने मुआयना किया है ताकि एक एक जो सच है वो सामने आ सके।
बने रहिए हमारे साथ. Himanshu is getting us all of those details. In fact, Ashutosh is with us as well. Ashutosh, I'm really curious to know, as far as this entire matter is concerned, the fight and the connection of the girl, the woman who was riding pillion, also was a witness when this accident happened, but she was never the one to make the call to the police. In fact, I'm being told right now that Autopsy of the Aam Aadmi Party is at the Delhi Police Headquarters. Let's go straight to that first.
सर, जिसने एक कमजोर धारा में एफआईआर दर्ज की और डीसीपी जिन्होंने आरोपियों को बचाने की कोशिश करी, उनके डिफेंस में स्टेटमेंट दी, उन सब पर भी कार्रवाई होनी जरूरी है कि जो पुलिस कर्मी आगे सोचें कि हम किसी व्यक्ति को बचाएं, किसी आरोपी को बचाएं, खासकर किसी राजनीतिक आरोपी को भी बचाएं, उन पर भी एक नकेल कसने की जरूरत है, उन पर भी एक डर का माहौल लागू होने की जरूरत है कि उन पर भी एक्शन होगा अगर वो किसी भी जनता की समस्या पे कार्रवाई नहीं करेंगे.
Thank you.
To be with us, you just heard from Aam Aadmi Party's Autopsy. Essentially, this matter has become completely political, as we know. But the politics of that aside for a moment, Ashutosh, I want to know from you. My original question to you was about this woman who was with Anjali at that point in time. Why wouldn't she report to the police? She was there when the accident happened. These are unanswered questions that the police is now finding answers to, isn't it?
Well, of course, this makes this entire case crucial, and usually there are two case scenarios when such incidents happen, be the pillion rider or someone, witnessing this close accidents very closely. The first, perception that comes, police ke pachde mein kaun padega, kaun ye pachde mein padega. So that is the first mindset that usually comes when such kind of incident takes place. And the second one, as we now get to know that there was all
of Anjali who are responding now. Listen.
पोस्टमार्टम पहले रिपोर्ट आएगी तब हम बॉडी हैंड ओवर करेंगे.
अंतिम संस्कार भी आज ही करेंगे.
आज अंतिम संस्कार होगा.
अभी बॉडी को लेके जाएंगे. कब तक होगा?
मंगलपुरी करण विहार.
अंतिम संस्कार लेके जाएंगे आप लोग. आज हो जाएगा अंतिम संस्कार. कब तक करेंगे?
आज हो जाएगा. यहाँ से जाने के बाद.
यहाँ से जाने के तुरंत बात करा. पुलिस वाले क्या कह रहे हैं?
पुलिस वाले हमारे पूरा साथ दे रहे हैं. ऐसे कोई प्रशासन हमारा साथ है. पुलिस ठीक काम कर रही है अपने तरीके से. ठीक है, वो हमारा साथ.
अच्छा, जिस तरीके की बात आ रही है कि मृतका की कोई दोस्त थी निधि, उसके साथ
उनके साथ ऐसा है सर, हम तो उनको जानते नहीं.
लड़की हमारे घर से अकेली गई थी, आगे कौन मिला कौन नहीं मिला, उसकी फ्रेंड थी कौन थी, बट हमें वैसा कुछ नहीं पता। नहीं सर, हमें नहीं पता। मैं तो मामा हूँ, हमारे को नहीं पता। मेरी सिस्टर बीमार रहती है, वो तो अपना घर का पालन पोषण वो लड़की अकेली करती थी, बोल के इवेंट करने जा रही हूँ, फूल फाल का काम करती है।
उसके बाद एक होटल में गई थी,
नहीं होटल का हमारे को नहीं पता सर, नहीं पता। नहीं सर,
पूरा मिल रहा है?
हाँ जी, पूरा मिल रहा है। नहीं निधि हम नहीं जानते, नहीं कभी आज तक नहीं। नहीं
पोस्टमार्टम का भी रिपोर्ट आया?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं।
अभी कुछ बताया क्या नहीं?
अभी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट ही नहीं मिली तो पहले कैसे पता लग जाएगा?
अंतिम संस्कार आज ही?
हाँ जी, अंतिम संस्कार आज ही।
वहाँ पर घर पे
होगा, घर के पास होगा। हाँ जी।
अच्छा ये बताइए कि जो उनकी दोस्त है, उनका पता चल रहा है कि निधि के वो साथ थी, क्या कुछ आपको पता है उस निधि के बारे में?
नहीं, हमको ऐसा कुछ नहीं जानते निधि कौन है। ठीक है, हमारे को अपनी भांजे का पता था बस।
अच्छा, कभी उनका आना जाना निधि के साथ?
नहीं, हमने कभी नहीं देखा।
क्योंकि एक होटल की बात आ रही है कि होटल में निधि जो है उनके साथ थी।
नहीं, हम नहीं जानते सर, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं।
अच्छा,
ऐसा कुछ नहीं। ये तो
कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ, ऐसा कुछ नहीं पता हमारे को। उसकी मम्मी ने लास्ट टाइम 9 बजे बात की थी बस।
अच्छा, चलिए। ये उनके परिवार वाले हैं जो कि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट लेने के लिए पहुंचे हैं, और अब पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट लेने के बाद
Heard from the uncle of the victim there, and he's given some details. However, he has not spoken much about the friend in question who was riding pillion with Anjali that fateful night. Ashutosh, in fact, continues to be with us. Ashutosh, the family member, at least the uncle is saying they don't even know of this woman, this friend. The woman never came out and spoke about this accident. She herself was hurt, apparently. Like you were telling us, that these are aspects of the investigation which are yet to be covered up, isn't it?
Well, of course, and that's exactly why investigation. And as we know that there have been allegations even that how police was really in haste to cover up this entire story. But now, since one after another layers of this case is being opened up, now we know there was another pillion rider, the friend called Nidhi. Of course, the parents more likely may not even know about her. She was living all alone with her mother and a brother, and she was all alone bread earner for the family. So more likely the parents and the other family members would not even know about the friends. But what we know that, as we have been speaking, that how mostly in such cases happens, when such incidents take place, usually people, just simply don't get into it. They just don't want to get into the police investigation. But here in this case, there is another perspective is that there was a verbal spat between these two girls at the OI hotel, what our colleague Himanshu is reporting. And that could be just another reason when she saw such incidents happen. Whether she was afraid or she deliberately did not inform the police, that will be subject to the investigation. And that's why Section 164 CRPC statement before the magistrate makes it very crucial. Everything that she says before the magistrate will be recorded as the legal evidence, as a legal statement which will be used in the court during the trial against these all accused, whatever section they have, Delhi police has filed. 12 p.m. what we know, the Delhi police will be addressing a press conference, and more likely, so far the case which has not been surfaced, so far whatever material is left, that will be revealed by the police in this investigation. However, we have seen so far the investigation that is taking place all around the girl, the section that have been filed, whether it was a deliberate attack, whether they, hit that girl and then dragged her for, more than 8 kilometers, or it was just accident. But two of the accused, as we know, were totally drunk. So that need to be revealed, and that is only part of the investigation. We all are waiting for the 12 p.m. press conference by the Delhi police, where more likely some more facts to come into the light.
With us, Ashutosh, coming back to you in a moment from now. In fact, my colleague Ram sent us this report earlier. Let's go straight to that.
Aam Aadmi Party delegation, including Sanjeev Jha, Kuldeep Kumar, MLA Atishi, and others are here at the police headquarters right now. You can see straight from the visuals, and they are coming here and they will meet the higher officials regarding the case which happened in Sultanpuri area. And in the meantime, Aam Aadmi Party also raises a number of questions over the investigation which is done by the police, and also demonstrated very well against the LG and higher officials of Delhi police. Now, the dignitaries of Aam Aadmi Party will meet the police officials and will inquire into the matter. And as we clearly know that a number of new revelation coming from this case. With camera person Sanjeev in Delhi, it's Ram Kinkar Singh for India Today.
Well, as the probe intensifies in the ghastly death of the 20-year-old girl, all 5 accused have been sent to 3-day police remand. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia will meet the relatives of Anjali along with AAP MP Sanjay Singh. All of them will reach the victim's house this afternoon. The post-mortem of the deceased Anjali lasted for about 1.5 hours, was conducted by a panel of 3 doctors at Delhi's Maulana Azad Medical College. India Today has accessed the FIR that mentions that 2 out of 5 accused admit to being drunk at that point in time and that the accused are aware that they hit a girl on a scooty. Meanwhile, Anjali's family is adamant on cremating the body only after receiving the post-mortem report. That they're going to do so today itself is what her uncle just confirmed a few moments ago. They also have condemned the Delhi police for issuing a premature statement and calling the case a road accident. Remember, Anjali was run over repeatedly and found naked on the roadside.
अगर हमारी जब तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट नहीं आती हम क्रिमेशन नहीं करेंगे। तो स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट पे उन्होंने कहा कि कल तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दे देंगे। कितने बजे तक? कल, अब ये डिपेंड उन पे है। मुझे लगता है आफ्टरनून तक मिल जानी चाहिए। रिपोर्ट आने के बाद जी नहीं, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही हम बॉडी लेंगे। जब तक हमारे को रिपोर्ट नहीं आएगी हम बॉडी नहीं लेंगे। और सर, जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर थे उनने हमें फोटो दिखाए। मुझे लगता है वो फोटो कभी मीडिया में नहीं आ पाएंगे। मैंने अपनी आंखों से वो देखे और मेरी आंखों में आंसू हैं। मतलब आप मान के चलिए, ऐसी दर्दनाक मौत भारत के क्या मतलब दुनिया के इतिहास में किसी की नहीं हुई होगी।
हिमांशु मिश्रा continues to be with us. हिमांशु, क्या ये एंगल भी पुलिस इस समय देख रही है कि ये क्राइम प्लान किया गया है या ये स्पॉन्टेनियस हुआ है? इस एस्पेक्ट के बारे में हमें बताइए।
देखिए, पुलिस हर एंगल से इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है, लेकिन पुलिस को कुछ रिपोर्ट्स का इंतजार है। और ये रिपोर्ट देखिए, इन्वेस्टिगेशन अब धीरे धीरे जब आगे बढ़ रही है तब पुलिस को ये पता लगा कि अंजलि अकेली नहीं बल्कि उसके साथ उसकी एक दोस्त भी थी। और ये पुलिस तब पता लगा सकी जब पुलिस जो सीसीटीवी है हादसे के आसपास के वो ट्रेस करते हुए दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची। और उसके बाद पुलिस अब ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है लड़के जो वो 5 आरोपी थे वो कहां से आ रहे थे। और पुलिस ने उस पूरे रूट के उनके रूट को भी पुलिस ने ट्रेस कर लिया है। और अब मोबाइल लोकेशन पुलिस निकालेगी कि किसकी कहां पर मोबाइल लोकेशन थी। क्या ये जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ उसमें जो ये आई विटनेस है वो बेहद महत्वपूर्ण उसका साबित होगा, क्योंकि उसके बाद ये साबित हो पाएगा कि एग्जैक्टली हुआ क्या था। और इसके सपोर्ट के लिए जब पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आएगा तो क्या किसी तरीके का असॉल्ट था, किसी तरीके की मारपीट हुई थी, क्योंकि एक्सीडेंट के जो चोटें हैं वो अलग आएंगी। इसके अलावा जो अगर किसी को किसी तरीके से अगर फोर्सफुली किसी तरीके से मारपीट या असॉल्ट है तो वो चीज सामने आ जाएगी। तो इसके बाद ही बाकी सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो पाएंगी। दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि अभी तक जो एविडेंसेस मिले हैं उसके आधार पर कल्पेबल होमिसाइड का केस जो मैक्सिमम जो पनिशमेंट की जो एफआईआर उसमें 304 है, जो कल्पेबल होमिसाइड है वो धारा यहाँ पर पुलिस ने ऐड की है एफआईआर में बाद में। तो इसको इन्वेस्टिगेशन को पुलिस का कहना है कि आगे बढ़ाई जा रही है। जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान उनको एविडेंसेस मिलेंगे या विटनेसेस के जब स्टेटमेंट मिलेंगे उसके आधार पर आगे और भी धाराएं अगर जरूरत हुई तो पुलिस उनको ऐड करेगी। अभी इस दोनों चीजों में पुलिस को एक तो एफएसएल पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दोनों की फाइनल रिपोर्ट का इंतजार है। आई विटनेसेस जो पुलिस मिले हैं उनके सबके स्टेटमेंट दर्ज होंगे। और जो सीसीटीवी मिला है, पुलिस को 23 क्रूशियल सीसीटीवी मिले हैं, उन सभी सीसीटीवी की पुलिस जांच करेगी बारीकी से, क्योंकि जो 3 दिन की रिमांड पे हैं उनका ये कहना था कि एक्सीडेंट हुआ और उन्हें पता नहीं लगा। लेकिन वो कितना सच बोल रहे हैं और क्या कुछ वो छिपा रहे हैं, पुलिस अपने तमाम इन्वेस्टिगेशन से ये सच जानने की कोशिश करेगी जो वो बता नहीं रहे हैं कि क्या ये एक्सीडेंट अचानक हुआ, उसके पहले ये एक दूसरे को नहीं जानते थे, या फिर इसके पीछे की एक और कहानी है। जैसे अभी तक पुलिस को नहीं पता था कल शाम से पहले कि अंजलि अकेली थी या उसके साथ कोई और था। तो इसके पहले कि कोई साजिश थी या नहीं थी, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद कई सारी चीजें अभी साफ होनी बाकी हैं। यहाँ पे स्नेहा,
बहुत ही डिस्टर्बिंग डिटेल्स आ रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट आशुतोष इज देयर विद अस फ्रॉम द दिल्ली पुलिस headquarters as well. One of the reports, and Ashutosh, if you could tell us a little more about this, seems to suggest that at least out of 5 men, some of them perhaps had a hunch that something was in fact stuck underneath the car, but the driver said no, there isn't anything, and then they drove along. That is also one aspect of the investigation that the police is going to be looking into.
You know, you believe any theory that police gives. You can believe any claim that police makes. But I won't be ready to believe at least one fact that you are dragging a body, someone right under your car, almost 8 kilometers, and you don't get to know. Just even a plastic sheet, if it's attached to your car, you get to know. And there are eyewitnesses telling there have not been loud music in the car. The which cover-up that these accused are making, there was loud music, we could not even feel, could not even hear. She was, crying, seeking for help or something. So those have already been rejected by the eyewitnesses. One who was also following, constantly making calls to the Delhi police also said there was no loud music at all. So clearly there is something that these accused are still trying to hide. They are still covering up something. This doesn't look like almost just a spontaneous incident that took place. So clearly that is somewhere why the police investigation, everyone is keeping eye on that, and that's why exactly we're waiting for the Delhi police press conference. Any further details that will be revealed by the Delhi police, and there are several questions that the investigative agency also need to answer. The questions being raised by everyone, be the political class, be the civil society, everyone raising the question that need to be answered by the Delhi police. Because at this point of time, the cover-up cannot be allowed by the, the police and the investigative team on this particular case concerned.
Very upsetting details. Ashutosh, even as we read and more about this case, the relatives have come out and spoken about how this young woman was actually a sole breadwinner of the family. Her father had died a couple of years ago, after which she was essentially forced to take up work and support her family and her younger siblings. We have some more news coming in. Let's go straight to that. Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have 5 demands from the police commissioner is what we are learning. The DCP should be suspended. All the policemen posted on the incident route should be suspended. The policeman who put mild sections in the FIR must also be shown the door. Considering the case as rarest of rare, the strictest punishment should be given. Delhi police should take strict action without giving in to political pressure, is what the Aam Aadmi Party has now said.
12 किलोमीटर तक एक लड़की ऐसी दरिंदगी के साथ घसीटती चली गई। वो पुलिस अफसर जिन्होंने सिर्फ एक आरोपी पर धाराएं दर्ज करी और बाकियों को छोड़ दिया, वही पुलिस अफसर जिसने एक कमजोर धारा में एफआईआर दर्ज की, और डीसीपी जिन्होंने आरोपियों को बचाने की कोशिश करी, उनके डिफेंस में स्टेटमेंट दी, उन सब पर भी कार्रवाई होनी जरूरी है कि जो पुलिस कर्मी आगे सोचें कि हम किसी व्यक्ति को बचाएं, किसी आरोपी को बचाएं, खासकर किसी राजनीतिक आरोपी को भी बचाएं, उन पर भी एक नकेल कसने की जरूरत है।
Ashutosh continues to be with us. Ashutosh, the Aam Aadmi Party has leveled many allegations against the Delhi police, including an important one of how for 8 kilometers when the body was dragged to such a distance, what was the police doing? There are police supposed to be patrolling these areas as per the rules, as per the requirements. What were the police doing at that point in time?
Well, that's the questions even several eyewitnesses are also raising, that they have been constantly calling, the police helpline, and still for really long there was no help. And also till the stretch, 8 kilometers really means something in part of Delhi. It's such a smaller pocket time, barely 1200 square kilometers of this capital. 8 kilometers, if a car drags a body, how come, there have been not even a single patrolling vehicle, as we have no very tall claims being made by the government, the MHA, the Delhi Police Commissioner, the Lieutenant Governor, that we are so vigilant. For 8 kilometers or even more than that, how the Delhi Police patrolling vehicle, even a patrolling bike, we have a huge number of the force. How did they miss it? And that's exactly why the question is being raised. Whether it was deliberate negligence or it was just a negligence, the Delhi police failed to even spot that and even failed to respond to those calls seeking help by several eyewitnesses as they claim. And that's exactly why now the political party is getting an opportunity, and that's why Aam Aadmi Party leaders trying to meet the police commissioner. They're raising 5 demands. The first, suspend all those police forcemen across this 8 kilometers and more that stretch. They were deployed on that. Their responsibility to maintain the law and order situation, their responsibility was to see the city remain safe and calm on that particular evening, because we know the new area where we have a lot of rush of the people coming out one place to another. Secondly, the DCP of Delhi Police of that zone, because he was the first making statement where he cited the statement given by the accused that it was loud music. They did not even get to know that these things have happened. So that clearly now they are targeting that first there has to be some action against the inspector who filed the FIR, and there was not relevant sections. Then the DCP and also the policeman zone deployed on that particular state. And that's usually what happens in any state. Remember, so keep aside the politics, it happens in any state. If there are some cases happen, there is duty of the opposition to come up on the street to demand strict action against the, particularly the hearing official. If there have been negligence, that also need to be proved. And this has always been, we have often seen that first, at least when it comes to the negligence, actions are being taken. Now here, another matter of probe is a matter of investigation, whether there was deliberate negligence by the Delhi police, whether they are even going to probe that there was negligence. And if that comes, we have to see whether they are going to take action against the Delhi police official. But that I see, given the several precedents in past, that is very unlikely that Delhi police people will be booked or there will be any action against this hearing official. But for now, of course, this has given the ammunition to the opposition camp, raising attack against the BJP, which is leading the centre government and which is directly in the control authority of the Delhi police here.
The politics of this aside for a moment, Ashutosh, the girl Anjali has a family that she's left behind. We've been talking about how she was a sole breadwinner. Just for our viewers, give a sense of the kind of support that the Aam Aadmi Party government, for example, is extending to the family members who've been left behind, who Anjali has left behind.
12:30 p.m. Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia will be meeting the family members of the girl, and so far there have not been any official words from the Delhi government what kind of, whether there will be financial aid or some support to the family member. In the meanwhile, one of the BJP leader from Delhi has announced that family will be taken care of. They will provide some financial assistance. In the meanwhile, civil society through social media platforms have also been appealing to the people. She was being sole breadwinner for the family, at least come to offer. So we are also seeing civil society members are approaching each other, calling for help for the family member. But when it comes to the government, we'll have to see whether some financial help or any job for the family member or any kind of help that will be announced by Deputy Chief Minister. 12:30 p.m. he'll be meeting the family members.
Ashutosh, I'm going to thank you for the moment, for joining us with those details. I'm going to go across now to Rahul Gautam, who's right outside the house of the victim. In fact, Rahul, this is going to be a day in which several netas, including the Deputy Chief Minister, like Ashutosh is telling us, will be extending solidarity to the family members, the mother and the younger siblings who've been left behind. And we'll also know the kind of support that is going to be extended to all of these people, including financial support.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. And right now I'm in Karan Vihar A block, which is the original native place of victim. Earlier she was staying with her relative there in Mangolpuri, and you can see there are a lot of police presence here, given the fact that shortly from now, Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Manish Sisodia, Atishi Marlena and a delegation of Aam Aadmi Party leaders are going to be reaching here. They'll be meeting the family and would be offering their condolences. Now, as far as financial assistance is concerned, the Aam Aadmi Party has made it very clear that whatever possible assistance they can extend, they will certainly be extending, to the family. However, I must tell our viewers that it seems that this particular case is now gathering a lot of political steam as well, given the fact that Aam Aadmi Party is blaming LG office, saying that he is the sole custodian of law and order in the national capital, and he has completely failed in discharging their duties, given the fact that on 31st of December, when many of the Delhiites were out there for celebrating the arrival of New Year, at that point of time there was complete absence of police security, arrangements on the streets of the national capital. Because otherwise, how could it be possible that a car dragged a woman for almost 10 to 12 kilometers without getting detected? So obviously, you can expect that they could certainly set a stage for confrontation between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. But the family here is in mourning state. They have just lost their sole breadwinner, and I must also tell you, details about the family's background. We've been informed that she was taking care of family of 8 members, 4 sisters, 2 brothers, then her maternal grandmother and her mother. So obviously this has come to as a great shock to them, and it's a difficult phase for them, and they're also not happy with the ongoing investigation.
We'll come back to you and talk to you more about that. The family has expressed its reservations and about the kind of problems. Initially, why was it then dismissed as a case of accident is the question that many family members are asking. Now, Anjali's death on New Year has put the focus again on the law and order situation in Delhi and if there's adequate patrolling being done by Delhi cops on the streets of the capital. India Today decided to conduct a reality check in the dead of the night to find out if cops are up and about checking the streets or not. Here's a report by my colleague Chitra Tripathi from Kanjhawala area where the new Delhi New Year horror accident occurred, and here's what Chitra found.
रात के 2 बज चुके हैं। कंझावला का ये वही इलाका है जहां पर दरिंदगी के शिकार हुई उस बच्ची का शव नग्न अवस्था में बरामद किया गया था। रात के 2 बज रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की आवाजाही यहां से जरूर हो रही है, लेकिन आपको बता दें बहुत देर से यहां पर मेरी मौजूदगी है। पुलिस की कोई वैन, पुलिस की कोई गाड़ी या कोई पुलिस वाला इस हिस्से में हमें नजर नहीं आया है। यहां से तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर कंझावला चौक है, वहां पर पुलिस की वैन हमें जरूर दिखाई दी थी, लेकिन यहां पर आप देखेंगे ये पूरा का पूरा घुप सन्नाटा है। चारों तरफ रह रहकर 1 से 2 गाड़ियां जरूर यहां से आती जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। दरअसल इस जगह पर हम इसलिए पहुंचे हुए हैं क्योंकि दिल्ली दर्द से कराह रही है। दिल्ली बार बार ये सवाल पूछ रही है कि क्या इस देश की राजधानी में भी बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं है। परिवार वालों के अपने दावे हैं, पुलिस के अपने तर्क हैं, लेकिन इन सब के बीच बेटियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर बहुत बड़ा सवाल इस नए साल के पहले ही हफ्ते में देश के सामने मुंह बाए खड़ा है। इसी वजह से इस जगह के जरिए आज इस बात को टटोलेंगे, ये जानेंगे कि राजधानी दिल्ली सुरक्षित बच्चियों के लिए है भी या नहीं है। रात के तकरीबन 2:15 बज रहे हैं और हम अब आगे की ओर बढ़ चले हैं, लेकिन आप यहां पर देखेंगे धुंध ने पूरी तरह से कैसे इस सड़क को घेर कर रखा हुआ है। जो उजाले हैं भी उससे भी सड़क साफ साफ नजर नहीं आ रही है, क्योंकि हमारे कैमरे की लाइट है, इस वजह से मेरी साफ तस्वीरें आप देख पा रहे हैं, वरना यहाँ पर गाड़ी चलाना भी अपने आप में काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि चारों तरफ घुप कोहरा और घुप अंधेरा ही नजर आ रहा है। चलते हैं आगे, देखते हैं पुलिस की मुस्तैदी दिल्ली की सड़कों पर कहां और कितनी है। फिलहाल आपको बताते चले तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर का स्ट्रेच तय करके हम आए हैं। एक पुलिस की वैन वहां पर जाती हुई दिखाई दी है, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक दूसरी गाड़ी जरूर तैनात है और यहाँ पर कुछ दिल्ली पुलिस के जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो तैनात आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हम बढ़ते हैं आगे, कुछ और हिस्सों की करते हैं पड़ताल और जानते हैं कि आधी रात को राजधानी दिल्ली क्या सुरक्षित है या फिर नहीं है, और ये जो डिजिटल सबूत पुलिस की ओर से इकट्ठा किए जा रहे हैं ये जांच को कितनी मदद करने वाले हैं। बढ़ते हैं आगे। लेकिन यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तो दुकानों को अगर छोड़ दिया जाए या फिर कुछ घर ऐसे हैं तो चारों तरफ घुप अंधेरा ही आपको नजर आएगा। और आपको बता दें दिल्ली की सर्द रात है, ये काफी ज्यादा ठंड भी पड़ रही है। इक्का दुक्का गाड़ियां रह रहकर जरूर होती हुई यहाँ से इस सड़क से गुजरती हुई आपको नजर आएंगी, लेकिन जहां तक मेरे पीछे भी अगर आप देखेंगे, जरा एक बार लाइट ऑफ करके संजय पीछे की तस्वीर दिखाइए कि अगर लाइट ऑफ होती है तो फिर आप देखेंगे कि किस तरह से चारों तरफ यहाँ पर अंधेरा है, बजाय इसके कि दुकानों की अगर लाइट्स जली ना रहे तो यहाँ पर अब बिल्कुल ही अंधेरा छा जाएगा और यहाँ से गुजरना किसी के लिए भी खतरनाक हो सकता है। रात के 3:30 बज चुके हैं और हमारा 12 किलोमीटर का सफर यहीं पर खत्म होता है। जो तस्वीरें हमारे आंखों के सामने दिखी, दिल्ली पुलिस कई जगहों पर मुस्तैद तो नजर आई, लेकिन कई जगहों पर हालात जस के तस अभी भी बने हुए हैं। अगर उस हिस्से से गाड़ियां गुजरती हैं तो फिर वहां पर जनता की सुरक्षा, बेटियों की सुरक्षा भगवान भरोसे ही है।
So there was a reality check from ground zero with Chitra getting us all of those details, talking about the fact that much more needs to be done in terms of improving the security situation, and that's what Chitra witnessed there. We're getting you all the details of the Anjali horror case today. Anjali's last rites will be in fact carried out is what we know. The investigations are still underway. Of the 5 accused, 2 have claimed that they were in fact drunk. However, they continue to maintain that they did not know that a body was being dragged under the car is what they claim. In fact, the body, what we learned, was dragged for 12 kilometers, and that's how Anjali in fact died. Her body was found without any clothes on it initially, which gave rise to suspicion of this being a case of sexual assault. Some news just coming in. Special Commissioner Shalini is saying, in fact, getting more details of this information at this hour of the Delhi crime probe. These are inside details that we are getting of the Delhi crime probe. How many calls were made to the PCR by witnesses and by the general public to talk about this accident? We're getting in fact, the police is going to be probing this entire matter about the number of calls that were received to the PCR, after which the body was then taken to the hospital. The special CP is going to be investigating this matter, is what we know. Special Commissioner Shalini Singh is going to conduct an internal inquiry in the Sultanpuri case and report to the Ministry of Home Affairs. Shalini Singh will investigate how many PCR calls were made that night, what was the response time of the PCR call, and the policemen then present in it. Shalini Singh will investigate if the girl was dragged by car for 12 to 13 kilometers. Then why was no Delhi police there? Who then didn't notice the accident? Shalini is also going to know that how many PCR vehicles were present on the route during which the girl was dragged. These are details of the investigation. How many were there? How many police officers were there? And why did policemen did not see it, if at all anybody was present? Also, we'll record the statements of all officers involved in the investigation. If there has been any sort of negligence, who is guilty of negligence in this case? Shalini Singh also to look at the route where the accident took place and where the body was dragged. Up until the complete report is going to be prepared and sent to the Ministry of Home Affairs, the negligence of any policeman is going to come to light possibly, and then action is going to be taken against the police officer in question. If deficiencies are found in the response time of the PCR, then it is going to be recommended that action be taken against the officers in question. Milan Sharma is at the mortuary getting us more details. Milan, finally the family members have in fact said that the post-mortem report, of course, is something that they're collecting as we speak. The cremation of the victim is going to happen today.
Well, yes,
Yes, Neha, finally the postmortem seems almost over, and now the family that is here outside the mortuary at the moment at the Maulana Azad Medical College is just waiting for the final formalities to take place, and inside right now the final documentation and paperwork is being done. Of course, a lot of questions surrounding this particular hit and run accident, a brutal culmination of a new year for this particular victim, and of course the family, what they are telling us is that they want to finish the final rites as well of this girl, and they will be doing it today itself perhaps, but of course the location is going to be Karan Vihar, and that is exactly what we are waiting for right now outside the mortuary for the final formalities to happen, after which the body will be taken from here, the mortal remains, for the final rites. Of course, there's a issue there being a very brutal case coming to light, and since we've been covering it also, there is a sense of anguish in the people as well of the local area, and all that will need to be assessed as well before the girl's mortal remains are taken out from here, Sneha.
The mortal remains will be taken by the family members, after which the cremation will be carried out. Million horrific details about the condition in which the body was found, but important for us to reiterate, just to give the viewers a sense of the horror. The young woman, was put under for 12 kilometers, dragged. Just take us to the details of what really happened there. For 12 kilometers, the body continued to be dragged under the car, though the version coming in from those behind this have said that we didn't know that the body was, stuck underneath the car. That obviously is impossible, isn't it?
Well, Sneha, definitely. The kind of brutality that has been meted out in the case is a question for both, for the people who are involved in this particular matter, who are currently in remand, and also for the police and the security arrangements that were supposed to be in place in and around Delhi on a day like the 31st Eve and the first day of the new year. If such an incident has occurred, how come when the accident happened, the girl who got mangled with the car was dragged for almost 12 kilometers, and no one seems to have noticed that this particular brutality was being meted out at that moment, and which is why this case happens to be one of the rarest of the rare and brutal killings in a hit and run accident. It's not just a common or not just a everyday accident that we report, which is why perhaps a high-level inquiry has been put in place for this, and the police also will have to answer several questions of the kind of security deployment that was in place at the day. Of course, there are other questions also being asked, whether she was accompanied by a second girl on the scooty when she was there, and these people who have now been, in the custody of police, their identities have been ascertained, and a case certainly will be filed. But definitely for the family, it's a shocking reminder of the fact that an accident that's gone in this way to perhaps be one of the rarest and rare and highlight in the brutality of the way that it was meted out, which is why the family is here. Not all members, perhaps only, a brother and an uncle, and others, meanwhile, are trying to, grieve the passing away of this particular girl as we wait for her mortal remains from the mortuary to be taken to cremation for her final rites, Neha.
Milan, I'm going to thank you for the moment. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you and to all my other colleagues for all the details that we are tracking very closely in this horrific case that we're reporting on. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. We're getting you much more news on the other side. Do stay on with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today.
Welcome back. The Defence Minister is speaking at the inaugural ceremony of the Siom Bridge in Arunachal Pradesh, and 27 other projects are being built across India. Let's go straight to that.
कई गुना मजबूत हुई है। मैं यह भी बताना चाहूँगा कि जब मैं गृह मंत्रालय का कार्यभार संभाल रहा था, तब भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट रीजन में सिक्योरिटी, एनवायरनमेंट और आर्थिक विकास से जुड़े मुद्दों को हल करने के लिए मैं यहाँ आता रहता था और इसके लिए हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण कदम भी उठाए। अधिकतर लोग यह समझते हैं कि बीआरओ केवल आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के लिए काम करता है, पर मुझे लगता है कि बीआरओ इससे कहीं आगे कनेक्टिंग प्लेसेस, कनेक्टिंग पीपल की फिलॉसफी के साथ देशवासियों को एक दूसरे से जोड़ने का काम कर रहा है और अपने ध्येयवाद यानी क्रमेण सर्वं साध्यम को चरितार्थ भी बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कर रहा है। अत्यधिक दुर्गम और रिमोट एरियाज में काम करने वाले बीआरओ के कर्मयोगी कठिन और चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार कर उन जगहों पर भी पहुंच गए हैं जहां और लोगों के द्वारा पहुंचने का प्रयास कभी नहीं किया गया। मेरे बहनों भाइयों, मेरे पास खबरें आती रहती थी कि इमरजेंसी के केस में ऐसे इलाकों के लोग अक्सर तत्काल चिकित्सा की सुविधा नहीं प्राप्त कर पाते थे, पर वक्त बदल रहा है। आज मुझे अरुणाचल प्रदेश, लद्दाख और मिजोरम के रिमोट एंड डिफिकल्ट लोकेलिटीज पर स्थित मेडिकल इंस्पेक्शन रूम्स में 3 टेलीमेडिसिन नोड्स का उद्घाटन करते हुए भी बेहद खुशी हो रही है। और ये नोड टेलीमेडिसिन कंसल्टेशन के माध्यम से मेडिकल एंड सर्जिकल इमरजेंसी में शीघ्र चिकित्सा सहायता प्रदान के लिए स्थापित किए गए हैं, जो स्थानीय लोगों की स्वास्थ्य संबंधी जो जरूरतें हैं उनके लिए बहुत ही सहायक सिद्ध होगा। यह सब नॉर्थ ईस्ट की जनता की क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ में एक क्वांटम इंप्रूवमेंट, बहुत बड़ा इंप्रूवमेंट लाएगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। मेरे साथियों, बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के नाम को जब मैंने पहले 60 में इसे लिखा हुआ देखा था, 60 में लिखा हुआ BRO, बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को लिखा जाता। पहले जब मैं बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को बचपन में नहीं जानता था तो मैंने उसे ब्रो समझा था। ये BRO ये ब्रो है, जिसे आजकल हमारी नई जनरेशन ब्रदर यानी भाई के सेंस में यूज करती है। पहले BRO को मैं समझा कि BRO नहीं, बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं जानता था, मैं समझा ब्रो है, यानी इसको भाई कहते हैं आजकल। और मुझे बताया गया कि यह ब्रो नहीं है, यह BRO है, बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। पर आज जब मैं इस संगठन को हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस और देश की जनता के साथ मिलकर आगे बढ़ते देख रहा हूं तो उनके लिए दिन रात मेहनत करते हुए देख रहा हूं, तो मेरे बहनों भाइयों मैं कह सकता हूं कि तब मैंने BRO को ब्रो यानी ब्रदर गलत नहीं बल्कि सही पढ़ा था। BRO यानी हमारी सेनाओं का ब्रो यानी हमारी सेनाओं का ब्रदर, BRO यानी हमारे देशवासियों का ब्रो यानी हमारे देशवासियों का ब्रदर, BRO यानी आप सबका ब्रो यानी आप सबका ब्रदर। और साथियों, हाल के दिनों में देश में रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेक्टर में भारी वृद्धि देखी गई है। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप क्षेत्र में काफी सोशियो इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट, सामाजिक आर्थिक विकास तेजी के साथ हुआ है और यह सब निर्माण के क्षेत्र में लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी के उपयोग के कारण ही यह संभव हो पाया है। और एक टेक्निक सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट पर लगातार ध्यान देने के साथ आर्थिक दृष्टि से भी बेनिफिशियल, प्रोडक्टिव और टाइम सेविंग साबित होंगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। आज जारी होने वाले कंपेंडियम में कुछ नई टेक्नोलॉजी और BRO द्वारा इंप्लीमेंटेड इनोवेटिव आइडिया पर जोर दिया गया है। इन न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी और टेक्निक्स का उपयोग BRO को निर्माण की गति और गुणवत्ता बढ़ाने में सक्षम बनाएगा, ऐसा मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल राजीव चौधरी, डायरेक्टर जनरल बॉर्डर रोड की प्रेरणादायी, इंस्पिरेशनल और विजनरी लीडरशिप में BRO नेशनल बिल्डिंग की ओर लगातार अपने कदम आगे बढ़ा रहा है। जैसा कि रोड्स के बारे में किसी ने कहा है कि इट इज नॉट द डेस्टिनेशन, इट इज द जर्नी। आपसे भी मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि सीमाई इलाकों में रोड्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण कार्य आप लोगों के लिए एक यात्रा की तरह ही है और इसका डेस्टिनेशन एक सशक्त, समृद्ध और समर्थ भारत है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि BRO राष्ट्र निर्माण के अपने प्रयासों में निरंतर सफलता प्राप्त करेगा और भविष्य में देश के बढ़ते कद में एक की कंट्रीब्यूटर माने प्रमुख योगदान वह करेगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। और मेरे बहनों भाइयों, इस अवसर पर मैं लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल राणा प्रताप कलिता, GOC ईस्टर्न कमांड और लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल RC तिवारी, GOC 3 कोर की भी मैं प्रशंसा करना चाहूंगा। आर्मी के सहयोग व समन्वय से यह ईस्टर्न कमांड की एरिया में BRO बहुत अच्छा काम कर पा रहा है। सबके कोऑर्डिनेशन के कारण ही यह संभव हुआ है। मैं हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस और MOD को भी इन उपलब्धियों के लिए हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और आप सभी सदैव कुछ नया करते रहिए और राष्ट्र को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाने में अपना योगदान देते रहिए। इसके लिए मैं आप सभी को भी अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और मेरे बहनों भाइयों, आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं और आपके माध्यम से समस्त अरुणाचल के बहनों भाइयों को मैं बताना चाहता हूं, जब से देश में प्रधानमंत्री पद की जिम्मेदारी हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने संभाली है, भारत की प्रतिष्ठा, भारत की इज्जत सारी दुनिया की नजरों में बढ़ी है। पहले भारत अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर कुछ बोलता था, दुनिया भारत की बातों को जितनी गंभीरतापूर्वक लेना चाहिए उतनी गंभीरतापूर्वक नहीं लेती थी, लेकिन आज यदि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर भारत कुछ बोलता है तो सारी दुनिया कान खोल कर सुनती है कि भारत बोल क्या रहा है। यह भारत की भविष्य सारी दुनिया में बनी। इस अवसर पर इससे ज्यादा मैं कुछ न कहते हुए आप सभी के सम्मिलित प्रयासों की मैं सराहना करता हूं और मैं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स के उद्घाटन के अवसर पर आप सभी और समस्त देशवासियों को बधाई और नए वर्ष की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए यहीं पर अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
watching India Today.
बाय धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
Hi there, very good afternoon. You're watching Lunch Break. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines on this edition. CCTV images reveal that 20-year-old Anjali was not alone on the scooty that she was using. Images show Anjali riding pillion to friend. Wee hours of the morning. India Today accesses Delhi horror FIR. Carlender's startling testimony in the FIR. Suspects were drunk while driving. India today gets you a safety check from the streets of the national capital after the horrifying death of Anjali. 11 India Today reporters venture out in the dead of the night to find the hard truth on the ground. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's most scathing attack on Pakistan yet. Jaishankar names and shames Pakistan as terror epicenter, also slams China for breaking border protocol. Weeks after Tawang clash, India focuses on major infrastructure boost along the line of actual control. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh makes first visit to Arunachal since China clash, inaugurates a 100-metre steel arch bridge. Indigo Delhi to Phuket flight makes an emergency return after taking off due to technical glitches. Sources say full emergency was declared for air turn back. Some news just coming in. Delhi Women's Panel has sent key suggestions to the Ministry of Home Affairs. The DCW says set up high-level committee. This is the suggestion of the Delhi Commission for Women. Set accountability of the Delhi Police. Delhi Women's Commission sent important suggestions to the Ministry of Home Affairs. The Ministry of Home Affairs should set up a high-level committee on women's safety. Home Minister, LG, Chief Minister, Police Commissioner, DCW President should be in this committee, is what has been said in these suggestions. Accountability of Delhi Police should be fixed. 66,000 new recruitments should be done in Delhi Police. Delhi Police has been grappling with shortage of policemen for years. Swati Malibal also raised this demand by fasting twice. After the fast, 3,000 police recruitment sanctions were done, but until date, no recruitment has taken place. Ashutosh has more details on that story, right from strengthening the PCR system, the Delhi police modernization, sensitization, all of this, Ashutosh, I get a sense of deja vu really from 10 years ago when the Nirbhaya case happened. 10 years on, we're still talking about these things, Ashutosh. We'll just rectify that line with Ashutosh. Bit of an audio problem. Apologize for that. But these are recommendations that have been made by the Delhi Commission for Women. They've sent some suggestions to the Ministry of Home Affairs. Remember, Delhi comes under the purview, at least the law and order comes under the purview of the Ministry of Home Affairs, given the special status of the capital city. Ashutosh has more details on that. Ashutosh, I was talking to you about the fact that these were recommendations made even 10 years ago when the horrific Nirbhaya case happened. 10 years on, we are still talking about modernization of our forces.
Well, the problem is that every time we see Delhi, we only see, the Lutyens Delhi. And beyond Lutyens Delhi, we barely even think about that what could be the possible situation. And when we see the Nirbhaya, like Baburi case in 2012, there was always question raised on the police modernization, the strength of policemen, and also the deployment at the particular pocket, including CCTV cameras and high-tech facilities, tracing system, everything. And that has always been key challenge. Though in last few years, there have been a certain amount of investment by the Ministry of Home Affairs, which is the controlling authority of Delhi Police. But at large, if you see post-Nirbhaya, from Nirbhaya to 2022, we are now in 2023, nothing really has much change. And that's exactly why there have been often several authorities have been claiming, there have been standing committees meeting, and this alarming issues raised that there is a deficiency in the police force. There is a need of more than 60,000 police personnel that need to be had, and this is what you require from patrolling, from law and order, from investigating, everything that you have in such a pocket size where you have a more than 2 crore population. This is what the minimum strength is required, and nothing has been done. And that's exactly yet again be the DCW or several other authorities is now yet again reminding that first you have to increase your Delhi police force and then bring the modernization, and several other part which could be the part of the policing system to strengthening from investigation, from law and until unless you really do that, nothing really much gonna change. Be it in terms of CCTV cameras, still you see the CCTV cameras from the PWDs being installed, from Delhi Police installed, but still what it looks like the numbers are pretty low. That is also need to be worked upon. There has to be, in fact, this is the need of the moment, that increase the CCTV cameras. So the entire infrastructure of policing, that need to be strengthened, and this is what the DCW is yet again sending a letter to the ministry. That letter, there will be a task force, involve Chief Minister, Lieutenant Governor, Home Ministry, Police Commissioner, DCW, NCW bodies, and there have been a body that will see consultation, give report, and then several action need to be taken. In sync with the recommendation that will come from this task force.
Be with us. Coming back to you, we have more news coming in. Let's go straight to that. Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have 5 demands from the police commissioner. The DCP should be suspended. All the policemen posted on the incident route should be suspended. Policemen who put mild sections in the FIR also should be suspended. Considering the case is rarest of rare, the strictest punishment be given. Delhi police should take strict action without giving in to political pressure, is what the Aam Aadmi Party has said. We're all set to hold a press conference any moment also from now. In fact, we put out that soundbite of Atishi and then go straight to Rahul Gautam for more on that.
किलोमीटर तक एक लड़की ऐसी दरिंदगी के साथ घसीटती चली गई। वो पुलिस अफसर जिन्होंने सिर्फ एक आरोपी पर धाराएं दर्ज करी और बाकियों को छोड़ दिया, वही पुलिस अफसर जिसने एक कमजोर धारा में FIR दर्ज की, और DCP जिन्होंने आरोपियों को बचाने की कोशिश करी, उनके डिफेंस में स्टेटमेंट दी, उन सब पर भी कार्रवाई होनी जरूरी है कि जो पुलिस कर्मी आगे सोचें कि हम किसी व्यक्ति को बचाएं, किसी आरोपी को बचाएं, खासकर किसी राजनीतिक आरोपी को भी बचाएं, उन पर भी एक नकेल कसने की जरूरत है।
Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have been meeting police, the Delhi police, and Ashutosh, in fact, has one leader of the Aam Aadmi Party who's just held a meeting with the Delhi Police Commissioner. I'm being told, Ashutosh, who's there with you? Tell us more.
Well, the 11 MLAs, the delegation of 11 Aam Aadmi Party MLAs just met the Delhi Police Commissioner, and joining me Dinesh Mohaniyya, Sanjeev Jha, 2 of the MLAs. क्या बातें हुई पुलिस कमिश्नर से? 5 जो मांगे आपने रखी हैं वो क्या है?
देखिए, हमारी मांग ये है कि एक तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन फेयर हो, और जिन पुलिसकर्मियों ने कल पत्रकारों के साथ बदतमीजी की उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई हो, साथ ही साथ जिन कमजोर धाराओं में ये केस दर्ज किया गया है उसको चेंज किया जाए और जो कड़ी धाराएं हैं वो लगाई जाएं। इन्हीं सब मांगों के साथ हम आज पुलिस कमिश्नर से मिले थे और उन्होंने आश्वासन तो दिया, लेकिन आश्वासन मुझे लगता है कोई ठोस आश्वासन नहीं था, केवल एक जेनरिक उन्होंने बोला कि भाई हम करेंगे, देखेंगे। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरीके से इस टाइम जनता में गुस्सा है, वो एक हार्ड एक्शन चाहते हैं इन मुजरिमों के खिलाफ भी, और साथ ही साथ जो पुलिसकर्मियों ने जिन्होंने नेग्लिजेंस बरती है उनके खिलाफ भी एक सख्त कार्रवाई की डिमांड।
संजीव झा जी, पुलिस अपना काम करती रहेगी। एक सवाल मेरे मन में भी ये है कि लड़की इकलौती थी जो अपने परिवार का पेट भरती थी, सरकार की ओर से क्या आप लोग कुछ मदद करेंगे? उसके भाई 2 हैं, वो छोटे हैं, माँ चल नहीं सकती, किडनी की बीमारी है, इलाज चल रहा है। आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार या आपके जो MLAs हैं या पार्टी को कुछ ऐसी मदद हो सकती है कि परिवार का कम से कम 2 वक्त की रोटी उनको मिल सके?
देखिए, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कहा है कि पीड़िता परिवार को हर तरह से मदद मिलेगी। उनके इलाज की ज़रूरत है, उनको इलाज की ज़रूरत मिलेगी। उनके बाकी जो ज़रूरतें हैं, चाहे बच्चों के रोजगार को लेकर, वो सभी बात, मुझे लगता है ये वक्त उस पीड़िता परिवार के साथ खड़े होने का है। चूँकि जिस तरह
फाइनेंशियल अश्योरेंस कुछ ना हो बड़ा कि कम से कम उनका परिवार चलता रहे, घर चलता रहे, वो एक बड़ी चुनौती, क्या उसको लेकर के सरकार को ऐलान करेगी?
बिल्कुल 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 एश्योरेंस करेगी, और बातचीत चल भी रही है। हमारे विधायक मंत्री जाएंगे और जो भी उचित सहायता होगी वो सहायता प्रदान करेगी।
That's what we can hope, at least from the political executives, from the government, from the MPs and all the authorities. This is time also to stand with the family while the investigation taking place, while the police carrying out investigation. More details likely to come out soon.
Be with us, Ashutosh. Coming back to you in a few moments from now. Well, a new twist has come to the fore in the New Delhi New Year horror case. So when the police traced the route of deceased Anjali, they came to know that she wasn't alone in the scooty. Anjali was riding along with a friend. Both of them met with this accident. While a friend sustained minor injuries, ran away from the spot. Anjali then goes on to get stuck with the accused car. her leg gets dragged into it and then she gets trapped into it, underneath the car essentially. Delhi police has recorded Anjali's friend's statement, who will be produced before a district magistrate today. India Today spoke to the Oyo hotel manager where Anjali and her friend visited before they met with this accident. Well, he said that the two girls got into a fight before leaving. As the probe intensifies in the ghastly death of the 20-year-old girl, all 5 accused have been sent to 3-day police remand. India Today has also accessed the FIR that mentions 2 out of 5 accused admit to being drunk and that the accused were aware that they hit a girl on a scooty.
कल शाम को आए थे 6:30 बजे करीबन।
6:30 बजे। तो क्या कितने लोग रहेंगे पुलिस के?
तो अंदाजन ऊपर तो 7-8 जन थे।
7-8 डीसीपी साहब भी आए थे? जी थे। तो उन्होंने क्या किया? पूरा डीवीआर ले गए?
डीवीआर, रजिस्टर और आईडी
सब कुछ ले गए। और सिर्फ आप ही का कि आसपास के और भी होते थे? मेरे को तो मेरा ही पता है जी, बाद में कहा नहीं। तो आप अंजलि को जानते हैं जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ? नहीं सर, मैं अभी नया ही ज्वाइन किया हूँ। एक्सीडेंट के बारे में कल ही उसके बाद ही हमने सर्च किया था क्या है क्या नहीं, क्योंकि हम तो ड्यूटी पे रहते हैं। अच्छा, तो पुलिस के जरिए क्या आपको पता लगा कि अंजलि? नहीं, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया। बस वो सीज कर, उन्होंने बस आया कि एक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, ये है वो है, रजिस्टर देखा, फिर आईडी ली और चले गए।
वो झगड़ा उनका रूम के अंदर ही हो रहा था, काफी माँ बहन की गाली बक रही थी वो लड़की आपसी में ही। तो फिर उसके बाद हमने बोला कि मैम उसे गाली गलौज अच्छा नहीं।
फिर उसके बाद क्या हुआ? जब झगड़ा शुरू हुआ तो उसको नीचे की तरफ?
हाँ जी, हमने बोला मैम यहाँ लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं चलेगा, और भी गेस्ट अगल बगल में वो डिस्टर्ब होते हैं। तो कह रही है ओके भाई हम लोग जा रहे हैं। फिर उसके बाद वो नीचे चली गई। अगल बगल वालों ने बोला उन्हें कि भाई मैम आप लड़की हो रहे हो, तो बोली आप हमारे पर्सनल मैटर है।
Rahul Gautam is the residence of the victim in this case. Rahul, in fact, the cremation, the last rites will take place today. Give us a sense of what is expected. Will the body be brought to the house, or will the family members then directly go to the cremation ground? What more can you tell us?
Well, as we speak, the family of the victim is taking the mortal remains of a victim from Maulana Azad College and Hospital, and from there they'll be coming here, at Karan Vihar, which is the part of Sultanpuri police station. And over here, a delegation of Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Manish Sisodia, will also be meeting the victim's family and would be offering their condolences. And post that, what we are learning that the family will be conducting the final rites of victim. But as I was telling you earlier also, the police is not convinced with the theory that has been put forward by Delhi police. They are saying that there are a lot of loopholes in the theory of Delhi police. In fact, they are asking why, how it could possible that for 10 to 12 kilometers, women's body was dragged under the car without getting detected. Why there was no police personnel on that particular route, and why, the body was found completely naked. Why there was not a thread or a simple shred of fabric or cloth on her body, and they are pointing towards a sexual assault and a possible verbal spat between victim and 5 occupants of that particular car. Because I must tell our viewers that the accused in this particular case, lives very nearby to the victim's family. They are the distance of barely a kilometer. So there's a high possibility that whether, those 5 occupants or those 5 accused actually knew the girl before this incident. And now this new eyewitness has also come, the pillion rider of that particular scooty. That.
To you, Rahul, in a few moments from now, there is a press conference that's being held. Let's go straight to that first. Conference, and we'll in fact get a better sense from the sequence of events, what really happened there. Questions that are being raised on why there was no patrolling, whether there was a delay in the PCR reaching the accident spot, coming to the rescue of the victim, the circumstances surrounding this death. All of these questions, the Delhi police, in fact, will be answering, at least hopefully some of them, is what we know. Police is going to give us an idea about the sequence of events, about the role of the friend herein, who was, in fact, riding pillion with Anjali, the victim. Why did she not then inform the Delhi police? Let's listen in.
सुल्तानपुरी की घटना में एक नया तथ्य हमारे सामने आया है, जिसके अनुसार एक जो इंसिडेंट हुआ था उस टाइम पर डिसीज्ड के साथ एक और लड़की थी और उसके मुताबिक ये जो घटना घटी है उस टाइम पर वो थी और उसको कोई इंजरी नहीं हुई थी और वो उठकर वहां से चली गई थी। और इस मुद्दे में हमने जो भी एफर्ट्स किए हैं कल, उसका परिणाम ये रहा कि अब हमारे पास एक इंसिडेंट की आई विटनेस है और वो पुलिस के साथ कोऑपरेट कर रही है। और इसमें अभी 164 सीआरपीसी के तहत उसकी जो स्टेटमेंट है वो रिकॉर्ड कराई जा रही है। यह दिल्ली पुलिस के लिए इस केस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में एक सिग्निफिकेंट डेवलपमेंट है और जो अक्यूज्ड हैं उनको एक तरह से सजा दिलाने में हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण साबित होगा। इसके अलावा इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी प्रारंभिक स्टेज पर है, बहुत पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है और जल्दी ही दिल्ली पुलिस की ये कोशिश है कि जल्दी ही इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को कंप्लीट कर लिया जाएगा और जो अपराधी हैं उनको सख्त से सख्त सजा दी।
You heard from Sagarpreet Hooda. He's the Special CP, Law and Order, Delhi Police, and he's spoken about the fact that there is an eyewitness in this case. But those questions about why did the eyewitness then not inform the police? What else did she know that she just left this place where this accident took place and not inform the police? These are questions that are unanswered as of now. A very short statement being made by IPS officer, a Special CP, Law and Order, Sagarpreet Hooda. We just heard from the Delhi Police. Listen in again.
एफर्ट्स किए हैं कल, उसका परिणाम ये रहा कि अब हमारे पास एक इंसिडेंट की आई विटनेस है और वो पुलिस के साथ कोऑपरेट कर रही है और इसमें अभी 164 सीआरपीसी के तहत उसकी जो स्टेटमेंट है वो रिकॉर्ड कराई जा रही है। यह दिल्ली पुलिस के लिए इस केस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में एक सिग्निफिकेंट डेवलपमेंट है और जो अक्यूज्ड हैं उनको एक तरह से सजा दिलाने में हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण साबित होगा। इसके अलावा इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी प्रारंभिक स्टेज पर है, बहुत पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है और जल्दी ही दिल्ली पुलिस की ये कोशिश है कि जल्दी ही इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को कंप्लीट कर लिया जाएगा और जो अपराधी हैं उनको सख्त से सख्त सजा दी।
Up until now, cops were unaware of Anjali's friend. That's a lapse, undoubtedly. CCTV accessed after 2 days. The eyewitness saying that cops didn't respond to calls. Girl dragged without anyone noticing. How is that even possible? 5 occupants in the car, not one noticed. There is actually a human being who's stuck underneath the car. How is that even possible? Culpable homicide charge has been added later to the sections of the FIR registered. Shreya Chatterjee has been tracking that story closely. In fact, she was there at the press conference right now. Shreya, about this eyewitness in this case, the friend of the girl, of the victim here, did she approach the police or not? How is that there was no conversation about this girl up until today? What is the police essentially saying? Because the officer in question there did not want to answer many questions, isn't it?
Well, you know, Sneha, first and foremost, the Delhi police only, issued a statement in this press conference just saying that they have recorded a statement of this girl under section 164 CRPC. Unfortunately, the Delhi police refused to take any other question. They abruptly left the press conference. We saw the special CP refusing to take any further questions because there are a lot of questions that the Delhi police has to answer. Whether this girl really approached the Delhi police herself or it was the Delhi police during the course of the CCTV mapping unearthed the entire incident. Right now, that's something that we still have to get a clarity on. But what the Delhi police shared with us, that this girl is cooperating with the police and she has been made the eyewitness in the accident, and the girl did not receive an injury. But you know, it's difficult for us to make any statement on why she left the spot because we do not have a confirmation, at least, that there was any PCR call made by by this girl. Remember, the 2 PCR calls were made by eyewitnesses. So there are a lot of clarity that the Delhi police had to give, but unfortunately they chose not to. So probably we'll have to wait for some more time and unearth ourselves at what exactly transpired that led to the pillion escape the spot, and subsequently now she's made an eyewitness in the case.
Yes, it's really intriguing because that's one unanswered question, and that's going to throw a lot of light on this case so far. If at all, Shreya, was there some planning involved in all of this, or was this spontaneous as far as this accident is concerned? Because the very fact that there is another person who just leaves the spot and says that the police was not taking my calls isn't an argument that really cuts eyes, isn't it?
It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't cut size, because we have 2 eyewitnesses who's all obviously not related to this girl, and they, out of humanity, made calls to the police, chased the car when the girl was being dragged. And this person we're talking about was a friend of hers with whom she celebrated the 31st of December, and subsequently they left together. So it's a little, too many things that are not being answered clearly, that really needs more investigation. Probably the Delhi police is also tight-lipped because they are at a preliminary stage of the investigation, but they very categorically told us that this girl has been made an eyewitness to the case, and her statement has been recorded under section 164 CRPC. But Sneha, it's important to mention the way we saw the special CP Law and Order Zone 2 leave the spot. It also seemed like they did not want to take any question on the laxity on the part of Delhi police. We still do not have any clarity whether there have been any transfer, any suspension, any action taken against those officials who are supposed to be on PCR duty. 12-kilometer long stretch, not a single PCR van intercepts this car. Why has there not been a word till now on any action being taken on officials who are supposed to be on duty, that too on the night of 31st? Probably that's the reason we saw the special CP leave the press conference so abruptly.
This case, Shreya, just leaves so many questions unanswered, and certain of these positions that the accused have taken. For example, Ashutosh was also talking to us about it, and I'm going to bring him in on this. Ashutosh, the very fact that you go on to drag a person, a human being, underneath a car for 12 kilometers, and then you say, I don't know. We did not know that there was somebody stuck inside it, and hence this is not deliberate. Ashutosh, that too is really unbelievable, isn't it?
Well, the basic part of police training is that you observe, you see everything that unfolds around. And that's what we know about the police when it comes to policing system, law and order, duty, monitoring, observation. Clearly, when around 12-13 kilometers, someone is dragging car, and as the eyewitnesses say, then even several calls were made. Forget about, just for an example, we can say there have been a huge crowd on that particular night. The beat police constables or the PCR vans missed it. What about the calls that were made to the helpline by the eyewitness, as they say? Why there have been delay even to responding to that? At least an hour, 60 minutes means really a lot when it comes to such critical case. So that is indeed part of lapses. And remember, we have seen number of police press conference last year in 2022. Whenever they have to say certain story, when they have to make certain claims, you see there are really long press conference, even they ready to answer till the last, even if it takes 30-40 minutes. But when it comes to such crucial case, when there are allegations against your policeman for the erring officials, the police official, a top level of official comes, makes a statement for 20 seconds and just leaves abruptly. This the body language that we read, that is clearly said that the police forces are on back foot. They have serious allegations, and why the point of what our colleague Arvind Ocha has been repeating, that why MHA is seeking a report from the special officer, and on that aspect, in that particular investigation, what is also need to be probed, whether about there was negligence from the erring officials of the Delhi police, and if that comes, there will be further investigation. But will there be action? Again, I'm saying this is very unlikely that there will be certain strict action against the police officials, be it from that IPS officer, be it from that inspector, the SHO of that particular area, be it even though the PCR official. More than transfer, I don't see anything that happening from the Delhi police side.
Be with us. Milan also is with us, getting us more details. Milan, in fact, is at the mortuary where the body has been kept. Milan, when is the body going to be taken to the crematorium? The final rites, the last rites are today is what we understand. Will it be taken to the house then? What more can you tell us right now?
Well, I think, Sneha, first of all, the police is under the scanner when it comes to this whole case. But at the mortuary where I am right now, at the Maulana Azad College, we're still waiting for the final paperwork to happen because some of the family members of the victim are over here at the spot right now. We're just awaiting a final word from the authorities as well. The final postmortem will determine what were the kind of brutalities that the victim's body have actually gone through when she was dragged 12 kilometers and of course with people saying that they didn't know her body was mangled with the car, and that kind of brutality and the evidences of that will perhaps be ascertained in the postmortem that's currently happening at the Maulana Azad. This is a particular ambulance that has been put here on standby. The ambulance will be taking her mortal remains to Karan Vihar. We've been told that the cremation and her final rites the family will do over there, and that could take some time from now. Of course, the kind of brutality, as you and I were discussing earlier also, Sneha, in this particular case, an accident, it's not just a hit and run, but perhaps one of the rarest of brutalities that we have witnessed, and that too, just at the start of the new year. Many questions that the police has now to answer. Of course, even the eyewitnesses that they have recorded the CRPF's, the Criminal Procedure Code 164 statements of will say then determine that what exactly happened that night that led to laxity from the police, not noticing that the body was being dragged for about 12 kilometers. The girl's body was found without any clothes on, and all that, of course, in this postmortem report will certainly determine the brutality of the case. Sadly, the family is grieving. They have lost their daughter, and of course, that being taken into consideration, the family is also looking for support from not just the government, also from the police authorities to find out and provide justice to the girl. At least that's the least the police authorities can do, which is why the investigation, as my colleague Shreya also mentioned, has been a very focal point for the police's negligence right now. Sneha.
Milan, I'm going to come back to you in a few moments from now. In fact, all my colleagues were getting asked these details. We have Milan, we have Shreya, also Ashutosh and Rahul Gautam. Coming back to all of you in a few moments from now, we're describing these visuals now to our viewers. First of all, the girl in pink is Anjali, and the girl who is in fact taking out the two-wheeler right now is a friend. They've left the hotel. This is the CCTV footage that India Today has access. Anjali rides, then friend is sitting pillion in these pictures, which is clear. The third video is when the Baleno car is spotted. Of course, this is a bit of a grainy image, but this is the video of the Baleno car. Now, this particular video of the U-turn being taken, and in that video, the last one, we will put that out for our viewers once again, because that's the video that clearly shows that there is something stuck underneath the car. We'll go back to that last video in a few seconds. From now, the Baleno car takes a U-turn, and while taking the U-turn, what we really see is that there appears to be something which is stuck at least in the front tire of the car, which is a left tire. As you can see, a shadow-like image that is clear from these pictures. So we're talking about this car that drove on actually for 12 kilometers, viewers, with a human being stuck underneath. Imagine the claim that has been made by the accused in this case, who say that we do not know that something was stuck underneath the car. Rahul, they've also gone on to say things like there was loud music, and that's the reason why we couldn't hear the cries of the victim. Rahul, these are claims that nobody can buy at this point in time. Also, the eyewitnesses, Rahul, have clearly come out and said that there was no loud music, isn't it?
Well, there were 5 people who were present in that particular car, and even though, these people are claiming that they were drunk, at least any one of them, didn't notice that this is something which is not being digested by Delhi police also now, and obviously they are now exploring this angle, that whether this was a deliberate attempt on the part of accused, and whether this was actually more than what it meets the eye at this point of time, and therefore the police is now exploring all possible angles. I also must tell our viewers that as my colleague Ashutosh was also pointing out, that for almost 60 minutes, there were two people who called, Delhi PCR at that point of time. For 60 minutes, police were not able to find the body or the scooty. And this only shows that how there was, complete absence of Delhi police security arrangements that were being claimed by Delhi police on 31st of December. And also, when you drive for 10 to 12 kilometers with a, when something like this happens, there are multiple speed breakers also. One also finds, potholes on road, but still these people were not able to realize that that the body is trapped under their car. So obviously the Delhi police is now broadening their investigation with exploring all possible angles. Nidhi, who's a friend of the victim here, has also, gone to police station. In fact, her statement also being recorded, and the police is now exploring that whether there was some sort of a trigger, that actually led to this incident, whether there was some sort of a verbal spat between accused and victim here. So the investigation is still on. However, the Delhi police is under scanner. The family is saying that why police were, rubbishing and rejecting this entire theory of sexual assault earlier, why they were simply putting it as a mere accident earlier. So therefore, they are not happy with the ongoing investigation. We have to really wait and watch that whether they will be agreeing for cremation once the body is handed over to them. Because I myself spoke with the family members early in the morning, and they were not really convinced with the theory that had been put forward by Delhi police earlier. And it seems that when Aam Aadmi Party leaders would be coming here, they would be discussing this matter with them, and then a final call would be taken. But as of now, there are a lot of questions that needs to be answered. Why there were no PCR present over that particular stretch of 10 to 12 kilometers? Why there were not a single beat constable that was present over there? How could it be possible that 5 people who were present in that particular car didn't realize, none of them realized that, at that point of time, that there's a body trapped under their bonnet? And how it is also possible that, and if there's any possibility that whether the accused also knew victim prior to this incident. So there are lot many angles and questions that needs to be answered. But obviously there is huge pressure on Delhi police to conclude this case with connecting the entire theory.
We'll come back to you for more on that. Be with us. In fact, we're talking about various lapses herein. As far as this entire matter is concerned, the reporters continue to be with us. Milan, Shreya, Ashutosh and Rahul. Lapse number 1. Cops completely unaware of Anjali's friend. Up until today, there was absolutely no conversation. There is, in fact, an eyewitness in this case. Imagine the kind of assistance it would lead to the investigators in terms of an eyewitness being present. They had no idea about her. Lapse number 2. CCTV accessed after 2 days. What was the police doing? This incident took place on the 1st of January, the VRs. Lapse number 3. The eyewitness. Cops did not respond to calls. That's what the eyewitness has said. Lapse number 4. Girl dragged without anyone noticing. How was this possible for 12 kilometers? It's not even possible. Lapse number 5. Only culpable homicide charge added later on. Earlier, the sections under which the accused were booked, in fact, the family members also say and upset about it, was just a case of hit and run. Culpable homicide charge added much later. Contradictions in police statements and body location. Why was this happening? Essentially, 2 different kind of statements. Not a single petrol van for nearly 15 kilometers. This is Delhi city. Unfortunately, in headlines all the time for crime against women. We've seen the Nirbhaya case here, but where were the PCR vans that night is the question that we're asking. Milan continues to be with us. Milan, in fact, these are questions that we've raised time and again, and a horrible sense of deja vu. When 10 years ago the Nirbhaya case happened, we all were out on the streets and we did similar reports on how there is no PCR van. What about the CCTV cameras? Where is the security for women in Delhi city? And now we are raising these questions once again, isn't it? 10 years on, really nothing has changed.
Well, absolutely. For the last 10 years, all we've been doing is asking for women's safety in national capital of India, which is Delhi. But perhaps we've just been asking the wrong people, or our voices are still not heard, because there are these questions of lapses, not just at the part of the Delhi police, but also at the governmental level that is supposed to have installed CCTV cameras across these areas. There are supposed to be PCR vans which are part of the security for national capital here. There were no PCR vans. Of course, it's very procedural when we talk about adding certain sections later to the FIR as and when the police investigation moves forward. But certainly this eyewitness girl, the second one, the police finds out about her later. In the first instance, it is deemed that there was only one girl on the scooter and she met with an accident. She's being dragged for 12 odd kilometers, and yet there is no one that has seen her, and that is very difficult to comprehend in a populated city like Delhi perhaps, and that too on the New Year's Eve. This incident that shocks the national capital begets questions as to why women's safety is still on a back burner. Of course, the police, the Delhi police, is under scanner. The MHA, the Ministry of Home Affairs, is asking for a report, and meanwhile politics is also being played out on the issue. But fact remains, Neha, as you mentioned, that whether it's Nirbhaya and whether there are cases of crime against women that continue to happen in the national capital unabated, despite the fact that many governments promise safety of women in the national capital. Even the police authorities working slow on this investigation will have to certainly come forward with a proper evidence-based conclusion to this case, so that the perpetrators of the crime are nabbed and are punished for the crimes that they have committed.
Coming back to you in a few moments from now. Now we're talking about the probe, and as the probe intensifies in the ghastly death of the 20-year-old girl, Delhi government is up the ante. AAP MLA Atishi met Delhi Police Commissioner and tabled 5 demands seeking suspension of the DCP. Atishi said Delhi Police shouldn't succumb to pressure. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia will also meet the relatives of Anjali, along with AAP MP Sanjay Singh and MLA Atishi. India Today has accessed the FIR that mentions that 2 out of 5 accused admit to being drunk and that the accused were aware they hit a girl on the Scooty. Meanwhile, Anjali's family is adamant on cremating the body after receiving the post-mortem report, and the last rites, and that's the update, is going to be carried out today. The family, in fact, has the post-mortem report now. They also have condemned the police for issuing a premature statement and calling the case that of hit and run, saying that this was a road accident.
12 किलोमीटर तक एक लड़की ऐसी दरिंदगी के साथ घसीटती चली गई। वो पुलिस अफसर जिन्होंने सिर्फ एक आरोपी पर धाराएं दर्ज करी और बाकियों को छोड़ दिया, वही पुलिस अफसर जिसने एक कमजोर धारा में FIR दर्ज की, और DCP जिन्होंने आरोपियों को बचाने की कोशिश करी, उनके डिफेंस में स्टेटमेंट दी, उन सब पर भी कार्रवाई होनी जरूरी है कि जो पुलिस कर्मी आगे सोचें कि हम किसी व्यक्ति को बचाएं, किसी आरोपी को बचाएं, खासकर किसी राजनीतिक आरोपी को भी बचाएं, उन पर भी एक नकेल कसने की जरूरत है।
अगर हमारी जब तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट नहीं आती हम क्रिमेशन नहीं करेंगे, तो स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट पे उन्होंने कहा कि कल तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दे देंगे। कितने बजे तक? कल। अब ये डिपेंड उन पे है, मुझे लगता है आफ्टरनून तक मिल जानी चाहिए। रिपोर्ट आने के बाद जी 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 नहीं, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद हम बॉडी लेंगे। जब तक हमारे को रिपोर्ट नहीं आएगी हम बॉडी नहीं लेंगे। और सर, जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर थे उनने हमें फोटो दिखाए, मुझे लगता है वो फोटो कभी मीडिया में नहीं आ पाएंगे। मैंने अपनी आंखों से वो देखे और मेरी आंखों में आंसू हैं। मतलब आप मान के चलिए ऐसी दर्दनाक मौत भारत के क्या मतलब दुनिया के इतिहास में किसी की नहीं हुई होगी।
The Baleno car, in fact, that was used to carry out this horrific crime is at the Delhi police headquarters, where Ashutosh, my colleague, is present right now. Ashutosh, in fact, you were telling me that you'd like to show us the pictures of the car in question.
Well, Sneha, this is just another car. You know,
okay.
while doing this reporting through entire this case, I just saw a car. This is, this has a similar ground clearance, and this gives me just basic idea that this is all about a basic physics, basic science, the law of friction, which is applicable, and that's exactly why we all drive car and we know if there is a small piece of cloth or even a piece of plastic, if somewhere gets around the car, and if you drive with the speed of 30-40 kmph, you already get to know that there is something which is obstructing. Of course, not the speed, but you get the sense of feeling. Now I see the car, well, this is just another car. Perhaps the Baleno car is barely 1 foot smaller than this car, but it has the similar ground clearance as of Baleno. So if we compare these two car model, this has the similar ground clearance. Now just imagining if around 40 kg of weight, any object is just dragging, the law of friction is applicable. And if any car moves around 8 to 10 kilometer, 13 kilometer with any of the speed, one who's driving the car. Now one logic that these accused have given, there was loud music, they could not hear anything, whether the girl was shouting, yelling, seeking some help. But at least if there is some object dragging right under this, any object which is weight not less than 40 kg, you feel the sense of while pressing the accelerator, because you have to put extra pressure on your accelerator. With, despite of having 4 or 5 passengers in your car, if there is any object just lying around and dragging for more than 8 to 10 kilometers, even if you're drunk, even if there is a heavy loud music being played, this is next to impossible that you won't feel that there is some object which is obstructing your vehicle. And this looks like clearly one open blatant lie that these accused are making. This is totally contrary to the science. This is totally contrary to physics. So what I see, just give me an idea that I see a car, and if something is wrong, how can someone miss this kind of and that's exactly why the case being questioned to the Delhi police, that if this is something visible to everyone, and thus we see why the body language of the police official, when they don't have to answer, they literally escape it, just giving a kind of, they could have even issued a press release of 3 lines, but for that they came, addressed, made a statement and just left away. And these are the questions that still we are asking from the Delhi police.
Ashutosh, I'm going to come back to you in a few moments from now. Viewers, India Today, in fact, sent out 11 reporters late last night, sometime post-midnight, on the streets of Delhi to get a first-hand account of how things are on the streets of the national capital vis-a-vis CCTV cameras, the police presence, PCR vans that are supposed to be patrolling every 5 to 6 kilometers. My colleague Nabila, in fact, was one among the 11 reporters who went out. Nabila is with us in the studio right now. Nabila, first to you. I think no guesses really for what you really saw, given the pathetic situation we all have found ourselves in living in Delhi city, and how it's a horrific sense of deja vu for me as well, because like you were out yesterday, I was out 10 years ago during the Nirbhaya case where I saw exactly what you saw. Tell us, what did you see? Our viewers are joining.
Sneha, what India Today did was to try and get a reality check. Now, it's evident that if you're post an incident like this, what happened to this young girl, Anjali, after she was dragged to death, clearly and evidently the police stepped up security the following day. But how often do you see police patrolling or a police bandobast on the streets of Delhi? Apart from the main key areas, which is so-called central Delhi, where your parliament is, your India Gate is, those are the areas that are, the Latians Delhi is fully protected and highly secure.
Yes.
But when you, venture into other areas, say for example, an area as posh as Vasant Kunj. That was the area that I was in fact in Mehrauli.
Okay.
That's also another area where the infamous Aftab Shraddha murder took place.
Yes.
And one would imagine that police would step up security along those lines because of that murder that grabbed headlines through months.
Yes.
But unfortunately, I did not see a police bandobast anywhere close to the area. And when I finally did see a police bandobast or a police barricading, it was just barricades and no police. I had to walk up to the barricades, and there was a small police chowki there, and I peeped in, and that's when the officers there, the constables, quickly stood up and said, no, we were just trying to fix our heater. I mean, to cut them some slack, yes, the police officers also feel cold. they're also right now standing out in biting cold. So at some points, they might also slack. So they were seated inside the police chowki. And what could I possibly say? First of all, I'm no inspector. I'm not inspecting them. All I'm doing is my journalism. I'm trying to carry out a reality check. I saw there was no police by the barricade. I asked the police, sir, are you supposed to be by the police barricades outside the police chowki? He said, yes, we are very much supposed to be here. We're always here till 5 a.m. is the time. The entire night we're standing outside and we're checking every car. But that's what they said verbally. Yes. That's not what we saw. We were there for close to about an hour around the Mehrauli area. Yes. Not a single check. No car that was stopped. So in case, God forbid, there is an incident, one can only imagine how soon they could get help. You know,
Nabila, you mentioned Mehrauli, and to tell our viewers that Nirbhaya was raped in a moving bus that moved from the Mehrauli area to the Dwarka area of Delhi. So perhaps where you were last night, and we'll be putting that report out that Nabila sent us, was also possibly in this stretch that you are referring to. You make an important point about the fact that it's cold. It's really cold. And Delhi police officers are there. Many of them are overworked. Yeah. But these are structural problems, you know, incentivizing Delhi police officers. Absolutely. Improving the enforcement. Also, in terms of the kind of
they're often understaffed. Yeah.
Yes,
the police force is often understaffed.
These are real problems of recruitments, and these have been unaddressed is what I'm talking about. You know, we're talking about there just not being enough police personnel to patrol. We were talking about this even 10 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're speaking of recruitment specifically, I can speak for my state of Karnataka. There's been allegations of corruption in the recruitment process itself. Yes. So you have people giving out their exams to become a police officer, but there's something that derails that process. And there was a huge protest that erupted, almost threatening the BJP government in the state of Karnataka. I can't speak for the state of Delhi, but nonetheless, this is what's really hindering this smooth recruitment process and having enough officers on the streets of Delhi. All right, any other day is fine. What really shocks us is that this was New Year's Eve. This was New Year's night. You were supposed to have police in abundance on every nook and corner of Delhi city, and it's a national capital, for God's sake. You have global crowds. If one news like this arises, you have the entire world speaking about it, and you do not want to be embarrassed. This is about time that we buck up, and I'm sorry, what most of our reporters saw, and our anchors, it's not just the reporters, all our anchors in fact stepped on the field last night. We were there all the way from 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. in the wee hours of the morning to see if there is enough police bandobast, and I would say flatly here, there wasn't. Okay. You know, Nabila, there's another important point that you make about the fact that there was the CCTV footage. For the longest time, Delhi was grappling with this problem. When the Aam Aadmi Party did come in, they did manage to install CCTV cameras in many locations, because of which also we've seen some breakthrough in this case as well, thankfully. So that is in place, at least for the time being, at least in some areas. But you clearly say that PCR patrolling was not good enough. It's evident in this case. The woman was dragged for 12 kilometers. Where was the PCR? The PCR officers who were supposed to be patrolling this area were simply not present. You know, the area that this incident happened, our reporters were also there. Rohini, Sultanpuri, these are areas that immediately, I mean, because of the incident, we believe that there was some kind of police patrolling. But otherwise, police patrol vans, you speak specifically of these patrol cars. Yes. If they're going to come by maybe once in an hour, I'm not too sure how much of help it is if in case there's an emergency situation. So in Mehrauli, I must admit that after an hour of us hovering around the place just to see if there's any kind of police presence, finally we saw an hour later a police van passing by. They gave a quick look at us. They figured we were reporters and they moved by. But in that 1 hour, if there is, God forbid, an incident that has to happen, there isn't help that they could get immediately. All right. Questions are being raised about police bandobast. Nabila rightly pointed out that when this incident took place, it was New Year's Day, essentially, wee hours of the morning, essentially, then we can call it New Year's Eve. Wasn't police supposed to be there? Increased police presence, anticipating trouble, also anticipating drunken driving at this point. It always is an issue in Delhi city, like it is there in many other parts of the country. Nabila, I'm going to thank you for the moment. We'll be putting out that report from Nabila also, and our special broadcast also up ahead at 5 p.m. today. But before that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. We continue to keep a very close eye on all of these developments, the horrific
death, the accident of Anjali.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Some news just coming in. Nalin Kumar Katil, a Bharatiya Janata Party MP from Karnataka, has quoted controversy on Monday by saying that party cadres should concentrate on the issue of love jihad and not on road and sewage problems. The Lok Sabha MP made the statement while addressing party workers at booth Vijaya Abhiyan in Mangaluru on Monday. During the event, he said, and I quote, "I'm asking you people, don't speak about small issues like roads and sewage. Don't discuss the Veda Vyasa. Didn't raise his hands inside Vidhan Sauda. Didn't say that Nalin Kumar doesn't have the right to raise the issue. You're not going to get gold from Nalin Kumar Katil rights," is what he said, quoting controversy.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ರಸ್ತೆ ಮೋರಿ ಚರಂಡಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಹೋದಾಗ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕು ನಿಮಗೇನು ಬಂಗಾರ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬದುಕಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಬೇಕು. ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ
ಪಾರ್ಟಿ. That is what he has given a worst this one. They are not looking at development. They are looking at hatredness. They are looking at dividing the country. That is why we are only looking at development. We want what people get. They are just trying to take people on emotion. We are trying to take the people on development and see that their stomach is fulfilled. We want job to be created. We want the price should be rise should not be a problem to the all common men. We are worried about the daily living of the people.
Sagai Raj has more on that story. Sagai, this MP here has given it to the opposition, to the Congress on the platter. What does he even mean? Do not focus on real issues like road and sewage and on love jihad. This is bizarre.
Not only MP, BJP president of Karnataka, he was addressing the cadres in Mangalore, and while other members, he went on to say that don't try to concentrate on development work, don't try to concentrate that Nalin Kumar Patil did not do any kind of development work, don't try to concentrate that Vedabhasha Kamath, who is an MLA from Mangalore, did not try to raise his hands and talk about the development inside Vidhan Sabha. Concentrate on your children's future. And if you are concentrating on your children's future, love jihad is one of the main issues. And to get rid of love jihad, you need to vote for BJP. So he is suddenly trying to motivate the people to go ahead and campaign in the name of love jihad. Hitting out on this particular controversy, KPCC President D.K. Shivakumar went on to say that they are not talking about development. This particular case really shows the attitude of BJP and how they are going to address this particular election on.
Sagai, I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll in fact play out the controversial soundbite of the MP from the BJP. Listen in.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನೀವು ರಸ್ತೆ ಮೋರಿ ಚರಂಡಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಹೋದಾಗ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕು ನಿಮಗೇನು ಬಂಗಾರ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬದುಕಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದ್ ಅಂತ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಬೇಕು. ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದ್ ಅಂತ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ.
The story and much more going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side with my colleague Nabila Jamal. Thanks for watching.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. India Today on top of the story, tracking all the developments coming in on the Delhi road horror. A 20-year-old girl dragged to death for nearly 15 kilometers. We're taking you through those details that hadn't come out in the last 2 days. It appears information now surfacing, leaving us worried on the police's investigation and its method. We're going to take you through those details. The headlines first. CCTV images reveal that 20-year-old Anjali was not alone on a scooty. Images show Anjali riding pillion with a friend. In fact, in the wee hours of the morning, you see Anjali in the pink riding pillion with a friend. That information has surfaced 2 days later. India Today accesses Delhi horror FIR. The car lender's startling testimony in the FIR. Suspects, all of them while drunk while driving. India Today gets you a safety check from the streets of the national capital after the horrifying death of Anjali. 11 India Today reporters venture out in the dead of the night to find out the hard truth on ground. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's most scathing attack of Pakistan yet. Jaishankar names and shames Pakistan as the terror epicenter. Also slams China for breaking border protocols. And weeks after Tawang clash, India focuses on major infrastructure boost along the line of actual control. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh makes the first visit to Arunachal since China clashes, inaugurates 100-meter steel arch bridge. An Indigo Delhi to Phuket flight makes an emergency return after taking off due to technical glitches. Sources say full emergency was declared for air turn back. All right, on December 29, sitting on the same chair in the same media room, Sagar. This is Delhi cops that's promised tight security on the 31st of Jan. In fact, the girl was dragged for at least 13 kilometers. How the Delhi police personnel didn't see it, that's certainly questions that we're asking here. Delhi cops promised tight security on the 31st of Jan. What really happened? Where was the lapse? In fact, several questions that yet unanswered. Cops assured heavy police deployment on the 29th of December. This was a formal declaration by the police. But yet, it appears on the faithful night, on the 31st, when one knows that this is the night where you'll have revelers out on the streets, people drunk, driving, there could be chaos. That should have been anticipated, but yet very poor deployment of police. The presence was scant, and that really has led to a crime as heinous. This is precisely what India Today has noticed, as promises of heavy security were made, but was it really an eyewash? The police of Delhi miserably failed to ensure security for people in the state, the national capital, on the 31st. Let me quickly cut across to reactions on that.
दिल्ली के सिटीजन्स का जो सेलिब्रेशन का जो एक बोनाफाइड डोमेन है, उसको हम लोग पूरी तरह से फैसिलिटेट करेंगे. जो पुलिस का जो डिप्लॉयमेंट है अक्रॉस दिल्ली, वो 16,500 से ज़्यादा का होगा. उसके अलावा 1000 से ज़्यादा ट्रैफिक पुलिस का डिप्लॉयमेंट होगा और 20 कंपनी से ज़्यादा जो आउटसाइड फोर्स है वो विभिन्न ज़िलों में दिया जाएगा. और जो मेन मकसद है वो है कि जो दिल्ली सिटीजन्स हैं वो न्यू ईयर को एक बेहतर तरीके से, फैसिलिटेटेड तरीके से उसको मना पाएँ. बोनाफाइड सेलिब्रेशन का जो माहौल बनता है, एक हर्षोल्लास का जो माहौल बनता है, उसको सेफ एंड सिक्योर तरीके से मनाने के लिए जो डिप्लॉयमेंट और प्रेजेंस और जो स्ट्रैटेजिक जो पुलिसिंग कहेंगे, उसकी व्यवस्था दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से रहेगी और विमेन्स सेफ्टी हमारा फोकस होगा। जो पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट है इसमें 2500 से ज़्यादा विमेन पुलिस फोर्स का डिप्लॉयमेंट होगा।
All right, you know, this is precisely what the Delhi police had said, sitting on that chair in the same media room. Sagarpreet Hooda, with 3 more special commissioners, claimed how security system would be in Delhi on the 31st of December, explaining how there will be heavy deployment, how many thousands of police will be present. But this is the same city where the police had made such tall promises, where a girl was dragged for nearly 13 kilometers. How did the police personnel in Delhi not spot it? Special CP Sagarpreet Hooda ran away even before he was asked where was the police PCR van. Let me cut across to Shreya Chatterjee joining us for a little more. Shreya, this is the Special CP Sagarpreet Hooda who made some tall claims about how Delhi would see heavy police deployment on the 31st of Jan. And either way, it's the national capital. We're not speaking of any village area or a rural belt. We're talking about New Year's Eve, 31st night in the national capital. It's a no-brainer that the police deployment should be in abundance. Even if they make promises or not, that is their duty. But here, despite making such elaborate claims, on that fateful day, the girl was dragged for nearly 13 kilometers and not a single cop to spot it.
Well, absolutely. Nabila, you know, that bite that we are playing right now is a press conference that was held by Delhi police prior to the celebrations of the 31st of December. Very tall claims. The words particularly, women's safety will be important. Over 16,500 police will be deployed. There will be strategic deployment. And mind you, they said across Delhi. Now, what has resulted is completely opposite to the claims that were made. Remember, of all the special CPs, we also saw Sagarpreet Hooda, Law and Order Zone 2. He was sitting there while this press conference happened, and today, while he was addressing the press conference on the Sultanpuri incident, he abruptly left without taking any media questions. We know the reasons, because Delhi police is in a position where they do not have an answer to give on the lapses that they have made on their part. This is a failure on the strategic operation of the Delhi police. They failed to man Delhi equally. There was a disparity in the way the police deployment happened. That is clear, because on one side we saw places like Central Delhi and other places on the 31st, they were heavily manned. And when we spoke about Outer Delhi, the stretch where this girl was dragged for 13 kilometers, not a single PCR van could intercept this car. This is something that the Delhi police will have to answer. 3 days have passed. Until now, we are yet to receive a word on whether any action has been taken against those officials who are supposed to be on duty, on PCR duty. That is something that we are still waiting for. And you know, Delhi police, they are running away from these answers till now, but they will have to answer, because all those tall claims made about women's safety, about manning Delhi all across, 16,500 police personnel being deployed, that hasn't really been fruitful. And we see the result. A girl was dragged for 13 long kilometers and no PCR van had intercepted that car. Delhi police has a lot of answering to do.
And this is the same city where we've seen cases such as Nirbhaya. A decade later, we see such glaring lapses. So one only wonders the seriousness with which the police acts when it comes to situations like this. And we're still talking about New Year's night. And we know the kind of people who are out there on the streets, all drunk, wanting to party. Not anybody's fault. Everyone's in a mood, wants to be out in an inebriated state. Drink and drive checks. That's something that was mandatory to be done in the national capital or anywhere else in the country. You know that this is the day that you'll have people coming out all drunk, wanting to drive. Where were your drink and drive checks?
Well, in that very press conference, we heard the special CP mention that this is a bona fide right of the citizens of Delhi to make celebrations. So obviously, the Delhi police failed when it came to having checkposts, having nakas, having drink and drive checks, because that did not happen. We do know that in that very FIR, it's mentioned that the ones who were driving the car, they were in drunk condition. And definitely, if there would have been checkposts, this entire incident could have been avoided. But clearly, one thing that we need to talk about is the disparity in which Delhi was command on the 31st night. We did not see any security cover in that outer Delhi stretch is the reason why we see this entire incident that has transpired. Yet again to mention that exactly a year back we have seen a reformation in the PCR system. Earlier the PCR system used to be handled centrally. Now it's been decentralized and it's the duty of respective police stations to deal with the PCR calls. Is there a failure in this particular change that has happened over a year is something that probably will be looked into in that internal inquiry that's now been ordered by the MHA. But unfortunately, a life has been lost. She did not get dignity even in death. She was dragged for 13 long kilometers. Complete failure of the police of the national capital of the country. Till now, 3 days have passed. Not a single word on whether any action has been taken against those officials who are absolutely supposed to be on PCR duty at that very stretch.
Right, all right. Stay with us, Shreya. We have some big update coming in. In fact, the Ministry of Home Affairs had sought a detailed report on what transpired on that fateful night, the entire case details. And now we hear a big news coming in. The Delhi Police Commissioner Sanjay Arora has reached the MHA, the Ministry of Home Affairs office in Kanjhawala. In fact, meeting with the Home Secretary now. He's given information about the investigation so far in the Kanjhawala case. Information was also given to the Ministry of Home Affairs on new facts that are coming out in this case. Delhi Police Commissioner has reached the Ministry of Home Affairs North Block through the back door. This is a quick update here as the investigation now intensifies. A lot more detail that's coming to fore on this case. You have the Delhi Police Commissioner himself arriving at the Ministry of Home Affairs office to give out a detailed report on what happened. Munish Pandey joining us for a little more. Munish, a quick word from you. We see Delhi Police Commissioner who's right now at the Ministry of Home Affairs, the office meeting the Home Secretary. He's given out details and all the information on the case. You know, this is quite a disappointment and an embarrassment for the Commissioner of Police of Delhi. The onus was on him to provide adequate security. With the MHA now involving itself and pulling up police deployment and asking questions that are pertinent at this point, post this tragic episode, one can only wonder the fate of the police commissioner itself. The police should be taken to task for this failure.
Well, Abhina, as last evening we reported that Home Minister Amit Shah had sought a report, and there was a direction that immediately that report should be submitted to the Home Ministry. And now the Police Commissioner Sanjay Arora has reached the Ministry of Home Affairs office, and he'll be meeting the Home Secretary. Now, as far as the report is concerned, the report about the incident and the investigation which has been carried out by the Delhi Police so far. But as you are rightly pointed out, it is embarrassing for the Delhi Police because they came at on 30th, there was a press conference by Delhi Police, and they claimed that they will.
All right, we seem to be having a problem with Munish's connection there, but here we see the Ministry of Home Affairs now stepping in, asking for a detailed report, and you have the Delhi Police Commissioner himself arriving at the Home Affairs office, and he's going to be meeting with the Home Secretary there, will be giving all information on this Kanjhawala case. It's certainly now a big embarrassment for the Delhi Police, the Police Commissioner, who's currently at the Ministry of Home Affairs office briefing the Home Secretary on what's gone by. In fact, the visual that you see here on your left-hand side is of the Police Commissioner as he enters the Ministry of Home Affairs office. And on the right, you see a quick look at the two girls. You have the girl in pink wearing the pink T-shirt who's supposedly Anjali, the victim. And the one in red is her friend. In fact, Anjali initially wanted to ride pillion. She did ride pillion. She was seated right behind the girl, her friend, and rode halfway through. We believe her friend says, this is a friend's statement to the police, that Anjali insisted that she wanted to ride the bike. So the friend switched behind. Anjali took over, started riding the bike, and when they met with an accident, the friend was shocked with the development, and then she rushed out of that place, basically ran away from there. And Anjali was stranded under the wheels of that car, and she was dragged along for nearly 15 kilometers. Now, a new twist has come to fore in the Delhi New Year horror case, and that's the fact that Anjali had a pillion rider. In fact, that's precisely what I explained to you, showing that visual there of two friends, Anjali and her friend, both of them wanting to ride the bike together. And this piece of information, unfortunately, wasn't revealed until today. Anjali was riding along with her friend, and both of them met with an accident while her friend fled from the accident spot unhurt. Anjali gets stuck with the accused car and then is pulled on, dragged along the car for kilometers. Delhi police has now recorded Anjali's friend's statement, who will be produced before a district magistrate's court. In fact, India Today also spoke to the Oyo hotel manager, where Anjali and her friend visited before they met with the accident. He said that the two girls got into a fight before leaving. As probe intensifies in the ghastly death of the 20-year-old girl, all 5 accused have been sent to 3-day police remand. India Today has also accessed the FIR, which mentions that 2 out of the 5 accused admit to being drunk, and that the accused were aware that they've hit a girl on the scooty but decided to flee from the spot.
एक जो इंसिडेंट हुआ था, उस टाइम पर डिसीज्ड के साथ एक और लड़की थी। ये जो घटना घटी है, उस टाइम पर वो थी और उसको कोई इंजरी नहीं हुई थी और वो उठकर वहां से चली गई थी। यह दिल्ली पुलिस के लिए इस केस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में एक सिग्निफिकेंट डेवलपमेंट है, और जो अक्यूज्ड हैं उनको एक तरह से सजा दिलाने में हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण साबित होगा। इसके अलावा इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी प्रारंभिक स्टेज पर है, बहुत पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है, और जल्दी ही दिल्ली पुलिस की ये कोशिश है कि जल्दी ही इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को कंप्लीट कर लिया जाएगा और जो अपराधी हैं उनको सख्त से सख्त सजा दी।
कल शाम को आए थे 6:30 बजे करीबन।
6:30 बजे। तो क्या कितने लोग रहेंगे पुलिस के?
तो अंदाजन ऊपर तो 7-8 जन थे।
7-8 डीसीपी साहब भी आए थे?
जी थे।
तो उन्होंने क्या किया? पूरा डीवीआर ले गए?
डीवीआर, रजिस्टर और आईडी
सब कुछ ले गए। और सिर्फ आप ही का कि आसपास के और भी होटल थे?
मेरे को तो मेरा ही पता है जी, बाद में कहानी।
तो आप अंजलि को जानते हैं जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ?
नहीं सर, मैं अभी नया ही ज्वाइन किया हूँ। एक्सीडेंट के बारे में कल ही उसके बाद ही हमने सर्च किया था क्या है क्या नहीं, क्योंकि हम तो ड्यूटी पे रहते हैं।
अच्छा, तो पुलिस के जरिए क्या आपको पता लगा कि अंजलि?
नहीं, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया।
बस वो सीज कर,
उन्होंने बस आया कि एक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, ये है वो है, रजिस्टर देखा, फिर आईडी ली और चले गए।
वो झगड़ा उनका रूम के अंदर ही हो रहा था, काफी माँ बहन की गाली बक रही थी वो लड़की आपसी में ही। तो फिर उसके बाद हमने बोला कि मैम उसे गाली गलौज अच्छा नहीं होता।
फिर उसके बाद क्या हुआ? जब झगड़ा शुरू हुआ तो उसको नीचे की तरफ?
हाँ जी, हमने बोला मैम यहाँ लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं चलेगा, और भी गेस्ट अगल बगल में वो डिस्टर्ब होते हैं। तो कह रही है ओके भाई हम लोग जा रहे हैं। फिर उसके बाद वो नीचे चली गई। अगल बगल वालों ने बोला उन्हें कि भाई मैम आप लड़की हो, तो बोली आप हमारे पर्सनल मैटर है।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Shreya Chatterjee joining us live from the Delhi headquarters. Shreya, the police, of course, are embarrassed. They aren't really answering pointed questions. When asked about the police PCR vans on that night, they refused to respond. In fact, walked away instead. So they're not really entertaining the media's questions, but they can't escape the Ministry of Home Affairs. After much of the news that's grabbed headlines across media channels across the country on this horrific road accident, I wouldn't even call it an accident because it wasn't premeditated, yes, but once the accident happened, these men intentionally drove around for kilometers, knowing very well that they'd hit that girl. Now, again, still unclear on whether they knew that girl was stranded under their wheels or not, but what possibly can the police justify? How can they justify their lapses? And I'm asking this in the backdrop of the police commissioner meeting with the Home Secretary at this minute.
Well, they can't justify the lapses on their part. That is absolutely something that they will have to introspect on what really didn't work properly at that very night. Now, if we break it down, there could be two possible reasons. The men who were on duty on the PCR duty, they were not quick enough to respond. They were not there present along that stretch where they were supposed to man or patrol. That's one part of it. The second part of it is that, you know, a year back, there has been a reformation that's made in the PCR system. Earlier, earlier, as I was mentioning, the entire PCR system used to be handled centrally. Now it's been decentralized, and it's the respective job of the police stations to handle the mobile PCR vans. Whether that system faltered, if it would have been handled centrally, would this be a better response? That is something I'm sure that the internal inquiry will also be looking into. Now, once that inquiry is done and the MHA is also satisfied with the inquiry, we'll obviously see a report and the action taken against those officers who were supposed to be on duty and failed. But as you were asking me that whether they have any answers to justify what transpired, it's absolutely not possible. We are not talking about 1 kilometers or 2. This is 13 long kilometers. To also break it down, the accident took place in Sultanpuri district in the Shani Bazaar road. She was dragged to another district altogether. The body was found in Kanjhawala, which is the Rohini district. So from one district to another, a girl gets dragged along. There's no police picket on the point. There's no PCR van. There's absolutely no way that the officials who were supposed to be on duty can escape this inquiry, and probably in a matter of some time we will get that response on what exactly will be the action against those officials who have failed to man Delhi on the 31st of December, something that was promised to the citizens of Delhi, that date, that is their bona fide right to celebrate, and they will be secured. About women's safety, the promises were unkept, so definitely the Delhi police will have to face the flak.
Right. Shreya, thank you very much for joining us on that. Of course, we're going to come back to you on this. But here's a quick look as days have progressed. It's the 3rd of January and we're already looking at an update on the police investigation. The lapses that was carried out, very glaring lapses basically by the Delhi police. And we're going to try and break that down for you, where exactly the police in Delhi have failed. Taking a look here, the police was absolutely unaware until today, basically 2 days after the horrific road episode. The girl who died, Anjali, basically was along with a friend. She was riding pillion with a friend, and that was very evident in that CCTV footage, but the cops managed to find that CCTV footage only today. CCTV has been accessed in the first place 2 days later, and that's what's disappointing, that the police, despite this being such a heinous crime, were literally dragging their feet and took 2 long days to actually find that there was another girl also with the victim, Anjali. Now, eyewitnesses say that cops did not respond to calls. Several attempts to reach out to the police failed. In fact, some accounts say that 25 calls that went out to the police had absolutely no response. So this is what is shocking, that on 31st night, the police has got to be mighty prepared and fully pumped up, or rather fully deployed at different points of Delhi to ensure that such kind of emergencies are attended to. Now, the girl was dragged for kilometers on Delhi streets without really anyone noticing. Now, that's something that we still can't imagine. First of all, the accused claiming that they had no idea that there was a girl stranded under the wheels of their car for nearly 15 kilometers is absolutely unbelievable. And on the contrary, the police not spotting this car moving about Delhi streets for nearly 15 odd kilometers, while you had several eyewitnesses who spotted this car moving with a girl or a head dangling from the side of a wheel. The police absolutely had no notice of what was happening on the streets of Delhi on the 31st of Jan. Now, this is a culpable homicide case, clearly, because, yes, it wasn't premeditated, but the fact that they knew that they had crashed into a scooty, they had met with an accident, and then tried to escape from the spot itself very clearly becomes a case of culpable homicide. And this charge was slapped against the accused only a day later. So the police also dragged its feet, and it appears that they've acted with carelessness when they've filed an FIR itself against the accused. And contradictions in the police statement as well as the body of the location. That's also something that points at the police's lapses here. At first they said the body was dragged around 4 kilometers. Then it's now, when of course our reporters were on field, tried to really estimate the distance from where the body was found to where her scooty had crashed. It was close to 15 kilometers. And then the police came around with a new statement saying it was 12 kilometers that the body was dragged around on Delhi streets. Now, here we're seeing not a single patrol van for nearly 15 odd kilometers, where the car and that body was dragged along the streets of Delhi. And that's precisely where the Delhi police has terribly failed. Now, days after Anjali was dragged by 5 men in a Baleno for nearly about 12 odd kilometers, left to die. Victim's family is now adamant on cremating the body only after receiving the post-mortem report, asserting that this wasn't just another accident. In an FIR accessed by India Today, it's mentioned that all 5 accused knew that they've hit a girl on a scooty, and a bit to flee the accident spot, they kept driving, knowing very well that the body is being dragged too, that the body is stuck, it's stranded under the wheels of the car, and yet they drove around for at least an hour and a half. 2 out of the 5 accused even admitted to being drunk. With this, Special CP Shalini Sharma has intensified the probe, has sought report from the top cops on this. Questions are also being raised how the girl was dragged for 12 kilometers, yet not a single cop spotted it. In fact, no police van was available on that entire long stretch. Delhi Women Chief has also written to Home Minister Amit Shah asking him to set up a high-level committee on women's safety. She's also urged Amit Shah to recruit more cops for this.
अगर हमारी जब तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट नहीं आती हम क्रिमेशन नहीं करेंगे, तो स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट पे उन्होंने कहा कि कल तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दे देंगे। कितने बजे तक? कल, अब ये डिपेंड उन पे है, मुझे लगता है आफ्टरनून तक मिल जानी चाहिए। रिपोर्ट आने के बाद जी नहीं, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही हम बॉडी लेंगे। जब तक हमारे को रिपोर्ट नहीं आएगी हम बॉडी नहीं लेंगे। और सर, जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर थे उनने हमें फोटो दिखाए, मुझे लगता है वो फोटो कभी मीडिया में नहीं आ पाएंगे। मैंने अपनी आंखों से वो देखे और मेरी आंखों में आंसू हैं। मतलब आप मान के चलिए ऐसी दर्दनाक मौत भारत के क्या मतलब दुनिया के इतिहास में किसी की नहीं हुई होगी।
हम भारत सरकार से यही अपील करते हैं कि इस केस को अच्छी तरह इन्वेस्टिगेट करा जाए और जो पीड़ित जो हमारी सिस्टर है उनकी सरकार अच्छी तरह मदद करे, इस केस को अच्छी इन्वेस्टिगेट करें।
अंतिम संस्कार आज ही?
हाँ जी, अंतिम संस्कार आज
वहाँ पर घर पे
होगा, घर के पास होगा। हाँ जी।
अच्छा, ये बताइए कि जो उनकी दोस्त है उनका पता चल रहा है कि निधि के वो साथ थी, क्या कुछ आपको पता है उस निधि के बारे में?
नहीं, हमको ऐसा कुछ नहीं जानते निधि कौन है। ठीक है, हमारे को अपनी भांजे का पता था बस।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to our reporters. India Today, in fact, has been tracking all the developments from every different part of the national capital, Delhi. Rahul Gautam is currently right outside the victim's residence. Now, why I say we're carrying out this blanket coverage is because we're worried that our national capital barely has security, especially on a day like New Year's. And this comes a decade after the Nirbhaya case, yet it seems like we aren't prepared enough. An eventuality like this leaves the entire city rattled and up in arms. We're seeing protests in different parts of Delhi condemning the security, law and order situation in the state. Rahul, a quick word from the family members. We believe that they're insisting on the post-mortem report to be, for them to receive it first, only then will they go ahead with the cremation. They suspect a lot more than just a mere accident as claimed by the police.
Absolutely, Nabila. The family is alleging a larger conspiracy and they are saying that there's a lot more than what it meets.
Stay with us. We have some big breaking news coming in. Rahul, stay with us. A quick look at an update in this case. No rape as per autopsy. Further confirmation from the FSL, the forensic lab, that's awaited. But for now, the autopsy report rules out rape. This is a big development in this case where there was a lot of suspicion on whether or not this was a case of rape or sexual assault. At this point, the autopsy report rules out rape. In fact, at this point, we see the family members of the girl who were very concerned that their daughter may have been sexually assaulted, and now the FSL rules out sexual assault. That's what the autopsy report rules out sexual assault, but they're waiting for the forensic to come out to rule out the same with a report on the same. But for now, an autopsy report rules out any kind of sexual assault. Kumar Kunal joining us for a little more. Kumar, a quick word from you on the autopsy report ruling out a case of sexual assault. Tell us a little more in detail on this investigation.
Right now, what the sources are telling that there is no rape whatsoever has been ascertained by the autopsy report in the Kanjhawala case, and what the police sources are telling that FSL report is still awaited. So the final confirmation will come from the further investigation which is going on in the matter. But primary autopsy report is out, and that has ruled out any kind of sexual assault on the victim. So this is the primary report, but we have to wait for some detailed report. A few more reports are awaited. So till then, we can't tell that actually what happened on that particular night. But till now, the police is ruling out any kind of sexual assault against the victim.
All right. You know, the FSL report that has to come in, we believe that there's so far no traces of any kind of sexual assault. This is what the autopsy has said as we see the development that you've brought us. But there are other ways of also looking into the same angle. Sexual assault case, there's blood stains that were found underneath the car but not inside the car. These are also other evidences on the side that also amounts or rather collectively establishes that this might not be a case of sexual assault, and that's what the police also initially had declared. Now the autopsy almost confirming it, but any other report that's awaited, Kumar Kunal, on whether on to clarify and fully thoroughly establish that this is not a case of sexual assault?
Yeah, several forensic evidences have been collected, and those reports are still awaited, and the experts are still working on those evidences, and once those evidences will be examined, then only the final report will come, and we can say that actually what happened on that particular night. But right now, even police sources are telling that they are looking into several other evidences. Even one girl who was there with the victim on that on the night of the incident, the investigations are going on. She has also been inquired about the sequence of events. So the dots are being connected right now, but till the time more evidences will come, it will be very difficult to say that what actually happened and what police exactly told on the eventful night, that it was a case of accident, a road accident. But that can't be told for sure until and unless more evidences will come, and the clues which are coming out every now and then, that will be connected through several sequential evidences. So that has to be done. But right now, this autopsy report has come, and that has what primarily that is telling that there is no sexual assault as such. The no mark of any sexual assault can be seen on the body of the victim.
All right. Kumar Kunal, thank you very much for joining us on that. As we see a lot of CCTV footage that's also come to fore. That's possibly the only way the police have strung together this case, because unfortunately they weren't physically present on the streets of Delhi, but the CCTV footage here clearly showing the sequence of events. If I may take our viewers through on all that CCTV footage that India Today has accessed. Taking a quick look at this video, the first video that we've accessed, showing very clearly both the girls. In fact, they just step out of a venue. Both of them sit on a bike and ride away. And video here, the next video here is spotted where you see the Baleno coming, almost confronting that Scooty. And then the next you see is the girl being dragged by the car. In fact, she's been stranded under the wheels of that car, and the car has driven for almost 12 kilometers. So these are the videos here showing that girl and her friend, and both of them riding away. And we're seeing extensively that Baleno there confronting that Scooty. These are, of course, very sketchy, hazy visuals, but this is a confirmed footage coming from the police as well. And then finally, the Baleno car driving away with that girl being dragged right underneath that vehicle for kilometers. Now, it's very hard for us to believe that the drivers there, the accused here, did not know that a girl was stranded under their wheels. CCTV images of the 5 accused in this Delhi road horror case has come to fore, with a girl being dragged under the car for several kilometers on New Year's night. And according to the FIR, crucial information about the accused have come to fore. Let's have a quick look.
her last ride. Hit, dragged underneath a car for several kilometers. A 23-year-old woman in Delhi died before the dawn of the new year. Meet the suspects who pulled her with the Baleno. 26-year-old Deepak Khanna, 27-year-old Krishan, 26-year-old Mithun, 25-year-old Amit Khanna, and 27-year-old Manoj Mittal.
जो 5 एक्यूज्ड हैं इनकी 3 दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी मिली है जो फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे। उस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के आधार पर जो भी नए तथ्य आएंगे और जो फॉरेंसिक टीम्स और लीगल टीम्स हैं उनके असिस्टेंस के बाद जो पुलिस अपना काम है पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन जल्दी से जल्दी कंप्लीट करेगी और सारे एविडेंस के आधार पर एविडेंस कलेक्ट करने के बाद हम जो अभियुक्त हैं उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाएंगे।
According to the first information report of the horror hit and run in the Sultanpuri area of the northwest Delhi, Deepak Khanna drove the car with Manoj Mittal on the passenger seat in the front. The 3 others sat in the rear seat. According to the FIR, Deepak and Amit Khanna borrowed the Baleno from a friend on 31st December, 7 p.m. They left the car back with the friend at 5 a.m. the next day, with all the telltale signs of an accident. According to the FIR, the Khanna suspects told their friend that they were drunk, were aware that they had hit a woman on a Scooty, and when they found the victim stuck underneath the car several kilometers away, they left her on the road and fled the scene. A fellow road user knocked down, hooked under the chassis, dragged for miles, dislodged and left to die. Or maybe she was already dead. A gruesome start to the new year in the national capital. With Shreya Chatterjee and Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, coming up right after a short break, after the horrifying death of Anjali, India Today gets you a safety check from the streets of the national capital. In fact, India Today carried out a massive reality check on different parts of Delhi. Here's a quick look after a short break. Stay with us. All right, now Anjali's death on New Year has put the focus yet again on Delhi's law and order situation, and if there's adequate police patrolling being done by Delhi cops on the streets of the capital. India Today, in fact, decided to conduct a reality check in the dead of the night to find out if indeed cops are out and about checking on the streets or not. 11 of our reporters, including myself, were out in the night in the streets of the national capital. Here's an excerpt of what we found.
रात के 2 बज चुके हैं। कंझावला का ये वही इलाका है जहां पर दरिंदगी के शिकार हुई उस बच्ची का शव नग्न अवस्था में बरामद किया गया था। रात के 2 बज रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की आवाजाही यहां से जरूर हो रही है, लेकिन आपको बता दें बहुत देर से यहां पर मेरी मौजूदगी है। पुलिस की कोई वैन, पुलिस की कोई गाड़ी या कोई पुलिस वाला इस हिस्से में हमें नजर नहीं आया है। यहां से तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर कंझावला चौक है, वहां पर पुलिस की वैन हमें जरूर दिखाई दी थी, लेकिन यहां पर आप देखेंगे ये पूरा का पूरा घुप सन्नाटा है। चारों तरफ रह रहकर 1 से 2 गाड़ियां जरूर यहां से आती जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। दरअसल इस जगह पर हम इसलिए पहुंचे हुए हैं क्योंकि दिल्ली दर्द से कराह रही है। दिल्ली बार बार ये सवाल पूछ रही है कि क्या इस देश की राजधानी में भी बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं हैं। परिवार वालों के अपने दावे हैं, पुलिस के अपने तर्क हैं, लेकिन इन सब के बीच बेटियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर बहुत बड़ा सवाल इस नए साल के पहले ही हफ्ते में देश के सामने मुंह बाए खड़ा है। इसी वजह से इस जगह के जरिए आज इस बात को टटोलेंगे, ये जानेंगे कि राजधानी दिल्ली सुरक्षित बच्चियों के लिए है भी या नहीं है। रात के तकरीबन 2:15 बज रहे हैं और हम अब आगे की ओर बढ़ चले हैं, लेकिन आप यहां पर देखेंगे धुंध ने पूरी तरह से कैसे इस सड़क को घेर कर रखा हुआ है। जो उजाले हैं भी उससे भी सड़क साफ साफ नजर नहीं आ रही है, क्योंकि हमारे कैमरे की लाइट है, इस वजह से मेरी साफ तस्वीरें आप देख पा रहे हैं, वरना यहाँ पर गाड़ी चलाना भी अपने आप में काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि चारों तरफ घुप कोहरा और घुप अंधेरा ही नजर आ रहा है। चलते हैं आगे, देखते हैं पुलिस की मुस्तैदी दिल्ली की सड़कों पर कहां और कितनी है। फिलहाल आपको बताते चले तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर का स्ट्रेच तय करके हम आए हैं। एक पुलिस की वैन वहां पर जाती हुई दिखाई दी है, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक दूसरी गाड़ी जरूर तैनात है और यहाँ पर कुछ दिल्ली पुलिस के जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो तैनात आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हम बढ़ते हैं आगे, कुछ और हिस्सों की करते हैं पड़ताल और जानते हैं कि आधी रात को राजधानी दिल्ली क्या सुरक्षित है या फिर नहीं है, और ये जो डिजिटल सबूत पुलिस की ओर से इकट्ठा किए जा रहे हैं ये जांच को कितनी मदद करने वाले हैं। बढ़ते हैं आगे। लेकिन यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तो दुकानों को अगर छोड़ दिया जाए या फिर कुछ घर ऐसे हैं तो चारों तरफ घुप अंधेरा ही आपको नजर आएगा। और आपको बता दें दिल्ली की सर्द रात है, ये काफी ज्यादा ठंड भी पड़ रही है। इक्का दुक्का गाड़ियां रह रहकर जरूर होती हुई यहाँ से इस सड़क से गुजरती हुई आपको नजर आएंगी, लेकिन जहां तक मेरे पीछे भी अगर आप देखेंगे, जरा एक बार लाइट ऑफ करके संजय पीछे की तस्वीर दिखाइए कि अगर लाइट ऑफ होती है तो फिर आप देखेंगे कि किस तरह से चारों तरफ यहाँ पर अंधेरा है, बजाय इसके कि दुकानों की अगर लाइट्स जली ना रहे तो यहाँ पर अब बिल्कुल ही अंधेरा छा जाएगा और यहाँ से गुजरना किसी के लिए भी खतरनाक हो सकता है। रात के 3:30 बज चुके हैं और हमारा 12 किलोमीटर का सफर यहीं पर खत्म होता है। जो तस्वीरें हमारे आंखों के सामने दिखी, दिल्ली पुलिस कई जगहों पर मुस्तैद तो नजर आई, लेकिन कई जगहों पर हालात जस के तस अभी भी बने हुए हैं। अगर उस हिस्से से गाड़ियां गुजरती हैं तो फिर वहां पर जनता की सुरक्षा, बेटियों की सुरक्षा भगवान भरोसे ही है।
It's almost 1:15 in the morning and we are on the streets of the national capital to figure out how safe is the capital for women. We are near a very prominent place which is called the Dhaula Kuan, and you will be able to see, I'll show you, a police booth and a PCR van. We will now stop here for almost 15 minutes to do a reality check whether the policemen who are sitting inside the police booth, do they step out to see what's happening in this car which is stationed right outside the police booth for almost 15 minutes. On the other side is a PCR van, barely 20 meters away from this police booth. We will now try to figure out whether the policemen will come out to at least investigate what's happening in this car which is parked for more than 15 minutes right outside the booth on the other side of the road, or whether they let the car be and they do not come and do any kind of inspection. This is a reality check in Dhaula Kuan. It's been almost 15 minutes. It's 1:30 in the clock and no police personnel has actually bothered to step out of the police booth and to check what's happening in this vehicle which is standing right opposite, bang opposite the police booth and the PCR van. We've been staying here. We have been here for almost 15 minutes trying to garner the attention, trying to make sure that the police personnel come and check what exactly is happening in the vehicle. Nothing has been happening. They have only been walking from the police booth till the PCR van and back. This clearly points towards the fact that the Delhi police personnel, the security, those people who need to make sure people in the national capital are secure, are not stepping out of the comfort zones and are not checking for things. खड़े रहे आप लोग, तो आए नहीं चेक करने।
टैक्सी दे होगा।
अरे तो टैक्सी हो चाहे कुछ भी हो भैया, आपको चेक करने तो आना चाहिए ना। कम से कम हम 40 मिनट इस सड़क पे रहे हैं। आप लोग हाँ तो आप लोग एटलीस्ट आके देख, तो एक बार आके चेक तो करते हैं। आप आवाज तो लगाई थी, हमको तो आवाज ही नहीं सुनाई दी। अच्छा ये बताइए चेकिंग वगैरह किस तरीके से करते हैं फिर आप?
यहाँ पे तो बैरिकेड है नहीं, तो हम तो ऐसे जैसे कोई पूछने गाड़ी वाले आए तो कहाँ जाना है, यहाँ से आगे कौन से वो जगह है वो बता देते, बस यही है। तो
the heart of Delhi, in Connaught Place, there seems to be a reasonable amount of police deployment. At midnight, cars are being checked, especially those which have just a single male or a couple of male drivers. The police is looking into all the cars that are going past this particular barricading spot. Delhi University's North Campus right now, and I'm walking down the Vishwavidyalaya Marg, which is the arterial road in the Delhi University area. And as you can see around us, no street light at this moment is working on this road, even though this is right next to the Delhi Ridge, and this is the road that goes towards the colleges of Delhi University's North Campus. At the same time, we have not seen even a single patrol vehicle
or a police personnel or any sort of barricading anywhere from civil lines till the Delhi University's North Campus area, even though this area is normally said to be a security zone since there are a large number of students living in the area. But for the last several minutes, we have not seen any police patrols or any other security arrangements in Delhi University's North Campus. Mukherjee Nagar, Dhaka Colony and the nearby areas are full of students, young persons and migrants from all over the country. But in this entire area, over the last 3 kilometers that we've been roaming around this roads, while we have seen numerous bikers, persons in cars and young men out on the streets, what we have conspicuously not seen is any sign of police or security personnel. There are several gated colonies in this area, particularly around Dhaka Colony and now Dirpur, but there don't seem to be even any security guards on duty, at least which are visible from the road to us. And as you can see, because this is an area full of young persons, cars and bikes are being driven at high speeds all over this main road that connects from the GTB Nagar all the way till Sant Nagar in this area. We're on the GT Karnal Road at the Buradi bypass area where just a few months ago a dead body had been found in the Nala that's between the highway and the Buradi settlement. But now there is a police picket, barricading has been set up and 2 policemen are deployed overnight. It's 1:20 a.m. at night and you can see they are stopping traffic. They're looking at who is passing by. And because these police personnel have been deployed on this chilly road, they have set up their seating area at the Buradi crossing bus stop. They're burning coal and they've set up their equipment and bikes here so that they can continue to be deployed on the road and keep an eye on what is happening.
All right, that's towards the length and breadth of the national capital, where all our reporters have been bringing us every update on security in the national capital, Delhi. We're going to take you through a lot more on that, a full special segment on that coming up very soon. But for now, a short break. On the other side, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's most scathing attack on Pakistan. Jaishankar names and shames Pakistan as terror epicenter. Stay with us. Right now, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has once again named and shamed Pakistan for backing and shielding terrorists. In another stinging attack at Pakistan, Jaishankar, speaking to an Austrian media channel, reiterated that the epicenter of terror is located close to India and even highlighted how Pakistan government is breeding terror on their soil and funding terror camps to unleash violence in India. He didn't stop at that. Jaishankar then listed how Pakistan has attacked the Parliament of India, which attacked the city of Mumbai, which every day sends out terrorists across the borders and gets away with it. In fact, the External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has also underscored how European countries have failed to condemn Pakistan's terror activities and need for all nations to unite and shame Pakistan on a global platform.
So believe me, considering what has been happening to us, I think epicenter is a very diplomatic word, because this is a country which has attacked the Parliament of India some years ago, which attacked the city of Mumbai, which went after hotels and foreign tourists, which every day sends terrorists across the border. If you control your sovereign space, which I believe they do, if the terrorist camps operate in broad daylight in cities with recruitment and financing, can you really tell me that the Pakistani state doesn't know what's going on? Especially if they're being trained in military-level combat tactics. You know, when we speak about judgments and principles, why don't I hear sharp European condemnation of these practices which have been going on for multiple decades? I think the world has to be concerned that there is terrorism going on, and the world often looks away. The world often feels it's not my problem because it's happening to some other country. I think the world needs to be concerned about how sincerely and strongly it takes up the challenge of terrorism. I think there's a larger concern which is based on our experiences. The concern is that we had agreements with China not to mass forces in our border areas, and they have not observed those agreements, which is why we have the currently tense situation that we do. We have seen levels of military pressure which in our view has no justification.
China would say the opposite. They would say that India had not obeyed different agreements.
The record is very clear because today, you know, there's a lot of transparency. You have satellite pictures. If you see who moved the forces to the border areas first, I think the record is very clear. So it's very difficult for China to say what you suggested they could. We had an agreement not to unilaterally change the line of control, which they have tried to unilaterally do that. So there is, I think, a perception that we have which derives directly from our experiences. Now, where else the status quo may change or not change, you know, I would hesitate as a foreign minister to predict publicly. I may have my own views and assessments. But I certainly can share my experience, and my experience is that written agreements were not observed.
All right, for more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with news and updates on the other side of a short break. All right, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. CCTV images reveal that 20-year-old Anjali was not alone on that day, the fateful day, on that scooty. Images show Anjali riding with a pillion, a friend that rode with her in the wee hours of the morning. India Today accesses Delhi horror FIR. In fact, the car lender's startling testimony there in the FIR. Suspects they were drunk while driving. 2 days before the brutal crime, Delhi cops had promised tight security on Jan 31st, but the reality on ground was different. Was the promise of heavy security just an eyewash? India Today gets you a safety check from the streets of the national capital. After a horrifying death of Anjali, 11 India Today reporters venture out in the dead of the night to find out the hard truth on ground. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's most scathing attack on Pakistan yet. Jaishankar names and shames Pakistan as a terror epicenter, also slams China for breaking border protocols. Now, weeks after the Tawang clash, India focuses on major infrastructure boost along the line of actual control. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh makes his first visit to Arunachal since China clash, inaugurates a 100-metre steel arch bridge. Here's some big news coming in. India Today accesses statement of Anjali's friend. Anjali's friend says Anjali fell right in front of the car. Her friend got scared, hence didn't go to the cops. According to police sources, the deceased had gone out with her friend when the scooty and her car collided. The deceased fell on the side of the car while his friend on the other side. After the accident, the friend of the deceased went to her house. When the police was investigating the matter, at the same time, the police found a register in the hotel in which the name of the deceased as well as his friend was also written, after which the police took the investigation further. It was clear from the location of the CDR and the CCTV footage that her friend was present with that girl that night. According to police sources, the friend of the deceased told that they were present in the hotel together. When the car collided, she got scared, because of which she did not say anything to anyone. The friend of the deceased said that the car riders were at fault in the accident, while the accused have given a statement to the police that the scooty was swaying on the road, due to which the collision took place. In fact, right now at present, the police is trying to verify both sides of the statement. But here's the friend, the friend actually now coming out to speak up, saying that he was with Anjali at a hotel, and that's when they decided to leave the hotel when the accident took place. He saw the accident. Anjali had fallen off on one side and he on the other, and out of fear, he ran away from the spot. Ashutosh joining us live for a little more. Ashutosh, first of all, some clarity here. A couple of things. The Anjali's friend here is male. We believe he is a boy. He and Anjali were together at a hotel. They step out of the hotel. The Baleno crashes into the scooty, and then the friend runs away. Why does the friend run away? And tell us a little more about the friend's statement that he is given to the police.
It's a girl, and these two girls were at the hotel. Okay. And in fact, we have even the hotel manager's account that there was also verbal spat between two, and they left on a scooter. Now, the accused say that this was literally shaking. They were driving really in a bad way, and that led to the collision. However, the girls now, this statement, now remember, this is very significant, because 164 CRPC statement before the magistrate, it will be used even in the court during the trial. So in the statement, what we have access from the sources is that the girl has stated that it is totally fault of those accused who were driving the Baleno car. They led to that collision. And the first was because after the collision, when they both, literally fell from the scooter to different sides, she was afraid, she was scared, and that force as she left away that place. And this is very usual phenomena, particularly in any town, in such areas. Whenever such incidents happen, the first what it comes, police phasa legi, police kya karegi, police ke chakkar mein nahi padna hai. So these are some basic apprehension that we have seen. Often it happens, and mostly people people, literally escaped from that spot. And this is what she has stated, that she was afraid, she was scared. Obviously, she should not, that, if she was being dragged, this should not happen to her. And that is the first-hand account. And then she went home silently. But however, we have seen several eyewitnesses who even chased that car. They complained to the police. So this is a crucial statement. Police in this line, because there will be two different statements. One from the accused, another from this girl who is now a first-hand, first account witness, because the pillion rider, she was also a witness from the very incident where it took place. So both two statements will be matched upon, and then it will also define the police investigation further, Nabila, in this case.
All right. Ashutosh, it's highly disappointing to see that the police managed to find this friend of Anjali only 2 days later. What really, led to this lapse, one can't even imagine, because if they were tracing CCTV footage all along the route, then this footage is something that they kept away from us or away from the family members of Anjali. Why did it take so long for the police to actually reveal this piece of information?
And this could have been a question to be asked to the senior official from the Delhi police. But if you see their body language at 12 o'clock when they addressed a press conference, they just made a press release statement of 15 seconds. That could have rather, issued a printed copy of the press release. They just came out, said it, and just, left abruptly without responding to any of the questions our colleagues were asking during the press conference. And clearly from day one, the efficiency, the working style of Delhi police is being questioned, from the PCR staff to the local station to the even top official of the local DCP who first made the statements on this entire case. So clearly the entire, and that's exactly why you see the MHA has formed literally a committee, or in fact a single member committee of Shalini Singh, the senior IPS officer, who will be even probing the lapses, if at all there were, at the part of the Delhi police. But for now it seems there have been certain negligences from the first incident, from responding to the complaints that were being made from the several eyewitnesses, and also why taking almost 48 hours of the incident that you find out directly, first-hand account witness in this entire case.
All right. Ashutosh, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Let me quickly cut across to all the top developments coming in this case on the New Year horror incident, the accident that's taken place in Delhi. According to the Delhi police, a 20-year-old victim in Kanjhawala Road accident case was not riding by herself at the time of the accident. They've confirmed that another woman was with her when the scooter was struck by the vehicle. The pillion rider escaped unhurt, fled from the spot. Manager of a Oyo Room hotel told the police that 20-year-old Anjali had checked into the hotel room with her friend. However, the two of them got into an argument and the manager asked them to leave. They went downstairs and started fighting yet again, after which both of them went away on the Scooty. The Home Ministry has now requested a comprehensive report from the Delhi police regarding the horrifying New Year crime. On the direction of the Home Minister Amit Shah, Special Commissioner Shalini Singh has been asked to lead an inquiry committee and submit a report. Now, Special Commissioner Shalini Singh will conduct an internal inquiry in the Sultanpuri case. Shalini Singh will investigate how many PCR calls were made, why no Delhi cop noticed the accident, and how many PCR vehicles were present en route. She will also record statements of all the officers, including who are currently involved in the investigation. Delhi Women's Commission Chief Swati Maliwal sent 5 important suggestions to the Ministry of Home Affairs regarding the horrific accident. DCW has also issued a notice to the police in this matter. Now, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, along with MP Sanjay Singh and MLA Atishi, will meet relatives of the victim of the Kanjhawala case. All 3 leaders will reach the victim's house later this afternoon. The postmortem of 20-year-old Anjali has been conducted by the board of doctors. In fact, a board of doctors constituted by the Delhi Health Department at the request of the Delhi police. Doctors have said that report takes several days, but they have fast-tracked the process. The funeral is likely to take place once the reports are out. All right. Right, here's India Today's exclusive news break. Moments before Anjali and her friend left the hotel, the duo fought outside the hotel entrance. Anjali and her friend's scuffle that's now caught on cameras. In fact, this is the video, if I could cut across, showing the CCTV footage of both Anjali and her friend right outside the hotel, as there was much of an argument between the two of them. After much fight, it appears they decided to leave the hotel. This is just moments before Anjali and her friend left the hotel. Both of them were entered into an argument and almost physically pushing each other. The duo's fight outside the hotel entrance caught on CCTV cameras. Anjali and her friend's scuffle that was caught on cameras here. India Today has accessed this footage now with the hands of the police as they investigate this case. The friend's statement has also been recorded. That's the visual coming in of Anjali and her friend almost pushing each other as they enter a scuffle. That's the latest CCTV footage coming in of Anjali and her friend, both of them arguing with one another. In fact, even pushing each other right outside the hotel on New Year's night. And this has been caught on CCTV cameras. That's when they decided to leave from the spot. Here, Anjali and her friend arguing, physically, in fact, almost pushing each other. And almost looks like they were beating each other at one point. That's the visual there of Anjali and her friend. Both are girls, both of them pushing each other and arguing right on the streets on 1st of January, wee hours of the morning. Just moments before Anjali and the friend decided to take on the bike and just leave. In fact, here you see someone from the hotel also coming out. Let me cut across to Shreya joining us on the phone line. Shreya, a quick word on this visual as we see here. Anjali and her friend, both of them seriously arguing. In fact, at moments they're pushing each other and then they decide to sit on the bike and leave the spot. This is a fresh CCTV footage coming to fore. Do explain to us.
Well, if we see this particular visual, this corroborates the statement that was also made by the hotel staff, remember, to our reporter. He said that there was a brawl between both the girls, and that's when the hotel staff had also intervened. It turns out that the brawl actually went out on the streets, and for quite some time they were really quarreling with each other. What really transpired, I think the eyewitness, who's already recorded her statement under Section 164, she will have a better thing to say. But from clearly it is established that they were not in the best of state. They were really quarreling with each other. There was a brawl that was there between two of them, and whether that had any repercussion in subsequently the accident that took place, that's something that Delhi police will obviously investigate. But these are fresh CCTV images that surfaced from outside that Divan Palace Hotel where Anjali was there on the night of 31st, and followed by that we see the footage now where she's clearly seen embroiled in a quarrel between between her friend and her outside the hotel.
All right, as we see here, Anisha, both of them walking out and boarding the bike, they decide to leave the spot. Shreya, beg your pardon. Shreya, as you see, both of them walking out and arguing right in front of the hotel. We believe that the hotel staff as well sort of chased them away from there because they were creating quite some commotion outside. Is that true?
Well, that's something that has been made in the statement. Now, we've seen that the hotel staff very categorically put it forward that there was a quarrel that they had to intervene between both the girls. Now, they had been there for quite some time. While they were coming out, they were embroiled in a fight with each other, and the hotel staff intervened, followed by which, they left the spot. And now this visual that has been received from the outside the hotel, the CCTV, clearly establishes that both the girl, the friend who was, initially riding the Scooty and then was pillion, they were fighting with each other. There was a quarrel that erupted between both of them.
Now, yet not clear why that friend ran away soon after the accident. I mean, so much for a friend, isn't it, Shreya? The other girl just fled from the spot. No, and did she know that this girl Anjali was being dragged along that car? Did she spot the car dragging the girl?
Well, I mean, there's a statement that's being recorded. We yet have to get a confirmation whether she mentioned that in the statement. But if we can understand, it's very clear that it wouldn't have been impossible for her to understand that her friend who's already been hit by the car was entirely tangled. It is her leg that got stuck with the car, and subsequently she was dragged along for 12 kilometers. Now imagine a friend you spend the night with on the 31st, and when you meet with an accident, the friend runs away. So there are a lot of answerings even the girl needs to do. She's right now an eyewitness in the matter, obviously, because the Delhi police is investigating the case, but that doesn't leave away the fact that she indeed fled the spot. So subsequently, we have to see what the Delhi police has to say on this investigation. But as of now, this girl has been made an eyewitness, and a statement has been recorded under Section 154 CRPC.
You know, and again, this CCTV footage coming just days after the accident took place. So we're looking at least 3 days now, after which the CCTV has come to fore. Is this the police? Is this footage also in the hands of the police at this point? And how are they looking at this piece of news?
The CCTV obviously is, something that the Delhi police is looking while they were mapping. Now, you know, they came forward the CCTV while they were mapping the entire stretch, and now they have unearthed that this is what transpired that night before the accident took place. Now, it is important for Delhi police to take these crucial pieces of information, because whether or not the things that transpired in that night, despite, as we talked about, had anything to do with that accident that took place. That is the reason these visuals are extremely important. The entire incident that transpired before is important. Delhi police is looking into other CCTVs as well, because at this stretch, while they were going along, at one point the Scooty met with an accident, and subsequently what transpired, why did the girl leave the spot, why did she not call the PCR? Now, as of now, what we are learning, that she said that the police were not answering her call. Now, we've two eyewitnesses who not only constantly called the PCR but also chased down. Now, for people who were not known to her, they could do that. Why did the person who's a friend of her, not stop? There are a lot of answering even the girl has to do. As of now, she's important for the investigation of this case, is why she's been made an eyewitness. But that doesn't leave away the fact that she probably could have stayed back, and maybe if she would have made a timely call, Anjali's life might have been saved.
You know, any word so far on whether the accused knew the victim? Anything at all we know of their connection, or were they absolute acquaintances? Is there any understanding on that, Shreya, if they were known to each other?
Well, as on date, there's no confirmation that whether the accused, knew the victim. One thing is for sure, that both belong to the same location. One of the victims, remember Manoj Mittal that we're talking about, he belongs to the same Sultanpuri area. He's been talking as one of the local leaders in the area. So they were from the same area, and that's the reason Delhi police is obviously investigating the case so closely, because if at all, remember, they are known to each other, the case would become altogether something different. As on date, Delhi police maintains that this is a case of an accident, but as investigation is still in the preliminary stage, as was mentioned by the special CP also in the press conference, we cannot really weigh out any further possibilities as the investigation proceeds.
All right, here we see the CCTV footage that's now come to fore, where it shows very clearly two women, Anjali and her friend, both of them entering into a scuffle, almost pushing each other. I wouldn't call this a physical assault for sure, because both of them there are fighting, two girls there trying to push each other, arguing hectically, and then they decide to get on the bike and leave. Anjali, in fact, initially was pillion, and then she took over. That's what the friend says, that in the middle she asked the friend to stop, and then she decided to ride the bike, and then she got in front. The friend sat right behind, and that's when the accident took place. And they also claim in the her friend claims in the statement that it was the Baleno's fault. The car hit the Scooty, did not see the bike coming towards that road, and that's when she was scared for her own life and fled from the spot. This is Anjali's friend's statement, but it's shocking that, like rightly Shreya said, after spending the New Year's night together, two friends decide to go home. Yes, they had a quarrel or a fight, but when an accident takes place, a friend leaving the other friend to her fate and fleeing from the spot, certainly something that she's got to answer. To the police, she said that she was scared, and that's why she left. But clearly here, this girl, Anjali, was was left to her fate. She finally died. She was found naked. In fact, Shreya, a little more if you could elaborate on this visual here. As we see the fact that there was a pillion, the information on this front itself came much later, 2-3 days after the incident has taken place. So this again clearly showing the lapse on the part of the police. Why did they not know that there was another girl involved on that bike right in the start of the investigation itself? Is the police dragging its feet with this case?
Well, absolutely. See, there's a lapse on the part of Delhi police. For at least over 48 hours, the Delhi police wasn't even aware of the fact that there was a pillion, there was another girl who had escaped the spot. Now, it's only after they mapped the CCTV, because yesterday we've got it to our viewers that Delhi police was on the ground. They were mapping the CCTV of that 12-kilometer stretch, and during that time, they unearthed that there was this another girl who was also, riding with Anjali. She left the spot. Delhi police's lapses is obviously being investigated in a separate inquiry that's been ordered by the Home Ministry. But very categorically, it's important to point out that Delhi police will have to do a lot of answering. They took a lot of time to even unearth that Anjali was not alone driving the scooty. She was in fact along with another pillion, and that's something that needs to be further investigated, because if at all these things has any resemblance to what then transpired in that night.
All right, Anisha, thank you very much for joining. Shreya, thank you for joining us. Now, let me quickly cut across to the visual showing our viewers here on exactly what happened on that night. A couple of CCTV footage that's now coming to fore here that shows the sequence of events. If I could take you through the first piece of visual here that shows Anjali and her friend, both of them stepping out of a hotel in the wee hours of the morning, and they've had a quarrel, and that's quite evident here. Both of them fighting to such an extent that they're pushing each other. The two girls came out of the hotel, started quarreling extensively. And then let's switch to the second CCTV footage showing soon after both of them decide to leave the hotel. It appears that they had created enough commotion right outside that hotel, so decided to walk out and board their bike and leave from the spot. So that's Anjali in the pink and her friend in the red. Both of them sit on the bike. Anjali is pillion. The friend decides to ride the bike. Anjali sits on the rear, and then they leave that area. They leave that spot. And then next comes the CCTV footage of their bike encountering with the Baleno. Now, this is the visual showing the bike there coming on one end, and then you have the Baleno car as well that almost follows right after. In fact, this is the bike that heads, and then the Baleno car there coming right after, and that the car is also flashing its lights extensively. So it appears that while the Baleno car reaches that spot and starts flashing its lights, they've already collided with the bike. The accident has already happened, because you see the bike going and the Baleno coming. This is the CCTV footage. It appears there's a blind spot which the CCTV footage could not catch. And that was that specific place where this collision has taken place, is what the police suspect. And then finally, the next CCTV footage very clearly showing the car dragging Anjali's body along the roads of the national capital. And in fact, this vehicle there, you see as the car taking a U-turn, you can see Anjali's body right there dangling right below the wheels of that car. She's been dragged along, and the car is moving continuously. In fact, it reportedly took several U-turns in the city limits and went to about 15 kilometers across the city roads with Anjali stranded on the wheels, eventually found dead. Now, let me quickly cut across to all the reactions coming in on this case as the investigation now thickens.
एक जो इंसिडेंट हुआ था, उस टाइम पर डिसीज्ड के साथ एक और लड़की थी। ये जो घटना घटी है उस टाइम पर वो थी और उसको कोई इंजरी नहीं हुई थी और वो उठकर वहां से चली गई थी। यह दिल्ली पुलिस के लिए इस केस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में एक सिग्निफिकेंट डेवलपमेंट है और जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनको एक तरह से सजा दिलाने में हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण साबित होगा। इसके अलावा इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी प्रारंभिक स्टेज पर है। बहुत पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है और जल्दी ही दिल्ली पुलिस की ये कोशिश है कि जल्दी ही इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को कंप्लीट कर लिया जाएगा और जो अपराधी हैं उनको सख्त से सख्त सजा दी।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to the hotel manager who's spoken exclusively to India Today. Let's take a quick look and listen what he said.
कल शाम को आए थे 6:30 बजे करीबन।
6:30 बजे। तो क्या कितने लोग रहेंगे पुलिस के?
तो अंदाजन ऊपर तो 7-8 जन थे।
7-8 डीसीपी साहब भी आए थे?
जी थे।
तो उन्होंने क्या किया? पूरा डीवीआर ले गए?
डीवीआर, रजिस्टर और आईडी
सब कुछ ले गए।
जी।
और सिर्फ आप ही का कि आसपास के और भी होते हैं?
मेरे को तो मेरा ही पता है जी, बाद में कहा नहीं।
तो आप अंजलि को जानते हैं जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ?
नहीं सर, मैं अभी नया ही ज्वाइन किया हूँ। एक्सीडेंट के बारे में कल ही उसके बाद ही हमने सर्च किया था क्या है क्या नहीं, क्योंकि हम तो ड्यूटी पे रहते हैं।
अच्छा, तो पुलिस के जरिए क्या आपको पता लगा कि अंजलि?
नहीं, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया।
बस वो सीज कर,
उन्होंने बस आया कि एक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, ये है वो है, रजिस्टर देखा, फिर आईडी ली और चले गए।
वो झगड़ा उनका रूम के अंदर ही हो रहा था, काफी माँ बहन की गाली बक रही थी वो लड़की आपसी में ही। तो फिर उसके बाद हमने बोला कि मैम ऐसे गाली गलौज अच्छा नहीं होता।
फिर उसके बाद क्या हुआ? जब झगड़ा शुरू हुआ तो उसको नीचे की तरफ?
हाँ जी, हमने बोला मैम यहाँ लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं चलेगा, और भी गेस्ट अगल बगल में वो डिस्टर्ब होते हैं। तो कह रही है ओके भाई हम लोग जा रहे हैं। फिर उसके बाद वो नीचे चली गई। अगल बगल वालों ने बोला उन्हें कि भाई मैम आप लड़की हो रहे हो, तो बोली आप हमारे पर्सनल मैटर है।
All right, India Today continues to track all those developments, but for now we're slipping into a short break. You could log on to indiatoday.in or download our app for a lot more information on this and much more. But do remember, 5 p.m. this evening, we're going to be coming up with a reality check on the streets of Delhi. Across the length and breadth, India Today's 11 reporters, anchors, including myself, were out on the streets trying to check if indeed the national capital, Delhi, is safe. Must watch.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Makeups, breakups, or a new film announcement. In 2023, we will get you all this and much more that's trending in the showbiz. I'm Dipali Patel and you're watching In The Club. Now, while rebooting a popular franchise is common, what's unusual is making it without the original cast, and which is what filmmakers in the West have been doing so, that too frequently, in order to take the legacy forward. From replacing Daniel Craig to Henry Cavill, here's who all will not be reprising their much-loved roles.
I'm your destiny.
You're much more than that, Cirilla. Harry Potter. I kneel before no one. Going on outside when you ain't safe from. In this world. When I say hide,
We have to stay.
you hide. Run! You're the chosen one, Harry.
You have to realize who you are.
Just have to decide what kind of man you want to grow up to be, Clark. Whoever that man is.
Hollywood has never been shy when it comes to cashing in on remakes and reboots, milking franchises based on their popularity or for money as much as possible. And now it seems that the next franchise to fall prey to this trend is the wizarding world of Harry Potter. Production house Warner Brothers Discovery is reportedly planning to reboot the Harry Potter franchise with an entirely new cast. The makers try to rekindle the impact of Harry Potter by reintroducing us to the magical world with the Fantastic Beasts series.
People die in this tournament.
With Eddie Redmayne leading the cast, fans were taken on a ride back to the past to explore all the magical beings and the heated war between Dumbledore and Grindelwald.
I cannot move against Grindelwald. It has to be you.
Although the series had a promising start, it was compromised due to all the controversies surrounding it. The first major controversy which rocked the franchise was when author J.K. Rowling made transphobic comments, which was followed by production house Warner Brothers parting ways with actor Johnny Depp due to his defamation suit with Amber Heard. The final nail in the coffin was when Ezra Miller was charged with felony, burglary, and criminal allegations. Instead of making a big boom in the film industry, the possibility of the franchise going forward with its initial planned 5-movie arc has now reportedly been put on hold. Once more, Warner Brothers Discovery.
What are you going to do? I'll do something.
Not only have the makers started serving films in the pipeline, but they also got picked up after the recent takeover by Guardians of the Galaxy filmmaker James Gunn as the co-chairman of DC Studios. In the new phase of filming, Gunn has revealed that Henry Cavill will not be returning as the Superman. Henry has played the character since 2013 film Man of Steel and was seen in a cameo appearance in Dwayne Johnson's star Black Adam. He later confirmed the news on social media as well. Cavill also quit The Witcher, in which he was playing the lead role.
Why not kill them?
Because then I am what they say I am.
That's not all. One of the DC Universe's most successful franchises, Gal Gadot's starrer Wonder Woman, will not be getting the third installment. According to reports, James Gunn broke the news to director Patty Jenkins soon after she had submitted her treatment of the project. The two-part film series found success after Gal Gadot's first glimpse in Batman vs. Superman: Dawn of Justice. Furthermore, reports suggest that Jason Momoa will not be returning as Aquaman, but instead as the intergalactic bounty hunter. DC Universe is going through a transformation which involves the closure of the previous cinematic universe created by Zack Snyder and the actors who portrayed the lead. The decision comes on the heels of the underperformance of Black Adam at the box office.
These powers are not a gift.
With Snigdha Shweta Behra, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Jeremy Renner has met with an accident while Benedict Cumberbatch and his family will reportedly pay reparations for slavery after it was revealed that he has familial ties to a sugar plantation. This and much more. Let's fly 7 seas across to check out the biggest newsmakers from the West. Here's our popular segment, Fully Foreign. It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Pakistani singer Sajid Ali has dropped a hint that Besharam Rang from SRK's film Pathan is a copy of his composition. Janhvi Kapoor, on the other hand, is all set to make her Telugu debut opposite Junior NTR. It's time to check out what is making news in Hindi film industry. Take a look at our popular segment, What's Trending.
3 साल से उसकी कोई खबर नहीं है। अपने लास्ट मिशन में वो पकड़ा गया। सुना है बहुत टॉर्चर किया उसे। पता नहीं कि पठान मर गया है या
जिंदा है।
Shah Rukh Khan's Pathan has been in the headlines of late owing to various controversies. However, the film is still one of the most anticipated projects of 2023. While one of its songs, titled Besharam Rang, has been attracting controversies ever since it was released, from politicians debating over Deepika's saffron bikini in this peppy track to censor board sending the film for certain cuts. The fate of this Siddharth Anand directorial's release in India is uncertain. Now, Pakistani singer Sajid Ali recently took to social media and shared this video in which he can be seen singing one of his older songs, Ab Ke Hum Bichde, hinting that Besharam Rang, composed by Vishal Shekhar, is probably copied.
अब के हम बिछड़े तो शायद कभी ख्वाबों में मिले.
He captioned the post as, after listening to a new movie song, it reminded me of my song I released 26 years ago. Ab ke hum bichde, enjoy. However, the scenario abroad, on the other hand, is completely different. As per reports, the bookings for Pathaan opened in Germany on December 28th, and the figures are record-breaking. The spy thriller also stars Deepika Padukone and John Ibrahim in the lead role. It is slated to hit cinemas on January 25th, 2023. Apart from this, SRK will be seen headlining Rajkumar Hirani's Donkey with Taapsee Pannu. And it is being reported that the actor will start shooting for an underwater sequence after the release of Pathaan. He also has Atlee's Jawan co-starring Nayanthara, Vijay Sethupathi and Sania Malhotra in his kitty.
Good to go, Chief.
Ready.
Janhvi Kapoor is all set to make her Telugu debut opposite Junior NTR. Yes, if reports are to be believed, the makers of the tentatively titled NTR 30 have roped in Janhvi to play a pivotal role in the film. Directed by Kortala Siva, the Telugu language drama will go on floors next month and will release in April 2024. Recently, the makers had also launched the poster of the film featuring Junior NTR. With this film, Janhvi will also be taking her late mother and actress Sridevi's legacy forward, who had acted in several films across multiple languages. Meanwhile, Janhvi was last seen in a survival thriller, Millie. Directed by Muthukutti Xavier, the film depicted the story of a young girl who gets stuck in a freezer and fights to stay alive, but with every ticking second, lowers her chances of survival.
घर नहीं पहुंची अभी तक.
पिछले दिनों में उसका किसी से कोई झगड़ा या बहस? ये पैसा तुम्हारे बाप का क्या?
It was a remake of 2019 Malayalam film Helen. Junior NTR, on the other hand, has been riding high on success of his last release, RRR. With 2 Golden Globes nominations under its name, including Best Motion Picture and Best Original Song for Natu Natu, and making its way to the Oscars shortlist for Natu Natu, RRR is roaring big worldwide. Directed by S.S. Rajamouli, this magnum opus is based on the lives of 2 Telugu freedom fighters, Alluri Sitarama Raju and Komarama Bhim, played by Ram Charan and Junior NTR respectively. The film also stars Alia Bhatt and Ajay Devgan in pivotal roles. Tripti Dimri took to social media to confirm her relationship with Anushka Sharma's brother and the owner of Clean Slate Films, Karnesh Sharma. Along with this photo, she wrote, and we quote, "My love." Interestingly, Tripti has headlined 2 films, Bulbul and Kala, which Karnesh Sharma has backed under his production house for Netflix. The actress won rave reviews for her performance in the Anvita Dutt directorial Kala. The psychological drama also marked the acting debut of Irfan Khan's older son, Babil. Anushka Sharma had also appeared in a cameo role. Meanwhile, Tripti will next be featuring in romantic drama with Vicky Kaushal. She also has another project lined up with Ranbir Kapoor in her kitty. Anupam Kher is all set to reunite with filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri for the vaccine war. The film, as the name suggests, will be about India's successful vaccination program against the threat of COVID-19. It is scheduled for a release on Independence Day in 2023. Produced by Pallavi Joshi, the film is touted to be a tribute to the endless support and dedication of the medical fraternity and scientists. Earlier reports emerged that Nana Patekar has been roped in to play a pivotal role in the vaccine war. Before this, Anupam Kher had worked with Vivek Agnihotri in his last directorial, The Kashmir Files, which was dedicated to the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits and was one of the biggest hits of 2022.
जहाँ शिव सरस्वती ऋषि कश्यप हुए वो कश्मीर हमारा था, जहाँ पंचतंत्र लिखा गया वो कश्मीर हमारा था। तू जानता ही क्या है कश्मीर के बारे में?
Kashmir has never been an integral part of India, and this is a historical fact.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Allu Arjun's Pushpa the Rise is making the right noise in Russia, while the makers of Samantha Ruth Prabhu's next, Shakuntalam, have announced the release date of the film. There are other big newsmakers as well, and are all from regional cinema. Take a look at our trending segment, Up South.
तीन साल से उसकी कोई खबर नहीं है। अपने लास्ट मिशन में वो पकड़ा गया। सुना है बहुत टॉर्चर किया उसे। पता नहीं कि पठान मर गया है या
जिंदा है।
Shah Rukh Khan's Pathan has been in the headlines of late owing to various controversies. However, the film is still one of the most anticipated projects of 2023. While one of its songs, titled Besharam Rang, has been attracting controversies ever since it was released, from politicians debating over Deepika's saffron bikini in this peppy track to censor board sending the film for certain cuts. The fate of this Siddharth Anand directorial's release in India is uncertain. Jeremy Renner has met with an accident, while Benedict Cumberbatch and his family will reportedly pay reparations for slavery after it was revealed that he has familial ties to a sugar plantation. This and much more. Let's fly 7 seas across to check out the biggest newsmakers from the West. Here's our popular segment, Fully Foreign. Doctor Strange star Benedict Cumberbatch and his family will reportedly pay reparations for slavery after it was revealed he has familial ties to a sugar plantation in Barbados. The Caribbean nation, which became a republic in 2021, is looking for reparations from the families of past slave owners, and the Sherlock Holmes actor could find himself in a legal battle over his ancestors owning a plantation in the 18th and the 19th century. After slavery was abolished in the 1830s, Cumberbatch's ancestors and other slave owners were compensated with a monetary amount now worth millions. Benedict was last seen in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
To protect our world, you cannot control everything, Strange. I'm sorry, Stephen. Your desecration of reality will not go unpunished. We should tell him the truth. Just got out of hand.
You break the rules.
Look out!
You become a hero. I do it, I become the enemy. It doesn't seem fair.
He's also working on The End We Start From, which is an adaptation of Megan Hunter's novel of the same name.
Hey man, Clearly, retirement doesn't suit you. You got tired of shooting golf?
Well, I played 18, shot 18. Just can't seem to miss.
Marvel actor Jeremy Renner, who is best known as Hawkeye, is critical but in stable condition after meeting with an accident while plowing snow. According to reports, his family is with him and he's receiving proper care at the hospital. Apart from Marvel films like Avengers and Captain America, Renner has also starred in commercial hits such as Arrival.
Her introduction.
I need everybody working on this.
I feel like everything that happens comes down to the two of us. I know what it is.
What does it say?
Offer weapon.
I don't need an interpreter to know what this means.
We don't know if they understand the difference between a weapon and a tool.
What the hell is she doing?
Do trust me.
And 2 films from the Mission Impossible franchise.
Right? Who are you really, Brent? What are you asking? What am I asking? All right, let me see if I can put it another way. How does an agent with skills like that end up an analyst? Well, we all have our secrets.
He's also all set to feature in Mayor of Kingstown Season 2.
To continue trusting me.
The inmates are running the asylum, and you're giving up the goddamn key.
This war is what I'm trying to stop.
He will also reportedly be headlining a series titled Renovations.
What's he doing? I'm gonna die. I wanna die comfortable.
Jeremy Renner has been nominated for 2 Oscars for his role in The Hunter Locker in The Town.
Full 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So, if you don't
Don't Show Up hitmaker Dua Lipa will make her acting debut in an upcoming spy thriller titled Argyle.
The greater the spy, the bigger the lie.
The film is based on a book by the same name written by first-time author Ellie Conway. The film will be directed by Matthew Vaughn, who is known for Kingsman films, and will also feature Henry Cavill, Bryce Dallas Howard, Samuel L. Jackson, Ariana DeBose, Bryan Cranston, and Catherine O'Hara. The pop star, known for her hits like Levitating and New Rules, among others, not only wants to act but is also planning to set up her own TV and film production company so she can back stories she believes in and produce them with bigger studios.
to myself, 1, don't pick up the phone. You know he's only calling cause he's drunk and alone. 2, don't let him in. You have to kick him out again. 3, don't be his friend. You know you're gonna wake up in his bed in the morning. And if you're under him, you
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
I got no rules, I count him.
That's all we could pack in our very first show of 2023. Keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
पार्टी का मम्मी का सबका कहना है भैया इलेक्शन की गेम चेंजर मेरी बहना है सारी कंट्री हमें मिल के लड़ना है पार्टी का मम्मी का सबका कहना है माना अब तक पॉलिटिक्स से रहती थी तू दूर तेरा भैया अकेला ही लड़ा है भरपूर आ मेरे संग अब मोदी से भिड़ना है इलेक्शन की गेम चेंजर मेरी बहना है देखो भैया ये भाई बहन का है बंधन अब क्या करेंगे मोदी क्या करेगा गठबंधन
So sorry.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart. Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
Watching India Today.
Hi there, good afternoon. This is India Today TV. I'm Sneha. A quick check of the top stories in this edition first. CCTV pictures reveal how Anjali and her friend fought outside the hotel before leaving on a scooty. Cops record statement of Anjali's friend who escaped with minor injuries. Probe intensifies on Delhi New Year horror. Special CP to probe number of PCR van calls made to submit this report now to the Ministry of Home Affairs. 2 days before before the brutal crime, Delhi cops promised tight security on the 31st of Jan, but the reality on ground was different. Were the promises of heavy security just an eyewash?
फोकस होगा जो पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट है इसमें 2500 से ज़्यादा विमेन पुलिस फोर्स का डिप्लॉयमेंट होगा.
India today gets you a safety check from the streets of the national capital after the horrifying death of Anjali. 11 India Today reporters ventured out in the dead of the night to find out the hard truth on ground. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's most scathing attack on Pakistan yet. Jaishankar names and shames Pakistan as terror epicenter. Also slams China for breaking border protocol. Weeks after Tawang clash, India focuses on major infrastructure boost along the line of actual control. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh makes first visit to Arunachal since the clashes from China. Inaugurates Steel Arch Bridge.
हम युद्ध में यकीन नहीं रखते, पर अगर हम पर युद्ध थोपा जाता है तो हमने उसका जमकर मुकाबला किया है और आगे करेंगे भी. इस पर भी हमारा पूरा.
Some news coming in. A high-speed Santro car has hit 3 students. Condition of a girl student is critical. Admitted in the intensive care unit, the friend of the girl student is raising funds for treatment through donation. Police is engaged in the investigations. Greater Noida, adjacent to Delhi, witnessed high-speed havoc. On the night of 31st of December, 3 youth riding a Santro car in an inebriated condition hit 3 students who were carrying goods from the market, hitting them hard, in which 2 girl students suffered minor injuries. A student named Swati, a student living in Bihar, has suffered deep head and leg injuries, was swinging between life and death in a private hospital in Greater Noida. Picture of the victim on your screens right now. Only the college friends of the injured girl student have taken up the cause of donation for a treatment. In this case, the police has filed an FIR, registered and got involved in the investigation in this matter. Arvind Oja is getting us more details on that. Arvind, बहुत ही दुखद न्यूज़ है ये. एक यंग लड़की है, इससे काफ़ी चोटें लगी हुई हैं. पहले इस बच्चे के कंडीशन के बारे में बताइए और इन्वेस्टिगेशंस किस डायरेक्शन में हेडेड है इसके बारे में भी बताइए.
देखिए, जो बीटेक की स्टूडेंट है ये बिहार की रहने वाली है, स्वाति नाम है, और जो अभी कंडीशन है वो क्रिटिकल है, आईसीयू में एडमिट है. और इलाज के लिए दोस्त वो सोशल मीडिया पर क्राउड फंडिंग कर रहे हैं, आपको बताऊं. और 31 दिसंबर का ये पूरा इंसिडेंट है जब 3 जो स्टूडेंट, स्वाति के साथ 2 और फीमेल स्टूडेंट थी, तीनों मार्केट में थे. तभी सेंट्रो कार सवार 3 लड़के उसमें सवार थे. उन्होंने बैक साइड से जोरदार टक्कर मारी, जिसमें 2 जो लड़कियां थी उनको माइनर इंजरी हुई, लेकिन स्वाति को काफी सीरियस इंजरी हुई. इसके बाद प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में इसे एडमिट कराया गया है. फिलहाल ये आईसीयू में है, कंडीशन क्रिटिकल है. शुरुआत में पुलिस ने बहुत इस मामले को सीरियसली नहीं लिया, लेकिन अब चूंकि सोशल मीडिया पर जो बाकी स्टूडेंट हैं उन्होंने एक मुहिम चलाई और जब खबर मीडिया में चलाई गई उसके बाद नोएडा पुलिस ने FIR रजिस्टर्ड किया है और पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं.
In fact, New Year revelers crashed into 3 students, of which 2 have received minor injuries. 1 is critical. The victim on your screens right now is what Arvind is telling us. This incident took place on the 31st of December. Getting the very latest in the Anjali accident matter. According to the Delhi police, the 20-year-old victim was not riding by herself at the time of the accident. They've confirmed that another woman was with her when the scooter was struck by the vehicle. The pillion rider escaped unhurt and fled from the spot. The manager of an OYO room hotel have told us that police have told the police also that 20-year-old Anjali had checked into this hotel with a friend. However, the two of them got into an argument and the manager asked them to leave. They went downstairs and started fighting again, after which both of them went on to ride the scooty. The Home Ministry has requested a comprehensive report from the Delhi police regarding the horrifying New Year crime on the direction of Home Minister Amit Shah. Special Commissioner Shalini Singh has been asked to lead an inquiry committee and submit a report. Special Commissioner Shalini Singh will conduct an internal inquiry in the Sultanpuri case. She will investigate how many PCR calls were made, why no Delhi cop noticed this accident, how many PCR vehicles were present on the route, also record the statements of all the officers involved in the investigation. Delhi Women's Commission Chief Swati Maliwal sent 5 important suggestions to the Ministry of Home Affairs regarding the horrific accident, also issuing a notice to the police. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, along with MP Sanjay Singh and MLA Atishi, will meet the relatives of the victim of this case. All 3 leaders will reach the victim's house. The post-mortem of 20-year-old Anjali has been done by a board of doctors constituted by the Delhi Health Department at the request of the Delhi Police. Doctors have said the report takes several days, but they have fast-tracked this process. The funeral is likely to be conducted once the reports are out. India Today has accessed the autopsy details. No injury to private parts of the victim is what the autopsy report says. Cause of death is accident and dragging. No injury to private parts. Cause of death is accident and dragging is what we can tell our viewers, given that the autopsy report points in the direction of no sexual assault, which has been ruled out in this case, as was being speculated earlier and as was being alleged by the family members, given that not a shred of clothing was found on the victim's body when her body was finally found by the police. Milan Sharma is right outside the mortuary where the victim's body has been kept. Milan, this was being speculated about, given that the family had also raised concerns about this being a case of sexual assault. That, however, has been ruled out now.
Well, yes, Neha, that's what the Delhi police sources have informed, that perhaps it seems that there isn't any sexual assault involved in the case. But what we do know is that the Delhi police has now been given possession of the post-mortem report by the investigating doctors. And the report has been submitted to the investigation officers. The Delhi police sources there saying to India Today that perhaps there is no angle of sexual assault to be investigated in this case, perhaps because there are no injuries that have been found in the victim's private parts. As we speak, the family has now gone inside the mortuary there, and they are speaking to the police officials, the investigating officials who have come here, because it was demand of the family that they will look at the post-mortem report and only then will take the mortal remains of the girl from here for her final rites or cremation. So that has not happened yet. We've been waiting for the post-mortem report to come since morning. But the family there stood on its stance and said that they will wait for the post-mortem report to be made available to them. Perhaps they will be shown the post-mortem report. They are currently inside with the investigating officers, and only after that will her body be taken to Karan Vihar, where they are saying that the final rites and cremation could happen today. It's already half of the day has gone by, and perhaps we'll have to wait and see whether the family will move forward with the final rites today itself. And in the live, we are showing you, Sneha, that the family is just about to come out. These are the investigating officers developing story there. So we are trying to speak to the people.
एक एप्लीकेशन बना के मीडिया को दी है, सॉरी पुलिस वालों को दी है. मुझे लगता है 1 घंटे के आसपास हम लोगों को उसकी पीडीएफ दी जाएगी. उसके बाद हम साझा करेंगे.
क्या आया है पोस्टमार्टम में, आया क्या दिख रहा है, किस वजह से मृत्यु?
मुझे लगता है जो रिपोर्टिंग आई है उसमें बेसिकली यही सब बताया गया है कि जो एक्सीडेंटल इंजरी जो है उसके कारण उसकी मौत हुई है. रेप जैसा सस्पेक्ट उसमें कम से कम ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं आया है.
सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट नहीं हुआ उसके साथ?
उसमें यही बता रहे हैं कि जो जेनाइटल था वो उसमें किसी भी तरीके की इंजरी नहीं पाई गई है. तो सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट मुझे नहीं लग रहा है इस केस में. अब जो ये 302 धारा पे जो मर्डर का केस है वही हम लोग इसको पुलिस से
टक्कर से मौत हुई है या फिर घसीटे जाने से मौत?
सर घसीटे जाने से मौत हुई है.
ये पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में लिखा है?
सर मैं आपको क्या बता रहा हूँ, 10 पेज की पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है. मैं आप लोगों के साथ बैठ के पूरी रिपोर्ट साझा करूंगा. हम लोग
अभी इनिशियली क्या बताया है?
मर्डर कैसे कह रहे हैं फिर आप?
सर
क्या ऐसा दिख रहा है उसमें?
मैं मर्डर यही कह रहा हूँ मैम कि 2 बजे वहाँ पर गाड़ी पाई जाती है. मूलथल से वो लोग आ रहे थे, वहाँ पर वो गाड़ी के अपने लाइट टिम कर रहे हैं. ये प्रोजेक्टेड मर्डर है.
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में पुलिस ने आपको क्या बताया?
पुलिस ने हमें, देखिए हमारा मेन कंसर्न जो रिपोर्ट में था वो था सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट का. सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट नहीं है उसमें. बाकी रिपोर्ट 10 पेज की है.
ठीक है. आप खुद डॉक्टर हैं, आपको क्या समझ में आया?
सर मुझे यही समझ में आया है कि सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट उस बच्ची के साथ नहीं हुआ है. बट और भी जो जानकारी है वो
फैमिली संतुष्ट है. पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट से फैमिली संतुष्ट है.
फैमिली से भी बात करते हैं इस वक्त. आप बताइए क्या
आप लोगों को बात सारी बात लगी हुई.
क्या है
पोस्टमार्टम में घिसटने से हत्या हुई है.
घिसटने से आप सैटिस्फाइड हैं? सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट हुआ है?
You can see there, Sneha, we were just talking live with the family and the doctor who is concerned for the family there, who has looked at the postmortem report, and it's been confirmed that the victim did not have any injury on her private parts, which is why the sexual assault and rape has been ruled out from the postmortem report itself. Of course, it's a 10-page postmortem report, and these are preliminary things that have been informed to the family at the moment. As we show you, this is Mr. Bhupendra Chaurasia, who was helping the family with the postmortem report, and certainly he's talking to the media at the moment as well. But the preliminary report there suggests that no rape has happened. The death has happened because of accident as well as dragging of the girl's body for several kilometers.
Milan, we'll also just try to, in fact, that's the uncle of the girl who's speaking to the press right now. If you could also just try to get in a word from him on what he has to say about these revelations, because it was the family that at first leveled the charge of a possible sexual assault, given that not a shred of clothing was found on the victim's body. Milan.
No, absolutely. See, right now, this is the uncle of the girl over here, and we have spoken to him. He has said that the death has happened due to dragging and accident, and they are saying that we were waiting for this angle to be investigated, Sneha. But right now, also, when we spoke to the uncle briefly, he has said that they are satisfied with the report at the moment, and they are saying that the report there should bring to culmination their doubts, but they are still looking at a murder charge that should be put in place for the perpetrators, and that is what they're demanding right now. Currently, the police is walking around with the people of the family, and briefly, whatever we could speak to the uncle, he has said that the death has happened due to dragging and accident, and certainly, but they are looking at the strictest punishment, and they want the charge of murder to be added for justice to this particular victim there. Of course,
important revelation there being made by one of the uncles. There were 2 uncles of the victim there. One of them, Milan, was clear about what the autopsy essentially says, and we'll wait for further corroboration on that. However, indication is that the death was because of dragging the victim. Milan, in this case, had the victim not been dragged for 12 kilometers, this would have been a case of hit and run. This would have been an accident, and perhaps Anjali would have not died. She would have received grievous injuries, maybe, but not died, isn't it, had she not been dragged?
No, but that is exactly what the point is, Sneha, because the family, they're demanding that a murder charge should be put in forward because of the fact that the brutality of the case is for everyone to see. And even through the investigations that people are doing at the moment, it is not just a mere hit and run. It's obviously a brutal case. The family there demands justice, which is why they didn't even take the body away before getting the postmortem report. The girl's body was found without clothes. I'm going to talk to the doctor who's helping the family. Mr. Chaurasia, do tell us, what have you pointedly seen in the postmortem report that forms this case, and why should there be a murder charge because of that?
Ma'am, actually I have just read up the 10-page PDF, the basic points which they have covered. Yeah.
Okay. So please tell us whether it's a sexual assault angle is not being.
According to the PDF copy of the postmortem report, sexual assault is not yet done there.
But why do you want the murder charge to be put in this case?
Yes, because it was very clear that she was not dead till the car hit it. Once she was in that last ride of 13 kilometers, then the death occurred.
Okay.
Yeah.
So right now you are ready to take the body out?
Yes. We are going for the cremation.
Yeah. Okay. If Alok Das could just follow me, I'll just try to speak to the. भैया सिर्फ इतना आपसे पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि आप मर्डर चार्ज भी चाह रहे हैं, इस पर लगे जो अभी नहीं लगा हुआ
है। नहीं बताइए, आप बताइए। सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट नहीं है? नहीं है। अच्छा ठीक है। लेकिन आपको लगता है मर्डर है? भैया आप सामने देख सकते हैं।
We are just trying to speak to the family. You can see that the ambulance is currently begun moving because the body is going to be brought out at any moment right now, and we'll show you that the family has now been convinced by the police there to take the body away. They will be cremating the victim today itself, and we are trying to get in a word from the family as well. We've been talking to them. They have been instructed not to say much, but we could see that the ambulance is now being brought inside this particular area near the mortuary. We are quite close to the mortuary at the moment, Sneha, and in visuals you can see that at any moment there, the victim's body will now be taken out of the mortuary and handed over to the family. This, of course, with the family saying that they do want the murder charge to be inserted into the FIR, because their point being that the girl would have still survived or would have perhaps sustained grievous injuries if she had not been dragged around for 12 kilometers, which is actually the brutality of this whole incident that has engulfed the entire national capital at the moment. And we are looking at the fact that the post-mortem report also does not provide any hint on this being a sexual assault or a rape case with this particular girl. So therefore, the family there seems to have had some sort of assurance from the police at the moment that further investigations will be done. And meanwhile, these investigations are carried out. Now the body will now be taken out from the mortuary, and the family has already been seated inside. The uncle is there. There are two uncles. There are other family members as well who are part of this particular group who was waiting here at the mortuary, waiting for the girl's body. And meanwhile, also, as we show you, at any time the body will be taken out from here for cremation. It's already been more than half of the day. Remains to be seen whether the family will be doing the cremations today, but we have spoken to the family's well-wishers, the doctor who is also helping them with the cremation and the medical procedures and medical processes at the moment, and they have informed us, Sneha, that they would perhaps perhaps be going ahead with the cremation and the last rites today itself. The family here right now talking to us in between where we are waiting for the body to be taken out of the mortuary. But certainly just moments from now, perhaps they'll be taking out the mortal remains of the girl who will be taken to Karan Vihar, which is far away from here. It's quite a few kilometers to be covered, and perhaps today would be the day that she would be given her final rites there, Sneha.
Milan, be with us, in fact, to tell our viewers that these are visuals, in fact, of the body of the victim in this case. Remember, this is a 20-year-old that we are talking about. The most unfortunate aspect of this is that perhaps Anjali would have not lost her alive had her body not been dragged for so many kilometers. And that's what the families also just told India Today. We've spoken to them. On your screen, pictures of the uncle of Anjali, late Anjali, who also, in fact, happens to be a doctor. That's Dr. Chaurasia. He, in fact, has come out and said that the autopsy report clearly shows that this was not a case of sexual assault, is from what it appears. We'll also wait to hear from the police on the same, but the mortal remains of the victim there on your screens right now. The body is going to be taken to her family for the last rites, for the cremation to be done, is what we know. Milan continues to be with us. Milan, this is so unfortunate. A young woman, and the more we read about, her story, the kind of person that she was, what she really wanted to do. Her parents, in fact, her father has passed away. Her mother has come out and said about the ambitions of this young girl who was all this while only trying to make a living, trying to support her younger siblings, isn't it?
Well, Sneha, these are dreams and hopes going up in flames, and as we speak to you, perhaps there's some chaos right now. The body of the girl right now being put inside the van there, Sneha. You can see this is the mortal remains of the girl that are being put in the van from here. The family now being seated, the uncle there in the yellow jacket seated next, and the body has now been put in the van, and from here will be taken directly to Karan Vihar area. And there you can see, and we were speaking about how young this girl was, how she must have had dreams and hopes, but then everything now boils down to whether this family will actually be given the justice that it deserves in this particular case, where you know that the girl has been dragged for over 12 kilometers. The family is still saying that they do need a murder charge to be put in. It's not simply a hit and run, but of course relief in some way for this family. No rape, no sexual assault came out in the post-mortem report. Perhaps it really doesn't lessen the pain of the family, doesn't lessen the grief, and for the justice that they are demanding. That was the reason that they waited for so long to take the body away, because they wanted the post-mortem report to come out. Of course, again, I'm telling you, it's a 10-page report. So these are initial preliminary details of the investigation that have come forward. This will be used by the police to perhaps look at nabbing those perpetrators who are currently in remand, of course. This case will, of course, form a precedence of a kind of hit-and-run cases in the national capital. It's very important to look at how the Delhi police turns the investigation to provide justice to the family. But Sneha, I want to leave you with these visuals here, where the police escort is taking with them the ambulance van just behind this escort, to all the way to Karan Vihar, where the final rites of this victim, I'm not taking her name purposely, this victim will take place in her area with her family. And this is the ambulance van that's currently now taking the mortal remains of the girl from here to their home, where the cremation will perhaps take place today itself, and more details of the investigation will also be revealed by the police as we go through that 10-page post-mortem report that showed, first of all, that there was no sexual assault done to the girl. Back to you, Sneha.
assault, and that is being ruled out. That's what the autopsy report says. However, Milan, as far as this case is concerned, there are several questions that need answers to. For example, what about the second girl who was riding pillion with her? Did she actually fail to inform the police, or as she claims, the calls weren't responded to essentially? Why did she leave after this accident? Did she not know that Anjali has gotten hurt and her leg is stuck in the car? These are questions that need answers to, isn't it?
No, certainly, Sneha, and this particular case has left so many questions open-ended. This is the job of the investigators of the Delhi police, to bring this investigation to a conclusion and close it. And therefore, they will have some kind of pressure on them. Currently also, we are looking at a hit-and-run case, not just one, but with brutality that has been meted out to the girl. She was found without clothes on the road, being dragged for about 12 kilometers for several hours. The perpetrators say they didn't know that the body was mangled, and that speaks enough about how unaware the Delhi police was in the area that this was happening, why nobody was informed, why they found the second girl later. She also tried to hide some facts, but all this will form the culmination of the investigation that the Delhi police will now do. But of course, with the post-mortem, they're saying that sexual assault has been ruled out. There has been no rape because private parts, injuries have not been found there after the post-mortem report, and that perhaps was one point that the family raised because the body was found in a very questionable manner. And that has now been ruled out, which has led the family to at least believe that now we will take her mortal remains back home for the final cremation and last rites.
Case of drunken driving, the night of 31st of December, wee hours of 1st of January, Milan. Here claims are being made by 5 of these men. They didn't know that the body was stuck in the car. All of these need thorough investigation. Also difficult to believe, and that's the reason why press murder charges is what the family is now saying.
No, absolutely. Well, the family is still hell-bent on putting in a murder charge there in the investigation. Earlier also, there were some sections that were put. Of course, there's 304 of the IPC, but they do want 302 of the IPC, which perhaps the police will do further investigations and will decide whether that needs to be added. But we keep emphasizing on the sheer brutality of the case. Had it been a hit and run, of course, it would not have been looked at as a murder. But again, dragging this 20-year-old around for several kilometers that has actually resulted in a brutal killing is a point that has been raised yet again. Of course, we didn't know that there was a second girl. The Delhi police then found her. She's an eyewitness now. More will be put forward, as her 164 statement has already been recorded under Criminal Procedure Code. From there on, the investigation moves forward. Of course, there could be, changes that could be made to the sections that have been added in the FIR, considering the kind of spotlight that has been put on this particular case, having been from the national capital, and that too on the first day of the new year.
Absolutely, these are charges that are being looked into, and the role of the Delhi police, Milan, in all of this. Several lapses, not one, but several have come to the fore about PCR calls. Why did they reach her late? What about the patrolling in this area? These are questions also that the Delhi police now has to answer on its own conduct as well.
Oh, well, certainly, there are a lot of questions that are being asked of the Delhi police in this particular investigation. And we know for a fact that when we have our team who has spoken to the people who called the PCR, and with them getting no response at the first go, where the PCR vans were, whether there were CCTV cameras that were installed in the area that were working, and why it took them so much time to even get a hand of the CCTV footages that would show this, and whether there was any police patrolling that night in that particular area is also a big question. Perhaps some sort of action could be taken on the police officials there. Some sort of questioning will be done with the police officials also. But yet again, nothing can bring back this girl. Perhaps from what we know of what the family said, that she was, a very integral person in the family who was also a backbone of the family. But then again, she was a young girl wanting to be a doctor. Hopes and dreams were all she had. And perhaps this brutal incident brings to light how women and crime against women has always been a massive problem in a city like the national capital, where not enough is being done in areas to make sure that women feel safe or women are safe. Many details of the investigation will now also come forward, whether there's a talk of the hotel rooms being booked, whether there was the second girl who was a pillion rider with this particular girl. When she went off the scooter, whether she sustained any injuries when the accident happened, how come her body was mangled with the car that dragged her 12 kilometers on, how did she not know about it, the second girl, and whether the 5 perpetrators were purposely doing this, or was this a mistake or a case of mistaken drunken driving wherein they didn't know that the body was stuck to the car. These are questions that the police will be finding answers to, perhaps, so that the family can get some kind of closure.
Absolutely, the family can get some sort of closure. What's the kind of support that's going to then come in for the family members, Milan? We're going to wait and watch all of those details. The Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi will be meeting the family members as well, hoping that there is going to be some sort of financial respite. I mean, to think of it, a young girl, 20-year-old, was supporting her family and her younger siblings. With a lot of responsibility on her shoulders in the family, now the mother, the widowed mother, has been left behind, isn't it?
No, well, of course, in this particular case, it's not just, the support that the family gets, but also the fact that they have lost a daughter, they have lost a girl, a very core member of their family, and that nothing that the Delhi police does or anyone does is going to bring them back. But of course, bringing the conclusion to this investigation is really going to help ascertain what really happened, despite the fact that there are some CCTV footages that have come out, despite the fact that there have been certain points to put forward to the Delhi police of their lapses and negligences that have happened that particular night. Of course, questions are being raised on all the perpetrators who were driving the car that night. Also, the fact that they have been taken into remand. Of course, the girl also belongs to a lower strata and caste in society. The Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has already taken a meeting on this particular matter. They have also sought to provide some kind of compensation to the family in this regard. But none of these things will actually stop the questions being raised on crimes in the national capital, especially crime against women in the national capital, and the safety and security of women after night falls in the national capital there. Sneha.
Milan, be with us. I'll come back to you for more on that. And we're talking about the latest updates in this entire case. Let's take a look at the new twist which has come to the fore that we've been reporting on about a girl, about an eyewitness in this case. She wasn't alone on the scooty that night. Anjali was riding along with a friend and both of them met with this accident. While a friend fled from the accident spot unhurt, Anjali gets stuck with the accused car. Then she gets dragged along. In fact, the friend has received some injuries, but they are minor in nature. Delhi police has recorded Anjali's friend's statement. India Today spoke to the Oyo hotel manager where Anjali and a friend visited before they met with the accident. He said the two girls got into a fight before leaving. Anjali and a friend were spotted arguing and getting into a scuffle right outside the Oyo hotel for several minutes before leaving on a scooty. As the probe intensifies in the ghastly death of the 20-year-old, all 5 accused have been sent to 3-day police remand. India Today has accessed the FIR that mentions that 2 out of 5 accused admit to being drunk and that the accused were aware that they'd hit a girl on a scooty.
सुल्तानपुरी की घटना में एक नया तथ्य हमारे सामने आया है, जिसके अनुसार एक जो इंसिडेंट हुआ था उस टाइम पर डिसीज्ड के साथ एक और लड़की थी और उसके मुताबिक ये जो घटना घटी है उस टाइम पर वो थी और उसको कोई इंजरी नहीं हुई थी और वो उठकर वहां से चली गई थी। और इस मुद्दे में हमने जो भी एफर्ट्स किए हैं कल, उसका परिणाम ये रहा कि अब हमारे पास एक इंसिडेंट की आई विटनेस है और वो पुलिस के साथ कोऑपरेट कर रही है और इसमें अभी 164 सीआरपीसी के तहत उसकी जो स्टेटमेंट है वो रिकॉर्ड कराई जा रही है। यह दिल्ली पुलिस के लिए इस केस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में एक सिग्निफिकेंट डेवलपमेंट है और जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनको एक तरह से सजा दिलाने में हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण साबित होगा। इसके अलावा इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी प्रारंभिक स्टेज पर है, बहुत पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है और जल्दी ही दिल्ली पुलिस की ये कोशिश है कि जल्दी ही इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को कंप्लीट कर लिया जाएगा और जो अपराधी हैं उनको सख्त से सख्त सजा दी।
कल शाम को आए थे 6:30 बजे करीबन।
6:30 बजे। तो क्या कितने लोग रहेंगे पुलिस के?
तो अंदाजन ऊपर तो 7-8 जन थे।
7-8 डीसीपी साहब भी आए थे?
जी थे।
तो उन्होंने क्या किया? पूरा डीवीआर ले गए?
डीवीआर, रजिस्टर और आईडी
सब कुछ ले गए।
जी।
और सिर्फ आप ही का कि आसपास के और भी होटल थे?
मेरे को तो मेरा ही पता है जी, बाद में कहानी।
तो आप अंजलि को जानते हैं जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ?
नहीं सर, मैं अभी नया ही ज्वाइन किया हूँ। एक्सीडेंट के बारे में कल ही उसके बाद ही हमने सर्च किया था क्या है क्या नहीं, क्योंकि हम तो ड्यूटी पे रहते हैं।
अच्छा, तो पुलिस के जरिए क्या आपको पता लगा कि अंजलि?
नहीं, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया।
बस वो सीज कर,
उन्होंने बस आया कि एक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, ये है वो है, रजिस्टर देखा, फिर आईडी ली और चले गए।
वो झगड़ा उनका रूम के अंदर ही हो रहा था, काफी माँ बहन की गाली बक रही थी वो लड़की आपसी में ही। तो फिर उसके बाद हमने बोला कि मैम उसे गाली गलौज अच्छा नहीं होता।
फिर उसके बाद क्या हुआ? जब झगड़ा शुरू हुआ तो उसको नीचे की तरफ नहीं?
हाँ जी, हमने बोला मैम यहाँ लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं चलेगा, और भी गेस्ट अगल बगल में वो डिस्टर्ब होते हैं। तो कह रही है ओके भाई हम लोग जा रहे हैं। फिर उसके बाद वो नीचे चली गई। अगल बगल वालों ने बोला उन्हें कि भाई मैम आप लड़की हो, तो बोली आप हमारे पर्सनल मैटर है।
Questions remain on what really happened there, what really happened inside the Yo-Yo Hotel and whether it is connected to this accident so far. A scuffle, a physical fight that took place between both of these young women. Then they ride together, then meet with an accident. One of them escapes with minor injuries, the other one is killed. It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, after the horrifying death of Anjali, India Today gets you a safety check from the streets of Delhi city.
You are watching India Today. watching India Today.
Anjali's death on New Year has put the focus again on the law and order situation in Delhi, and if there's adequate patrolling being done by Delhi cops on the streets of the national capital. India Today decided to conduct a reality check in the dead of the night to find out if cops are out and about checking the streets or not. 11 of our reporters spent the night on the streets of the national capital, and here's an excerpt of what they found.
रात के 2 बज चुके हैं। कंझावला का ये वही इलाका है जहां पर दरिंदगी के शिकार हुई उस बच्ची का शव नग्न अवस्था में बरामद किया गया था। रात के 2 बज रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की आवाजाही यहां से जरूर हो रही है, लेकिन आपको बता दें बहुत देर से यहां पर मेरी मौजूदगी है। पुलिस की कोई वैन, पुलिस की कोई गाड़ी या कोई पुलिस वाला इस हिस्से में हमें नजर नहीं आया है। यहां से तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर कंझावला चौक है, वहां पर पुलिस की वैन हमें जरूर दिखाई दी थी, लेकिन यहां पर आप देखेंगे ये पूरा का पूरा घुप सन्नाटा है। चारों तरफ रह रहकर 1 से 2 गाड़ियां जरूर यहां से आती जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। दरअसल इस जगह पर हम इसलिए पहुंचे हुए हैं क्योंकि दिल्ली दर्द से कराह रही है। दिल्ली बार बार ये सवाल पूछ रही है कि क्या इस देश की राजधानी में भी बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं हैं। परिवार वालों के अपने दावे हैं, पुलिस के अपने तर्क हैं, लेकिन इन सब के बीच बेटियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर बहुत बड़ा सवाल इस नए साल के पहले ही हफ्ते में देश के सामने मुंह बाए खड़ा है। इसी वजह से इस जगह के जरिए आज इस बात को टटोलेंगे, ये जानेंगे कि राजधानी दिल्ली सुरक्षित बच्चियों के लिए है भी या नहीं है। रात के तकरीबन 2:15 बज रहे हैं और हम अब आगे की ओर बढ़ चले हैं, लेकिन आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे धुंध ने पूरी तरह से कैसे इस सड़क को घेर कर रखा हुआ है। जो उजाले हैं भी उससे भी सड़क साफ साफ नजर नहीं आ रही है, क्योंकि हमारे कैमरे की लाइट है, इस वजह से मेरी साफ तस्वीरें आप देख पा रहे हैं, वरना यहाँ पर गाड़ी चलाना भी अपने आप में काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि चारों तरफ घुप कोहरा और घुप अंधेरा ही नजर आ रहा है। चलते हैं आगे, देखते हैं पुलिस की मुस्तैदी दिल्ली की सड़कों पर कहां और कितनी है। फिलहाल आपको बताते चले तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर का स्ट्रेच तय करके हम आए हैं। एक पुलिस की वैन वहां पर जाती हुई दिखाई दी है, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक दूसरी गाड़ी जरूर तैनात है और यहाँ पर कुछ दिल्ली पुलिस के जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो तैनात आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हम बढ़ते हैं आगे, कुछ और हिस्सों की करते हैं पड़ताल और जानते हैं कि आधी रात को राजधानी दिल्ली क्या सुरक्षित है या फिर नहीं है, और ये जो डिजिटल सबूत पुलिस की ओर से इकट्ठा किए जा रहे हैं ये जांच को कितनी मदद करने वाले हैं। बढ़ते हैं आगे। लेकिन यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तो दुकानों को अगर छोड़ दिया जाए या फिर कुछ घर ऐसे हैं तो चारों तरफ घुप अंधेरा ही आपको नजर आएगा। और आपको बता दें दिल्ली की सर्द रात है, ये काफी ज्यादा ठंड भी पड़ रही है। इक्का दुक्का गाड़ियां रह रहकर जरूर होती हुई यहां से इस सड़क से गुजरती हुई आपको नजर आएंगी, लेकिन जहां तक मेरे पीछे भी अगर आप देखेंगे, जरा एक बार लाइट ऑफ करके संजय पीछे की तस्वीर दिखाइए कि अगर लाइट ऑफ होती है तो फिर आप देखेंगे कि इस तरह से चारों तरफ यहां पर अंधेरा है, बजाय इसके कि दुकानों की अगर लाइट्स जली ना रहे तो यहां पर अब बिल्कुल ही अंधेरा छा जाएगा और यहां से गुजरना किसी के लिए भी खतरनाक हो सकता है। रात के 3:30 बज चुके हैं और हमारा 12 किलोमीटर का सफर यहीं पर खत्म होता है। जो तस्वीरें हमारे आंखों के सामने दिखी, दिल्ली पुलिस कई जगहों पर मुस्तैद तो नजर आई, लेकिन कई जगहों पर हालात जस के तस अभी भी बने हुए हैं। अगर उस हिस्से से गाड़ियां गुजरती हैं तो फिर वहां पर जनता की सुरक्षा, बेटियों की सुरक्षा भगवान भरोसे ही है।
It's just past 12:30 on a cold winter night here in the national capital. I'm at one of the entry points into Delhi. This is in East Delhi, connecting Noida in Uttar Pradesh and the national capital in Mayur Vihar. Now, as I've entered this area from Noida, what I've seen is in fact a lot of security here on the ground. You can see that there's multiple checks, multiple levels of barricade. Vehicles are also constantly being stopped and screened for all basic information. Any suspicious activity is immediately being checked. So it's good to know that at least at one of these entry points into the national capital, which is obviously a key security place, a key strategic place, you've got a lot of security in place right now. And these kind of checks are continuing round the clock through the night. This is a surprise check that we conducted right here, and you can see that the vehicles are being constantly inspected. There are trucks that come through here, all of which are being checked. What about the lanes of Mayur Vihar? This is the situation on the main road. Obviously, this is a crucial part connecting the national capital to Noida in Uttar Pradesh. It's an area with a lot of traffic as well. But what's the situation within Mayur Vihar? We're going to be telling you that as well as we continue our round-the-clock reality check on Delhi streets. I'm standing on the Ghazipur road in the national capital. It's a long stretch where there isn't a single patrol van. I've been standing here for about 20 minutes. It's past 1 a.m. right now. And for the last 20 minutes, while I've been standing on the stretch, as a woman in the national capital, I did feel a tad unsafe. One, because there wasn't a single cop car that came in. I didn't see any patrol vehicles, no police official patrolling this entire stretch of road. And add to that is the fact that while I was standing on this road, I was sitting on this bench waiting around. My camera person was around here taking shots as well. All the while, there were several vehicles that stopped by. Now, they didn't really speak to me. They stopped a little stretch away. Were they stopping because they were wondering what's happening? Why is there a girl standing here all alone? Was it out of concern? Well, as someone who's lived in the national capital, I tend to, seeing all that's happened around me, get a little concerned and feel a little unsafe and uncomfortable. It could have been that they were stopping to ask me if everything was okay, but it did make me a bit uncomfortable. What I can confirm for you, however, is that 20 minutes plus that I've been standing on this road, that we've been going back and forth, besides me standing and sitting here for some time, there hasn't been a single police vehicle that came through. I'm close to Akshardham Temple. Now, this is an expressway where there's a lot of traffic as well. And so far, I've been waiting here for about 30 minutes and there hasn't been a single police van that went by in this direction. What I can show you, however, is that while there are CCTV cameras that are installed right here, I've been standing at this bus stop waiting to see if there will be any police official who comes. The CCTV cameras are covering the entire area, but is that enough is the question, because so far there's been not a single official on the ground. Few passers-by again who stopped by. Some, I don't know what the intention was. Some of them genuinely asked me if I needed any help. And the reality is that as far as patrolling, monitoring in the national capital is concerned, we're still abysmally short of what needs to be done on the ground. And that's very, very clear from all the places that I visited as well. Residential pockets, there is some sort of monitoring, but that's about it.
पीसीआर है, आ जाओ। चलो चलो चलो। Post 12:30 in the night, and we've travelled from Dwarka Sector 1 via Janakpuri, Paschim Bihar, Rohtak Road, and now we're in Outer Delhi. And we are heading towards Kanjhawala, the exact spot where the 22-year-old girl's dead body was recovered from. We're trying to gauge if there's any change in Delhi Police's law and order deployment, whether there have been any security apparatus that has been amped, whether there's been any barricading, any PCR van which is manning the entire stretch. We need to point it out that while we were travelling from Dwarka via Janakpuri, Paschim Bihar, and now towards Outer Delhi, towards Kanjhawala first, which is in the Rohini district, we haven't really seen any barricading. There was no barricading in the entire stretch. We only saw one PCR van near the Janakpuri Unity 1 mall. Apart from that, we haven't really seen any police team on the ground as of now. We'll try and gauge and give a better picture if at all it changes on the way. But so far, we've reached this stretch of Mangolpur Khurd, and we haven't found security barricading.
3-4 बंदे बैठे हैं, लूटने की कोशिश मतलब था क्या, मतलब ये देखते हैं कि टैक्सी है, एक टैक्सी ड्राइवर क्या है रात को अपने कमाने के लिए बच्चों के लिए।
आपको क्यों लग रहा है वो लूटने की कोशिश कर रहे थे?
गाड़ी के आगे गाड़ी रोक दी थी उन्होंने। अच्छा। मैं बैक करके आगे निकाल के लाया हूँ बड़ी मुश्किल से।
कितनी दूर से ऐसा हो रहा है आपके साथ?
ये चौकी है, चौकी क्रॉस करने के, बेगमपुर जो चौकी है, इसको क्रॉस करने के बाद ही मेरे आगे लग गए थे ये लोग।
तो कोई पुलिस दिखी आपको?
कोई पुलिस नहीं है बीच में, सिर्फ चौकी पे है, बाकी पूरे इस रोड पे सुनसान है। ये लोग ऐसे करते हैं इन रोडों पे। जो सबसे जो गंदा एरिया है अपना ये क्षेत्र है, कंजावला क्षेत्र, इसके अंदर कोई सुनवाई नहीं किसी की।
It's almost 1 in the night, and we are here in that stretch which is the main Kanjhawala road. We've stopped for at least 20 minutes. We've not really seen any police team, any PCR van or any Delhi police official. Very important to point out and establish this spot. You can see it is deserted. There is no light on the stretch. Important to point out that this is also the national capital. You can see the situation. This is clearly raising the question of the law and order, the security of those out on the streets. There are people who work late night. They might have to take a detour. You never know which stretch you have to travel through. These are stretches anyone would fear going out in the night, and probably these are the very areas that needs manning. Where is the security apparatus? Why is no security checkup happening over here? Why is there no police van which is on standby? There are multiple questions that the police and the law and order system needs to answer.
कुछ नहीं, इंतजार कर रही हूँ कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ, कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ। क्या जी?
It's okay if you I will drop you somewhere.
नहीं, कैब आ जाएगी मेरी ऑफिस की तरफ से आने वाली, मैं उसी का वेट कर रही थी बस।
If you want comfortable I can.
No, I am sorry, I am okay. Thank you. Hello. क्या?
किथे जा रहे हो?
खड़ी हूँ। क्या?
जा रहे हो क्या?
नहीं।
हाँ?
देखिए। रात के 1 बज रहे हैं, डिफेंस कॉलोनी में मौजूद हूँ। निर्भया कांड से हमने क्या सीखा? 31 तारीख की जो घटना हुई, एक लड़की को 4 किलोमीटर घसीटते हुए 5 दरिंदे चले जाते हैं। उन सब के बाद कितना बदला है दिल्ली, वो हम देखने के लिए पहुंचे। लेकिन आपको जरा दिखाएं, देखिए यहाँ से अभी जब हम ये रिपोर्ट आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं तो एक पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर गुजरती नजर आ रही है और ये फ्रीक्वेंसी हम देख रहे हैं क्योंकि अभी ताज़ा ये मामला है, इसलिए पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर नजर भी आ रही हैं। लेकिन सवाल उठ रहे थे उस दिन को लेकर कि अगर 12 किलोमीटर एक लड़की घसीटी जाती है तो पीसीआर वैन कहाँ थी, पुलिस के अधिकारी, पुलिस के जवान कहाँ थे? ये तमाम सवाल है। लेकिन बड़ा सवाल अभी भी वही बना हुआ है कि क्या वाकई दिल्ली की सड़कों पर लड़कियां सुरक्षित हैं?
Today's reality check, and do stay on at 5 p.m. this evening. We're putting out this entire report. 11 of our reporters and anchors stepped out to do a reality check, and this is Delhi Safety Alarm. With that, it's time for a quick break here. News continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today. are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. This is Chaiti Narula bringing you all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first.
CCTV images reveal how Anjali and her friend fought outside the hotel before leaving on a scooty. Cops record a statement of Anjali's friend who escaped with minor injuries. Probe intensifies on Delhi New Year horror. Special CP to probe the number of PCR vans made to submit report to the Home Ministry now. Two days before the brutal crime, Delhi cops promised tight security on 31st, but the reality on ground was different. Was the promise of heavy security just an eyewash?
Women's safety हमारा फोकस होगा. जो पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट है इसमें 2500 से ज़्यादा विमेन पुलिस फोर्स का डिप्लॉयमेंट होगा.
India Today gets you a safety check from the streets of the national capital. After the horrifying death of Anjali, 11 India Today reporters venture out in the dead of the night to find out the hard truth on ground zero. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's most scathing attack of Pakistan as yet. Jaishankar names and shames Pakistan as terror epicenter, also slams China for breaking border protocol. A week after the Tawang clash, India focuses on major infrastructure boost along the line of actual control. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh makes first visit to Arunachal since China clash, inaugurates 100-meter steel arch bridge.
युद्ध में यकीन नहीं रखते हैं, और अगर हम पर युद्ध थोपा जाता है तो हमने उसका जमकर मुकाबला किया है और आगे करेंगे भी. इस पर भी हमारा पूरा यकीन है.
Big breaking news coming in. Post-mortem report. Details of Anjali have been accessed by India Today exclusively. The cause of death mentioned is shock and hemorrhage as a result of injury to the head, spine and both the lower limbs. All the injuries produced by blunt force impact and possible with vehicular accident and dragging. Also, the post-mortem report indicates that there is no injury which is suggestive of a sexual assault. So according to the post-mortem report, sexual assault can be ruled out. Milan Sharma joins us for the very latest details on this. Well, Milan, from the post-mortem report that we have access, it shows that all the injuries due to which Anjali succumbed was produced by blunt force impact, possibly with vehicular accident and dragging alone, and there is no suggestion of a sexual assault at the moment. But this also raises the very big question, since we've been sending our reporters to ground zero to check the safety arrangements of the Delhi police as well, as to how in the national capital of the country these kind of accidents even end up happening, where a girl gets dragged for 12 kilometers with no patrolling on the streets.
Well, yes, Chetty, definitely the post-mortem report is an evidence that there was no sexual assault that has been mentioned in the post-mortem report. This girl did not face any injuries in her private parts, which is why sexual assault or rape was ruled out. And that was what exactly the family was waiting for before they took the body back to their home for the final rites. Of course, the post-mortem there also says that the girl died because of accident and dragging, there hemorrhaging to her brain and shock in her body because of the dragging of her body for about 12 kilometers. And that too, when she was found, there were no clothes on her body. And all this amounts to not just a hit and run, and that is the demand of the family, that sections of murder be added to the FIRs and the subsequent investigating that the Delhi police will do. Of course, questions being raised on the security the lapses as well as the negligence of the Delhi police there, that women or girls in the national capital are not safe when it comes to safety and security of women. Lack of PCR vans that were available, CCTV footages that were accessed late. In fact, the eyewitness, the second girl in this particular accident and hit and run murder, so to say, is also coming forward now. Her statement has been recorded as well.
Milan, continue to be with us right there. Let's take a look at some of the top developments of the New Year horror accident in the national capital. Let's begin. India Today has accessed the autopsy details of 20-year-old Anjali, and as per the post-mortem report, there was no injury to the victim's private parts, thereby ruling out sexual assault. The cause of death has been ascertained as death due to injuries sustained after being dragged by the accused car. According to the Delhi police, the 20-year-old victim in the Kanjhawala road accident case was not riding by herself at the time of the accident. They have confirmed that another woman was with her when the scooter was struck by the vehicle. The pillion rider escaped unhurt and fled from the spot. The manager of an Oyo room hotel told the police that 20-year-old Anjali had checked into his hotel with her friend. However, the two of them got into an argument and the manager told them to leave. They went downstairs and started fighting again, after which both of them went on a scooty. The Home Ministry has requested a comprehensive report from the Delhi police regarding how the horrifying New Year crime, on the direction of Home Minister as to how the crime even took place. Special Commissioner Shalini Singh has been asked to lead an inquiry committee and submit a report. Special Commissioner Shalini Singh will conduct an internal inquiry in the Sultanpuri case. Shalini Singh will investigate how many PCR calls were made, why no Delhi cop noticed this particular accident, how many PCR vehicles were present on the spot and on the route. She will also be recording the statements of all the officers who were involved in this investigation. Delhi Women's Commission Chief Swati Maliwal has sent 5 important suggestions to the Ministry of Home Affairs regarding the horrific incident. DCW has issued a notice to police earlier in the matter. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia along with MP Sanjay Singh and MLA Atishi will meet the relatives of the victim of the Kanjhawala case. All 3 leaders will reach the victim's house later today. The post-mortem of 20-year-old Anjali has been conducted by the Board of Directors constituted by Delhi Health Department at the request of the Delhi Police. The funeral is likely to be conducted soon. A new twist has come to fore in the Delhi New Year horror case. When the police traced the route of the deceased Anjali, they came to know that she wasn't alone on the scooty that night. Anjali was riding along with her friend and both of them met with an accident. While her friend fled from the accident spot unhurt, Anjali got stuck with the accused car and got dragged. Delhi police has recorded Anjali's friend's statement now. India Today also spoke to Oyo hotel manager where Anjali and her friend visited before they met with the accident. He said the two girls got into a fight before leaving. Anjali and her friend were spotted arguing and getting into a scuffle right outside Oyo Hotel for several minutes before leaving on a scooty. As the probe intensifies now in the ghastly death of the 20-year-old girl, all 5 accused have been sent to 3-day police remand. India Today has also accessed the FIR that mentions that 2 out of the 5 accused admit to being drunk and that the accused were aware that they've hit a girl on scooty.
सुल्तानपुरी की घटना में एक नया तथ्य हमारे सामने आया है, जिसके अनुसार एक जो इंसिडेंट हुआ था उस टाइम पर डिसीज्ड के साथ एक और लड़की थी और उसके मुताबिक ये जो घटना घटी है उस टाइम पर वो थी और उसको कोई इंजरी नहीं हुई थी और वो उठकर वहाँ से चली गई थी। और इस मुद्दे में हमने जो भी एफर्ट्स किए हैं कल, उसका परिणाम ये रहा कि अब हमारे पास एक इंसिडेंट की आई विटनेस है और वो पुलिस के साथ कोऑपरेट कर रही है और इसमें अभी 164 सीआरपीसी के तहत उसकी जो स्टेटमेंट है वो रिकॉर्ड कराई जा रही है। यह दिल्ली पुलिस के लिए इस केस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में एक सिग्निफिकेंट डेवलपमेंट है और जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनको एक तरह से सजा दिलाने में हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण साबित होगा। इसके अलावा इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी प्रारंभिक स्टेज पर है। बहुत पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है और जल्दी ही दिल्ली पुलिस की ये कोशिश है कि जल्दी ही इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को कंप्लीट कर लिया जाएगा और जो अपराधी हैं उनको सख्त से सख्त सजा दी।
कल शाम को आए थे 6:30 बजे करीबन।
6:30 बजे। तो क्या कितने लोग रहेंगे पुलिस के?
तो अंदाजन ऊपर तो 7-8 जन थे।
7-8 डीसीपी साहब भी आए थे?
जी थे।
तो उन्होंने क्या किया? पूरा डीवीआर ले गए?
डीवीआर, रजिस्टर और आईडी
सब कुछ ले गए।
जी।
और सिर्फ आप ही का कि आसपास के और भी होते हैं?
मेरे को तो मेरा ही पता है जी, बाद में कहानी।
तो आप अंजलि को जानते हैं जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ?
नहीं सर, मैं अभी नया ही ज्वाइन किया हूँ। एक्सीडेंट के बारे में कल ही उसके बाद ही हमने सर्च किया था क्या है क्या नहीं, क्योंकि हम तो ड्यूटी पे रहते हैं।
अच्छा, तो पुलिस के जरिए क्या आपको पता लगा कि अंजलि?
नहीं, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया।
बस वो सीज कर,
उन्होंने बस आया कि एक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, ये है वो है, रजिस्टर देखा, फिर आईडी ली और चले गए।
वो झगड़ा उनका रूम के अंदर ही हो रहा था। काफी माँ बहन की गाली बक रही थी वो लड़की आपसी में ही। तो फिर उसके बाद हमने बोला कि मैम उसे गाली गलौज अच्छा नहीं होता।
फिर उसके बाद क्या हुआ? जब झगड़ा शुरू हुआ तो उसको नीचे की तरफ नहीं?
हाँ जी, हमने बोला मैम यहाँ लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं चलेगा, और भी गेस्ट अगल बगल में वो डिस्टर्ब होते हैं। तो कह रही ओके भाई हम लोग जा रहे हैं। फिर उसके बाद वो नीचे चली गई। अगल बगल वालों ने बोला उन्हें कि भाई मैम आप लड़की हो, तो बोली आप हमारे पर्सनल मैटर है।
Milan is now joining us for the very latest details. Milan, there have been some twists and turns and it's a matter of further investigation what happened before this accident took place and what happened with the pillion rider as well. But here the question again at cost of sounding like a broken record. For 12 whole kilometers, a girl gets dragged. Whether the people who were in that car were aware or not aware, how can there be no police patrolling? And that is something that we have also proven, because India Today has done a reality check where we found that girls are really not safe in the national capital of this country.
Well, absolutely, Chaiti. One of the big questions that always keeps raising its ugly head is that whether or not the national capital is a safe place for girls and women. It's not, because this is another incident, a shocking one at that, not a hit and run, but exactly as you described it, a brutal attack that has happened. Whether or not the drivers of the car knew if the body was mangled with the car after an accident, such kind of a brutality that has been meted out to this girl when she met with an accident and been dragged for at least 12 kilometers. There should have been some police posts, some checkposts, some barricading, which are usually put up in many places during the New Year's Eve, especially to check for drunken driving and to collect those fines that are collected from people who are driving in the influence of alcohol. None of that perhaps happened, which is why this girl was dragged for 12 kilometers from one place to another, and the police did not know. An eyewitness also says that they tried to check for PCRs, call for PCR vans, but they were not available. We also know for a fact that the girl has actually died of hemorrhage in dragging an accident because of the dragging till the 12 kilometers. I've never before seen case like this has happened in the national capital, and it seems like it's setting the bars higher each time when it comes to crime against women, crime against girls, and the safety and security of the women in the national capital is once again under question because of the lapses and the negligence that have been put forth by the Delhi police that looks at the law and order situation in the national capital. And now also with the postmortem out, of course, signs of sexual assault and rape have been ruled out, but such a bizarre incident, and no one actually looks at the fact that this body was dragged 12 kilometers, found without clothes, which raised suspicions of a sexual assault on the girl, has now been ruled out by the postmortem. However, the family grieving will not get justice until and unless these perpetrators are brought to book.
Absolutely, and just so many years after Nirbhaya, and still Delhi remains the same. There is not much patrolling on the streets. Our reality check has proved just that. Milan, continue to be with us right there. Let's also now bring our viewers the Delhi horror. What did the cops even promise on 29th of December? These were the promises made by the cops. Women's safety is going to be our top priority. What actually happened? What happened was that a girl was dragged for 12 kilometers and killed, and there was zero patrolling for the stretch of 12 kilometers after the promise that was made. The other thing that the cops promised were 2,500 women personnel are going to be deployed. Where were they? Where were they? No police van on the 12-kilometer long stretch on 1st of January. That's what we are picking up. And what really happened? Over 16,500 police deployment is what the cops promised. What really happened was no cops saw 20-year-old being dragged. How's that even possible? Over 16,500 have been deployed according to the Delhi police. How did nobody end up seeing this? What cops promised? Deployment of outside forces as well. This is the promise made on 29th of December 2022. But what happened on 1st Jan 2023 and the eve of 31st night is eyewitness claim PCR calls were made, but they went unanswered. And that is the harsh reality of what really happened right here in the national capital. And days after Anjali was dragged by 5 men in a Baleno for 12 kilometers and left to die, the much-awaited autopsy report has ruled out any kind of sexual assault. Victims' families, however, of course, adamant and saying that it was not just another accident and there is more to it than meets the eye. And an FIR accessed by India Today, it is mentioned that all the 5 accused knew that they've hit a girl on Scooty, and in a bid to flee the accident spot, they kept driving knowing that the body is being dragged as well. 2 out of the 5 accused even admitted to being drunk. With this, Special CP Shalini Sharma has intensified probe and has sought report from the top cops. Questions are now being asked as to how the girl was dragged for 12 kilometers and yet no one saw it. And despite the promises made by the Delhi cops on the 29th of December 2022, lest we forget that, no police van was available on that long stretch of 12 kilometers. Delhi Women Chief has also now written to Home Minister Amit Shah asking him to set up a high-level committee on women's safety.
अगर हमारी जब तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट नहीं आती हम क्रिमेशन नहीं करेंगे, तो स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट पे उन्होंने कहा कि कल तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दे देंगे। कितने बजे तक? कल, अब ये डिपेंड उन पे है, मुझे लगता है आफ्टरनून तक मिल जानी चाहिए।
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद या
जी 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 नहीं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही हम बॉडी लेंगे।
जब तक हमारे को रिपोर्ट नहीं आएगी हम बॉडी नहीं लेंगे। और सर, जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर थे उनने हमें फोटो दिखाए, मुझे लगता है वो फोटो कभी मीडिया में नहीं आ पाएंगे। मैंने अपनी आंखों से वो देखे और मेरी आंखों में आंसू हैं। मतलब आप मान के चलिए ऐसी दर्दनाक मौत भारत के क्या मतलब दुनिया के इतिहास में किसी की नहीं हुई होगी।
हम भारत सरकार से यही अपील करते हैं कि इस केस को अच्छी तरह इन्वेस्टिगेट करा जाए और जो हमारी सिस्टर है उनकी सरकार अच्छी तरह मदद करे, इस केस को अच्छी इन्वेस्टिगेट करें।
अंतिम संस्कार आज ही?
हाँ जी, अंतिम संस्कार आज
वहाँ पर घर पे
होगा, घर के पास होगा। हाँ जी।
अच्छा, ये बताइए कि जो उनकी दोस्त, उनका पता चल रहा है कि निधि के वो साथ थी, क्या कुछ आपको पता है उस निधि के बारे में?
नहीं, हमको ऐसा कुछ नहीं जानते निधि कौन है। ठीक है, हमारे को अपनी भांजे का पता था बस।
Continues to remain with us on this broadcast. Milan, so many promises made by the Delhi police on 29th, and the follow-through of these promises absolutely abysmal. Not just this incident, but our reality check also is proving just that. The Delhi police broke its silence, had a 95-second press conference, did not even answer all the questions. Are they ever going to respond? Or is it that this particular investigation that now it has been lodged is going to give out all the answers? But the fact is that the damage has already been done.
Well, Chaiti, yes, certainly there is a lot of question that remains to be answered by the Delhi police. Of course, the police has not been able to find out the real investigation details of whether or not the girl was, the second girl who was riding pillion was found later. Her statement of 164 CRPC was recorded later. In fact, whether it's the question of CCTV cameras, whether it's the question of PCR vans on standby, whether it's police patrolling, barricade erections, none of these actually make sense when you look at this particular case. A girl being dragged for 12 kilometers. Nothing justifies the kind of negligence that the law and order situation in Delhi is now witnessing, and that too on the New Year's Day when security is supposed to be heightened. The security is supposed to be in place because there are youngsters, there are people out drinking, there are people who are traveling back home, and a lot of other issues that are reported as well. And these kinds of scenarios actually happening on a high security day for the national capital only raises questions of what action.
You know, you're absolutely right, Milan. This was not just any other day or any other evening. This was an evening which is 31st evening where any which way there is high level of security that is maintained across metropolitans in this country. And on a day like this kind of an incident happened, you can only imagine what the other days would look like. Milan, be with us right there. Now, a big question, what is Special CP Shalini Sharma likely to probe as far as this incident is concerned? Number one, she's going to find out how many PCR calls were actually made on the night of the tragedy. The point number two, what was the response time of PCR call and the police response? Point number three, check how Anjali was even dragged for 12 to 13 kilometers and how is it that nobody even saw it? Point number four, how many police PCR vans were present on the route of this particular incident? Number five, record the statements of all the cops who are probing this particular horror in Delhi. The CCTV images of 5 accused in the Kanjhawala girl accident case has come to fore. The girl was dragged under the car for several kilometers, 12 to 13 kilometer stretch on New Year night, according to the FIR. Rather crucial information about the accused have now come to the fore. And we've got that information first here on India Today. Take a look at that info trickling in.
Her last ride. Hit, dragged underneath a car for several kilometers. A 23-year-old woman in Delhi died before the dawn of the new year. Meet the suspects who pulled her with the Baleno. 26-year-old Deepak Khanna, 27-year-old Krishan, 26-year-old Mithun, 25-year-old Amit Khanna, and 27-year-old Manoj Mittal.
जो 5 एक्यूज्ड हैं, इनकी 3 दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी मिली है, जो फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे. उस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के आधार पर जो भी नए तथ्य आएंगे और जो फॉरेंसिक टीम्स और लीगल टीम्स हैं, उनके असिस्टेंस के बाद जो पुलिस अपना काम है, पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन जल्दी से जल्दी कंप्लीट करेगी और सारे एविडेंस के आधार पर एविडेंस कलेक्ट करने के बाद हम जो अभियुक्त हैं उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाएंगे.
According to the first information report of the horror hit and run in the Sultanpuri area of the northwest Delhi, Deepak Khanna drove the car with Manoj Mittal on the passenger seat in the front. The 3 others sat in the rear seat. According to the FIR, Deepak and Amit Khanna borrowed the Baleno from a friend on 31st December, 7 p.m. They left the car back with a friend at 5 a.m. the next day, with all the telltale signs of an accident. According to the FIR, the Khanna suspects told their friend that they were drunk, were aware that they had hit a woman on a Scooty, and when they found the victim stuck underneath the car several kilometers away, they left her on the road and fled the scene. A fellow road user knocked down, hooked under the chassis, dragged for miles, dislodged and left to die. Or maybe she was already dead. A gruesome start to the new year in the national capital. With Shreya Chatterjee and Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Some very big questions really crop up on the back of this incident that has shaken the soul of the country. This has happened in the national capital. What really happened in the Oyo Hotel that day? That's the first question that comes up. Another question is, was there a private party at the hotel or was there an event at the hotel? Number 3, which event company did Anjali work for? That is another big question. Is the event company not responsible for the safety of their staff if they have to work for those late hours? The other question is, why no checks on drunk drivers on the 12-kilometer stretch? And remember, 12 kilometers is a very long stretch. It's not a short stretch by any form of fashion. Other question, why did Anjali's friend even flee? That's another very important question that the Delhi police investigation will have to answer. How did Anjali's friend reach home? Why did the police not know about the pillion rider? How far was the friend's home from the accident spot? What did Anjali and... Now taking place over Delhi, New Year horror, and that continues. The Aam Aadmi Party has launched a scathing attack at the BJP in Delhi LG over the death of a 20-year-old woman, Anjali, who was dragged for kilometers on the road in the national capital. A delegation of Aam Aadmi Party leaders met with the Delhi Police Commissioner. They even ended up submitting a list of 5 demands of the action they wanted to take against the police officials. Aam Aadmi Party's Autopsy demanded strict punishment for the accused and also demanded that the suspension of DCP as well as the cops who were on duty that night where this gory crime took place. Attacking the Delhi LG, AAP alleged that LG BK Saxena was enjoying a boat ride despite this particular grave incident that took place. The office of Delhi LG has responded sharply to the allegations made by the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, claiming that the LG was inspecting the Najafgarh drain during the day on 31st of December. LG said that he's been at the helm ever since the case came to the light. Earlier, Delhi LG met Delhi Police Commissioner on Monday, took stock of the developments in the unfortunate Kanjhawala incident.
12 किलोमीटर तक एक लड़की ऐसी दरिंदगी के साथ घसीटती चली गई। वो पुलिस अफसर जिन्होंने सिर्फ एक आरोपी पर धाराएं दर्ज करी और बाकियों को छोड़ दिया, वही पुलिस अफसर जिसने एक कमजोर धारा में एफआईआर दर्ज की, और डीसीपी जिन्होंने आरोपियों को बचाने की कोशिश करी, उनके डिफेंस में स्टेटमेंट दी, उन सब पर भी कार्रवाई होनी जरूरी है कि जो पुलिस कर्मी आगे सोचें कि हम किसी व्यक्ति को बचाएं, किसी आरोपी को बचाएं, खासकर किसी राजनीतिक आरोपी को भी बचाएं, उन पर भी एक नकेल कसने की जरूरत है।
पुलिस अपने बयानों में अब तक ये बता रही है कि पहली कॉल इस इंसिडेंट की 3:22 पे आई है, जबकि मुझे फोन करके किसी ने बताया है कि उसके अपने भाई ने इस हादसे की पीसीआर कंप्लेंट 112 नंबर पर रात को 2:18 पे की है। जब कमिश्नर साहब से मैंने आज पूछा कि क्या ये सही है, तो कमिश्नर साहब ने इसका हाँ या ना में जवाब नहीं दिया। Great lacks attitude and a conspiracy to save the accused. And what is LG doing? Whole day yesterday, this news was being reported in the television channels, including your channel. What was LG doing? LG was sailing a boat. LG should have been at the DCP office. LG should have been at the crime scene. If you expect LG is going to a Ren Basera, and if there is no blanket, he is firing the CEO of DUSIP because it is a Delhi government's thing. And here is a scenario where your DCP is shielding the accused, and you have still not, sacked the DCP. You have taken no action against the SHO. That means LG is also part of this connivance. He is also party to the fact that a BJP leader is being shielded. So he cannot take action against the police officers.
Is it that this All right, we're slipping into a very short commercial break, but stay tuned. Countdown begins for 5 p.m. The Delhi safety alarm. It's a stunning overnight reality check being done by 11 of our India Today and Aaj Tak reporters, and you will find out whether the national capital indeed is safe for women or not, and what are the police up to in the middle of the night. This and more at 5 p.m. only on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Are watching India Today.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us on India Today. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has once again named and shamed Pakistan for backing and shielding terrorists in another stinging attack at Pakistan. Jaishankar, speaking to an Austrian media channel, reiterated that the epicenter of terror is located close to India and even highlighted how the Pakistani government is breeding terror on their soil and funding terror camps to unleash violence in India. He did not stop there. Jaishankar even listed how Pakistan has attacked the Parliament of India, which attacked the city of Mumbai, which every day sends terrorists across the border and gets away with it. The External Affairs Minister also underscored how the European nations have failed to condemn Pakistan's terror activities and the need for all nations to unite to name and shame Pakistan on a global platform.
So believe me, considering what has been happening to us, I think epicenter is a very diplomatic word, because this is a country which has attacked the Parliament of India some years ago, which attacked the city of Mumbai, which went after hotels and foreign tourists, which every day sends terrorists across the border. If you control your sovereign space, which I believe they do, if the terrorist camps operate in broad daylight in cities with recruitment and financing, can you really tell me that the Pakistani state doesn't know what's going on? Especially if they're being trained in military-level combat tactics. You know, when we speak about judgments and principles, why don't I hear sharp European condemnation of these practices which have been going on for multiple decades? I think the world has to be concerned that there is terrorism going on, and the world often looks away. The world often feels it's not my problem because it's happening to some other country. I think the world needs to be concerned about how sincerely and strongly it takes up the challenge of terrorism. I think there's a larger concern which is based on our experiences. The concern is that we had agreements with China not to mass forces in our border areas. And they have not observed those agreements, which is why we have the currently tense situation that we do. We have seen levels of military pressure, which in our view has no justification.
China would say the opposite. They would say that India had not obeyed different agreements.
The record is very clear because today, you know, there's a lot of transparency. You have satellite pictures. If you see who moved the forces to the border areas first, I think the record is very clear. So it's very difficult for China to say what you suggested they could. We had an agreement not to unilaterally change the line of control, which they have tried to unilaterally do that. So there is, I think, a perception that we have which derives directly from our experiences. Now, where else the status quo may change or not change, you know, I would hesitate as a foreign minister to predict publicly. I may have my own views and assessments. But I certainly can share my experience, and my experience is that written agreements were not observed.
Let's talk about the war in Ukraine. As you are well aware, the whole world noticed that India, as a very influential country, has never publicly condemned Russia's assault and invasion into a neighboring country. Why is that so? Can you really be neutral in a war for which obviously one side bears all responsibility?
Well, look, I think in international relations, you have sometimes very complicated situations. And where we are concerned, we have always taken the position that the way out is for the countries concerned to get back to dialogue and to diplomacy.
I'll come to that soon, but is this a complicated situation? Is this really complicated? There's just one big country invading its neighbor.
No, look, I can give you many instances of countries who have violated the sovereignty of another country. You know, if I were to ask where Europe stood on a lot of those, I'm afraid I'll get a long silence.
Breaking news just coming in. The mortal remains of Anjali have reached her residence, I'm being told. And we're cutting live across to those visuals that are coming in at the moment. Heavy police deployment can be witnessed right there. Presence of media witnessed out there. And the mortal remains have come home at the moment. Just to re-encapsulate the story we're talking about, this is the mortal remains of Anjali, who unfortunately succumbed to her injuries after being dragged for over 12 kilometers by a group of 5 revelers in the dead of the night on 31st Eve in right here in the national capital with no police deployment and many questions that are arising on the safety of women in Delhi, especially after the Nirbhaya incident also took place, and especially after Delhi police making all those tall promises on the 29th of December 2022 that we will have so many women police officers deployed, we'll have additional deployment, we'll make sure everything goes okay. today, and still in the dead of the night, you've got a woman being dragged by a vehicle for 12 whole kilometers, raising the big question, where was the Delhi police? Right there. Anjali ko nyay chahiye. That's the poster that the people are carrying. So justice for Anjali cries right there outside of her residence. Rahul Gautam is getting us the first up visuals right there of Anjali's mortal remains. Rahul, the fight for Anjali today has become the fight for every woman who lives in the national capital, especially after the Nirbhaya incident that we've seen. Nothing seems to have changed in the national capital.
Absolutely, and this has exposed the claims that were made by the Delhi administration about the elaborate arrangements of 31st of December. I'll just show you some visuals here. The mortal remains of Kanjhawala's, car horror victim has reached her residence. This is her native place. She used to stay with her relative, and as you can see, there are a lot of police presence here, given the fact that the police is ensuring law and order situation here. A short while back, there was a banner also that were raised by some people here demanding swift justice for victim in this particular case. We have to really understand that this case has certainly sent shockwaves across the national capital, because the kind of gruesome and gory details which have come to the fore, and also the kind of theory that was earlier put in by police, it is something which the family is not really convinced. They are saying that they are not very much satisfied with the ongoing investigation. The primer autopsy report has stated that there's no traces of sexual assault on her body. However, the family is not convinced. They are saying that they'll wait for FSL report to come, and then only they'll conclude this case. As far as final rights are concerned, we've been informed the family is adamant that they should get some assurances from Delhi police and Delhi government. Then only they'll be going ahead with cremation. You can see
yes,
so,
you mentioned that they want a few assurances coming in from the Delhi police, the state government and the central government, before which they can proceed with the cremation of the deceased girl. They've lost their daughter. They've lost a daughter who's never going to come back because of the lackadaisical attitude that we're seeing of the Delhi police with no deployment right there. Now, in terms of the demands from the family's end, before they can actually proceed for the funeral, what are those exact demands? A, from the Delhi police, B, from the state government, and C, from the central government?
Well, the family is demanding that a strict relevant IPs should be slapped against the 5 accused and the 5 occupants of that particular car that actually hit the Scooty of a victim. Apart from this, they are also seeking financial assistance from the Delhi government, given the fact that the victim here in this case was the sole breadwinner for her family. She has left her family in which there were 4 young sisters and 2 young brothers. Mother is on dialysis. She has a kidney ailment. Her father, had passed away 5 years back. So it's a very, difficult situation for the family as well. Obviously, they are mourning the loss of life here of the victim, but also they are demanding that some financial assistance should be extended to them. As we speak now, the body has reached her native place. The family, obviously the police officials are now trying to reason out with the family that they should go ahead with cremation, but it seems that the cremation is unlikely to happen this evening because...
Breaking news just coming in. Hold on right there. Breaking news is about Arvind Kejriwal speaking to the victim's family, and Kejriwal has vowed to give best legal aid to the victim's family. Delhi government is going to be taking care of the present medical needs of the mother, and also further have announced 10 lakh compensation that is going to be given to the family. So assurance coming in from the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Rahul Gautam still continues to be with us. Rahul, as far as the state government is concerned, they have spoken to the victim's family. News coming in is that they'll get the best legal aid, and also the government has promised to take care of present medical needs of the mother with a 10 lakh compensation that is going to be given to the family as well. So now what remains is their demands. That is the family's demands from the Delhi police and the central government. What are they asking?
Well, they're demanding that, a more strict IPC section should be slapped against the 5 occupants of that particular car. They are saying that the family should be taken into confidence as far as ongoing investigation is concerned. They want to be sure and confident that no sexual assault took place on 31st of December's night. And they are also saying that at least one of the family members should be given a job or an assurance for the job from the state government. So it seems that the family has been yesterday I also spoke with the family members. They were saying at that point of time that they are not convinced, but as we speak now, the family is relieved of the fact that the senior officials are now in constant touch with them. They are briefing them about the ongoing developments, and with this financial assistance announcement coming in, the family is much relieved. However, they are saying that a strict and swift action should be taken against the 5 accused.
And what is the response that is coming in now from the central government as well and the LG as well? Because see, the Delhi police does not fall under the state government. So it is the LG and the central government who will have to be responsible for what the Delhi police is up to.
Well, LG is the sole custodian of law and order in the national capital. And, after this incident came to the fore, LG himself tweeted and put out a tweet saying that his head hangs in shame, and in fact he said that he's in constant touch with senior police officers, taking stock of the developments that are happening in this case. So obviously, but the family is also demanding a strict action against those police officers who were supposed to be there on streets, guarding the streets on 31st of December, who were not there, because we all know that for almost 10 to 12 kilometers, the victim's body, was dragged, and for that point of time, not a single police person detected at that point of time that particular car. There were hardly any pickets or police barricades on that space. So all these things are putting immense pressure on Delhi police also to come clean on these allegations which have been leveled by the family as well. That at that point of time there was hardly any police presence on the streets. I'll just show you that what's happening on ground zero. There are a lot of police presence here. The police, we've been informed that senior officials are, as we speak...
Rahul, before you get to those visuals as well, we're seeing those particular visuals of heavy police deployment come in as well. What do we know so far about the accused in this case who have been arrested?
Well, 5 accused have been arrested in this case. And police... yesterday, while they were addressing this press conference with Sagarpreet Huda, Special CP, Law and Order, he said that Deepak Khanna, he was a main person in this case because he was driving the car. Then there is Manoj Mittal, Krishnan, and all these 5 accused people have already been arrested. The family...
The accused has political connections with the Bharatiya Janata Party?
That at least one accused... Well, at least the family and some locals are claiming that at least one of the 5 accused has political connections. He was associated with a BJP, but there is something which needs to be substantiated by the Delhi police officials. But as we speak, the family is insisting upon that strict action should be taken, and at least action should be taken against those responsible police officers who were supposed to be on the streets, guarding the streets on 31st of December when this unfortunate incident happened. Financial assistance coming in, this has come as a huge relief for them, given the fact that the family comes from a very humble origins, and she was a sole breadwinner. She was owning the responsibility of providing education and meals to the entire family. There are 7
it's very unfortunate. It's very sad that, the kind of humble background that she comes from, this is a sole breadwinner of the family that is lost, and the Kejriwal government has now announced compensation for the victim's family as well. At the moment, Rahul, you're also saying that the cremation will not take place until and unless all the demands are being made. So is it likely that the cremation takes place today or tomorrow?
See, for that we have to really wait and watch, as to how police officials are going to convince the family. But as per Hindu traditions, cremations, don't usually take place after after the sunset. So we have to really wait and watch that whether the family is going for cremation this evening or whether they're going to do it tomorrow morning. But as I was telling you earlier, also the family, when earlier they were speaking with India Today, they confirmed to us that they will only going to conduct the final rites only after having the final post-mortem report. And this time around, since sexual assault has not been concluded in the post-mortem report, therefore they said they're going to wait for FSL report. Now the police officer trying to reason out with them that they should go ahead with cremation, as they have already collected the samples from her body, and if required,
it is at the end of the day the family's choice. It is at the end of the day the choice of the family, and we'll wait and watch whether the cremation takes place today or not. They have a few set of demands. They've been very, very clear about what their demands are. The Kejriwal government has already stepped in and announced compensation as well. It's a wait and watch as to whether the other demands get met or not. Rahul, thank you so much for joining us. This is our top focus, viewers. We are not going to be steering away from this story, because this is not just about Anjali. It is about the safety of women across the country, and especially in the national capital. Coming up next is India Today's special ground report with my colleague Shiv Arur on 5 Live, where we've got 11 reporters of Aaj Tak and India Today, and they've conducted a stunning overnight reality check. This is a stunning reality check by the 11 reporters. Is Delhi safe for women or not? All this and more with my colleague Akshita Nandagopal at 5 p.m. Stay with us. This is me, Chaiti Narula, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Dragged for 12 kilometers. Her naked body left on the road. Delhi New Year horror stuns India. What has changed after Anjali's death? 11 reporters drive through the night.
But I felt rather disappointed because I sat here for nearly 30 minutes and not a single police official came. Just when I was about to shoot, finally you had a PCR van coming up here, stopping and asking me what's happening.
खड़े रहे आप लोग, तो आए नहीं चेक करने।
टैक्सी दे मगर
अरे तो टैक्सी हो चाहे कुछ भी हो, भैया आपको चेक करने तो आना चाहिए ना।
And as you can see around us, no street light at this moment is working on this road.
क्या? नहीं।
Delhi safety alarm. India Today reality check. Dragged for 12 kilometers. Her naked body left on the road. Delhi New Year horror stuns India. What has changed after Anjali's death? 11 reporters drive through the night.
But I felt rather disappointed because I sat here for nearly 30 minutes and not a single police official came. Just when I was about to shoot, finally you had a PCR van coming up here, stopping and asking me what's happening.
खड़े रहे आप लोग तो आए नहीं चेक करने।
टैक्सी थी मगर
अरे तो टैक्सी हो चाहे कुछ भी हो भैया आपको चेक करने तो आना चाहिए ना।
And as you can see around us, no street light at this moment is working on this road.
क्या?
नहीं।
Delhi safety alarm. India Today reality check.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
A horrific accident has been reported from outer Delhi area. Said that 5 travelers hit the girl's scooty.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us live here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nantagopal and we're bringing to you a 2-hour special broadcast with an aim to expose to you the truth of the national capital, the truth of Delhi. For long we've heard about the failing law and order, about the lack of women's safety in the national capital. What's the truth on the ground? Has anything changed 10 years after Nirbhaya? Was what happened with young 20-year-old Anjali just an anomaly, or is it the norm? Is that the case in the national capital? Me, along with 10 of my colleagues, women colleagues of the India Today group, stepped out to find out exactly that. Between 12 to 3 a.m., we ventured the streets of the national capital. And we'll now, over the next 2 hours, tell you exactly what's the situation in Delhi. Is it safe to venture out alone? Is there patrolling by the Delhi police? We'll answer all of those questions. The headlines first. CCTV images reveal how Anjali and her friend fought outside the hotel before leaving on a scooty. Cops record statement of Anjali's friend who escaped with minor injuries. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal speaks to victims' family, promises 10 lakh rupees compensation and best legal aid. Mother's present medical needs to be taken care of by the Delhi government. Other stories, we're tracking this hour. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's most scathing attack of Pakistan yet. Jaishankar names and shames Pakistan as terror epicenter, also slams China for breaking border protocol. Weeks after Tawang clash, India focuses on major infrastructure boost along LAC. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh makes first visit to Arunachal since China clash, inaugurates 100-meter steel arch bridge.
हम युद्ध में यकीन नहीं रखते, पर अगर हम पर युद्ध थोपा जाता है तो हमने उसका जमकर मुकाबला किया है और आगे करेंगे भी, इस पर भी हमारा पूरा यकीन है.
China's COVID hypocrisy after virus mess warns countries for testing Chinese nationals at airports and warns of taking countermeasures to additional norms. We're all stunned, we're all numb, we're all shocked by what happened on New Year in Delhi. It's been a very, very grim start to 2023 for us as a nation because of 20-year-old Anjali's death. It's put the spotlight once again on security, on law and order, on women's safety in the national capital. And that's why it's become our number one focus, our number one concern as well. Me, along with 10 of my colleagues, we stepped out to the streets of the national capital. We covered every nook and corner of Delhi post-midnight. This was between 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. We strategically placed ourselves in different locations. And we chose a time, this was around the same time the 20-year-old Anjali was on the road when she was going back home, when she was hit by a car and dragged to death for 12 kilometers. There was no police van. There was no barricading. There was no checkpost. And that's why the accused managed to drag her body for 12 whole kilometers. This happened just 2 days back on New Year. Has anything changed since Anjali's horrific death? Believe it or not, we were out on the streets 48 hours after the incident, so you'd at least expect short-term action by the cops. What we found was quite the opposite. Over the next few hours, we're going to show you what exactly each one of us witnessed on the national capital. It'll shock you and give you a sense of what's the reality in the national capital, because it's something that needs to be urgently addressed. I'm not just talking about the Delhi police and security, I'm talking about how the people of Delhi also react to a lone woman standing on the streets of the national capital. So as we cover different parts of Delhi, let me first begin by introducing all of my colleagues who are with me here in the studio. I have Anisha Mathur, Aishwarya Paliwal, Shweta Jha, Nabila Jamal here with me on my left. We also have Pooja Shali, Shreya Chatterjee, Tejshri, as well as Arpita Arya. Each of us went to a different part of the national capital. Unfortunately, it's a very, very grim tale of what we found, because each one of us pretty much had the same takeaway. that no, Delhi is nowhere near as safe as it needs to be. Let me play out first my report, and then we're going to discuss what exactly we discovered in each part of Delhi. It's just past 12:30 on a cold winter night here in the national capital. I'm at one of the entry points into Delhi. This is in East Delhi, connecting Noida in Uttar Pradesh and the national capital in Mayur Vihar. Now, as I've entered this area from Noida, what I've seen is in fact a lot of security here on the ground. You can see that there's multiple checks, multiple levels of barricade. Vehicles are also constantly being stopped and screened for all basic information. Any suspicious activity is immediately being checked. So it's good to know that at least at one of these entry points into the national capital, which is obviously a key security place, a key strategic place, you've got a lot of security in place right now. And these kind of checks are continuing round the clock through the night. This is a surprise check that we conducted right here. And you can see that the vehicles are being constantly inspected. There are trucks that come through here, all of which are being checked. What about the lanes of Mayur Vihar? This is the situation on the main road. Obviously, this is a crucial part connecting the national capital to Noida in Uttar Pradesh. It's an area with a lot of traffic as well. But what's the situation within Mayur Vihar? We're going to be telling you that as well as we continue our round-the-clock reality check on Delhi streets. I'm standing on the Ghazipur road in the national capital. It's a long stretch where there isn't a single patrol van. I've been standing here for about 20 minutes. It's past 1 a.m. right now. And for the last 20 minutes, while I've been standing on the stretch, as a woman in the national capital, I did feel a tad unsafe. One, because there wasn't a single cop car that came in. I didn't see any patrol vehicles, no police official patrolling this entire stretch of road. And add to that is the fact that while I was standing on this road, I was sitting on this bench waiting around, my camera person was around here taking shots as well. All the while there were several vehicles that stopped by. Now they didn't really speak to me, they stopped a little stretch away. Were they stopping because they were wondering what's happening? Why is there a girl standing here all alone? Was it out of concern? Well, as someone who's lived in the national capital, I tend to, seeing all that's happened around me, get a little concerned and feel a little unsafe and uncomfortable. It could have been that they were stopping to ask me if everything was okay, but it did make me a bit uncomfortable. What I can confirm for you, however, is that 20 minutes plus that I've been standing on this road, that we've been going back and forth, besides me standing and sitting here for some time, there hasn't been a single police vehicle that came through. I'm close to Akshardham Temple. Now this is an expressway where there's a lot of traffic as well. And so far, I've been waiting here for about 30 minutes and there hasn't been a single police van that went by in this direction. What I can show you, however, is that while there are CCTV cameras that are installed right here, I've been standing at this bus stop waiting to see if there will be any police official who comes. The CCTV cameras are covering the entire area, but is that enough is the question, because so far there's been not a single official on the ground. Few passers-by again who stopped by. Some, I don't know what the intention was. Some of them genuinely asked me if I needed any help. And the reality is that as far as patrolling, monitoring in the national capital is concerned, we're still abysmally short of what needs to be done on the ground. So that's very, very clear from all the places that I visited as well. Residential pockets, there is some sort of monitoring, but that's about it. So that was my report. I spent a couple of hours close to Mayur Vihar. As someone who's not from Delhi, I can tell you that what I saw over 2 hours when I was standing on the road, my camera person was on the opposite side. So many of the people who were passing by didn't know I was part of the media. They thought I was just a woman standing on the side of the road. Many of them stopped, would kind of look, many of them would reverse, try to see what's happening. Some tried to speak to me. I didn't understand very clearly what they were trying to tell me. But what you'll figure here over the next 2 hours is that it's a similar experience, and sometimes even worse, even eerier, than mine that many of my colleagues also experienced. I'd like to open this up, bringing them also on their experiences. Pooja, tell me what it was like when you went out there. You're someone who's from Delhi. So maybe, you know how to handle this kind of situation. Yes. You know what's right, what's wrong as far as Delhi streets are concerned. When you were out there, what was your experience like?
So I've always lived in Delhi, and I have driven at 1, 2, 3 a.m. But I've also always had an alarm up. So I know in case something untoward has happened, what will I do right away? But I've never stood at 2 a.m. on a Delhi street to see reactions. And what pained me, because I'm a Delhi resident, is the manner in which the drivers slow down. And they look at you and they analyze. And then a bike, as we'll see in our report as well, what happens. And that is what was shocking. I think the security has become better in the past 10 days. I do think there's more bandobast. It's not enough. I would have liked to see more PCRs. But it was more than that. What I noticed was the audacity of some men who think they can slow down to a young woman and ask her where does she want to be dropped, and she tell you she doesn't want to be dropped, but they'll insist, and that's what was shocking.
No, but the problem is also, you don't know if they are stopping out of curiosity to kind of find out, are you okay? And the problem for all of us, I think, as women, that we can all agree on, is that you don't know what their intention is, which is why you tend to kind of hesitate when someone even reaches out for help. Was that the case for you also, Aishwarya?
It was. In fact, I'll tell you what was most shocking was the fact that my car was standing barely 60 meters away from a PCR van and a police booth, and I could see police personnel sitting inside the PCR van, also inside the police booth. They did not bother to step out to check what was happening in my vehicle. And we were there for good 45 minutes. 45 minutes is a long time for anything.
And bang opposite the PCR.
And bang opposite. And the reason why I chose the spot was to just figure out whether policemen actually step out or not. They did not step out. When I confronted them, they said, no, if there would have been an accident, we would have obviously come. Now, I don't understand what they mean by an accident. 45 minutes, Akshita, is a very, very long time for anything to happen. It's just it's a matter of minutes when things happen. Police personnel not stepping out, not understanding something wrong could be going on in a car near Dhaula Kuan is scary.
The defense is ridiculous to say that we're not going to see what's happening inside the vehicle. Yes, Anisha.
Well, 10 years ago, in January 2013, those of us who've been reporting on Delhi, we were all, again, out on the roads, looking at what's going on. Right after Nirbhaya, we were covering the protests, we were covering all the promises that were made. Now, all of us have experienced this. CCTV cameras have been put in, sure. PCR vans on paper, we've got more than 800 PCR vans according to the police on paper. But last night when we are out on the roads, what we are seeing is that a lot of the promises that have been made over the last 10 years, and I'm saying this with all authority as somebody who's been reporting on this every year in December, we do sort of a retrospective, what after Nirbhaya?
Very true.
How exactly have things changed? Sure, there may be CCTVs, more CCTVs in the city, but the actual patrolling, the actual keeping an eye on what is happening on the streets, that does not seem to have changed very much.
I'll be honest.
And that's the scary part.
I'll be honest. When I was first told that, we have to go on this kind of a shoot, considering what's happened just, on New Year, I thought that across Delhi there'd be crazy security, that there'd be increased security on the ground. That really wasn't the case. I think what you see earlier is what it is now. Even short-term action hasn't happened, Abila.
It has failed. And what I'm appalled, Akshita, here is that we're talking about the 31st night when this horrific road incident happened. And more importantly, we're talking of a national capital. We know that people from all different parts of the world are settled in Delhi. Many of them are here in a rat race trying to earn some money. And so crime is so common here. Despite knowing that, despite accidents or incidents like the Nirbhaya that's happened, you don't see adequate police deployment, and that's what's really worrying, that the police have failed with every promise that they made to ensure security for women, because men are all right, women can't step out in Delhi.
I'll come to you guys also in just a bit. I think there were two reports, and we played this out also on our sister concern Aaj Tak just earlier. Two reports that really will leave you shocked and kind of expose what's the situation on the ground in Delhi. One is Arpita Arya's report from Defence Colony. The other is Tejshree's report. Arpita, I'd like to play out your report first. She filed this from Defence Colony. Take a look at her experience, and then we'll talk to her also about exactly what happened.
कुछ नहीं इंतजार कर रही हूँ
कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ, कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ। क्या? जी।
It's okay if you I will drop you somewhere.
नहीं, कैब आ जाएगी मेरी ऑफिस की तरफ से आने वाली, मैं उसी का वेट कर रही थी बस।
If you want comfortable, I can.
No, I'm sorry, I'm okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. क्या?
किथे जा रहे हो?
खड़ी हूँ।
जा
क्या?
रहे हो क्या?
नहीं।
हाँ?
नहीं, आप चाहिए, आप प्लीज चाहिए। रात के 1 बज रहे हैं, डिफेंस कॉलोनी में मौजूद हूँ। निर्भया कांड से हमने क्या सीखा? 31 तारीख की जो घटना हुई, एक लड़की को 4 किलोमीटर घसीटते हुए 5 दरिंदे चले जाते हैं, उन सब के बाद कितना बदला है दिल्ली, वो हम देखने के लिए पहुंचे। लेकिन आपको जरा दिखाएं, देखिए यहाँ से अभी जब हम ये रिपोर्ट आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं तो एक पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर गुजरती नजर आ रही है और ये फ्रीक्वेंसी हम देख रहे हैं क्योंकि अभी ताज़ा ये मामला है, इसलिए पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर नजर भी आ रही हैं। लेकिन सवाल उठ रहे थे उस दिन को लेकर कि अगर 12 किलोमीटर एक लड़की घसीटी जाती है तो पीसीआर वैन कहाँ थी, पुलिस के अधिकारी, पुलिस के जवान कहाँ थे? ये तमाम सवाल है। लेकिन बड़ा सवाल अभी भी वही बना हुआ है कि क्या वाकई दिल्ली की सड़कों पर लड़कियां सुरक्षित हैं? I got goosebumps watching that report. Arpita there at Defense Colony finds out that if you're a woman standing alone on the road in the national capital, the message from the men out there is that you're asking for it. You're willing to sell yourself, essentially. Arpita, tell us about your experience. You know, what I noticed in that report particularly was a man on the bike. He asks you kya rate hai, and then looks at you up and down, sizes her up essentially. And you know, this is the reality. Any woman standing out there will be treated like this. Yeah, you heard the language ना, वो क्या rate है? He is not the only one. जो कार में बैठा हुआ एक पंजाबी, वो हमने जो स्पॉट किया, वो मुझे इशारे कर रहा था क्योंकि कैमरा छुपा हुआ था, हम उसको सामने नहीं रख सकते हैं। उसके बाद वो जो अंदर बैठकर इशारे कर रहा था, सबसे पहले उसने मुझे बोला कम इनसाइड, आओ बैठो। मैंने कहा कि नहीं, मैं कैब का वेट कर रही हूँ। उसके बाद फिर वो मुझे इशारे कर रहा है हाथ से कि रेट के लिए कि क्या रेट बनता है, तो वो जो इशारे कर रहा था वो हम बना नहीं पाए, वो वहां तक कैमरा पहुंचा नहीं।
देर तक ये हुआ होगा
ये और आपको पता है वो जो बाइक वाला और जो वो कार सिग्नल पे था, शायद सिग्नल पे, और वो कार और वो बाइक वो आपस में एक दूसरे को इशारे करे, नहीं मैं पहुंचा पहले, मैं पहले बात करूंगा। दोनों कह रहे किसके साथ, इसके साथ, नहीं मेरे साथ जाएगी। तो वो दोनों आपस में 2 मिनट तो लड़ते रहे कि नहीं पहले मैं बात करूंगा, नहीं मैं बात करूंगा। मतलब उन्हें लड़की की नहीं पड़ी। एक सड़क पे अगर लड़की खड़ी है तो आप उसका रेट तय करने लगोगे। तो ये जो हुआ है वो मुझे लगा बहुत शॉकिंग है, वो भी वहां डिफेंस कॉलोनी, जिसको पॉश इलाका कहते हैं। और किसी ने, अब मैं जिसको बोल रही हूँ कि ऐसा डिफेंस कॉलोनी में कोई बिलीव ही नहीं कर रहा कि डिफेंस कॉलोनी में कैसे हो सकता है। वो पॉश इलाका, ऐसा एरिया नहीं कि मैं कहीं अंदर कहीं किनारे पे खड़ी हूँ तो लोग मुझे, बस स्टैंड पे खड़ी हूँ मैं बोल रही हूँ कैब का वेट कर रही हूँ, लेकिन फिर भी एक लड़का मुझे पीछे से बाइक ले जाकर बोल रहा है कि चलती हो क्या। इस तरीके के लैंग्वेजेस इस्तेमाल हुए, बट वो कई बार ऑडियो नहीं आता। बट जो मैंने एक्सपीरियंस वहां पर खड़े होकर किया वो बहुत ही स्केरी था। मुझे लगता है कि हाउ लॉन्ग हैव यू लिव्ड इन दिल्ली अर्पिता? आप कितने सालों से? मुझे हो गए हैं almost 8 years. And have you ever seen anything like this before? नहीं, इससे पहले हाँ मैंने निर्भया के केस में रिपोर्टिंग की, उस समय भी मैंने ऐसा ही महसूस किया, मुझे कुछ बदला नजर नहीं आया। दुख इस बात का है, हमने वो सारा कुछ हुआ, उस समय भी मैं ऐसे मैंने एक शो किया था, उसमें भी वैसे ही उसी लैंग्वेज में। और यहाँ शॉकिंग ये था कि 2 PCR वैन थोड़ी ही दूर पर थी, राउंड भी किया, ये इसमें चला नहीं, लेकिन एक PCR वैन मेरे पास आती है, उसमें पूछते हैं वो कि आप क्यों खड़े हो, कोई दिक्कत? मैंने कहा नहीं, अभी मैं कैब का वेट कर रही हूँ। वो मुझे पूछ के गए, वो भी इसलिए शायद क्योंकि ये इंसिडेंट हुआ इसलिए, लेकिन उसके बावजूद जब आपको पता है वहाँ पर CCTV है, आपको पता है PCR वैन 2 खड़े हैं, एक नहीं, ये बहुत, क्योंकि रिपोर्ट हम छोटी बनाते हैं, अगर मैं वहाँ पर 30 मिनट थी, उसमें कम से कम मुझे 8 से 10 लोग मेरे पास आए हैं।
You know, what's the concern I have here is what we're not talking about a village area or a rural belt.
Yeah.
We're talking about Delhi, the national capital.
City.
How is it possible that people here still, or men here, still cannot digest the fact that women dressed up well, possibly wearing makeup, looking good, standing outside, is nothing short of
I'm
a
wearing
call
very
girl.
normal
Is nothing short of a call girl. That
I'm-
you're willing to sell yourself. What is this imagination that every girl who's dressed up well and standing outside late in the night is willing to sell herself?
I'm very surprised by this, and there are multiple reports that show exactly this. Very surprised by it, because I'm sure there are many women out there in the national capital who do late night shifts, who do night shifts, who must be stepping out in the night. Is this the treatment they get then if their cab, let's say, is delayed by a few minutes and they stand out there on the road? Let's in fact find all of these reports. We've also got a report filed by Mallika Malhotra. She's not with us in the studio, but I want to play out for you what she found. She rode on her bike through parts of the capital, and here's what she found on whether there are actually PCR vans out there, whether there's adequate patrolling on the streets of Delhi.
Right now, I'm here at the Rohini part of Delhi, and I will try to find out that why did the Delhi police failed to prevent this horrific incident. And I will also try to find out whether or not Delhi is safe for women in these long, chilling nights.
सुनानी वो चिल्लाते चिल्लाते लड़की को ले गए, आगे खींचकर लेके गए, आगे खींचकर फिर पीछे करा, फिर खींच के फिर खींचते खींचते उसे वहां तक ले गए लड़की को। और बस यही था जहाँ का एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, सीन यही था। और हम आ रहे थे आराम से पार्टी वार्टी करके, दोनों फ्रेंडे दोनों पार्टी वार्टी करके आ रहे थे, आराम से आ रहे थे हम, आराम से। वो मेरे को घर छोड़ती पहले, फिर खुद घर जाती। उस दौरान ये हादसा हुआ था, मैं बच गई, वो उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
तो जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो स्कूटी टकराई।
हाँ जी।
तो उसके बाद आप गिर गई?
हाँ जी, मैं भी गिर गई, वो अंदर चली गई गाड़ी के, और मैं बगल में गिर गई। बस मेरे को थोड़ी चोट आई है, उसको ज्यादा आ गई। वो क्योंकि उसको ज्यादा इसलिए वो अंदर घुस गई, उसको गाड़ी वालों ने ध्यान देने के बावजूद भी उस चीज को इग्नोर मारने के बाद उस गाड़ी को भगा कर ले गए।
अच्छा, मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि आपके कहने का मतलब ये है कि जब पूरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो जो कार में सवार लोग थे उनको ये जानकारी हो गई थी?
उनको जानकारी थी, और गाड़ी में ना कोई सॉन्ग बज रहे थे, ना कुछ बज रहा था, गाड़ी बिल्कुल शांत थी, और ना लाइट वाइट थी, कुछ नहीं था, सब कुछ शांत था गाड़ी का। और उन्हें पता भी था कि एक लड़की उनकी गाड़ी के नीचे, और उन्हें पता भी था लेडीज ही है, उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि जेंट्स, उन्हें पता था लेडीज है उसके नीचे। उन्होंने जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए गाड़ी को, और उन्होंने जानबूझकर लेके जाके जानबूझ के ही वो घसीटते लेके गए। उन्होंने एक बार भी उतर कर देखा नहीं कि हम उस लड़की को बचा ले।
एक बात बताइए कि जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो आप उसके बाद आपने क्या किया?
मैं बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी, बहुत ज्यादा। मैं सीधा घर गई, घर पे मम्मी थी, नानी थी मेरी, उन्हें बताया मैंने ऐसे वो गाड़ी उसको खींच कर ले गई है। और खींच कर ले जाने के बाद उस दौरान उस लड़की को उन्होंने एक बार ना पीछे पलट के देखा ना कुछ। वो उसी रोड पे जहाँ लड़की क्लास, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे, वो जो मैंने न्यूज में सुना उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं करा, मेरे को जो सही लगा कि मैं अपने घर चली जाऊं, तो मैं अपने घर चली गई। इस दौरान
पैदल अपने घर गई?
हाँ, पैदल अपने घर गई थी।
कहाँ आपका घर था?
मेरा घर वहीं से थोड़ी सी दूरी था, सीवन की तरफ।
अच्छा
था, हाँ जी।
तो फिर जब न्यूज में जैसा कि आपने बताया, देखा आपने कि इतना दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ है, 12 से 13 किलोमीटर दूर घसीट कर लड़की को ले गया, तो आपने एक बार भी पुलिस को जानकारी देने की कोशिश?
मैं उस टाइम बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी, मुझे कुछ ठीक नहीं लगा। मुझे जो ठीक लगा, मुझे ये ठीक लगा कि मेरे को अपने घर पे जाना चाहिए, बस मुझे यही ठीक लगा। मैं अपने घर पे, मैं सोची वो आगे जाके उतर के एक बार लड़की को छुड़वा देंगे, पर उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया। उन्होंने सिर्फ उस लड़की को जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए, उन्होंने जानबूझकर वो हादसा करा।
तो आपकी तो दोस्त थी ना, आपकी उस पार्टी मना के आ रहे थे, अगर चलिए मान लीजिए आप होपलेस हो गई, तो उसके बाद 1 दिन बाद 2 दिन बाद आप पुलिस को जानकारी देती?
वो मैं बिल्कुल अपनी शुद्धि में नहीं थी, मैं अपने होश में ही नहीं थी कि मैं जाकर पुलिस को बताऊं। मैं सोची कहीं वो बात मेरे पे ना आ जाए। एक होता है ना कि मेरे को लगा कि क्या करूं मैं, मेरे को जो ये ठीक लगा कि मैं अपने घर पे जाऊं, अपने घर पे बैठ के शांति से सोचूं क्या करना है क्या नहीं। कुछ नहीं समझ में आया, तो 2 दिन बाद पुलिस ने पूछा, तो मैंने पूछताछ में सब बता दिया, ऐसे ऐसे हादसा हुआ था, ऐसे ऐसे उस लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हुआ, और उस दौरान मैं बच गई। किस्मत इतनी अच्छी, मैं बच गई और वो लड़की उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
नहीं, तो आप एक बार सीक्वेंस बताइए कि 31 दिसंबर को आप दोनों उस होटल में गए थे?
यहाँ हाँ
उसके बाद क्या क्या हुआ?
उसके बाद कुछ नहीं, उसके बाद थोड़ी सी वो कह रही थी कि मैं स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, मैंने कही मैं चलाऊंगी, क्योंकि वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी। उसने कहा मैं चलाऊं, मैंने कहा नहीं बहन मैं नहीं चलाने दूंगी तुझे, मैं चलाऊं। तो उसने हाथापाई करी कि ना बहन नहीं मैं चलाऊंगी, नहीं मैं चलाऊंगी, ये बात हुई हमारी।
वो सीसीटीवी में दिख भी रहा?
हाँ जी, उस दौरान वो बातें हुई। वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी कि वो ना मतलब होश में नहीं थी अपने। और मैं पीछे बैठकर भी मैंने गाड़ी को संभाला कि कहीं कोई हादसा ना हो जाए। और पहले तो एक बार हम हादसे से बचे, हम दोनों मरते। एक बार ट्रक हमारे आगे जा रहा था, है उसको गुस्सा आया कि मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड मुझे कैसे छोड़ सकता है, मैं शादी करूंगी, ये है वो, ऐसे ही कुछ उसने बोला। तो वो ट्रक में भेड़ने जा रही थी, हम दोनों उस ट्रक के उस दौरान हम दोनों मरते। वो मैं किस्मत अच्छी थी, मैंने क्या करा, मैंने वो आगे से पीछे से बैठ के मतलब ब्रेक मारे और साइड में करी स्कूटी। मैंने कहा ढंग से चलाएगी तो मैं तुझे चाबी दूंगी। कह रही नहीं मैं ही मेरी स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, मैं ही चलाऊंगी। उस हादसे से बचे। उस हादसे से बचने के बाद हम आगे गए। आगे जाने के बाद हम कट में घुसे, वो गाड़ी ऐसे आ रही थी। घुसने के बाद वो गाड़ी वाला रुका ही नहीं, उस गाड़ी वाले ने एकदम ठोकी गाड़ी है। उसको हमने साइड भी करी, हमने स्कूटी, उसने जानबूझकर उसने ठोकी। और वो इतनी नशे में थी, उसको मतलब होश नहीं था, वो गाड़ी के नीचे बिल्कुल घुस गई। वो रो भी रही है, फिर भी उसको गाड़ी वालों ने बिल्कुल भी नहीं सपोर्ट करा कि हम उतर के बाकायदा उस लड़की को निकाले उस गाड़ी में से। उसका कुछ फंस गया था, क्या फंस गया था ये मुझे भी नहीं पता, बस मैंने ये हादसा देखा, मैं बहुत होपलेस हो गई। और वो गाड़ी लेके भाग गए, जो लड़के थे उस लड़की को ही लेकर भाग गए, ऐसे के ऐसे आगे पीछे 2-3 बार करा, फिर ऐसे कैसे लेके भागे। उसी दौरान मैंने बस कुछ नहीं सोचा, मैं अपने घर चली गई।
अच्छा, मतलब जाहिर सी बात है टक्कर हुई होगी, तो जो कार में बैठे 5 लोग होंगे उनको जानकारी तो होगी कि एक्सीडेंट?
बिल्कुल उन्हें जानकारी थी, उन्हें पता भी था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे फंसी हुई है। सब कुछ उन्हें पता था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे, उन्होंने जानबूझकर किया है जो भी किया है।
तो आपको चोट आई?
हाँ, मेरे को सिर्फ आँख पे आई थी और थोड़ी पैर पे आई थी, और मेरा हाथ फ्रैक्चर हुआ था।
अच्छा, ये हाथ?
हाँ, हाथ फ्रैक्चर हुआ था मेरा, बस। मुझे और कोई चोट नहीं है। उसको भी चोट नहीं आती। अगर वो गाड़ी रोक के मतलब उस लड़की को निकाल देते तो उन्होंने कुछ नहीं करने की कोशिश करी। उन्होंने गाड़ी में से उतर के ही भी नहीं देखा कि हम उतर के बाकायदा उस लड़की की हेल्प करें, उसको निकाल दे। वो जानबूझ के ऐसे किसी पर उन्होंने ये कोशिश करी, गाड़ी में से बैठ के आगे पीछे गाड़ी करी। उसको उसी दौरान ज्यादा चोट लगी, वो चिल्ला भी रही थी। फिर वो आगे ले गए, आगे ले जाके उसका दम टूट गया होगा।
आगे पीछे कर रहे थे?
हाँ, आगे पीछे करी गाड़ी उन्होंने कि वो सोच रहे कि छूट जाएगी लड़की, पर लड़की का कुछ ऐसा अटक गया था उसके अंदर, ऐसा चिपक गया था, वो लड़की छूट ही नहीं पाई उसके।
तो जो आरोपी हैं जो कार में जिनसे एक्सीडेंट हुआ, क्या पहले से आप लोग जानते?
उन लड़कों को हम नहीं जानते थे, ये सिर्फ एकदम हुआ है। पर उन लड़कों ने जानबूझकर हम में भेड़ी थी गाड़ी, पर हम उन लड़कों को जानते नहीं थे। हमने साइड भी करी, पर उन लड़कों ने एकदम हमारे में भेड़ दी।
अच्छा, आगे से या बैक से?
नहीं, आगे से। वो भी ऐसे आ रहे थे, हम भी सीधा आ रहे थे, मतलब सीधे
आमने सामने
की टक्कर हुई है। आमने सामने से ही तो वो नीचे घुस गई है। और मैं
आपने एक बार भी ये कोशिश नहीं की कि उस रात ये हादसा हुआ कि आप शोर मचाएं?
नहीं, मैं उस टाइम में ना बिल्कुल मतलब मेरा माइंड काम नहीं करा कि मैं कुछ बोलूं, कुछ कहूं किसी से। मैं डर लग गया है कि क्या हो गया ये एकदम। तो सुबह न्यूज में आता है कि उस लड़की की मौत हो गई है इस दौरान, ऐसे ऐसे घसीट कर ले गए। फिर मेरे को लगा कि यार वो छुटी ही नहीं वो लड़की, उसको तो उन्होंने आगे ले जाके भी उन्होंने छुड़वाने की, वो ऐसे ही घसीटते गाड़ी में बैठे बैठे ले गए उसे नशे में।
आप कोशिश करती हैं कि जो
वो कोशिश करने वाला उन्होंने टाइम ही नहीं दिया, मोमेंट ही नहीं दिया, बस उन्होंने एक बार आगे लेके गए, फिर पीछे तेजी से, फिर आगे, फिर एकदम लेके गए।
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि जो अंजलि है जो पीड़िता है उसके परिवार को बताती कि ऐसा?
मैं उनके परिवार को बताती, वो तो मेरे को ब्लेम देते ना कि तुम साथ थे, 100 बातें हो जाती। मैं क्या बताती उनको।
होटल में कौन कौन लोग थे? आप?
उसके सारे फ्रेंड थे। उसका बॉयफ्रेंड था, उसके फ्रेंड, तो मेरा कोई भी जानकार नहीं था सिर्फ अंजलि के अलावा।
कितने बजे आप लोग होटल में पहुंचे?
मैं 8 बजे, करीब 8 बजे।
और कितने बजे आप लोग निकले?
हम निकले 2 बजे। 2 बजे मूवमेंट हुआ था ये। हाँ, मैंने कहा मैं अपने घर जाऊंगी। जब मैंने उस लड़की से जिद करी ना मेरे को मेरे घर छोड़, और वो भी कह रही मैं भी अपने घर जाऊंगी, उसके बॉयफ्रेंड से कोई तू मैं हो गई थी। तो उस दौरान मैं बाहर गई थी 24/7। मुझे नहीं पता क्या बात हुई थी उन दोनों के बीच, क्या नहीं हुई थी, उस बातों का मेरे को नहीं पता।
कोई बात नहीं।
हाँ, तो उन दोनों की बातें हुई क्या नहीं हुई वो मुझे नहीं पता। मैं चली गई, मैं एकदम वहाँ से आई ना 24/7 से ऊपर, वो आते ही मेरे को बोलते कि घर चलते हैं। घर चलते,
स्कूटी पे
हाँ,
बैठे?
हम दोनों स्कूटी पे बैठे।
अच्छा, पहले अगर दिखाई दे रहा है सीसीटीवी में कि होटल से आप निकल रही हैं तो स्कूटी आप ड्राइव कर रही हैं?
हाँ, फिर उसने मतलब मेरे से ज्यादा जिद करी कि मेरी स्कूटी मेरे को दे वरना मैं कूद जाऊंगी स्कूटी से। तो मैंने उसी दौरान उसकी स्कूटी की चाबी उसे थमा दी। मैंने कहा लो अपनी चाबी, मैंने कहा तुम चलाओ, दे दी। जब मैं डर गई, जब ट्रक में से हम बचते बचे ना, जब ट्रक हमारे ऊपर चढ़ने ही वाला था, क्योंकि ट्रक भी आगे था, हम ट्रक के पीछे थे, तो हम दोनों मरते, कोई भी नहीं बचता हम दोनों में से। तो हम बच गए उस चीज से।
और उसके बाद फिर जब आप होटल से निकले तो कितने मिनटों के बाद ये हादसा हुआ? कहाँ पर
हम जब निकले हैं उससे थोड़ी देर बाद ये हादसा हो गया था। जब ही हम निकले हैं उस रोड से, हम निकलने के बाद हम सीधे गए हैं और जहाँ दुकान, वो शॉप है ना वो स्वीट की, वहीं पे हम बस मोड़ते वो आगे से गाड़ी आई है, जब ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है।
वो लड़की है, मैं आपको बताऊं, जो इस पूरे केस की आई विटनेस है, और आई विटनेस आज तक इंडिया टुडे पर हमारे साथ है। ये बता रही हैं कि किस तरीके से वो होटल से दोनों निकली हैं, और उसके बाद जब होटल से निकलती हैं सीसीटीवी में भी दिखाई दे रहा है कि जो पीड़िता है वही स्कूटी ड्राइव कर रहा है, ये पीछे की तरफ बैठी हुई है। लेकिन कुछ दूर आगे जाकर पीड़िता इनसे जिद करती है कि स्कूटी उनकी है, वो स्कूटी ड्राइव करेंगे, जिसके बाद वो स्कूटी ड्राइव करती हैं और आगे जाकर ये हादसा होता है। एक बार सिलसिलेवार तरीके से बताइए सीक्वेंस, होटल से आप कितने बजे निकली, स्कूटी होटल से जब निकले आप लोग तो स्कूटी कौन चला रहा था, फिर आगे कैसे स्कूटी जो विक्टिम है वो चलाती है, और फिर कैसे हादसा होता है?
अच्छा सुनो, मैं पहले हम सही बैठे हुए थे, हम दोनों ने रूम लिया, हम बैठे हुए, कह रहे हम पार्टी करेंगे पूरी रात। तो मैंने ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, हम पार्टी करेंगे। तो मैंने उसको मना करा, मेरे को पता है उसका वो ना मतलब गुस्सा बहुत जल्दी आता है उस लड़की को। हाँ, अच्छा। तो मैंने उसको समझाया, मैं उसको ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ था उसको जानते हुए, 10-15 दिन हुए थे उसको जानते हुए।
मुलाकात हुई?
मेरी एक फ्रेंड थी, उसके थ्रू से मुलाकात हुई थी।
अच्छा।
हाँ जी, तो ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ था मैं उसको जानते हुए। तो जानते तो हम थोड़ा क्लोज आ गए, अच्छे फ्रेंड बन गए, अच्छी बॉन्डिंग हो गई हम दोनों की। बॉन्डिंग होने के बाद हमने सोचा कि नया साल हम दोनों साथ बनाएंगे। मैंने कहा ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम साथ बनाएंगे नया साल। तो हम वहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, फिर हम पहले उसने मेरे को फोन करा। उसने मेरे को फोन करने के बाद मेरे को लेने आई सुल्तानपुरी से, मेरे घर के पास से। घर के पास से लेने के बाद फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई रोहिणी लेने के बाद फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई अपने घर ले जाने के बाद उसने उठाई चाबी, पहले थोड़ा मेकअप वेकअप करा, लिपस्टिक लगाई, फिर उसने उठाई चाबी, फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई सीधा वहाँ पे होटल पे। ले जाने के बाद उसी ने पैसे दिए, उसी ने आईडी दी, उसी ने सब करा। करने के बाद फिर हमने सब कुछ ले लिया। हाँ बिल्कुल। हाँ, फिर उसके बाद उसने सबको फोन करा, अपने दोस्तों यारों को। उसी के जो सारे दोस्त पकड़े हैं ना, वो उसी के दोस्त थे सारे, और वो उसी के जानकार थे। मेरा एक भी उसमें जानकार नहीं, ना मैं किसी को जानती थी, ना मेरा उनसे कुछ भी।
ठीक है, खैर ये तो देखिए, अगर ड्रिंक करना ये तो पर्सनल है, किसी का
प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ।
आप ओयो से कितने बजे निकली और फिर वो बताइए?
हम निकले 2 बजे, 2 बजे वहाँ से निकले हम। वहाँ से निकलने के बाद हम गए सीधा घर की तरफ जा रहे थे। घर की तरफ जाते जाते ये हादसा हुआ। ये हादसा होने के बाद पहले हम ट्रक में भिड़ते भिड़ते बचे। वो लड़की गुस्से में कह रही मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड अगर मुझे नहीं मिला तो मैं मर जाऊंगी। तो मैंने उसको रोका, मतलब ब्रेक मारे कि तू क्या कर रही है, मेरे साथ भी ये हादसा हो सकता है। तो वो फिर कुछ नहीं समझी। फिर मैंने ब्रेक मारे, फिर कह रही ठीक है आराम से चलाऊंगी। वो आराम से चलाते चलाते उसी मोमेंट पे उसने गाड़ी ली अंदर की तरफ। वो अंदर की तरफ लेते कार आ रही थी। वो उसी मोमेंट पे हम दोनों का, हमने बचाव भी करा अपना, पर उन लड़कों ने हमारा एक तरफ परसाव बचाव नहीं करा, उन्होंने एकदम भेड़ दिया हमें।
उसके बाद वो लड़की फंस गई।
वो लड़की फंस गई वहाँ पर।
चीख रही थी, क्या बोल रही थी?
चीख रही थी बचाओ बचाओ। उन लड़कों को वॉइस आ रही थी, उस लड़की की आवाज आ रही थी, सारी आवाज आ रही थी उन लड़कों को उनकी, पर उन लड़कों ने जानबूझकर ये हादसा करा।
वो लड़के कुछ कर रहे थे उस वक्त कार में बैठे जब वो?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं दिखा मुझे अंदर का। उन्होंने काले शीशे कर रखे थे उस टाइम पे।
अच्छा।
उन टाइप पे काले शीशे रखे, अंदर का मुझे कुछ भी नहीं दिखा, कुछ भी, और मुझे कुछ भी समझ नहीं आया। तो बस।
तो पुलिस आप तक कैसे पहुंची? खोजते हुए पहुंची आप?
हाँ, खोजते हुए पहुंची। कि मैं, क्योंकि मैं डर के मारे कुछ बता नहीं रही थी किसी को, मैं बहुत डर गई थी।
ऐसा क्या डर है? एक्सीडेंट था, आपकी दोस्त थी, आप बताती पुलिस?
नहीं, मेरे को लगा कि क्या पता क्या हो जाए, क्या मेरे पे बात पड़ जाए। एक डर होता है, मेरे को डर वही लगा। वरना मैं तो चाहती थी उसे इंसाफ मिले, और मैं तो अभी भी ये चाहती हूँ उसे इंसाफ मिले, उन लड़कों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले।
कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले।
हाँ जी।
तो चोट भी आपको गंभीर आई थी?
हाँ जी, चोट हाथ पे आई थी। मेरा हाथ पूरा उठ नहीं रहा था जिस दिन मुझे चोट आई थी, पूरा हाथ मेरा बैंड हो गया था।
तो पुलिस ने मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने?
हाँ, सब बताया, सब हाथ वाथ सब मेरा चेक हुआ है, और आंख पे लगी थी मेरे चोट। मेरे तो समझ लो उस लड़की के भी चोट नहीं लगा। अगर वो गाड़ी रोक के गाड़ी के नीचे से उस लड़की को निकाल देते, उन्होंने कोशिश ही नहीं करी। वो घसीटते घसीटते लेके गए। जब लड़की की ये मौत हुई है, ना उसके साथ कुछ गलत हुआ है ना ऐसा हो, बस ये गलत हुआ है उन लड़कों को जान खा रही थी सांसे की। सब कुछ था, सब कुछ उन्हें पता था, और उन्होंने जानबूझ के इस मौत को अंजाम दिया।
बहुत बड़ा खुलासा अपने आप में कि किस तरीके से 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी की दरमियानी रात जो कुछ भी हुआ, ये उस हादसे की आई विटनेस है। दिल्ली पुलिस ने 164 का बयान भी इनका दर्ज करा दिया है। क्या आप अपने बयान पर कायम है जो कुछ आपने आज तक इंडिया टुडे के कैमरे पर बोला है?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। हाँ।
लेकिन हर कोई ये जानना चाहता था कि आखिर क्या वजह थी कि जो पीड़िता की ये दोस्त है इस हादसे के बाद मौके से भाग गई, पुलिस को जानकारी नहीं दी। इनका कहना है कि ये पूरी तरह से डर गई, लेकिन इन्होंने ये बताया है, ये बड़ा खुलासा किया है कि वो 5 लोग, उन्हें पूरी जानकारी लग गई थी कि उस रात किस तरह से हादसा हुआ, हादसे के बारे में जानकारी लग गई। ये भी उन्हें पता चल गया था कि लड़की पीछे की तरफ फंसी हुई है, बावजूद इसके वो गाड़ी चलाते रहे, और जिसका अंजाम ये हुआ कि पीड़िता की दर्दनाक तरीके से मौत हो गई। कैमरामैन कृपाल के साथ अरविंद ओझा, दिल्ली, आज तक।
So that's the exclusive conversation. India Today's Arvind Koja tracking down Anjali's friend, the woman who was with Anjali when that tragic accident took place, where Anjali was dragged by the Baleno for 12 kilometers. She was there. And what she's telling Arvind Oja, a few of the takeaways is that, one, she's saying that they fell off the side. Even Anjali was perfectly fine, but died because she was dragged away by the car, because the car refused to stop despite them falling off their bike. She's also, and I know a lot of our viewers are asking, why didn't she speak up before? Why didn't she go to the cops earlier? She says she was scared, she wasn't sure about what needs to be done, which is why from that spot she walked back home, told her parents what happened, and then stayed put until the Delhi police contacted her. She's now saying that the reason that Anjali's life was snuffed out was because simply of that car, the driver refusing to stop his vehicle, and the fact that he chose to drag her body. Let's play out for you that exclusive conversation yet again. Arvind Oja getting you Nidhi, Anjali's friend, who was at the spot when that hit and run took place.
जो विक्टिम है वो चलाती है और फिर कैसे हादसा होता है?
अच्छा सुनो, मैं पहले हम सही बैठे हुए थे, हम दोनों ने रूम लिया, हम बैठे हुए कह रहे हम पार्टी करेंगे पूरी रात। मैंने ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, हम पार्टी करेंगे। तो मैंने उसको मना करा, मेरे को पता है उसका वो ना मतलब गुस्सा बहुत जल्दी आता है उस लड़की को। हाँ अच्छा। तो मैंने उसको समझाया, मैं उसको ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ था उसको जानते हुए, 10-15 दिन हुए थे उसको जानते हुए।
कहाँ मुलाकात हुई?
मेरी एक फ्रेंड थी, उसके थ्रू से मुलाकात हुई थी।
अच्छा।
हाँ जी, तो ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ था मैं उसको जानते हुए। तो जानते जानते तो हम थोड़ा क्लोज आ गए, अच्छे फ्रेंड बन गए, अच्छी बॉन्डिंग हो गई हम दोनों की। बॉन्डिंग होने के बाद हमने सोचा कि नया साल हम दोनों साथ बनाएंगे। मैंने कहा ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम साथ बनाएंगे नया साल। तो हम वहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, फिर हम पहले उसने मेरे को फोन करा। उसने मेरे को फोन करने के बाद मेरे को लेने आई सुल्तानपुरी से, मेरे घर के पास से। घर के पास से लेने के बाद फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई रोहिणी लेने के बाद फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई अपने घर ले जाने के बाद उसने उठाई चाबी, पहले थोड़ा मेकअप वेकअप करा, लिपस्टिक लगाई, फिर उसने उठाई चाबी, फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई सीधा वहाँ पे होटल पे। ले जाने के बाद उसी ने पैसे दिए, उसी ने आईडी दी, उसी ने सब करा। करने के बाद फिर हमने सब कुछ ले लिया। हाँ बिल्कुल हाँ। फिर उसके बाद उसने सबको फोन करा, अपने दोस्तों यारों को। उसी के जो सारे दोस्त पकड़े हैं ना वो उसी के दोस्त थे सारे, और वो उसी के जानकार थे। मेरा एक भी उसमें जानकार नहीं, ना मैं किसी को जानती थी, ना मेरा उनसे कुछ भी। ठीक है, खैर ये तो देखिए अगर ड्रिंक करना ये तो पर्सनल है, किसी का प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ।
आप ओयो से कितने बजे निकली और फिर वो
हम निकले 2 बजे। 2 बजे वहाँ से निकले हम। वहाँ से निकलने के बाद हम गए सीधा घर की तरफ जा रहे थे। घर की तरफ जाते जाते ये हादसा हुआ। ये हादसा होने के बाद पहले हम ट्रक में भिड़ते बचे। वो लड़की गुस्से में कह रही मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड अगर मुझे नहीं मिला तो मैं मर जाऊंगी। तो मैंने उसको रोका, मतलब ब्रेक मारे कि तू क्या कर रही है, मेरे साथ भी ये हादसा हो सकता है। तो वो फिर कुछ नहीं समझी। फिर मैंने ब्रेक मारे, फिर कह रही ठीक है आराम से चलाऊंगी। वो आराम से चलाते चलाते उसी मोमेंट पे उसने गाड़ी ली अंदर की तरफ। वो अंदर की तरफ लेते कार आ रही थी। वो उसी मोमेंट पे हम दोनों का हमने बचाव भी करा अपना, पर उन लड़कों ने हमारा एक तरफ बचाव नहीं करा, उन्होंने एकदम भेड़ दिया हमें।
उसके बाद वो लड़की फंस गई।
वो लड़की फंस गई वहाँ पर।
चीख रही थी, क्या बोल रही थी?
चीख रही थी बचाओ बचाओ। उन लड़कों को वॉइस आ रही थी, उस लड़की की आवाज आ रही थी, सारी आवाज आ रही थी उन लड़कों को उनकी। पर उन लड़कों ने जानबूझकर ये हादसा करा।
वो लड़के कुछ कर रहे थे उस वक्त कार में बैठे जब?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं दिखा मुझे अंदर का। उन्होंने काले शीशे कर रखे थे उस टाइम पे।
अच्छा।
उन टाइप पे काले शीशे रखे, अंदर का मुझे कुछ भी नहीं दिखा, कुछ भी, और मुझे कुछ भी समझ नहीं आया। तो बस।
तो पुलिस आप तक कैसे पहुंची? खोजते हुए पहुंची?
हाँ, खोजते हुए पहुंची। क्योंकि मैं डर के मारे कुछ बता नहीं रही थी किसी को, मैं बहुत डर गई थी।
ऐसा क्या डर है? एक्सीडेंट था, आपकी दोस्त थी, आप बताती पुलिस?
नहीं, मेरे को लगा कि क्या पता क्या हो जाए, क्या मेरे पे बात पड़ जाए। एक डर होता है, मेरे को डर वही लगा। वरना मैं तो चाहती थी उसे इंसाफ मिले, और मैं तो अभी भी ये चाहती हूँ उसे इंसाफ मिले, उन लड़कों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले।
कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले।
हाँ जी।
तो चोट भी आपको गंभीर आई थी?
हाँ जी, चोट हाथ पे आई थी। मेरा हाथ पूरा उठ नहीं रहा था जिस दिन मुझे चोट आई थी। पूरा हाथ मेरा बैंड हो गया था।
तो पुलिस ने मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने?
हाँ, सब बताया, सब हाथ वाथ सब मेरा चेक हुआ है, और आँख पे लगी थी मेरे चोट। मेरे तो समझ लो उस लड़की के भी चोट नहीं लगा। अगर वो गाड़ी रोक के गाड़ी के नीचे से उस लड़की को निकाल देते, उन्होंने कोशिश ही नहीं करी। वो घसीटते लेके गए। जब लड़की की ये मौत हुई है, ना उसके साथ कुछ गलत हुआ है ना ऐसा हो, बस ये गलत हुआ है उन लड़कों को जान खा रही थी सांस से की। सब कुछ था, सब कुछ उन्हें पता था, और उन्होंने जानबूझ के इस मौत को अंजाम दिया।
बहुत बड़ा खुलासा अपने आप में कि किस तरीके से 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी की दरमियानी रात जो कुछ भी हुआ, ये उस हादसे की आई विटनेस है। दिल्ली पुलिस ने 164 का बयान भी इनका दर्ज करा दिया है। क्या आप अपने बयान पर कायम है जो कुछ आपने आज तक इंडिया टुडे के कैमरे पर बोला है?
बिल्कुल। हाँ।
लेकिन हर कोई ये जानना चाहता था कि आखिर क्या वजह थी कि जो पीड़िता की ये दोस्त है इस हादसे के बाद मौके से भाग गई, पुलिस को जानकारी नहीं दी। इनका कहना है कि ये पूरी तरह से डर गई, लेकिन इन्होंने ये बताया है, ये बड़ा खुलासा किया है कि वो 5 लोग, उन्हें पूरी जानकारी लग गई थी कि उस रात किस तरह से हादसा हुआ, हादसे के बारे में जानकारी लग गई। ये भी उन्हें पता चल गया था कि लड़की पीछे की तरफ फंसी हुई है, बावजूद इसके वो गाड़ी चलाते रहे और जिसका अंजाम ये हुआ कि पीड़िता की दर्दनाक तरीके से मौत हो गई।
So that's an excerpt of the conversation that Arvind Ojha had with Anjali's friend Nidhi. Speaking out for the first time, she's detailed out the exact sequence of events. What happened that night? What led to Anjali's death? How was she dragged by these 5 men in the car for nearly 12 kilometers? According to her, she says that we were riding that scooty, we were going around and we were hit deliberately because we were 2 women on a bike. We were hit deliberately, and when Anjali fell down on the road, the car didn't stop. The car moved her down, went on top of her and kept continuing to do it, is what Nidhi has told us. She's saying that they kept reversing and going forward on purpose, running over Anjali's body, and then they didn't stop. They kept moving forward. Nidhi says that if they had stopped, Anjali would be just fine, that she suffered all of the injuries that she did, eventually died because of the fact that the monsters in that car refused to stop the vehicle, refused to get down and help them when they fell off the bike. She's also said that she was terrified, scared for her own life. She says she suffered minor injuries and that's why she got up and walked back home. Obviously, there are questions about why she didn't alert the cops earlier. Why didn't she choose to speak up earlier? She says that she was scared. She says she was scared that she would also be booked in the case and that's why she didn't speak up. But according to her, the men in that car were completely intoxicated. They were inebriated. They refused to help. They targeted them because they were on a scooty in the dead of night on New Year's. 2 women riding that bike, so they decided to hit them. Anjali fell down on the road. So did Nidhi, the woman you see on your screens there. So what we're getting you right now is a first-hand account of the exact sequence of events. Here on India Today, Arvind Ojha has spoken to Nidhi, where she's detailed out how Anjali's life was snuffed out by these 5 monsters in that car. All they had to do in this kind of a case was to stop the vehicle, get down, offer help to these women. Instead, what they chose to do, based on what Nidhi is telling us, is they continued driving. In fact, according to her, went back and forth over Anjali's body and then dragged her body all the way for 12 kilometers. According to her, none of them bothered to help. They went on to drag Anjali's body and they were all drunk, is what she says. Now, there are a lot of questions about what exactly happened before this accident, because remember here on India Today, a couple of hours ago, we had shown you CCTV footage where Anjali and the woman you see on your screens, Nidhi, were seen fighting it out. Nidhi has cleared the air on that. According to her, she says that because Anjali also was drunk, they were at a New Year gathering together at an Oyo hotel. And because Anjali was drunk, she insisted she would ride. But then there was some sort of a fight that broke out over that. And finally, she said, okay, fine, let Anjali ride the bike. She was dropping off Nidhi at her home, which is when this hit and run took place, which is when Anjali was killed in this horrific manner. We're going to play out for you that sequence once again, that entire conversation with Arvind Ojha in just a bit. But this is as scathing as it gets against the accused, the 5 accused who are right now in police custody. According to Nidhi, who was there, who witnessed this entire crime as it unfolded in front of her eyes, she says that they hit them deliberately and then continued to run over Anjali's body. Let's play out for you that full conversation now with Arvind Ojha.
सुल्तानपुरी में जो हादसा हुआ उसने पूरे देश को हिला दिया। अलग अलग तरह से इस मामले को लेकर लोग अलग अलग बातें कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस का दावा है कि दरअसल 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी की रात जो पीड़िता है वो हादसे का शिकार हुई। इस मामले में अभी तक का जो सबसे बड़ा खुलासा है वो आज तक इंडिया टुडे करने जा रहा है। हमारे साथ वो लड़की मौजूद है जो उस दिन पीड़िता के साथ मौजूद थी, स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई थी और जब स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई थी तब हादसा हुआ था। उस रात क्या हुआ था ये पहले बताइए।
उस रात ये हुआ था कि जैसे कि गाड़ी सामने से आई और हम स्कूटी पे थे, तो वो लड़की थोड़ी ड्रिंक कर रखी थी। सामने से आई गाड़ी, फिर गाड़ी ने एक दूसरे की टक्कर दे दी, तो वो गाड़ी के नीचे घुस गई। मैं अपनी स्कूटी के मतलब बगल में गिर गई, वो गाड़ी के नीचे घुस गई। तो गाड़ी के नीचे कहीं उसका पैर या कुछ उसका फंस गया था, तो फंसने के बावजूद वो निकल ही नहीं पाई। तो जो गाड़ी चला रहे थे उन्होंने आगे पीछे गाड़ी करी 2-3 बार, लड़की रो रही थी, उन्होंने सुना नहीं, वो चिल्लाते चिल्लाते लड़की को ले गए, आगे खींचकर लेके गए, आगे खींचकर फिर पीछे करा, फिर खींच के फिर खींचते खींचते उसे वहां तक ले गए लड़की को। और बस यही था जहाँ का एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, सीन यही था। और हम आ रहे थे आराम से पार्टी वार्टी करके, दोनों फ्रेंडे दोनों पार्टी वार्टी करके आ रहे थे, आराम से आ रहे थे हम, आराम से। वो मेरे को घर छोड़ती पहले, फिर खुद घर जाती। उस दौरान ये हादसा हुआ था, मैं बच गई, वो उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
तो जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो स्कूटी टकराई,
हाँ जी,
तो उसके बाद आप गिर गई?
हाँ जी, मैं भी गिर गई, वो अंदर चली गई गाड़ी के, और मैं बगल में गिर गई। बस मेरे को थोड़ी चोट आई है, उसको ज्यादा आ गई। वो क्योंकि उसको ज्यादा इसलिए वो अंदर घुस गई, उसको गाड़ी वालों ने ध्यान देने के बावजूद भी उस चीज को इग्नोर मारने के बाद उस गाड़ी को भगा कर ले गए।
अच्छा, मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि आपके कहने का मतलब ये है कि जब पूरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो जो कार में सवार लोग थे उनको ये जानकारी हो गई थी?
उनको जानकारी थी, और गाड़ी में ना कोई सॉन्ग बज रहे थे, ना कुछ बज रहा था, गाड़ी बिल्कुल शांत थी, और ना लाइट वाइट थी, कुछ नहीं था, सब कुछ शांत था गाड़ी का। और उन्हें पता भी था कि एक लड़की उनकी गाड़ी के नीचे, और उन्हें पता भी था लेडीज ही है, उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि जेंट्स, उन्हें पता था लेडीज है उसके नीचे। उन्होंने जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए गाड़ी को, और उन्होंने जानबूझकर लेके जाके जानबूझ के ही वो घसीटते लेके गए। उन्होंने एक बार भी उतर कर देखा नहीं कि हम उस लड़की को बचा ले।
एक बात बताइए कि जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो आप उसके बाद आपने क्या किया?
मैं बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी, बहुत ज्यादा। मैं सीधा घर गई, घर पे मम्मी थी, नानी थी मेरी, उन्हें बताया मैंने ऐसे वो गाड़ी उसको खींच कर ले गई है। और खींच कर ले जाने के बाद उस दौरान उस लड़की को उन्होंने एक बार ना पीछे पलट के देखा ना कुछ, वो उसी रोड पे जहाँ लड़की की लाश, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे, वो जो मैंने न्यूज में सुना उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं करा, मेरे को जो सही लगा कि मैं अपने घर चली जाऊं, तो मैं अपने घर चली गई। इस दौरान
पैदल अपने घर गई?
हाँ, पैदल अपने घर गई थी।
कहाँ आपका घर था?
मेरा घर वहीं से थोड़ी सी दूरी था, सीवन की तरफ।
अच्छा
था, हाँ जी।
तो फिर जब न्यूज में जैसा कि आपने बताया, देखा आपने कि इतना दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ है, 12 से 13 किलोमीटर दूर घसीट कर लड़की को ले गया, तो आपने एक बार भी पुलिस को जानकारी देने की कोशिश?
मैं उस टाइम बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी, मुझे कुछ ठीक नहीं लगा। मुझे ये ठीक लगा कि मेरे को अपने घर पे जाना चाहिए, बस मुझे यही ठीक लगा। मैं अपने घर पे, मैं सोची वो आगे जाके उतर के एक बार लड़की को छुड़वा देंगे, पर उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया। उन्होंने सिर्फ उस लड़की को जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए, उन्होंने जानबूझकर वो हादसा करा।
तो आपकी तो दोस्त थी ना, वो आपकी उस पार्टी मना के आ रहे थे, अगर चलिए मान लीजिए आप होपलेस हो गई, तो उसके बाद 1 दिन बाद 2 दिन बाद आप पुलिस को जानकारी देती?
वो मैं बिल्कुल अपनी सुद्धि में नहीं थी, मैं अपने होश में ही नहीं थी कि मैं जाकर पुलिस को बताऊं। मैं सोची कहीं वो बात मेरे पे ना आ जाए। एक होता है ना कि मेरे को लगा कि क्या करूं मैं, मेरे को जो ये ठीक लगा कि मैं अपने घर पे जाऊं, अपने घर पे बैठ के शांति से सोचूं क्या करना है क्या नहीं। कुछ नहीं समझ में आया, तो 2 दिन बाद पुलिस ने पूछा, तो मैंने पूछताछ में सब बता दिया, ऐसे ऐसे हादसा हुआ था, ऐसे ऐसे उस लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हुआ, और उस दौरान मैं बच गई। किस्मत इतनी अच्छी, मैं बच गई और वो लड़की उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
नहीं, तो आप एक बार सीक्वेंस बताइए कि 31 दिसंबर को आप दोनों उस होटल में गए थे?
यहाँ हाँ
उसके बाद क्या हुआ?
उसके बाद कुछ नहीं, उसके बाद थोड़ी सी वो कह रही थी कि मैं स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, मैंने कही मैं चलाऊंगी, क्योंकि वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी। उसने कहा मैं चलाऊं, मैंने कहा नहीं बहन मैं नहीं चलाने दूंगी तुझे, मैं चलाऊं। तो उसने हाथापाई करी कि ना बहन नहीं मैं चलाऊंगी, ये बात हुई हमारी।
वो सीसीटीवी में दिख भी रहा?
हाँ जी, उस दौरान वो बातें हुई। वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी कि वो ना मतलब होश में नहीं थी अपने। और मैं पीछे बैठकर भी मैंने गाड़ी को संभाला कि कहीं कोई हादसा ना हो जाए। और पहले तो एक बार हम हादसे से बचे, हम दोनों मरते। एक बार ट्रक हमारे आगे जा रहा था, है उसको गुस्सा आया कि मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड मुझे कैसे छोड़ सकता है, मैं शादी करूंगी, ये है वो, ऐसे ही कुछ उसने बोला। तो वो ट्रक में भेड़ने जा रही थी, हम दोनों उस ट्रक के उस दौरान हम दोनों मरते। वो मैं किस्मत अच्छी थी, मैंने क्या करा, मैंने वो आगे से पीछे से बैठ के मतलब ब्रेक मारे और साइड में करी स्कूटी। मैंने कहा ढंग से चलाएगी तो मैं तुझे चाबी दूंगी। कह रही नहीं मैं ही मेरी स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, मैं ही चलाऊंगी। उस हादसे से बचे। उस हादसे से बचने के बाद हम आगे गए। आगे जाने के बाद हम कट में घुसे, वो गाड़ी ऐसे आ रही थी, घुसने के बाद वो गाड़ी वाला रुका ही नहीं, उस गाड़ी वाले ने एकदम ठोकी गाड़ी है, उसको हमने साइड भी करी, हमने स्कूटी, उसने जानबूझकर उसने ठोकी और वो इतनी नशे में थी, उसको मतलब होश नहीं था, वो गाड़ी के नीचे बिल्कुल घुस गई, वो रो भी रही है, फिर भी उसको गाड़ी वालों ने बिल्कुल भी नहीं सपोर्ट करा कि हम उतर के बाकायदा उस लड़की को निकाले उस गाड़ी में से। उसका कुछ फंस गया था, क्या फंस गया था ये मुझे भी नहीं पता, बस मैंने यहाँ से देखा, मैं बहुत होपलेस हो गई और वो गाड़ी लेके भाग गए, जो लड़के थे उस लड़की को ही लेकर भाग गए, ऐसे के ऐसे आगे पीछे 2-3 बार करा, फिर ऐसे के ऐसे लेके भाग गए। उसी दौरान मैंने बस कुछ नहीं सोचा, मैं अपने घर चली गई।
अच्छा, मतलब जाहिर सी बात है टक्कर हुई होगी तो जो कार में बैठे 5 लोग होंगे उनको जानकारी तो होगी कि एक्सीडेंट?
बिल्कुल 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 उन्हें जानकारी थी, उन्हें पता भी था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे फंसी हुई है, सब कुछ उन्हें पता था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे, उन्होंने जानबूझकर किया है जो भी किया है।
So that's the exclusive conversation that we've had with Nidhi. Anjali's friend who was there was a pillion rider on Anjali's bike, got away with minor injuries, but she saw the horror unfold before her eyes when Anjali's body was dragged away by that car full of men who refused to stop. They were all drunk. According to Nidhi, they very much knew that Anjali's body was under their tires. We're going to continue getting you excerpts of that exclusive conversation. On the other side, our special broadcast continues where we get you a sense of what's the reality on Delhi streets. Is it really safe for women? We'll tell you on the other side of a short break.
Past few months have been rough for several big ticket crypto companies. They went bust in a spectacle. On the other hand, Binance has positioned itself as a leader amid all these collapses. What do you think is the reason behind Binance's resilience?
Well, there's at the very core, the reason is absolutely very simple, and it's just the one thing. It is that we put our users first in anything that we do. And that is that is the single principle that has guided us right from the get-go. You might have seen our founder CZ talk about it all the time, and that principle guides us. And practically speaking, we do a lot of other things to follow up on that principle, and that is really what has differentiated us from the other exchanges.
All right, sir. So you put users first. That is your policy. Moving to my next question, I wanted to understand, since Binance invests in several startups, in the Web3 world, what are some Indian projects, Indian crypto projects that you think that have a lot of potential?
India, in a variety of ways, not just Web3. Let's even go back to Web2 in the past. India has been a hotbed of innovation. India, we have seen so many amazing products, services, teams, companies come out of India. Some of the things that are very interesting, of course, you've all heard of Polygon or Matic. That is super interesting. There are a lot of other startups that are doing interesting work on chain, whether it's in the form of transaction analysis or movement of funds, etc. There are just lots and lots of Indian startups that are very promising.
All right, sir. Since you're actively working in the field of technology, even at Binance, but I wanted to understand, what are some use cases of blockchain and Web3 technology for India beyond tokens and crypto coins?
That's a good one. If you look at all the users of blockchains,
Good evening, you're watching India Today, and as we get you all the latest updates in the Delhi New Year horror case, we've got the biggest exclusive, a first-hand account of exactly what happened to 20-year-old Anjali. Let's play out for you first that exclusive conversation that Arvind Oja had with Nidhi, Anjali's friend, who was with her when this horrific hit and run happened. We'll play out that conversation first for you.
सुल्तानपुरी में जो हादसा हुआ उसने पूरे देश को हिला दिया। अलग अलग तरह से इस मामले को लेकर लोग अलग अलग बातें कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस का दावा है कि दरअसल 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी की रात जो पीड़िता है वो हादसे का शिकार हुई। इस मामले में अभी तक का जो सबसे बड़ा खुलासा है वो आज तक इंडिया टुडे करने जा रहा है। हमारे साथ वो लड़की मौजूद है जो उस दिन पीड़िता के साथ मौजूद थी, स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई थी, और जब स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई थी तब हादसा हुआ था। उस रात क्या हुआ था ये पहले बताइए।
उस रात ये हुआ था कि जैसे कि गाड़ी सामने से आई और हम स्कूटी पे थे, तो वो लड़की थोड़ी ड्रिंक कर रखी थी। सामने से आई गाड़ी, फिर गाड़ी ने एक दूसरे की टक्कर दे दी, तो वो गाड़ी के नीचे घुस गई। मैं अपनी स्कूटी के मतलब बगल में गिर गई, वो गाड़ी के नीचे घुस गई। तो गाड़ी के नीचे कहीं उसका पैर या कुछ उसका फंस गया था, तो फंसने के बावजूद वो निकल ही नहीं पाई। तो जो गाड़ी चला रहे थे उन्होंने आगे पीछे गाड़ी करी 2-3 बार। लड़की रो रही थी, उन्होंने सुना नहीं, वो चिल्लाते लड़की को ले गए आगे खींचकर, फिर पीछे करा, फिर खींचते उसे वहां तक ले गए लड़की को। और बस यही था जहाँ का एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, सीन यही था। और हम आ रहे थे आराम से पार्टी वार्टी करके, दोनों फ्रेंडे दोनों पार्टी वार्टी करके आ रहे थे, आराम से हम आराम से। वो मेरे को घर छोड़ती पहले, फिर खुद घर जाती। उस दौरान ये हादसा हुआ था, मैं बच गई, वो उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
तो जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो स्कूटी टकराई।
हाँ जी।
तो उसके बाद आप गिर गई?
हाँ जी, मैं भी गिर गई, वो अंदर चली गई गाड़ी के, और मैं बगल में गिर गई। बस मेरे को थोड़ी चोट आई है, उसको ज्यादा आ गई। वो क्योंकि उसको ज्यादा इसलिए वो अंदर घुस गई, उसको गाड़ी वालों ने ध्यान देने के बावजूद भी उस चीज को इग्नोर मारने के बाद उस गाड़ी को भगा कर ले गए।
अच्छा, मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि आपके कहने का मतलब ये है कि जब पूरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो जो कार में सवार लोग थे उनको ये जानकारी हो गई थी?
उनको जानकारी थी, और गाड़ी में ना कोई सॉन्ग बज रहे थे ना कुछ बज रहा था। गाड़ी बिल्कुल शांत थी और ना लाइट वाइट थी, कुछ नहीं था, सब कुछ शांत था गाड़ी का। और उन्हें पता भी था कि एक लड़की उनकी गाड़ी के नीचे, और उन्हें पता भी था लेडीज ही है। उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि जेंट्स, उन्हें पता था लेडीज है उसके नीचे। उन्होंने जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए गाड़ी को, और उन्होंने जानबूझकर लेके जाके जानबूझ के ही वो घसीटते लेके गए। उन्होंने एक बार भी उतर कर देखा नहीं कि हम उस लड़की को बचा ले।
एक बात बताइए कि जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो आप उसके बाद आपने क्या किया?
मैं बहुत टॉपलेस हो गई थी, बहुत ज्यादा। मैं सीधा घर गई। घर पे मम्मी थी, नानी थी मेरी, उन्हें बताया मैंने ऐसे वो गाड़ी उसको खींच कर ले गई है। और खींच कर ले जाने के बाद उस दौरान उस लड़की को उन्होंने एक बार ना पीछे पलट के देखा ना कुछ। वो उसी रोड पे जहाँ लड़की की लाश, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। वो जो मैंने न्यूज में सुना, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं करा, मेरे को जो सही लगा कि मैं अपने घर चली जाऊं, तो मैं अपने घर चली गई।
So that was Nidhi there recounting exactly what happened. She's Anjali's friend. She was with there. So that's a first-hand account of exactly what happened. And according to Nidhi, she says that because there were 2 women on a bike, they were targeted. They were hit deliberately by these 5 men in the car. They didn't stop the vehicle. There was obviously nobody around based on what Nidhi has told us. And remember, this happened on New Year. Now, let's take, in fact, away from what Nidhi has told us, from that experience, and juxtapose it with what's happening in the national capital right now. Has anything changed since? Do you see all of these dark spots in the national capital being finally covered with security, with the adequate necessary deployment? Not really. Now, here on India Today, I, along with 10 of my colleagues who you see on your screens there, we all stepped out between 12 to 3 a.m. This is when also, remember, the hit and run with Anjali and Nidhi happened. We stepped out at the exact same time to find out if even now, 48 hours after the incident, there was any change at all on the streets of the national capital. And the reality is there's absolutely none. Whether it's a lack of patrolling, a lack of Delhi police personnel on the ground, or for that matter, the sheer insensitivity with which people behave with women on the roads of the national capital, it's shocking to say the least. What you're about to watch will shock you, stun you. It'll leave you absolutely numb, but it's something that we need to address urgently, and that's why we're putting out this broadcast. On a cold winter night between 12 to 3 a.m., 11 of us stepped out and we ensured we covered every single part of the national capital to get you a sense of how pretty much across the area it's the same exact story. I'd like to begin with a report filed by Chitra Tripathi. She visited the stretch where this incident had happened, where Anjali was dragged, in fact, for close to 12 kilometers. And here's what she found 48 hours after that incident on the exact same stretch.
रात के 2 बज चुके हैं। कंझावला का ये वही इलाका है जहां पर दरिंदगी के शिकार हुई उस बच्ची का शव नग्न अवस्था में बरामद किया गया था। रात के 2 बज रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की आवाजाही यहां से जरूर हो रही है, लेकिन आपको बता दें बहुत देर से यहां पर मेरी मौजूदगी है। पुलिस की कोई वैन, पुलिस की कोई गाड़ी या कोई पुलिस वाला इस हिस्से में हमें नजर नहीं आया है। यहां से तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर कंझावला चौक है, वहां पर पुलिस की वैन हमें जरूर दिखाई दी थी, लेकिन यहां पर आप देखेंगे ये पूरा का पूरा घुप सन्नाटा है। चारों तरफ रह रहकर 1 से 2 गाड़ियां जरूर यहां से आती जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। दरअसल इस जगह पर हम इसलिए पहुंचे हुए हैं क्योंकि दिल्ली दर्द से कराह रही है। दिल्ली बार बार ये सवाल पूछ रही है कि क्या इस देश की राजधानी में भी बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं है। परिवार वालों के अपने दावे हैं, पुलिस के अपने तर्क हैं, लेकिन इन सब के बीच बेटियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर बहुत बड़ा सवाल इस नए साल के पहले ही हफ्ते में देश के सामने मुंह बाए खड़ा है। इसी वजह से इस जगह के जरिए आज इस बात को टटोलेंगे, ये जानेंगे कि राजधानी दिल्ली सुरक्षित बच्चियों के लिए है भी या नहीं है। रात के तकरीबन 2:15 बज रहे हैं और हम अब आगे की ओर बढ़ चले हैं, लेकिन आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे धुंध ने पूरी तरह से कैसे इस सड़क को घेर कर रखा हुआ है। जो उजाले हैं भी उससे भी सड़क साफ साफ नजर नहीं आ रही है, क्योंकि हमारे कैमरे की लाइट है, इस वजह से मेरी साफ तस्वीरें आप देख पा रहे हैं, वरना यहाँ पर गाड़ी चलाना भी अपने आप में काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि चारों तरफ घुप कोहरा और घुप अंधेरा ही नजर आ रहा है। चलते हैं आगे, देखते हैं पुलिस की मुस्तैदी दिल्ली की सड़कों पर कहां और कितनी है। फिलहाल आपको बताते चले तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर का स्ट्रेच तय करके हम आए हैं। एक पुलिस की वैन वहां पर जाती हुई दिखाई दी है, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक दूसरी गाड़ी जरूर तैनात है और यहाँ पर कुछ दिल्ली पुलिस के जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो तैनात आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हम बढ़ते हैं आगे, कुछ और हिस्सों की करते हैं पड़ताल और जानते हैं कि आधी रात को राजधानी दिल्ली क्या सुरक्षित है या फिर नहीं है, और ये जो डिजिटल सबूत पुलिस की ओर से इकट्ठा किए जा रहे हैं ये जांच को कितनी मदद करने वाले हैं। बढ़ते हैं आगे। लेकिन यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तो दुकानों को अगर छोड़ दिया जाए या फिर कुछ घर ऐसे हैं तो चारों तरफ घुप अंधेरा ही आपको नजर आएगा। और आपको बता दें दिल्ली की सर्द रात है, ये काफी ज्यादा ठंड भी पड़ रही है। इक्का दुक्का गाड़ियां रह रहकर जरूर होती हुई यहाँ से इस सड़क से गुजरती हुई आपको नजर आएंगी। लेकिन जहां तक मेरे पीछे भी अगर आप देखेंगे, जरा एक बार लाइट ऑफ करके संजय पीछे की तस्वीर दिखाइए कि अगर लाइट ऑफ होती है तो फिर आप देखेंगे किस तरह से चारों तरफ यहाँ पर अंधेरा है, बजाय इसके कि दुकानों की अगर लाइट्स जली ना रहे तो यहाँ पर अब बिल्कुल ही अंधेरा छा जाएगा और यहाँ से गुजरना किसी के लिए भी खतरनाक हो सकता है। रात के 3:30 बज चुके हैं और हमारा 12 किलोमीटर का सफर यहीं पर खत्म होता है। जो तस्वीरें हमारे आंखों के सामने दिखी, दिल्ली पुलिस कई जगहों पर मुस्तैद तो नजर आई, लेकिन कई जगहों पर हालात जस के तस अभी भी बने हुए हैं। अगर उस हिस्से से गाड़ियां गुजरती हैं तो फिर वहां पर जनता की सुरक्षा, बेटियों की सुरक्षा भगवान भरोसे ही है।
The last frame from Chitra's report there shows you that she's standing in absolute pitch darkness, not a single street light in that entire stretch. Chitra is with us. Chitra, when we were first told to do this entire report, I assumed that there'd be a lot more security in the national capital. At least, jahan ye incident hua tha, in that stretch at least, there'd be multiple patrolling, multiple PCR vans. But that wasn't the case clearly.
देखिए, जहां पर उसकी लाश को बरामद किया गया था, वहां से लेकर अगर मैं पूरे 12 किलोमीटर की बात करूं तो हाँ 3 से 4 पुलिस वैन हमें जरूर जाती हुई दिखी, लेकिन बहुत आखिरी में तकरीबन 2.5 घंटे के आसपास मैं उस एरिया में रही थी और बहुत आखिरी में दिखाई दी। लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी देखिए, इस वक्त जो तस्वीरें चल रही हैं, इतनी सारी स्ट्रीट लाइट लगी हुई हैं, लेकिन उनमें से आधे से भी ज्यादा या खराब थी या उनको जलाया नहीं गया। वो भी तब जब इतनी बड़ी घटना वहीं पर हुई है। इतनी बड़ी लापरवाही कैसे हो सकती है और ये जिम्मेदारी और जवाबदेही कैसी है? क्योंकि वहां पर अगर कोई भी अपनी गाड़ी से गुजरेगा या मान लीजिए कोई लड़की ही वहां पर खड़ी रहती, किसी की गाड़ी खराब हो जाए, कोई परेशानी आ जाए, और यहाँ की सड़कें भी बहुत खराब हैं। यहाँ की सड़कें इतनी ज्यादा खराब हैं कि जब आप अपनी गाड़ी को लेकर, जब मैं अपनी गाड़ी से आगे बढ़ रही थी तो वहां पर बहुत मुश्किल था। अगर आप तेज रफ्तार में होते तो आप उछलकर कहीं गिर सकते थे और हादसे का शिकार हो सकते थे। लेकिन अपने आप में इतनी बड़ी लापरवाही का ये मामला सामने आया है। देखिए, लगातार इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप की ये कोशिश है, जितनी भी हमारे यहाँ पर सहयोगी बैठी हुई हैं, अलग अलग हिस्सों से हैं, वो देश के एक मिनी इंडिया के तौर पर इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप को आप देख सकते हैं। और जब हम अपने स्टेट से कंपेयर करते हैं, जैसे नोएडा में अभी हाल ही में सिक्योरिटी ज्यादा है, लेकिन दिल्ली की जब कंझावला इलाके में हम पहुंचे तो हमें लगा कि हादसा होने के अभी 48 घंटे भी नहीं बीते हैं और वहां पर इतना कैजुअल अप्रोच कैसे हो सकता है। अक्षिता, और वही तस्वीर हमने अपने कैमरे में कैद की और हम हैरान हैं कि घटना के अभी 1 हफ्ते भी नहीं गुजरे हैं, उसके बावजूद न लाइट्स जल रही हैं, पेट्रोलिंग भी उस तरह से नहीं हो रही है। अगर सीसीटीवी कैमरे के फुटेज आप चेक करने के लिए पूछिए कि कैसे चेक कर सकते हैं, तो उसके बारे में भी बताने वाला वहां पर कोई भी नहीं है। हाँ, कैमरे लगे हुए हैं, लेकिन क्या वो तमाम सीसीटीवी कैमरे काम कर रहे हैं? जब इसको आप जांच के लिए वहां पर पूछते हो तो फिर गोलमोल जवाब या आंसर आपको वहां से दिया जाता है।
We're going to follow up on that angle as well. But what Chitra's also told us, essentially, reality hits you hard, that if in that stretch itself security is so poor, imagine across the national capital. We're experts at short-term action, but even that clearly hasn't happened. We haven't learned any lessons from what happened on a day when there was supposed to be additional security deployed in the national capital on New Year. Now, as in fact we get you these reports, let me also highlight here that while on one aspect we're talking about patrolling, we're talking about how the Delhi police isn't doing enough, there's another aspect here. What happens when a woman stands alone on the streets of the national capital? How is it perceived? How do people approach her? Does anyone come to help her? Tejshri found out the hard way about what happens if a woman stands there, maybe waiting for her cab, maybe waiting for her friend, and in a matter of few minutes, people lined up to ask her, not if she needed help, but to go ahead with their own intentions in their own way. This is their report, her report from Munirka.
क्या हुआ भैया?
अगर दूसरे टाइप का हो, मैं लॉन्ग्स के लिए रेडी है।
गलत हो, हमारा कुछ नहीं करे यार।
ये जो गाड़ी आपने देखी काले रंग की, इसमें एक व्यक्ति बैठा हुआ था। 3 बार ये हमारे सामने से चक्कर मारकर गया और अब आकर इसने पूछा कि आपको कहाँ जाना है। अब भी ये गाड़ी मेरे ठीक आगे रुकी हुई है। सॉरी, नहीं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। आई वांटेड टू गो टू नोएडा। सॉरी, नहीं थैंक यू, मैं आपको जानती नहीं हूँ।
गाड़ी है
आई कांट हियर यू, म्यूजिक बंद कर देंगे? सर मैं जानती नहीं हूँ आपको, कैसे जा सकती हूँ? सॉरी,
आपको मर्जी देखना है।
नहीं, थैंक यू सो मच।
आधा रास्ते तक ड्रॉप कर।
नोएडा इज़ टू फार, थैंक यू। आई डोंट नो यू, आपसे कभी मिली भी नहीं है, सो हाउ कैन आई कम विथ यू? नहीं, ये अलग है, ये कैब नहीं है, आप जाइए, थैंक यू। सॉरी, नहीं, थैंक यू, नॉट एन प्रॉब्लम, नॉट एन इशू। सॉरी, नहीं, मैं चली जाऊंगी, मुझे नोएडा जाना है। आई विल गो। आप कैसे छोड़ेंगे? आप तो 2 व्हीलर पे ऑलरेडी 2 लोग हैं। अच्छा, नहीं, आप यहीं रहते हैं? नहीं, हम चले जाएंगे, थैंक यू। हाँ, नहीं, कैब बुक हो जाएगी, नोएडा पास में ही है। आई विल गो, थैंक यू।
अदरवाइज मत लेना, अगर दूसरे टाइप का हो मतलब हम उसके लिए रेडी है। अगर आप
सॉरी,
आप बुरा मान जाओगे, एक्चुअली बुरा नहीं मानोगे ना, कुछ ही बोल दो, है ना। अगर आप नाइट वगैरह मारते हो तो हम रेडी है उसको।
नो थैंक यू,
वैसे तो नहीं,
मैं चली जाऊंगी, थैंक यू सो मच।
सिटीजन हो ना, नॉर्मल हो ना।
जी, मैं नोएडा में रहती हूँ, यहाँ जॉब करती हूँ। वही अभी
हमारा कुछ नहीं करे यार, टैक्सी वाले हमारा कुछ नहीं करेंगे। अगर कोई वैसी बात हो तो वैसी बताओ आप।
क्या?
कोई वैसी बात हो तो वैसी बताओ।
कैसी वैसी?
जैसे हम गलत समझ रहे हो, हमारा आईडी कार्ड ले लो।
आप क्या समझ रहे हैं?
नहीं, आप हमें गलत समझ रहे हो। हर लड़की का शौक रखते हैं ना हम, तो हम गुड़गांव बहुत है हमारे लिए। हम गुड़गांव में सब कोना जानते हैं, और दिल्ली का भी ये पता है तुम्हें। हम गुड़गांव, दिल्ली, गाजियाबाद, नोएडा, फरीदाबाद, कोने में बता देंगे कहाँ बंदा कहाँ मिलेगा। ऐसे तो तुम उसको भी दोगे।
किसको?
उस कैब वाले को। अब पैसे नहीं है तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
तो आप फ्री में छोड़ेंगे?
अरे यस,
फ्री में नोएडा क्यों छोड़ेंगे हमें?
एक भाई के नाते। और बताओ, आप सिस्टर हो जाओ, मैं भाई हो जाऊँ।
दिल्ली के मुनिरका के एक बस स्टैंड पर है। पिछले 20 मिनट से हम यहाँ पर इंतज़ार कर रहे थे। कई गाड़ियाँ आती हैं, रुकती हैं, लिफ्ट के लिए पूछती भी हैं, कुछ गलत सवाल भी करती हैं। उनमें से 2 लड़के आते हैं, रुकते हैं, पूछते हैं कि क्या आपको लिफ्ट चाहिए। मेरे मना करने के बावजूद बार बार पूछते हैं। चूँकि वो 2 व्हीलर पे आते हैं तो कहते हैं हमारा घर पास में ही है, हम आपको हमारी कार से घर तक ड्रॉप कर देंगे। मैं उन्हें मना करती हूँ, 2 नहीं 3 नहीं, कई बार उन्हें मना कर देती हूँ। वो फिर पूछते हैं कि क्या आप किसी और चीज़ में दिलचस्पी रखती हैं, किसी और चीज़ में आप इंटरेस्टेड हैं तो वो भी आप बता दीजिए, कुछ और सीन है तो वो भी बता दीजिए। मना करने के बाद वो फिर से पूछते हैं कि आपको ड्रॉप करना है क्या। और इस सब के बावजूद सबसे हैरान कर देने वाली बात तो ये है कि यहाँ पर मेरे राइट हैंड साइड पर बस स्टैंड है जहाँ पर ये घटना घटित हुई, और मेरे लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पर पुलिस की पीसीआर वैन गश्त भी कर रही थी।
So that is the report by Tejshri, which shows you how men lined up across, not to help her, but to go ahead and ask her if she wanted to join them for a joyride, etc. Tejshri is with us. Tejshri, did you get scared at any point when many of these men approached you, tried to speak to you, stopped you and said, why don't you join us in the car, and convinced you essentially to do it?
See, Akshita, there are 3 major takeaways. I will wind up very quickly. First one is that this was the area of Munirka, and this is the same place where 10 years down the line, if you go 10 years back, Nirbhaya incident took place in the same route where we were standing. So what I was expecting was there must be some policemen, there must be PCR vans, you know, patrolling around that area, but there was nobody. Second major takeaway from this particular area was there were 2 PCR vans where I was standing at that place, and I had a good conversation of 10 minutes with that particular cab driver, and I think this PCR van was just standing right in front of the opposite lane where we were having a conversation.
There were cops inside the vehicle. They didn't do anything.
There was a vehicle, there was a PCR van just right in front of us, and there was one more PCR vehicle in which there were no cops. We also went to that PCR van. We stood there for 4 to 5 minutes, of course, and then we saw there was no one. The third major takeaway, what I learned in this entire, incident, and as you asked that, was I scared or not? Certainly, yes, if I say that I was particularly scared, because there were many men who were coming and asking with filthy intentions, of course, because, there was a vehicle who came, they asked, and then suddenly another vehicle came. They were not even giving a chance to that vehicle to pass away, to move forward. There were a number of vehicles coming and coming and coming. Must be around 20 vehicles I have been interacted with. 4 major takeaways. We need to understand, the society need to understand that if a girl says no, it should be considered a no.
No, and the reality is that many of us, when all of us, I think, stepped out, none of us saw any woman standing on the road, because the reality is that most women in Delhi know right now that it's unsafe to step out, because this is what happens. You're treated in this manner. There are men who so brazenly approach you with zero fear of the law, with zero fear that there will be repercussions for them speaking to a woman in this manner. But there are a number of aspects here about lack of patrolling, about lack of infrastructure also in parts of the national capital. You'll see many, many stretches where there are no lights even. So you can imagine how these areas become crime hubs essentially in Delhi. Here are reports filed by Pooja Shali and Nabila Jamal.
So as you can see, if there is a taxi number that is being checked, there is a security number that is being checked right here. This is to ensure that all questions are being asked. And this is, remember, is being done primarily for the taxis and the outside vehicles. The बाहर की गाड़ी को आप चेक कर रहे हैं, मतलब कैसा जो टैक्सी वगैरह का होता है, लोकल को जाने देते हैं. So this is, remember, a fairly posh area. So the area is barricaded. From what I can see, that this lane is completely barricaded, but this is open. And while I was waiting on this busy stretch from Panchsheel heading to Nehru Place, it's a brightly lit area, and yet there was this bike rider who came and stopped and asked, "Kahan chalegi? Where do you want to go?" Not exactly looked like that he was offering to help me in any way. When I said no, very politely, and I took a step back, he stood there. He didn't move away. He stood there and he started to roll. And see again, bikers like that, like you just saw, waving, realizing that it's fun. And if our cameras were not rolling, that is when the situation turns. So auto rickshaws have stopped to offer, if of course we want to go there. So there was a public transport of auto that I could see. But it was the bike riders, specifically I saw, stopping and asking, which clearly did not look like that they were helping. सवारी है आपके पास? नहीं आप जाओ ना, कोई बात नहीं नहीं जाओ. अरे नहीं जाना भैया, है हमारे पास, जाओ. At 3 a.m. near the Green Park Horse-Khas area, this is what I now can say about some of the streets in South Delhi area. The area, the main roads are fairly lit. There was barricading in a lot of areas, but we did not see a lot of moving PCRs. Static we did see in some locations. Bikers stopped, the car slowed down, definitely. There were two at least who asked us, where do I want to go? And despite my polite refusal, did not want to leave right away. A lot of drivers slowed down, and that is where you feel scared. But it does look like that perhaps the South Delhi area is better than other parts of Delhi. And with that hope that every woman will feel safe and secure. Because till now, we do have that sense that someone will pull us into their cars, or perhaps the worst, the nightmare that may happen. Signing off with Jagannath Mohanty, Pooja Shali for India Today.
Very much part of Delhi city limits. In fact, aligns along the posh localities of Delhi, and one would assume that this area of Mehroli will have huge police presence, bandobast or a patrol car, but the entire stretch here, we've travelled about 2 kilometres all the way from MG Road towards Mehroli, and not a single police bandobast barricading anywhere or a patrol van, none of it that we spotted, at least for the last hour that we're here in the vicinity. It's about 2 a.m. right now, and really if an incident took place here, God forbid, not anyone around for help. There are of course stray vehicles that are passing by, not too sure if they would ever step in case of an emergency that anyone would face, be it a girl or a boy. And by the Green Park area, you see a bunch of women walking. Well, I'm not too sure if they feel safe, but well, we do see a few women at the far end there walking in a group together. And right at that one corner, there's also a police bandobast. So you see the police bandobast. There are 2 police officers that we see as well. You have a petrol bunk on both ends. So this area seems slightly safe to me. And also the fact that you have women walking around at this time of the hour. It's 3 a.m. and it appears this Green Park area, largely on the main road, the main stretch of this road, seems all right. Sangam Cinema right outside, it seems all right. This is RK Puram area where it appears quite safe. Do you feel safe around this area?
No.
No? Why?
Because there are many, snatchers and...
But there's a police bandobast right up ahead. This is a posh RK Puram area.
No, I feel afraid of getting out of this,
We're driving towards the stretch of Basant Kunj, towards Munir Khan. Not a single police barricade, no police patrol vehicle, at least half an hour that we've been around this area, and a good 3-4 kilometer stretch in the vicinity here of Basant Kunj, again known as the posh locality of South Delhi, but not a single police barricade, no police patrolling. So in case, again, here is also an area where if there was, God forbid, an incident that happened, not too sure how soon one could get help. Barely any vehicles here too, but this is a stretch where the Qutub hotels are very close by. You also have the Fortis Hospital on the right-hand side here, and a little ahead is also Kishangarh. In fact, you have the board there that's very visible that says Basant Kunj in big bold. So this entire area here, we've not seen a single police barricade, no police patrol. This is also a road headed towards the airport. So certainly in the national capital, an area like this will need police security, at least a police barricading at some point or a check post. But none that we spotted in this area. It's a part residential, part commercial area. So ideally a lot of movement here, but no police.
So completely empty stretches you see in Mehroli, and this is a story across the national capital. We found several of these stretches without even lights, without any CCTV cameras, let alone patrolling. Nabila, take us through your experience. You've, of course, lived in Bengaluru.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are comparisons between Delhi and other metro cities right now. And there are questions about why Delhi can't be as safe as a Mumbai, as a Bengaluru, or as a Chennai.
You know, for me, what's appalling here is that Bengaluru has a drink and drive check even on a random Tuesday, right? But Delhi has absolutely no drink and drive checks. And we're talking about a national capital. You got to have double the deployment, but it's so scant. Police presence is so scant all over. And then most of the areas, in fact, Pooja should agree with me because she was also mostly in South Delhi, in parts of the posh localities. Ideally, you think those are the secure zones, but even those areas, there was no police bandobast. A patrol car would come once in an hour. In the middle of that 1 hour, if something happens, God forbid, there is really no help. I was really surprised, and I'm shocked that 10 years after Nirbhaya, we're still very careless about this.
So, two good and two bad points here, Akshita. The good one was that I did see barricading. I did see constables checking specifically taxis and vehicles that are not part of the area. Two, I saw many auto rickshaws that did stop and wanted to offer and ask where they went. Now, the negative was I did not see a moving PCR in the 3 to 4 hours that I'm on the streets of that area, which is a busy highway, busy area, Outer Ring Road. I did not see one moving PCR. I did see two static. And the gruesome part was, so to say, is the manner in which the drivers slow down. The ones who did ask a bike rider, stop. It is the slowing down, the tone. And I want to tell the Dilliwalas that a woman understands the tone of a help. If you see a young woman who's standing alone, I understand the tone if you're helping, but it was not a tone of help. It was that intention did not come through, and that is what scares you. And that I found in different
And a quick word here that I'd say we still as a society aren't able to digest the fact that a girl can be dressed well, looking great, stepping out in the night. If you are, then your character is doubtful. That's very clear. Seeped in.
That's very clear with every single case study that we're getting to you right now. What about the Delhi police? If they're present in an area, does that make the area safe at all? You would tend to argue that that's not really the case after you see this report filed by Aishwarya Paliwal from Dholakwan. This is the road that leads up to the airport, one of the busiest stretches 24/7. Here's what she found.
It's almost 1:15 in the morning, and we are on the streets of the national capital to figure out how safe is the capital for women. We are near a very prominent place which is called the Dholakwan, and you will be able to see, I'll show you, a police booth and a PCR van. We will now stop here for almost 15 minutes to do a reality check whether the policemen who are sitting inside the police booth, do they step out to see what's happening in this car which is stationed right outside the police booth for almost 15 minutes. On the other side is a PCR van, barely 20 meters away from this police booth. We will now try to figure out whether the policemen will come out to at least investigate what's happening in this car which is parked for more than 15 minutes right outside the booth on the other side of the road, or whether they let the car be and they do not come and do any kind of inspection. This is a reality check in Dholakwan. It's been almost 15 minutes. It's 1:30 in the clock, and no police personnel has actually bothered to step out of the police booth and to check what's happening in this vehicle, which is standing right opposite, bang opposite the police booth and the PCR van. We've been staying here. We have been here for almost 15 minutes trying to garner the attention, trying to make sure that the police personnel come and check what exactly is happening in the vehicle. Nothing has been happening. They have only been walking from the police booth till the PCR van and back. This clearly points towards the fact that the Delhi police personnel, the security, those people who need to make sure people in the national capital are secure, are not stepping out of the comfort zones and are not checking for things. चेक कर ले।
टैक्सी थी मगर
अरे तो टैक्सी हो चाहे कुछ भी हो भैया, आपको चेक करने तो आना चाहिए ना। कम से कम हम 40 मिनट इस सड़क पे रहे हैं। आप लोग हाँ तो आप लोग एटलीस्ट आके देख। तो एक बार आके चेक तो करते हैं। आप आवाज तो लगाई थी, हमको तो आवाज ही नहीं सुनाई दी। अच्छा ये बताइए चेकिंग वगैरह किस तरीके से करते हैं फिर आप लोग?
तो बैरिकेड है नहीं, तो हम तो ऐसे जैसे कोई पूछने गाड़ी वाले आए तो कहाँ जाना है, यहाँ से आगे कौन से वो जगह है वो बता देते, बस यही है। तो
So that was the report by Aishwarya Paliwal. She confronted the cops, as you just heard here. Aishwarya, tell us what exactly happened. You know, you actually parked your vehicle bang opposite the PCR van, not even along the stretch that they patrol, and despite that, nobody even noticed your car.
They did not notice, they did not, and we kept on moving the vehicle. So it was not, we were stationed for almost 10 minutes. We kept on, looking at what they were doing. They stepped out of the booth, went till the PCR van. Then we thought maybe, they'll see the car. Then we started moving the car. It was back and forth for almost another 10 minutes, which means, it was almost 20 minutes. Another 10 minutes we kept on waiting, which was half an hour. Then when we finally confronted them, it was 45 minutes. We reached the spot at about 1 a.m. and we confronted them at about 1:45. I asked them specifically, when you could see a vehicle, you could see that the vehicle was moving back and forth. Why did you not just cross the road and check what was happening? Their banal reply was, we would have done something had it been an accident. I don't understand what they meant by an accident.
And how do you define what's happening? How do you know what's happening inside a vehicle as well? We're going to continue asking these questions of the Delhi police and getting you more reports. Like I mentioned, 11 of us spread across the national capital to tell you if there is adequate patrolling on the ground, to tell you if Delhi is safe, if anything's changed in the last 10 years since the Nirbhaya incident. We'll continue getting you these reports on the other side of a very, very quick break.
What the court seems to be also saying is reasserting the primacy of the executive to take such economic decisions, that they cannot be supervised by a court of law or indeed even done post facto in parliament, because otherwise the secrecy of demonetization would have ended. Do you therefore agree that at the end of the day, y'all were misplaced to challenge that basic decision of the executive to demonetize currency? That was well within the powers of the government.
I acknowledge, I concede that the majority judgment says the plenary powers of Parliament to do demonetization, like it did twice before, is the same as the executive government's power under Section 26, subsection 2. Effectively, the majority has said what Parliament can do by a plenary law can also be done under Section 26, subsection 2. Now, I respectfully and beg to take a different view, but I concede that that point has been rejected by the majority of the Supreme Court. It has been upheld by the minority judgment.
So does effectively, Mr. Chidambaram, this majority judgment put an end to all the controversy that have swirled around demonetization 6 years later? Do you believe even politically now, demonetization is no longer an issue on the table?
No, it will be an issue. Remember, ADM Jabalpur was an issue until ADM Jabalpur was overruled by a later Supreme Court. The judgment on homosexuality was an issue until it was overruled. The judgment that only a woman can be accused of adultery and a man cannot be was overruled. Therefore, any number of judgments have been reversed after 10, 20, 30 years. A.K. Gopalan was reversed after 30, 40 years. I'm not saying this majority judgment will be reversed. I'm only saying that the proposition that the executive government's power under Section 26(2) is equal or more or less the same as Parliament's power to pass a plenary legislation on demonetization, I hope will be reconsidered at some future date. Not maybe in a demonetization case, but in another case.
Welcome back. You're joining us live here on India Today's special broadcast where several of us women reporters from the India Today group decided to fan out across Delhi to get you a sense of whether it's as unsafe as everyone says. Is it a crime capital? Is, the Delhi police failing in their duty, failing in ensuring adequate security for Delhiites? We've been talking about how there's a lack of safety for women, but it's for every citizen in Delhi that you see right now. There's a lack of security, that everyone who steps out at 1, 2, 3 a.m. is unsafe. Shreya Chatterjee found that out when she traveled on the streets of Delhi.
पीसीआर है आ जाओ चलो 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 Post 12:30 in the night and we've travelled from Dwarka sector 1 via Janakpuri, Paschim Bihar, Rohtak Road, and now we are in outer Delhi and we are heading towards Kanjhawala, the exact spot where the 22-year-old girl's dead body was recovered from. We're trying to gauge if there's any change in Delhi Police's law and order deployment, whether there have been any security apparatus that has been amped, whether there's been any barricading, any PCR van which is manning the entire stretch. We need to point it out that while we were traveling from Dwarka via Janakpuri, Paschim Bihar and now towards outer Delhi, towards Kanjhawala first, which is in the Rohini district, we haven't really seen any barricading. There was no barricading in the entire stretch. We only saw one PCR van near the Janakpuri Unity 1 mall. Apart from that, we haven't really seen any police team on the ground as of now. We'll try and gauge and give a better picture if at all it changes on the way. But so far, we've reached this stretch of Mangolpur Khurd and we haven't found security barricading.
3-4 बंदे बैठे हैं लूटने की कोशिश मतलब था क्या मतलब ये देखते हैं कि टैक्सी है एक टैक्सी ड्राइवर क्या रात को अपने कमाने के लिए बच्चों के लिए
आपको क्यों लग रहा है वो लूटने की कोशिश कर रहे थे?
गाड़ी के आगे गाड़ी रोक दी थी उन्होंने। अच्छा। मैं बैक करके आगे निकाल के लाया हूँ बड़ी मुश्किल से।
कितनी दूर से ऐसा हो रहा है आपके साथ?
ये चौकी है, चौकी क्रॉस करने के बेगमपुर जो चौकी है इसको क्रॉस करने के बाद ही मेरे आगे लग गए थे लोग।
तो कोई पुलिस दिखी आपको?
कोई पुलिस नहीं है बीच में, सिर्फ चौकी पे है, बाकी पूरे इस रोड पे सुनसान है। ये लोग ऐसे करते हैं इन रोडों पे। जो सबसे जो गंदा एरिया है अपना ये क्षेत्र है कंजावला क्षेत्र, इसके अंदर कोई सुनवाई नहीं किसी की।
It's almost 1 in the night and we are here in that stretch which is the main Kanjhawala road. We've stopped for at least 20 minutes. We've not really seen any police team, any PCR van or any Delhi police official. Very important to point out and establish this spot. You can see it is deserted. There is no light on the stretch. Important to point out that this is also the national capital. You can see the situation. This is clearly raising the question of the law and order, the security of those out on the streets. There are people who work late night. They might have to take a detour. You never know which stretch you have to travel through. These are stretches anyone would fear going out in the night, and probably these are the very areas that needs manning. Where is the security apparatus? Why is no security checkup happening over here? Why is there no police van which is on standby? There are multiple questions that the police and the law and order system needs to answer.
So Shreya's reported, it's scary to see how empty these streets are between 1 to 3 a.m. in the morning. Imagine your car breaks down. Imagine you're going on the stretch. There's nobody out there to actually help you. And if someone approaches you, is it safe to actually take their help? Shreya, you know, when you were there, interestingly, someone saw actually you carrying the media logo and reached out to you for help.
Well, yes, because I was having a logo in my hand. This person, he was a cab driver. He came for help. He said that someone was trying to stop the car and rob him. Now, that's another aspect. You know, it's not just women who are not safe in the streets of Delhi. People at night, they really do not want to travel in these stretches where there's less light, where there's no policemen. It's really scary. The second quick point I want to make, that a Delhi police manual mentions that there are 826 mobile PCR vans. Where were these mobile PCR vans? 11 reporters panned out Delhi. They did not come
across so many PCR vans. That's a lot of answering the Delhi police must be doing right now.
You know, some of us did see PCR vans, but just a handful. We may have visited about 5 to 6 locations. We'd have seen maybe one PCR van in one of these locations, sometimes stationary, and in some cases, the cops were even fast asleep. Shweta Jha, when she was reporting at her location, Karol Bagh, found exactly that. She found a vehicle with cops snoozing away.
यहाँ पर दिल्ली पुलिस की गाड़ी भी है। जरा हम देखेंगे कि लोग सो रहे हैं या जगे भी हुए हैं। जरा हमारे कैमरामैन मदन जी को हम कहेंगे आगे जाकर के देखें कि पुलिस वाले देखिए ये सोते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। 2 लोग हैं, दोनों ही सो रहे हैं और इस तरह से सुरक्षा हो रही है यहाँ पर इन लोगों की। तो ये दोनों पुलिस वाले आराम से यहाँ पर सो रहे हैं और आप अंदाजा लगाइए कि अभी यहाँ मैं आई हूँ और मैं सीधे अंदर जा रही हूँ, अंदर की तरफ जा रही हूँ। हालांकि वहाँ मुझे एक गार्ड नजर आ रहा है जो खड़ा है और विजिलेंट है, शायद वो मुझे रोके अंदर जाने से। लेकिन यहाँ से आसानी से कोई भी अंदर तक, जहाँ पर बैरिकेटिंग है और जहाँ पे ये गार्ड खड़ा है, वहाँ पर जा सकता है।
एम्प्लॉई मंदिर का कर्मचारी हूँ।
अच्छा, तो ये आपकी नाइट ड्यूटी है यहाँ पे? तो ये बताइए, यहाँ हमने देखा कि एक पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर लगी हुई है, लेकिन दोनों ही पुलिस वाले सो रहे हैं।
लगी नहीं जागी, कोई कॉल आएगी दौड़ जाएंगे वो।
लेकिन बात ये है कि जैसे नहीं सोना चाहिए।
एक वो लाइट है, बस उसमें भी ज्यादा कुछ वो पता नहीं लग रहा है। और जो स्टील वो है शॉप है वो यहाँ है, तो यहाँ पे
डर लग रहा है।
लग रहा था, मतलब अभी तक तो यहाँ पे 1-2 गाड़ियाँ मतलब आ रही थी तो पूछ रहे थे थोड़ा, तो इसीलिए लग रहा था डर।
तो गाड़ियों से किसी ने कुछ पूछा क्या? कोई गाड़ी रुकी भी?
ड्रॉप करने के लिए क्या हम आपको कहीं ड्रॉप कर दें? हाँ। तो इस तरीके से पूछा खाली, बाकी कुछ नहीं था। लाइक टैक्सी नंबर गाड़ियाँ
क्या पूछ रहे थे
कि आपको कहीं जाना है तो हम लोग ड्रॉप कर देते हैं, लाइक ओला उबर वाले टाइप।
एक यहाँ पर है 24/7 जो कि 24 घंटे यहाँ पर दुकान जो है ये खुली रहती है और लोग यहाँ पर आते जाते रहते हैं। तो ऑन एयर तो इन्होंने बात करने से मना कर दिया क्योंकि इनके भी अपने कुछ प्रोटोकॉल्स होते हैं। लेकिन इसके अलावा जो ऑफ एयर इन्होंने हमें बताया कि यहाँ पर कई बार ये इश्यूज हो जाते हैं कि लोग बाहर से ड्रिंक करने के लिए यहाँ आते हैं और यहाँ पर बैठकर वो ड्रिंक करना चाहते हैं, या फिर कई बार ऐसी स्थिति हो जाती है कि बहस करने लग जाते हैं स्टाफ से। तो वैसे में इन लोगों को इंस्ट्रक्शंस मिले हैं कि नाइट शिफ्ट में जो भी लोग अंदर काम कर रहे हैं, शॉप में काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हर तरह के लोगों से डील करना होता है, तो फौरन पुलिस वालों को ये फोन करते हैं, पीसीआर को फोन करते हैं। और इनके मुताबिक कि जब कभी भी इस तरह के इश्यूज आए हैं, जब कभी भी इस तरह की दिक्कतें आई हैं, उन्होंने पुलिस को फोन किया है, तो पुलिस ने इनकी मदद की है। फौरन पीसीआर की गाड़ी जो है, वैन जो है वो आ जाती है और इनकी मदद करती है। और राजेंद्र नगर इलाके में हम हैं और दिल्ली पुलिस की गाड़ी इस वक्त हमें दिख रही है। हमने देखा यहाँ पर, आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पर दिल्ली पुलिस एकेडमी भी है राजेंद्र नगर में, और रिहायशी इलाका है जहाँ इस वक्त अभी हम घूम रहे हैं, जहाँ हम देखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अगर सुबह के 4 बज रहे हैं तो यहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से अगर देखा जाए तो किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर है। ये जो पूरा इलाका है, एक तरफ आपको जो हम अभी दिखा रहे हैं वो है दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशलाइज्ड ट्रेनिंग सेंटर, दिल्ली पुलिस एकेडमी राजेंद्र नगर। ये है वो इलाका। इस वक्त सवाल इसलिए ये उठा है क्योंकि एक बार फिर से दिल्ली में एक ऐसी घटना हुई है, कंझावला में जो घटना घटी है उसने एक बार फिर से कई सवाल उठा दिए हैं कि आखिर दिल्ली कितनी सुरक्षित है। ये जानने की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं लगातार, और इसी क्रम में हम ग्राउंड रियलिटी चेक के लिए निकले हैं। सुबह के 4 बज चुके हैं और यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं, अगर राजेंद्र नगर की बात करें तो अभी थोड़ी ही देर में यानी कि 15 मिनट के अंतराल में हमें 2 पीसीआर की गाड़ियां यहाँ पर मिल गई और हमने देखा कि ये पूरा इलाका कहीं ना कहीं जो है पुलिस की मूवमेंट यहाँ हमें ज्यादा देखने को मिली कंपैरेटिव जो बाकी 2 जगह मैं गई थी। करोल बाग की बात करें अगर वहां भी हमें कम वहां पुलिस की गाड़ियां देखने को मिली, मुश्किल मुझे लगता है कि 1 घंटे में हमें 1 गाड़ी वहां पर मिली। और अगर हम बात करें झंडेवालान की तो झंडेवालान में हमें एक भी पुलिस की गाड़ी, एक भी पीसीआर वैन वहां पर हमें नहीं देखने को मिली। इनफैक्ट वहां पर हमें कुछ ऐसी जगह देखने को मिली जहां पे बस स्टॉप था लेकिन वहां पे बिल्कुल लाइटिंग नहीं थी, लोग अंधेरे में खड़े थे, कुछ भी हो सकता था। तो तमाम तरह के सवाल एक बार फिर से अब सामने आने लगे हैं और लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि अगर दिल्ली में इस तरह की घटनाएं हो रही हैं यानी कि देश की राजधानी में अगर इस तरह की घटनाएं हो रही हैं तो बाकी जगह कितने सुरक्षित हैं। कैमरामैन मदन प्रसाद के साथ श्वेता झा, आज तक।
So Shweta, when you went there, there were cops. Yeah. They didn't wake up. They were fast asleep. You went around the vehicle doing your report and they still didn't wake up.
Exactly, Akshita. So what I want to say is, it was around 3 a.m. and if you talk about Jhandewalan temple, almost every day lakhs of people come there, Jhandewalan temple, and you assume that it must be a place which is a high security zone, and just at the entrance of the temple what I saw that one PCR van was stationed, 2 police personnel were also there, but both of them were sleeping, and around 15 to 20 minutes I was there, I was covering the report, but they did not bother to get up and they were sleeping throughout. And at the same time what I saw that there were few PCR vans because there were 3 places where I went, like Rajendra Nagar, Karol Bagh and one more place. So PCR vans were there but they were just for the sake that ki bas wo kehne ko wo the wahan pe, but nobody was bothered ki what is happening outside, we should get out, we should check something. Cameras were also there, but the main point is that कि ये सारी चीजें होने के बावजूद हम जो बात कर रहे हैं 2012 और आज की अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं तो मैं अगर देखूं there is no difference exactly.
The thing we are seeing here is that in the last 10 years, even when there is a difference, CCTV cameras are there, police is being deployed, PCRs have been brought in, there is so much on paper and so much has been claimed. But if you look at where the deployment is, and so many of us have been all over the city last night, deployment varies so greatly. There have been places where incidents have happened, grave incidents have happened, like in Munirka or in Mehrauli or in Northeast Delhi. And if you see, and this is something that you'll see in my ground report also, that deployment is so different in the heart of the city versus the outskirts, and that in the outskirts is where the incidents are happening. If you can just see.
Yeah, we'll play out that report now.
Heart of Delhi in Connaught Place, there seems to be a reasonable amount of police deployment. At midnight, cars are being checked, especially those which have just a single male or a couple of male drivers. The police is looking into all the cars that are going past this particular barricading spot. Delhi University's North Campus right now, and I'm walking down the Vishwavidyalaya Marg, which is the arterial road in the Delhi University area. And as you can see around us, no street light at this moment is working on this road, even though this is right next to the Delhi Ridge, and this is the road that goes towards the colleges of Delhi University's North Campus. At the same time, we have not seen even a single patrol vehicle or a police personnel or any sort of barricading anywhere from civil lines till the Delhi University's North Campus area, even though this area is normally said to be a security zone since there are a large number of students living in the area. But for the last several minutes, we have not seen any police patrols or any other security arrangements in Delhi University's North Campus.
So Anisha Mathur's report there confirming what all of us have found, that there's a lack of infrastructure, there's a lack of patrolling by the Delhi police, a lack of basic safety that you expect in a city, let alone the national capital of the country. We hope that this special broadcast serves as a wake-up call to all the authorities out there and to all the Delhiites as well, because the way as a society we act when we see a woman on the streets is also something that we really need to contemplate and think about. Thank you very much for joining us on this India Today special broadcast. We're going to continue getting you every single update on the Delhi hit and run, the New Year horror, and continue getting you these in-depth reports to show you what's the reality, the truth of what's happening in Delhi.
रुपए के करेंसी नोट लीगल टेंडर नहीं रहेंगे.
6 years after the Narendra Modi government demonetized 501,000 notes in one stroke, the decision has got a stamp of approval from the highest court of the country.
Does not suffer from any flaws in the decision-making process.
A 5-judge bench of Justices Abdul Nazir, B.R. Gavai, A.S. Popanna, V. Ramasubramanian and B.V. Nagaratna on Monday delivered a 4:1 verdict upholding the validity of process followed in demonetization.
Despite the test of proportionality and as such cannot be struck down.
Justice B.R. Gavai, giving the majority judgment, said the decision-making process cannot be flawed only because process emanated from the government. The court said there was consultation between government and the RBI for 6 months. The verdict said there was reasonable nexus between measures and objective to bring demonetization. The court added that it's not relevant if the objective sought is achieved or not. The SC said the 52-day window given to exchange the notes cannot be called unreasonable.
The period provided for exchange of notes by the impugn notification dated 8 November 2016 cannot be said to be unreasonable.
The Supreme Court has categorically held that it is not relevant as to whether or not the objective is achieved. But what is important is that there is a reasonable nexus between the objective and anything that is sought to be achieved.
By way of preface, I state the only woman on the bench was also the sole dissenting judge on the issue. Justice B.V. Nagaratna said if demonetization is initiated by the centre, then it can only be by means of an ordinance or parliamentary legislation. The judge said under the RBI Act, the recommendation has to be initiated by the RBI. But here, according to the judge, it was the government that initiated the move. Justice Nagaratna said it's beyond doubt that such a measure by the centre was well-intentioned.
Not under section 26(2) of the Act. It is to be by way of a legislation. And if legislation is not the way, in the sense there is need for secrecy, then it is ordinance.
With 4 out of 5 judges deciding in favour of the demonetization policy, Centre's 2016 decision, which has been one of the most controversial economic decisions taken in this country, now stands upheld. With camera person Ashwini from New Delhi, this is Srishti Ojha, India Today.